Hello, today we'll be talking about Torterra, the first grass-ground type Pokemon, and in Gen 4, the first final evolution, first ground evolution, first final grass and ground evolution, first dual type Pokemon, and dual type evolution being the final form of Turtwig, who evolved into Grottle, who evolves into Torterra at level 32. Its previous PYC dates are March 21st, 1997, January 10th, 2000, October 31st, 2002, August 21st, 2005, June 11th, 2008, April 2nd, 2011, January 21st, 2014, November 11th, 2016, September 2nd, 2019, and June 23rd, 2022. I must know Torterra is one of Ash Ketchum's Pokemon in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. I also know Torterra as a server at my cafe in Pokemon Cafe Remix. I also remember it from the Meadow Zone in Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, which is featured on the back of the box. I also remember the one that appears in the box art of Pokemon Battle Revolution. I also remember the ones that appear in the Detective Pikachu movie. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Torterra, the continent Pokemon whose number is 0-389. This is what it looks like. Type is Grass Ground. Since this is the first and only Grass Ground type Pokemon, I'll point out the grass inside and ground outside. Abilities: Overgrow, Shell Armor is its ability. Gender ratios: 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rates: 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is Egg Groups Monster and Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 7'3" or 2.2 meters. Weight is 683.4 pounds. Or 310 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 208 in Gen 4 and 236 in 5+. Living rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3, 2 in attack and 1 in defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Torterra is a dual type grass/ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Grottle, starting at level 32. It is the final form of Turtwig. Biology: Torterra is a tall, bulky, quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a tortoise, with a large shell covering its back. There is a single oak-like tree and 3 triangular stony extensions resembling mountain peaks on the top of the shell. There is a patch of brown resembling soil next to the tree. A white rim surrounds the shell and forms a diamond-shaped continuation on the front. Torterra's body appears sectioned, with the upper half being green and the lower half being brown. Its mouth is jagged, which gives it the appearance of a snapping turtle. It also has a black nose, its lower jaw is green, and there are 2 large spikes protruding from its cheeks. Torterra's small, red eyes are encircled by a black ring. Its legs are thick and they have 4 toes each, which appear as if they are actually jagged stones. There are 3 toes on the front and 1 on the heel. Torterra's large and clean shell supports the lives of many small Pokemon, which occasionally gather and build their nests upon the shell. Some are even born and spend their entire lives there. Torterra migrates in groups searching for clean water, creating the illusion of moving forests. However, it is typically immobile. Torterra is believed to possess unmatched physical strength. Ancient people believed the ground contained a gigantic Torterra living underneath. Evolution: it says Torterra evolves into Grottle and is the final form of Turtwig. It should say Torterra evolves from Grottle and is the final form of Turtwig. Turtwig, Grottle, Torterra. Game data: Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond.
Small Pokemon occasionally gather on its unmoving back to begin building their nests.
Groups of this Pokemon migrating in search of water have been mistaken for moving forests.
Platinum. Some Pokemon are born on Torterra's back and spend their entire lives there.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Ancient people imagined that beneath the ground a giant Torterra dwelled.
The Gen 5 entries are basically Platinums, but Torterra is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Torterra is now the correct casing. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond's and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically Pearls, but the quotation marks around Forest are no longer there. Legends Arceus.
This remarkable large-body Pokemon was served beautifully as borrowed scenery for a garden, and its strength is peerless. Torterra roams the wilderness in search of clean water.
In Gen 9, Scarlet.
Ancient people believed that beneath the ground dwelt a giant Torterra.
Violet is the Gen 5 entries. Torterra and the Blueberry Pokedex. So, those of you who are familiar with the series, you know that I love a full evolutionary line image. That's kind of fun. I love that it's kind of like a size comparison as well. I like that. That's very nice. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. In Legends Arceus, normal has the Citrus Berry 35% of the time, and the King's Leaf 15% of the time, grades by level. Alpha EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, grades by level. Stats, base stats, HP 95, attack 109, defense 105. Special attack 75, special defense 85, speed 56, for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, as I mentioned back in the Turtwig video, we've got a couple things that are new. If you're new to this generation, there's a 4 on ice here, and a note. Damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, ghost, steel, water, grass, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. We do flying, bug, and fire, all for double, and ice for 4, so we don't say for quadruple or whatever, we do say 4. Immune to electric, that's also new, is a 0. I don't say 0, I just say immune to electric, because that's obvious, it's immunity, it can't be affected by it. Resistant to ground and rock for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is half. So go from 0 to half. And so that's what I do if it's a note like that. Usually that is what the notes are. Sometimes it'll be talking about how maybe certain moves were changed after Gen 6 when they introduced the fairy type. Learn set by leveling up. So there's this thing called Evo here, that's upon evolution. So I read those, even if it's lower than some of these other levels, which I wouldn't read because they're lower than the level it evolves into. So, upon evolution, it gets Earthquake, 33 Leech Seed, 39 Synthesis, 45 Crunch, 51 Giga Drain, 57 Leaf Storm, and 63 Headlong Rush. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolutions, we'll read it. So, TM001 Takedown, 5 Mudslap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 33 Magical Leaf, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 56 Bullet Seed, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 76 Rock Blast, 81 Grass Knot, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 89 Body Press, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 108 Crunch, 111 Giga Drain, 116 Stealth Rock, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 121 Heavy Slam, 128 Amnesia, 133 Earth Power, 137 Grassy Terrain, 146 Grass Pledge, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 155 Frenzy Plant, 156 Outrage, 159 Leaf Storm, 163 Hyper Beam, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 186 High Horsepower, 194 Grassy Glide, 204 Double Edge, 215 Scorching Sands, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. We're skipping by breeding, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger shows the Volmy in the browser entry.
It attacks by scattering leaves and shooting seeds.
Guardian Signs.
It shoots leaves and grows vines to attack.
Got all this. Pokepark Week, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry.
Torterra came to see the Meadow Zone. His favorite attraction is my Furious Bumper Burn.
You got all these. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry.
Torterra live in groups deep in the forest. Small Pokemon seem to feel safe on their broad backs, which are densely covered with trees and other plant life.
Evolution data, Turtwig, level 18, Grottle, level 32, Torterra. Sprites here, so yeah, it shows off quite a bit of that broad back. That's very nice. Yeah, very good. And it's got the different green and the different blue that I think the other two had. Yeah, for replacing the brown and the that green anyway. This is a lighter green for the parts above on the top of the shell, and there's like blue as well for like it's like a blue blue tint to the, I guess, icy parts, the white parts, I guess, of its body. Yeah, interesting. Looks to be slightly different in Platinums, the head, mostly. An angle, like, the angle's also slightly different. Interesting. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites here. Yeah, not really much changes. Might be a few, like, small details, like this rounded part might be a little bit different. I think they maybe, like, made it a little bit rounder in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Interesting. The hexagon shape. And Gen 6, we get the models here. Pretty good adaptation. Wait, what? Oh, when did that happen? Oh, in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they removed the sort of teal parts or whatever, and replaced it all with this sort of lighter green. Interesting. Yeah. These are probably slightly different colors all around. I think they maybe went with a darker brown again in Gen... Like, it seems like darker colors all around in Gen 5. Yeah. In Gen 7, not really much changes, I think, anyway. In Gen 8, in this game, we got these models. It's kind of smaller. That's interesting. I don't know, yeah, kind of things get smaller when it comes to the models. I don't know, it feels more like rounded and not as wide shell. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Platinum's intro sprite. In animation, Torterra and Pokemon Journeys the series. Ash's Torterra's the big one, and Paul's Torterra's the big one. Got all these Pokedex entries. For those of you who are new this generation, sometimes a Pokemon will have multiple Pokedex entries in the anime. If they happen to be in the same series, they are put next to each other like this. So in Diamond and Pearl, episode 40 in Ash's Pokedex.
Torterra, the continent Pokemon. Torterra is the final evolved form of Turtwig. Sometimes small Pokemon will gather to make their nests on Torterra's back.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 166 in Dawn's Pokedex. So I don't actually know if Dawn's Pokedex sounds the same as Ash's Pokedex. I've only heard Ash's Pokedex so far. But if it doesn't, I apologize. I'm just going to use the same voice anyway.
Torterra, the continent Pokemon. Its large back and sanitary nature offer an ideal place for smaller Pokemon to build their nests.
In the manga, Torterra and Pokemon Adventures, all in color, that's nice. You got all this, and the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Detective Pikachu. So normally, what I do when it's Pokemon Detective Pikachu, I'd say, we'll look at them later. I'll wait to talk about them later. I'm not actually going to watch the Detective Pikachu movie, and I'll explain why when we get to that sort of segment, I guess, of the video, explaining why I don't feel comfortable doing that. Trivia, if you're new here, sometimes a point will reference another Pokemon that we've already talked about, and if that happens, I will say, like, we read this first point in the Groudon video, for example. Like, that's how I would go about it. I don't read it again, because why? You can watch the Groudon videos to hear me read it. When walking to the right in Amity Square in Pokemon Platinum, Torterra's sprite erroneously shows its left side. Torterra's speed stat of 56 is the lowest base stat of any fully evolved first partner Pokemon. Origin, Torterra appears to be based on a snapping turtle and an ankylosaur, which is an armored dinosaur. Its large feathers and spikes may also be inspired by extinct Mylania and Proconocales turtles. In concept, it may be based on the world turtle from various mythologies that carries the world upon its back. Name origin, Torterra may be a combination of tortoise and terra, Latin for earth. It may also incorporate terror. Doditos may be a combination of do, earth or ground, die, large, do, die, fountain, and tortoise. In other languages, see also external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Torterra's first scene in the anime. Normally this is the part where I'd say, now let's watch Torterra's scenes in Detective Pikachu, but I don't feel comfortable just displaying the beings that are obviously Torterra. For those of you who haven't seen the film and are okay with spoilers, in the film, Tim Goodman, Detective Pikachu, Lucy Stevens, and her Psyduck go to the abandoned Pokemon Comprehensive Laboratory, where they learn one of the tests being done there is to increase Torterra's size. Later, when running from a group of Greninja working for the enemy, it's revealed that some of the land around the lab are actually giant Torterra. Because it's not revealed how much of the land is actually Torterra, I don't think I could fairly have every frame featuring Torterra in the movie. Anyway, let's get into the TCG. I have one Torterra card.
It's the third Torterra card design, although it's the second of two level X versions of Torterra. It was illustrated by Zizuro, an illustrator for the TCG from 2006 to 2013. They're known for their signature CGI style. Initially, their art is rather par for the course, but when Gen 4 came around, they did something unique. Almost all of their card art breaks through the border. The Pokemon are also generally posed like they are ready to fight you or for you. I like this image, especially when you consider this is one of the first Torterra CGI models. Depending on how you look at it, it looks like Torterra is either sucking in to do a breath-related attack or blowing out one. Even though Torterra is only on par with some of the tallest people height-wise, this image gives the impression of it being a huge Pokemon, which I think works. I also like the hollow foil effect. It's more subtle than some cards, but I think it works. Torterra has 160 HP. Unlike a normal Torterra card, this is actually an upgrade to a normal Torterra card. So the player puts it on top of the Torterra card they have on the field. This means to play this card, one would have to have a Turtwig, Grottle, regular Torterra, and this card in their hand. This card doesn't feature a height, weight, or description. Well, it kind of does have a description, but we'll get back to that later. It has one Pokepower and one move, kind of, but we'll get back to that later. The Pokepower is Forest Murmurs. Once per turn, if the player has more prize cards than their opponent, and Torterra is in a state where it can attack, the player can switch their opponent's active Pokemon with one on their bench. Its move is Vigorous Dash, which isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 3 grass and 1 of any energy. It hits the opponent's Pokemon for 100 damage, one of their benched Pokemon for 30 unmodified damage, and itself for 30 damage. The description is replaced by the level up rule, which states, put this card onto your active Torterra. Torterra level X can use any attack, Pokepower, or Pokebody from its previous level. This means it can use all of the actual Torterra's moves and Pokepower, if it has one. Torterra is weak to fire for plus 30 damage. This mimics its weakness to fire in the video games. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to fighting, as it's resistant to rock and ground in the video games, both of which are often classified as fighting in the TCG. It costs 4 of any energy for Torterra to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the promo symbol. In this case, it was promoting the Diamond and Pearl expansion.
I have a Chimchar card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Torterra. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are new to this series, if we're only looking at one image, what we do is we will just display the one image, because our image next to it doesn't contain a Torterra, so we'd only just do the one image view. So this is Torterra by Horosaki, so it looks like this sort of recoloring, maybe more like fall colors, I guess. It's very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Bidoof before I can evolve Groddle into Torterra. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Chimchar. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we're talking about Chimchar, the first Fire-type Pokemon, Fire-type base form that evolves, Fire-type Pokemon and base form that evolves, and Fire-type Pokemon and base form that evolves into a Dual type. Introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are March 22nd, 1997, January 11th, 2000, November 1st, 2002, August 22nd, 2005, June 12th, 2008, April 3rd, 2011, January 22nd, 2014, November 12th, 2016, September 3rd, 2019, and June 24th, 2022. I most know Chimchar as one of the Pokemon Ash Ketchum has in the Gen 4 era of the anime. I also know Chimchar as one of my servers in the Pokemon Cafe Remix. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Chimchar, the chimp Pokemon, whose number is 0 through 190. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire, abilities Blaze, Iron Fist is its ability, gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding, egg groups field and human-like, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters, weight is 13.7 pounds or 6.2 kilograms, base experience yield is 65 in Gen 4 and 62 in 5+, leveling rate is medium slow, equals 1 in speed, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Brown is an interesting color. Like, I kinda get it. Maybe this could be seen as like a tan color, but I think the main reason is because there is no orange, so that was like the closest they could go with. Chimchar is a Fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Monferno starting at level 14, which evolves into Infernape starting at level 36. Along with Turtwig and Piplup, Chimchar is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Sinnoh available at the beginning of Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Biology, Chimchar is a bipedal Pokemon resembling a chimpanzee. Its fur is primarily a shade of orange, although its face, outer ears, underbelly, hands, and feet are light yellow. Its ears are large in comparison to its head, and has red insides. It also has red markings around its teeth, as well as 2 pointed teeth in its upper jaw, a swirl-like symbol on its chest, and 5 fingers on its hands with 3 toes on its feet. It has a swirly crest of hair on its head. Its rear has a small, round, red patch that is usually obscured by flames produced by burning gas in its stomach. These flames cannot be put out by rain, although they go out when Chimchar goes to sleep, and burn weakly when it feels ill. In the past, this flame on its rear has caused people to mistake it for an apparition dubbed the Lantern Tail. Chimchar is very agile, being able to climb the rocky ledges of tall mountains where it lives. It has been recently seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. So you can see a sleeping Chimchar, note the lack of a flame. Evolution, Chimchar evolves into Monferno, which evolves into Infernape. Chimchar, Monferno, Infernape. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond.
It agilely scales sheer cliffs to live atop craggy mountains. Its fire is put out when it sleeps.
Pearl.
Its fiery rear end is fueled by gas made in its belly. Even rain can't extinguish the fire.
Platinum.
It is very agile. Before going to sleep, it extinguishes the flames on its tail to prevent fires.
Red Gold and Soul Silver.
The gas made in its belly burns from its rear end. The fire burns weakly when it feels sick.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus.
Full of vigor and always in high spirits. It was once known by the name Lantern Tail, and feared as some kind of apparition.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Platinum and Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Y, and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Got Chimchar in the Blueberry Pokedex. It's interesting how, like, it's in the snowy environment. I wasn't really expecting that. And you can see the flame. That's interesting how it's represented. It's not really like a see-through fire like you might imagine. It's still kind of stylized, kind of cartoon fire. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. It has the Oran Berry 35% of the time, and the Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Grid items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 44, attack 58, defense 44, special attack 58, special defense 44, speed 61 for a total of 309. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water, all for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy, all for half. Learn set by leveling up 1 Scratch and Leer, 7 Ember, 9 Taunt, 15 Fury Swipes, 17 Flame Wheel, 23 Nasty Plot, 25 Torment, 31 Facade, 33 Fire Spin, 39 Acrobatics, 41 Slack Off, and 47 Flamethrower. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 3 Fake Tears, 4 Agility, 5 Must Slap, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 14 Acrobatics, 18 Thief, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 60 U-Turn, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 116 Stealth Rock, 118 Heat Wave, 122 Encore, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 141 Fire Blast, 144 Fire Pledge, 157 Overheat, 165 Flare Blitz, 171 Terror Blast, 181 Knockoff, 184 Vacuum Wave, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 195 Burning Jealousy, 203 Suck Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 227 Temper Flare. By breeding, this group gives it Counter, this group gives it Double Kick, this group gives it Encore, this group gives it Fake Out, this group gives it Fire Punch, this group gives it Focus Energy, Torkoal gives it Heat Wave, this group gives it Helping Hand, this group gives it Switcheroo, and this group gives it Thunder Punch. TCG only moves, Bite on this card, Lunge on this card, Side Game Data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volamy, the browser entry.
It spreads embers to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It attacks by spinning fire.
Got all this. Pokepark Weeb, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bad entry.
Chimchar came to the Pokepark to become stronger. He's got what it takes to play Venusaur's Vine Swing and Bastiodon's Block Barrage. He likes some other attractions too.
Got this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Lucas hat, Dawn hat. That's fun. Evolution data. Chimchar, level 14. Monferno, level 36 Infernape. Sprites. This is, a little different. You got just kind of this orange, I guess. Not the sort of brownish orange, I guess. We have now a little more pink, I think, the red parts. It's sort of this red color, reddish pink color for the shiny. Yeah. 5 gets kind of orange. Yeah. Not really much else changes. Red, I think, more of a red than a pink for the detail colors. Yeah. Gen 6, get the models. Pretty good adaptation. A bit weird seeing it standing up, though. Gen 7, not much changes. Gen 8, you got this game's models, very good. Get Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Platinum's Intro Sprite, Chimpy in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Chimchar in Pokemon the Series Diamond and Pearl. Paul/Ash's Chimchar is the big one. Flint's Chimchar and Team Pokepals, I guess, are the big ones. Got all these. A Chimchar egg, right, in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Interesting. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, Episode 3 in Ash's Pokedex.
Chimchar, the monkey Pokemon. Chimchar easily climbs the sheerest of walls and lives on mountaintops. When it sleeps, its flames go out.
So it says, incorrect should have said Chimp Pokemon. You got all these Pokemon Evolutions, Chimchar, Pokemon Evolutions. So sometimes there's a picture for Pokemon Evolutions. In the manga, Chimchar and Pocket Monsters, DP, and Chimchar and Pokemon Adventures. Pokemon Adventures, so sometimes this happens. There's actually Pokedex entries in the manga
So what I'm going to do is still read it in the Gen 4 voice. It's the manga, the chapter, and the entry. PS, I think it's just the abbreviation for Pokemon Adventures. I'm pretty sure. Like the main, probably the main series. So I'll say Pokemon Adventures, chapter 339. I won't say PS 339.
Able to climb nimbly up ledges and cliffs. They live on tops of rocks and extinguish their flames when they sleep.
You got all this. The TCG and the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Chimchar is a trophy in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information. A chimp Pokemon with a flaming tail, Chimchar is skilled in fire-type moves. Its light body affords it the ability to scale steep cliffs and live atop rocky mountains. Some say that the fiery tail is fueled by gas made in its stomach. Not even rain can put out the flames, but Chimchar always puts it out when asleep. Chimchar evolves into Monferno. Trivia, Chimchar shares its category with Grookey. They are both known as the chimp Pokemon. In Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, if the player chooses Chimchar, the wild Starly can defeat it when Chimchar is at 4 HP by bypassing the red HP bar state, which would otherwise cause the Starly to flee. This causes the game to freeze. This has a combined 1.56% possibility. This cannot happen with Turtwig or Piplup, as Chimchar's base HP is the lowest of the three. Chimchar and its evolutions were designed by Takao Ano. Origin. Chimchar appears to be based on a young chimpanzee. However, the markings on its rear without the flame seem to indicate that it is more of a cross between a chimpanzee and a young baboon. Name origin. Chimchar may be a combination of chimp and char, to burn. Hikozaru may be a combination of he, fire, ko, small, ko, child, and saru, monkey, ape. In the languages, he also references external links to the first partner trios. Let's move on.
Since we watched Chimchar's first scene in the anime, in the Turtwig video, let's watch Chimchar's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. In this episode, Dawn, one of the main characters, is about to start her Pokemon journey and is now imagining what it would be like to become a Pokemon coordinator with a Chimchar.
Now use Flame Wheel! And an astounding Flame Wheel from Chimchar!
Yeah, I would say that is Chimchar's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Chimchar card.
It's the 10th Chimchar card design. It was illustrated by Sui. I like the unique angle and it's swinging through the vines. Chimchar has 50 HP. It's 1 foot 8 and 13.7 pounds. It has one move, Flare, which isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fire energy and hits for 20 damage. Chimchar is weak to water for double, which mirrors its weakness to water in the video games. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to grass, metal, and fire, as it's resistant to bug, often classified as grass in the TCG, steel called metal in the TCG, fire, and grass in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Chimchar to retreat. Its description reads, "It is very agile. Before going to sleep, it extinguishes the flame on its tail to prevent fires." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and Scarlet. In the bottom right corner, there's the symbol for the Plasma Storm, the 8th expansion to the Black and White series in the TCG.
I have a Monferno card, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. So now let's see why other people have Chimchar. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we send fan art, so it's separate with TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Chimchar. This is two monkeys having fun in the jungle by an average Italian. This is at least partially made using AI, so it's a Chimchar and a Grookey. And they're, playing in the thing. But yeah, all are partially made in AI. So it's the same with this one as well. Then we've got Chimchar by Rally Kitty. It's this nice image of a Chimchar here. Picking some berries, I guess. PKMN, Fire Starters by Finny. I feel like I maybe did this one in one of the past ones. This is the first 5 generations of Fire Starters. You got Charmander, Cyndaquil, Torchic, Chimchar, and Tepig. Nice image here. Seems to be maybe it's from 2011, I guess. It's a combination of 2 different artists, or a collaboration between 2 different artists. Then we got Art Gift, a fiery geyser of love and friendship by Scout Eevee. So this image of a Chimchar and a Mudkip with really weirdly realistic eyes. Just doing this pose, I guess. It seems to be some fan art of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. I don't know what it says in the background. Art gift downwards to their next exploration by Scout Eevee, another Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fan art here. Again, a Chimchar and a Mudkip. We've got Chimchar by Wave Sun 77. So that's nice art here. I guess it's a Pokemon Art Academy art that they colored and posted. That's fun. This doesn't contain a Chimchar, so we'll move on.
Next to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Piplup before I can get a Chimchar. Tomorrow I'm talking about Monferno. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me in a few seconds, as yesterday I ran out of time to watch the Torterra anime section, so I promised I would watch it at the end of this video.
Hello and welcome to the Torterra anime portion of the video. As you can see, I'm here. This and all of the Gen 4 and 5 anime movies I have on Blu-ray, so I can record a little bit differently than how I do the episodes. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai in this film. Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamo Town, where they've met Alice and her Chimchar. She's taking them around town, and they just bought cotton candy, and Ash just ate Brock's cotton candy, and started jokingly running away. Yeah. Oh, and there's a song going on, so I don't know how much of the audio I'll be able to play. There's the Torterra. The trainer of the Torterra. And that seems to be Torterra's first scene in the anime.
Hello, today we'll be talking about Monferno, the first of two firefighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, the other being its evolution, Infernape. Monferno is also the first Fire-type evolution, Fighting-type Pokemon in evolution, Fighting-type Pokemon that evolves, and Dual-type second-stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, being the evolution of Chimchar, who evolves at level 14. Its previous PYC dates are March 23rd, 1997, January 12th, 2000, November 2nd, 2002, August 23rd, 2005, June 13th, 2008, April 4th, 2011, January 23rd, 2014, November 13th, 2016, September 4th, 2019, and June 25th, 2022. While I would normally say that I most know Monferno as Ash Ketchum's Pokemon, I genuinely don't remember that part of the anime. I definitely remember Ash having a Chimchar, and I definitely remember Ash having a Infernape, but for some reason, I don't remember the time when it was a Monferno. Anyway, I think it's interesting that the evolution line becomes more monkey-like with each stage. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Monferno, the playful Pokemon. His number is 0391. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire Fighting. Abilities: Blaze and Iron Fist is his ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups field and human-like. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot 11 or 0.9 meters. Weight is 48.5 pounds or 22 kilograms. Base experience yield is 142. Regardless. Leveling rate is medium slow. Yield is 2, 1 in special attack and 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is brown and base friendship is 70. So as I kind of mentioned yesterday, I think the reason why it's classified as brown is because no orange. So that was like the closest they could come up with. Also, this one has a little bit more of a brown body, I guess, than that one does. Monferno is a dual-type fire-fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Chimchar, starting at level 14, and evolves in Infernape, starting at level 36. Biology: Monferno is a bipedal, primate-like Pokemon. Orange fur covers most of its body, except for its ears. Muzzle, fingers, circular areas on its palms, feet, and chest, which are tan. A small tuft of fur extends from the top of Monferno's head, and it has oval, brown eyes. Its eyes have thick blue markings above and a small red marking in between. Its muzzle is short and blunt, with 2 small pointed teeth in its upper jaw. There is a white ruff of fur around its neck and gold bands around its arms, near its shoulders. It has 5 fingers on each hand, but only 3 toes on each foot. Its long tail has a red ring around the base and a flame burning at the tip. The flame on Monferno's tail has several purposes. Primarily, it can be controlled to keep opponents at an ideal distance or stretched in order to make Monferno appear larger. The size of its flame, in combination with the brightness of its facial marking, indicates this Pokemon's position in its pack. The bigger the flames and the brighter the pattern, the higher the Pokemon's position. In addition to using its flame tail as a weapon, Monferno can also leap from ceilings or walls to perform aerial attacks. Evolution: Monferno evolves from Chimchar and evolves into Infernape, so Chimchar, Monferno, Infernape. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. To intimidate attackers, it stretches the fire on its tail to make itself appear bigger. Pearl. It uses ceilings and walls to launch aerial attacks. Its fiery tail is but one weapon. Platinum. It skillfully controls the intensity of the fire on its tail to keep its foes at an ideal distance. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. A bigger fire on its tail and a brighter blue pattern on its face means its rank in its pack is higher. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum's the Gen 5 entries and X's entry. Alpha Sapphires is Pearls and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond. To intimidate attackers, it expands the fire on its tail to make itself appear bigger. Shining Pearl. It uses ceilings and walls to launch aerial attacks. Its fiery tail is but one of its weapons. Legends Arceus. The deeper the blue on its face, the more powerful it will grow to become. It leaps about every which way and lands powerful blows against its opponents with the flame on its tail. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum, the Gen 5, X, and Alpha Sapphire's entries. Violet, a bigger fire on its tail and a brighter blue pattern on its face means it holds a higher rank in its troop. Monferno, the Blueberry Pokedex. It's kind of fun. You get a bunch of Monferno and some Chimchar. It's, yeah, very well done. In the snow environment. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus for normal. It has the Citrus Berry, 25% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed to Mastery, 20% of the time. Grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 64, attack 78, defense 52, special attack 78, special defense 52, speed 81, for a total of 405. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, ghost, electric, dragon, and fairy. Weak to flying, ground, water, and psychic, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to bug for a fourth, and steel, fire, grass, ice, and dark, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 16. So upon evolution, it gets Mach Punch. 16, it gets Fury Swipes. 19, Flame Wheel. 26, Faint. 29, Torment. 36, Close Combat. 39, Fire Spin. 46, Acrobatics. 49, Slack Off. And 56, Flare Blitz. By TM, since this has a different typing than its pre-evolution, we'll read them. TM001 Takedown, 3 Fake Tears, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 14 Acrobatics, 18 Thief, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 60 U-Turn, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 116 Stealth Rock, 118 Heat Wave, 122 Encore, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 140 Nasty Plot, 141 Fire Blast, 144 Fire Pledge, 157 Overheat, 150 Focus Blast, 165 Flare Blitz, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terror Blast, 179 Smackdown, 181 Knockoff, 184 Vacuum Wave, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 195 Burning Jealousy, 199 Lash Out, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, and 229 Upper Hand. By breeding, we're skipping nothing by a prior evolution, TCG only moves, Fire Fang on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmi in the browser entry. It spits embers and blobs of fire to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting fire. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Monferno always want to be the toughest in their pack, so they like harsh environments that toughen them up. That's why you can find them training in steep, dangerous places around the volcano. Evolution data, Chimchar, level 14, Monferno, level 36, Infernape. Sprites here, so a little darker, a lot more brown, actually. Well, yeah, more or less the same. I mean, a little bit slightly different. But yeah, more or less the same. And we got this sort of pink and purple, and I guess red for shiny here. It's sort of yellow body, a lot like shiny Chimchar's was. I don't think I mentioned that. And Gen 5, get the full back sprites. Oh, you can see the red marking around, yeah, still. So, that's a little bit, not great animation that it moves up and down like that. Yep. Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptations, not this kind of orange. Yeah. Gen 7, not really much changes. Gen 8, this game's models. Okay, and homes, you got these models. Animation. Monferno in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Ash's Monferno's the big one. Flint's Monferno's another big one. Pokedex entries. So, I've already recorded this first one in the anime. So, if you're new here, what I'll do is I will
cut to that one and then read the second one.
Monferno, the playful Pokemon in the evolved form of Chimchar. Monferno launches aerial attacks off of ceilings and walls, and its fiery tail is used as one of its weapons.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 132, in Dawn's Pokedex, Monferno, the playful Pokemon in the evolved form of Chimchar. It controls its flaming tail to keep its opponent at an ideal distance when battling. In the manga, Monferno in Pokemon Adventures, ZCG. Trivia. Monferno shares its category with Pancham. They are both known as the playful Pokemon. I read the second point in the Chimchar video. Origin. Monferno may be based on a golden snub-nosed monkey or a mandrill, a primate similar to a baboon. It also appears to be a direct impression of the monkey Kung Fu, a type of martial arts, which could explain its fighting type. Name origin, Monferno, may be a combination of monkey and inferno. Mokuzaru may be a combination of mocha, roaring flames, and saru, monkey. In other languages, I see also references, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Monferno's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 554, Camping It Up. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, family companions Brock and Dawn, have entered a summer academy for Pokemon training to, help them train their Pokemon. And here he has met Angie, and they have both grabbed a Pokeball from a box of random Pokeballs, and she is about to release the Pokemon.
Now!
Here's the Monferno.
Cool, it's a Monferno.
Monferno, the playful Pokemon in the evolved form of Chimchar. Monferno launches aerial attacks off of ceilings and walls, and its fiery tail is used as one of its weapons.
Angie's the name. Nice to meet you.
Looks like you rubbed Pokemon the wrong way, too.
Be quiet.
Okay, so I would say that is Monferno's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Monferno card.
It's the first Monferno card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official image on a, well, I wouldn't say cool background, but it certainly isn't the worst for it, just because it's a picture of clouds at sunset. Monferno has 70 HP. It's 2'11" and 48.5 pounds. Since this is our first evolution card in this generation, I'll point out that this is a second stage card, which means to play this card, the player must first have a Chimchar card and play it on top of that one. Monferno has two moves, Flame Dance and Fury Swipes. Flame Dance isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fire energy and hits for 30 damage. The player then searches their discard pile for a fire energy and attaches it to Monferno. Since I already talked about how Fury Swipes works in the video games, I'll just talk about how it works on this card. On this card, Fury Swipes cost 2 of any energy. The player flips 3 coins for every heads the player gets. The move does times 20 damage, so this move can do 0, 20, 40, or 60 damage. Monferno is weak to water for plus 20 damage, which mimics its weakness to water in the video games. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to grass, metal, fire, and Turctus, as it's resistant to bug, often classified as grass in the TCG, steel, called metal in the TCG, fire, grass, and dark, called darkness in the TCG, in the video games. It costs no energies for Monferno to retreat. Its description reads, to intimidate attackers, it stretches the fire on its tail to make itself appear bigger. This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. It's level 18. In the video games, it would be 18 levels from evolving into Infernape. Speaking of Infernape,
I don't have an Infernape card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Piplup. Now let's see why other people love Monferno. Now let's look at fan art.
hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody said in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Monferno. Since these first two don't contain a Monferno, we'll start with this third one. So this is Moonbow Dragon by Hachel. So this Monferno here looks like it's running through some rings of fire or something. That's fun. Then we've got Monferno, Chimchar, and Infernape by Francis John. So this nice image of a Monferno, Chimchar, and Infernape in their stylized style. Then we've got Monferno and Azumarill by It's Galaxy 365. So these Monferno and Azumarill and like the model version, I guess. And I don't know who these two people are, maybe the artists. Then we've got Monferno 2D by 22T Jones. So this sort of flat version of Monferno here. Then we've got Monferno Accidentally Punch on Thomas by 22T Jones. So this fun little combination of Monferno punching Thomas the Tank Engine. Very interesting. Then we've got Monferno by Sarah Richford. So we got this nice image of a Monferno and a shiny Monferno here, posing, yeah. Then we've got Monferno and Infernape gained the Aura type by Eric GL, 1996. So I guess it's sort of their alternate version, and maybe some Aura type is something that they created, I don't know. But, you know, Chimchar, Fire type, Monferno, Fire/Aura type, Infernape, Fire/Aura type. Pokemon DPE 153 Monferno by Gui D. Rosso. I'm pretty sure this is just a screenshot from the anime, but a very nice one. Pokemon DPE 163 Monferno 2 by Gui D. Rosso. So just more images of Monferno from the anime here. Very nice images. They've got Monferno Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. So I don't know if this is an actual model or the one they've made, but it's still pretty. It's very good. And we've got Pokemon Anime Series Zack and Cody by Alex Rule 77, so they're sort of fan art version of Zack and Cody from the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody in the Pokemon world, like what their Pokemon be. So we got a Monferno eating some berries here, a couple Eevee, a Prinplup eating a berry as well, Brazen, Yanmega, Houndoom, Alolan Ninetales, and I think the Elegant Pattern Vivillon. Yes, very nice image here. Then we've got Monferno Paper Mario Style by Vin Cha Le 1997. So, yeah, that's just nice Monferno with an outline, kind of how Super Mario does it. At least the newer ones do, anyway. And I've got number 142, Pokemon Evolution Line, Monkeys on Fire by Imaz Arts. So, you've got, you know, just the Chimchar, Monferno, and Infernape here on this volcano. Very nice. Then we've got Pokemon Quest Sora versus Maylene Gym Battle by Will Dino Master 55. So this kind of fun idea of, you know, sort of if it had the Pokemon world and was fighting, I guess, Maylene here and her Lucario. Then we've got Pokemon DP E147 Monferno Total Dial 1 by G.D. Rosso. So I guess sort of this combination of these two screenshots. We got Cynical here and a Chikorita here, and Cyndaquil again here, yeah. Interesting. Monferno base by Skitty Bases, so this nice, like, base Monferno here, yeah, very well done. And this doesn't contain a Monferno, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to catch Latios, Latios, Groudon, and Rayquaza in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Infernape. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Infernape, the second of two firefighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, the other being its pre-evolution Monferno. Infernape is also the first Fire-type final evolution and Fighting-type final evolution introduced in Gen 4, being the final evolution of Chimchar, who evolves into Monferno, who evolves at level 36. Its previous BYC dates are March 24th, 1997, January 13th, 2000, November 3rd, 2002, August 24th, 2005, June 14th, 2008, April 5th, 2011, January 24th, 2014, November 14th, 2016, September 5th, 2019, and June 26th, 2022. I most know Infernape as one of Ash Ketchum's Pokemon in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. I also know Infernape from the box art of Pokemon Battle Revolution. I also know Infernape from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. As I mentioned yesterday, I think it's interesting that the evolutionary line becomes more monkey-like with each stage. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Infernape, the flame Pokemon, whose number is 0392. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire Fighting, abilities Blaze. Iron Fist is its inability. Gender ratios 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups field and human-like. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 121.3 pounds or 55 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 209. In Gen 4 and 240 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV is 3, 1 in attack, 1 in special attack, 1 in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. As I mentioned in the last couple of days, I think the big reason why it's classified as brown is because there's no orange. Infernape is a dual-type fire-fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Monferno, starting at level 36, is the final form of Chimchar. Biology, Infernape is a bipedal, primate-like Pokemon that is primarily reddish-brown with sections of white fur on its chest, head, and lower legs. Several gold markings adorn its body, swirls, circular ones on its knees and shoulders, flame-shaped ones on the back of its hands, and a stripe around its back that forms 2 swirls on its chest. On top of its head is a large flame which is never extinguished. Infernape has an orange, rounded muzzle, long, round ears, with blue inside, and a red ridge over its eyes. The eyes themselves are blue with yellow sclera. There are 5 blue digits on both its feet and hands, and it has a long tail. This agile Pokemon practices a unique kind of martial art that involves all of its limbs, as it shrouds itself in flames and uses fiery punches and kicks. This form of battle is comparable to dancing. Infernape is also known to possess unrivaled speed and agility. Infernape's flame is also said to never go out. Evolution: Infernape evolves from Monferno and is the final form of Chimchar, so Chimchar, Monferno, Infernape. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond, it uses a special kind of martial arts involving all its limbs. Its fire never goes out. Pearl, its crown of fire is indicative of its fiery nature. It is beaten by none in terms of quickness. Platinum, it uses unique fighting moves with fire on its hands and feet. It will take on any opponent. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it tosses its enemies around with agility. Uses all its limbs to fight in its own unique style. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold, Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, a tall, hardy Pokemon with a dazzling appearance. It shrouds itself in flames and battles as if engaged in dance, truly a sight to behold. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this Pokemon confounds opponents with its speed, uses all its limbs to fight in its own unique style. Violet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Infernape are the Blueberry Pokedex. Kind of on top of this mountain here, that's kind of fun. You can see it posing, yeah. Game locations, side game locations. In events, held items in Legends Arceus, normal, Citrus Berry 35% of the time, King's Leaf 15% of the time, graded by level. Alpha, EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, graded by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 76, Attack 104, Defense 71, Special Attack 104, Special Defense 71, Speed 108 for a total of 534. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, ghost, electric, dragon, and fairy. Weak to flying, ground, water, and psychic all for double, immune to nothing, resistant to bug for a fourth, and steel, fire, grass, ice, and dark for half. Learn set by leveling up. So if you're new here, the REM means by move reminder, which is a thing. I don't know if it's a thing, a person, or whatever, but it's a way to get moves back. I think from a previous evolution that this one can't learn. So we'll read those and the Evo and then go down to 42. By move reminder, it gets Taunt and Slack Off. Upon evolution, it gets Close Combat, 42 Fire Spin, 47 Flare Blitz, 52 Acrobatics, 58 Calm Mind, and 65 Raging Fury. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by a prior evolution. TCG only moves. Rage on this card. High Jump Kick on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmy in the browser entry. It spits bombs of fire to attack. It also has an explosive attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting fire. Got this. Pokepark B, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Infernape came to the Lava Zone to battle. He likes to cut loose at Venusaur's Vine Swing. Tangrowth's Swing Along, and a few other attractions too. Got all this. Evolution data. Chimchar, level 14. Monferno, level 36 Infernape. Sprites here, so a little different orange, a lot lighter orange. And a little bit different in the eyes. That's interesting. Flames are, of course, a little bit more cartoony and, different. Yeah, but more or less the same. You can see the band on the backs, right? And you got this sort of pink and purple, kind of like its pre-evolution was. Interesting. Oh, and the golden parts are kind of like just like a light yellow. Interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you got these models in this game. You can see how much golden, more like actual golden it looks like. In Homes, you got these. Other sprites, Platinum's Intro Sprite. In Animation, Infernape and Pokemon Cherries the series. Ash's Infernape is the big one. Flint's Infernape is another big one. Okay. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 163, in Dawn's Pokedex. I have now heard what Dawn's Pokedex sounds like, and it uses the same voice actress. But since it's before the episode with Ash's Pokedex that I've heard, I'm unsure if this was still the voice actress figuring out the voice, she wanted to use, or if she distinguishes the voice between the two Pokedexes. Until I find out, I'll assume the latter, and base my impression on the audio that I've heard. Infernape, the flame Pokemon, and the evolved form of Monferno. Infernape's fiery crown reflects its fiery nature, and its speed is unmatched. Master Anime Trailer, got all that. Gotcha, Pokemon Evolutions, Infernape and Pokemon Evolutions, the manga, Infernape and Pokemon Adventures, all in color. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and Ultimate. Infernape appears in the background in the Kalos Pokemon League stage. It appears in the Blazing Chamber along with other Fire-type Pokemon, namely Tepig, Blaziken, and Pyroar. Wii U trophy information in the North American version. Infernape's flames burn like a raging inferno. That's probably how it got its name. The fire on its head never goes out, and the flames on its hands and feet, combined with its unique skills, make Infernape look like it's performing some kind of elaborate fire dance when it fights. In the PAL version, doesn't the name just conjure up images of this fair creature living a peaceful life in the forest of ferns? You know, Infernape. What, you think it's actually to do with Inferno? Well maybe. Anyway, it has a crown of fire that never goes out, and combines flames and fighting in a way that looks like some kind of fire dance. Trivia. I read this first point and the sub-point in the Charmeleon video. I read the second point in the Chimchar video. Origin. Infernape appears to be based on a monkey with some elements of a chimpanzee. The gold elements in its design, as well as its Japanese name, may be linked to Son Goku, the Japanese interpretation of the character Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is the main character in the Chinese epic Journey to the West, and is a monkey with powerful abilities. Infernape may also be based on the Vanara, a race of monkey-like humanoids in the Hindu epic Ramayana. Specifically, Hanuman, who was granted immunity to fire and is believed to have influenced Sun Wukong. It may also be based on monkey kung fu. Name origin. Infernape may be a combination of Inferno and Ape. Gaukazaru may be a combination of Goka, Hellfire, and Inferno, and Saru, monkey. Now languages. He also references external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Infernape's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, Shaman companions Brock and Don, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamos Town, where they have met Alice, who's taking them around town, and they've met a few trainers here. On a sort of montage, and there's a song, so I might have to silence the audio. There's Infernape and Brock's Krogan. Brock. And I would say that is Infernape's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Infernape. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Infernape. So we've got Infernape Pokemon Render by Encina Never Dies. So we've got this nice model of an Infernape. It very much looks like it's 2D, but apparently it's 3D. You can kind of tell it's 3D. But yeah, very nice. Pokemon TCG Pocket Inferno Deck by X Dread Dragon X98. So I guess it's fan art for the release of the Inferno Deck and Pokemon TCG Pocket. So you got a Moltres, the Infernape, and a Charizard here. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Commissions 12 by Albert Wilson. So it's a bunch of fusions here. The Infernape and a Greninja here, a Rapidash and a Golurk, Empoleon, I think, and Lugia, Lycanroc and Spectrier. This is apparently a Pokemon evolutionary line here. This one is Rhyperior and Cosmoem and Minior and Joltik. Very nice image here. Then I've got Blaze State Infernape by Nako Gemming. Yeah, it's this nice image here. Kind of looks like it's a screenshot from the anime, maybe. That's been kind of cut out in a little bit, yeah. Then I've got Thiva Runa 5 by Hachel. So this alternate version of an Infernape here and a Zangoose. It's a nice environment, very interesting. This doesn't contain an Infernape, so we'll move on.
Next to everyone to submit a fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch Groudon and Rayquaza in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Piplup. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Piplup, the first Water-type Pokemon, first Water-type base Pokemon, first Water-type base Pokemon that evolves, introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are March 25th, 1997, January 14th, 2000, November 4th, 2002, August 25th, 2005, June 15th, 2008, April 6th, 2011, January 25th, 2014, November 15th, 2016, September 6th, 2019, and June 27th, 2022. I most know Piplup as Dawn's starter. I also know Piplup as my starter in Pokemon Pearl, whom I named Pip. I also know Piplup from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I also know Piplup as one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix. I also associate Piplup with the YouTuber TCNick3, particularly as a member of Party Crashers, as his former profile picture was of Dawn's Piplup. Piplup, being the water and blue starter, is my favorite of the 3 Sinnoh starters. I also think it looks cute. I love the idea of a water-type penguin Pokemon. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Piplup, the penguin Pokemon, whose number is 0393. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities: Torrent. Competitive is its hidden ability in Gen 9+, at least Gen 9 at this point, whatever. Defiant is its hidden ability from Gen 5 to 8, which is interesting, because that implies that maybe hidden abilities were introduced in Gen 5, which might explain why I'm not familiar with them. Gender ratios: 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group's water 1 and field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 11.5 or 5.2 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 66 in Gen 4 and 63 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. AV yield is 1 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Piplup is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Prinplup starting at level 16, which evolves into Empoleon starting at level 36. Along with Turtwig and Chimchar, Piplup is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Sinnoh, available at the beginning of Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Biology: Piplup is a light blue, penguin-like Pokemon, which is covered in thick down to insulate against the cold. It has a dark blue head with a primarily white face and a short yellow beak. The dark blue feathers on its head extend down its back and around its neck, which causes it to appear to be wearing a cape. There are 2 white ovals on its chest, and a small light blue marking resembles a crown above its beak. It has flipper-like arms and yellow feet with 3 toes each. So you can see Piplup's cape here. Piplup has a strong sense of self-pride because of its pride. It has a hard time accepting food from humans and bonding with its caretakers. It will even puff out its chest after it falls down, which it often does due to its poor walking abilities. However, it is a skilled swimmer that can dive over 10 minutes in order to hunt. It has also been shown to fly short distances in the animated series. It lives along the seashore in colder climates. It has been recently seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. Piplup rejecting food. Moved on. Evolution: Piplup evolves into Prinplup, which evolves into Empoleon, so Piplup, Prinplup, Empoleon. Game data: NPC appearances, Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Piplup is one of Pikachu's best friends. He is found keeping a trapped Wynot company in the beach zone after falling through the mysterious tunnel. Once the Wynot is safe, he takes a Pikachu-shaped hot air balloon back to the meeting place where he mends it. He later accompanies Pikachu to the Sky Pavilion along with Chikorita and Charmander, where he meets Mew. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond: Piplup is the only one of Pikachu's old friends to return, accompanying him to a new Pokepark. They venture to Wish Park together and try to save some of the Pokemon trapped there. Piplup becomes trapped in the Wish Park after saving Pikachu and Oshawott lives. He is later found by Zorua and Zorark and announces that he wishes to stay in Wish Park so he can help the Pokemon who are coaxed into coming. Piplup is later taken by Gothitelle in exchange for setting Victini free, and is then manipulated by Darkrai. Piplup later awakens Pikachu from Darkrai's nightmare and encourages Pikachu to seek out his missing friends after their memories were taken by Darkrai right before the final battle. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. Because it is very proud, it hates accepting food from people. Its thick down guards it from cold. Pearl. It lives along shores in northern countries. A skilled swimmer, it dives for 10 minutes to hunt. Platinum. A poor walker, it often falls down. However, its strong pride makes it puff up its chest without a care. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. It doesn't like to be taken care of. It's difficult to bond with since it won't listen to its trainer. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Mega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl. It lives along the shore in northern countries. A skilled swimmer, it dives for over 10 minutes while hunting. Legends Arceus prefers cold climes and appears along coasts. It's an adorable little thing, as cute as any child, but it's also prideful, unwilling to accept handouts from people. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X and Omega Ruby's entry. Piplup in the Blueberry Pokédex, I got 4 of them, that's nice. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. Oran Berry, 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time, graded by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time. Grid items by level. Show how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 53, attack 51, defense 53, special attack 61, special defense 56, speed 40 for a total of 314. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. We do grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1 pound, 4 growl, 8 water gun, 11 charm, 15 peck, 18 Bubble Beam, 22 Swagger, 25 Fury Attack, 29 Brine, 32 Whirlpool, 36 Mist, 39 Drill Peck, and 43 Hydro Pump. By TM002 Charm for Agility, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 19 Disowning Voice, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 58 Brick Break, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 123 Surf, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 145 Water Pledge, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 193 Weather Ball, 196 Flip Turn, 203 Psych Up, 208 Whirlpool, 212 Triple Axle, and 216 Feather Dance. By breeding, this group gives it Aqua Ring, this group gives it Feather Dance, this group gives it Power Trip, this group gives it Roost, this group gives it Snore, this group gives it Supersonic, and this group gives it Yawn. There's a note here. Skeledirge learns Yawn on its own, only version 2.0.1 onwards, so that's this one. TCG only moves, Muddy Water on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia. In the browser entry, it spits water to attack. Guardian Signs, it attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon float. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark Pad entry, Piplup is your best friend. He followed you through the mysterious tunnel. He landed in the beach zone. He wishes he could fly. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. For those of you who are new this generation, much like the Pokemon Ranger series, I don't say Pokepark Pad entry again. I'll just read the entry. Pikachu's childhood friend. He called Pikachu to have an adventure in Pokepark with him. He is serious about everything. Think on all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Piplup isn't a great walker with all its stumbling and falling, but it's very good at swimming. It likes to find shells underwater and show them off to its friends. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Halloween Mischief. We got this little pumpkin hat. And Lucas Hat and Dawn Hat. Evolution data, Piplup, level 16, Prinplup, level 36, Empoleon. Sprites, so slightly different blues, I would say, in the feet. Yeah, I don't know. Everything else is basically the same, though. This is sort of a different blue. It's, I don't know, almost like a teal, I guess. Kind of blue. Definitely interesting. The beak seems to also be slightly different yellow. The Platinum one, I don't think really much changes, just a slightly different angle. Let's retain that in Heart Gold and Soul Silvers. Arms might be a little bit longer. Feet might be a little bit bigger. But yeah, overall. Gen 5, get the full back sprites. Got these, not really much change, it's just, it kind of almost goes back to the Diamond and Pearl sprites. It's interesting, yeah, that's weird. It's probably the closest I've seen in Gen 5. Look to its Gen 4 counterpart. Colors might be slightly different, though. In Gen 6, you got the models. Pretty good adaptation here. Yes. Slightly different yellow, slightly different blues, probably. Yeah. In Gen 6, you've got not much changes, other than, I guess, the angle of the picture they took. In Gen 8, you got these models in this game. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Platinum Intro sprite
and Penny in Pokemon Super Contests. So I think that's a NPC in Pokemon Super Contests, I guess. In animation, Piplup in Pokemon Journeys the series. Dawn's Piplup is the big one. A Piplup egg in Pokemon Journeys the series. Team Pokepals is another big one. Pokedex entries. If you're new to this series, this is what it looks like if there's multiple Pokedex entries across various generations. So we got the Diamond and Pearl one is these colors, Black and White's these colors, Journeys is this colors. I will, for the most part, use the same Pokedex voice, since I don't know what these Pokedex voices sound like, if they're any different. At least I think the Rotom phone one is different. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 3, in Ash's Pokedex. Piplup, the penguin Pokemon, is very proud, and its thick down protects it from the cold. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 143, in Lyra's Pokedex, since I have no idea what Lyra's Pokedex sounds like, I'm just gonna use the same voice. Piplup, the penguin Pokemon. Although not the most sure-footed, it is proud, nonetheless, getting right back up after a fall with head held high. In Black and White, episode 86 in Ash's Pokedex. Piplup, the penguin Pokemon. Piplup's limited walking skills often causes it to fall down, but that never hurts its pride. In Journeys, episode 8 in Ash's Rotom phone. Piplup, the penguin Pokemon. A water type, Piplup is a proud Pokemon and an excellent swimmer, and it has a layer of down that keeps out the cold. Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Piplup in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Pokemon Evolutions. Piplup in Pokemon Evolutions. Gotcha. Bidoof's Big Stand. Piplup in Bidoof's Big Stand. Got all these in the manga. Piplup in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG, in the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. On being released from a Pokeball, Piplup slides along the stage using Surf. Anyone caught in it will be pushed until Piplup disappears, or pushes the character off the stage. Piplup will keep using Surf even when off the stage. Piplup in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information. A penguin Pokemon. It's one of the starter Pokemon received from Professor Rowan when the player departs from the Sinnoh region. It's a water type, so is strong versus rock and ground types. It's very cute but filled with pride. It hates to accept food from people. When it levels up, it evolves into Prinplup. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. While Piplup no longer appears from Pokeballs, having been replaced by Oshawott, it makes a cameo appearance in the Kalos Pokemon League stage. When the stage transitions to the Flood Chamber, it can be seen in the background along with Blastoise, Wailord, and Clawitzer. Trophy information? You wouldn't think it from its adorable exterior, but this Pokemon is very proud and often won't listen to its trainer. When it walks on land, it waddles and even falls over sometimes. All in a suitably cute way, but once it's in the water, you'll see its true potential. It's a skilled swimmer and can dive for over 10 minutes at a time to hunt. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Piplup appears as a spirit. Trivia. Piplup shares its category with its evolved form and Ice-Q. They are known as the penguin Pokemon. Piplup is the most selected Sinnoh first partner Pokemon in the animated series, being the first partner Pokemon of Dawn, Kenny, and Tyler. Piplup was designed by Yusuke Omura. In February 2007, a piece of merchandise at Toy Fair used Pachirisu to refer to this Pokemon, leading some fans to believe that it would be Piplup's English name. However, another item at the same event referred to it as Piplup. Origin, Piplup is likely based on a young penguin, possibly an emperor penguin chick. The light blue crown-shaped marking above its beak may allude to emperor penguins or to emperors and kings in general. Piplup's body looks like it is clothed in a tailcoat, which is often compared to black and white plumage of penguins. Name origin, Piplup is derived from plop or plup, the sound of a pebble hitting the water. It may also incorporate pip, a stage of growth in baby birds immediately before they hatch from the eggshell. Pachama is derived from pacha pacha, the sound of a pebble splashing in water. It may also incorporate Bachama, young master. Now, languages, he also references external links to the first partner trios and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Since we watched Piplup's first scene in the anime, in the Turtwig video, let's watch Piplup's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. In this episode, Dawn here is about to start her Pokemon journey and is imagining what it would be like to become a coordinator with Piplup.
Spotlight! Bubble Beam, go!
Wow! Now that's the definition of the perfect bubble beam! Can't
That is Piplup's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Piplup card, except it's not a Pokemon card. It's a trainer card. Super Scoop Up.
It's the 5th Super Scoop Up card, and the first to feature this illustration, which is by Shizuru. I love how it depicts Piplup and its water energies being sucked back into the Pokeball. With this card, the player flips a coin. If they get heads, the player returns their active Pokemon card and all the energies used on it to their hand.
I don't have a Prinplup card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Empoleon. Now let's see why other people love Piplup. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead of looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Piplup. This first one is TOT Reunion by the Norian Rose. So it's this shiny Piplup and this Grovyle here, sort of hugging, I guess, after reuniting. I think it's a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fan art here. Piplup seems to have like a scar or something. That's interesting. Very well done. Then we've got Dawn by AI Art F4. So obviously this is AI art of Dawn and here Piplup, presumably the one from the anime. Well, it kind of looks more like the one from the games. Then we've got Piplup Gaming by Sob Yellow. So this Piplup and with this blue controller and kind of beanbag ready to play games. That's fun. Then we've got My Drawing of Piplup by Real Winter 03, so yeah, this nice, I think, is it colored pencil, I think? Drawing of Piplup here. Very well done. Then we've got Shiny Piplup emote by Phoenix 24, so this is Zaris Do Not Use. Then we've got Dawn by Fel 95, so this nice, cute drawing of Dawn and Piplup. Probably the one from the anime, but it could also be the one from the games. I don't know. And we've got Pokemon Shiny Series 054 Piplup by Fire for Battle. So this nice shiny Piplup here. You got all those shiny sparkles. Yeah, nice cool pose. Very well done. This is Splash My Way by Zura Galaxy. So this is AI art of Piplup here. So it's supposed to be, I guess, more realistic. Pretty obvious signs here. The weird eyes and these things are like weirdly flat, even though they're actually feather patterns. Yeah. Then we've got Piplup and Dewat Surfing Together by An Average Italian. This is also AI art of Piplup and Dewat together surfing, obviously. Yeah. Then here's another one. Yeah, okay. Then we've got Old Pearl, the Piplup by Buizel. Seems to be from either November 10th or 20th, I can't really tell, 2020, or maybe October 11th, 2020, depending on how they do the dates and whatever the second number is. Very, very nice, kind of stylized a little bit of fun stylization details there, that differs from the standard Piplup. Then we've got Starry Night by Calvin Hobbs Holmes. It's this nice, beautiful image of group of Pokemon here. We've got Piplup, Lucario, Cubone, Gengar, Rowlet, and Hangry Morpeko down here. Very nice image, very beautiful background. I like it. So this is Piplup Transparent number 1 by Nico Ham 2020. So this nice image of a Piplup here. It kind of looks like it's probably from the anime cut out. Yeah. Piplup joins the battle Smash Bros by Klutzk. So this AI art, obviously, of Piplup here, I guess in a pose, like, how they would imagine it being in the Super Smash Bros. Style, except, the fact that it's already been in Super Smash Bros. Before. We saw that in the Velvepedia article. This is N, like English, I guess. The Fiery Fist Fighters, EP2, page 53, by the Black Toad M. So this comic, we're jumping right into it. We have no context for this. So this Chimchar, they say, "Thanks for reminding me, Finn. I did nothing wrong. I will not play along with your game." And then this angry Piplup here. You're so prepared already, says the Snivy, with a mask on and next to a coughing. Interesting. I have analyzed your tactics from your battle against Drowsy from coughing. If you confidently said that you're well prepared for this, then prove it to me with all you have. I don't know if they're friends. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, weird. Okay, then we've got Piplup by Riley Kitty. This nice painting of a Piplup here on this ice floe. Very well done. Then we've got How Time Flies by Copy Kitten 21. Looks like we're only gonna be doing the first one because it's gonna be the evolutions of these guys. So it's an Oshawott, an Eevee, and a Piplup. This kid here, and then the next image would probably be their evolutions. This is Piplup Pixel Over by Choco Stareye. So this nice little image of a Piplup, you know, kind of swimming, I guess, probably. Yeah, doing like a bubble attack. That's very nice. And then we've got Piplup Tink by Sob Yellow. Yeah, so just a Piplup with a tank, I guess. Yeah, interesting. This is Agony is Born of Desire by Spazzy Artist 1999. So it's this very stylized Piplup. This point it hardly looks like a penguin at all, but whatever. And this realistic background. Yeah. Then this doesn't contain a Piplup, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Latios and evolve Feebas into my Lodic in Pokemon Ruby. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Prinplup. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Prinplup, the first water-type evolution, and first water-type evolution that evolves, introduced in Gen 4, being the evolution of Piplup, who evolves at level 16. Its previous PYC dates are March 26th, 1997, January 15th, 2000, November 5th, 2002, August 26th, 2005, June 16th, 2008, April 7th, 2011, January 26th, 2014, November 16th, 2016, September 7th, 2019, and June 28th, 2022. I most know Prinplup as Pip, my starter in Pokemon Burrow. I also know Prinplup from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I love how Prinplup feels like an in-between of Piplup and Empoleon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Prinplup, the penguin Pokemon, whose number is 0394. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water, abilities Torrent, and Competitive is its hidden ability in Gen 9+. Defiant is its hidden ability in Gen 5 through 8. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45, 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 50.7 pounds or 23 kilograms. Basic experience field is 143 in Gen 4 and 142 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV is 2 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Prinplup is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolved from Piplup starting at level 16 and evolves into Empoleon starting at level 36. Biology: Prinplup is a blue penguin-like Pokemon. It is mostly dark blue with light blue facial markings, wing tips, and lower body. Its eyes are blue and it has a short yellow beak with a small point above it. Two large yellow ridges extend from its beak over the back of its head and meet just above the nape of its neck. On its body are 4 large white spots that resemble buttons. Instead of arms, it has long, sturdy flipper-like wings that are capable of knocking over and snapping trees. It has short legs with yellow 3-toed feet. Prinplup has a high sense of self-pride which prevents it from forming groups of its own kind. This Pokemon can be found in icy waters where it hunts for prey. Prinplup can swim gracefully in the cold seas. Its singing voice has been compared to a roaring tide. Evolution: Prinplup evolves from Piplup and evolves into Empoleon, so Piplup, Prinplup, Empoleon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. It lives alone, away from others. Apparently every one of them believes it is the most important. Pearl. Its wings deliver wicked blows that snap even the thickest of trees. It searches for prey in icy seas. Platinum. Because every Prinplup considers itself to be the most important, they can never form a group. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It lives a solitary life. Its wings deliver wicked blows that can snap even the thickest of trees. To Gen 5, Pokedex entries are basically Platinum's entry, but Prinplup is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. It swims gracefully through the frigid sea and sings with a voice like the roaring tide. It has powerful, sturdy wings and dignity to match. In Gen 9, Scarlet. It lives a solitary life. Its wings deliver wicked blows that can snap even the thickest of trees in half with a single hit. Violet is the Gen 5 entries. Prinplup and the Blueberry Pokedex. There's two of them, and you can see that they're not really together. They're separated. That's fun. Oh wait, that's interesting. The pattern. I never really thought about it as like a feather pattern. It makes sense. They're gonna. Yeah, it's less of like solid colors. It's more like they've blended in together. That's actually really cool. Game locations, side game locations, held items in Legends Arceus, normal, Citrus Berry 25% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, Grid items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 64, Attack 66, Defense 68, Special Attack 81, Special Defense 76, Speed 50, for a total of 405. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. We do grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn stat by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 19. So, upon evolution, it gets Metal Claw, 19 Bubble Beam, 24 Swagger, 28 Fury Attack, 33 Brine, 37 Whirlpool, 42 Mist, 46 Drill Peck, and 50 Hydro Bump. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, by prior evolution. So if you're new this generation, I probably should have explained this in the Grottle video, but I didn't. I guess wanted to wait until we actually had something here. So this is a section that only appears on evolution pages, as I've done in the Grottle, Torterra, Monferno, and Infernape video. If they don't have anything, there's nothing by prior evolution. If it has a move that only has through the prior evolution stage, it'll point this out. In this case, it's just going to be Piplup, but like if it were Empoleon, for example, it might have Piplup and Prinplup. But yeah, so I'll say like Piplup gives it the move Pound. If there's just the one, like in this case, I'll read all of them like I would the other couple categories I've talked about. So it's a physical, normal type move. Its power is 40, accuracy is 100, and PP is 35. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It hurls blobs of water. It also attacks by ramming. Guardian Signs. This Pokemon does not have a browser entry. What? What do you mean this Pokemon doesn't have a browser entry? Okay, got this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Prinplup guards the chairlift in the Iceberg Zone. His favorite attractions are Gyarados' Aqua Dash and Empoleon's Snow Slide. Evolution data, Piplup, level 16, Prinplup, level 36, Empoleon. Sprites here, so, okay. A little different in the blues. Yeah, that's a lot less, I guess it, yeah, that's interesting. It's just light blue rather than that kind of blue, although that might have been the same kind of blue that one was at the time. I don't remember. But yeah, pretty much the same. Well, a little bit more simplified, of course, but otherwise, yeah. These are a lot closer together. Again, yeah, all very kind of simplified. Shiny here, so basically the same colors as Piplup's. Maybe slightly darker colors here, but yeah, more or less the same. Then Platinums has this kind. Stretches it out a little bit, I think. Makes it a little bit taller. But more or less, yeah, the face is the big thing that changes. Yeah. The feet seem to be a little bit smaller as well. Gen 5 here. Again, kind of seems like it goes back to the Gen 4 ones with slightly different colors. But the full back sprite as well, that's nice. And then in Gen 6, get the models. Pretty good adaptation here. Yep. In Gen 7, not really much changes. A little bit different in the eyes, I think, but overall, yeah, basically the same. Colors might be slightly different as well in the models. Then in Gen 8, you got these models in this game. Homes, you got these. Other sprites, Platinum Intros sprite. Animation, Prinplup in Pokemon series, Diamond and Pearl. Kenny's Prinplup is the big one. Pokedex entries, I'd already record this first one in the anime section, so we'll let Dawn's Pokedex read it.
Prinplup, the penguin Pokemon, and the evolved form of Piplup. A strike from its wings can be harmful as it searches the oceans for prey.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 26 in Ash's Pokedex. Prinplup, the penguin Pokemon, and the evolved form of Piplup. One blow from its wings is strong enough to knock down trees. Pokemon Evolutions, Prinplup in Pokemon Evolutions, with Barry, the manga. Prinplup in Pokemon Adventures, in color, that's fun. the TCG. Trivia, I read this point in the Piplup video. Origin, Prinplup is based on a penguin. The crests on its head suggest it may be based on a species of crested penguin. Prinplup's body looks like it is clothed in a tail coat adorned with buttons, often likened to the black and white plumage of penguins. Name origin, Prinplup may be a combination of prince and plup, sound of a pebble hitting water. Koitashi may be a combination of pacha pacha, sound of a pebble splashing in water, and Kotaishi, crowned prince. In other languages, see also external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Prinplup's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 470, Dawn of a New Era. In this episode, Ash gets from the main characters, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, have come to a Pokemon Center to sort of heal up and stuff. And a few other trainers have arrived to ask Mirstoy for help, healing up their Pokemon and stuff.
Hey,
There's the
we're
Prinplup.
back! Would you take care of our Pokemon?
I would say that is Prinplup's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Prinplup. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV in our fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Prinplup and Empoleon gained the Wealth type by Eric Gull 1996. So, got this fun little image here, I guess. Have them giving them the Wealth type. Kind of replacing the Steel type, I guess, a little bit. This one, yeah. And so, goes from Piplup, Water type, Prinplup, Water/Wealth type, Empoleon, Water, Wealth type. Yeah, nice little graph here. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch Latios and evolve Feebas into my Milotic in Pokemon Ruby. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Empoleon. As always, that's my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Empoleon, the only Water Steel Pokemon. In Gen 4, it's the first Steel type Pokemon, first Water type Final Evolution, and Steel Evolution and Final Evolution, being the final evolution of Piplup, who evolves into Prinplup, who evolves at level 36. Its previous BYC dates are March 27th, 1997, January 16th, 2000, November 6th, 2002, August 27th, 2005, June 17th, 2008, April 8th, 2011, January 27th, 2014, November 17th, 2016, September 8th, 2019, and June 29th, 2022. I most know Empoleon in Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, where it's the zone keeper of the beach and iceberg zones and the attraction chief of Empoleon Snowslide. I also know it from the box art of Pokemon Battle Revolution. I think it's interesting that its secondary typing is Steel and not something more logical for a penguin, Ice. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Empoleon, the Emperor Pokemon, whose number is 0395. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Steel. Since this is our first and only Water Steel Pokemon, I'll point out the Water inside and the Steel outside. Abilities, Torrent. Competitive is its hidden ability in Gen 9+. Defiant is its hidden ability in Gen 5 through 8. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 in field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters. Weight is 186.3 pounds, or 84.5 kilograms. Basic experience skills 210 in Gen 4 and 239 in 5+. Loving race, medium slow, EV yield is 3 in special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Empoleon is a dual type Water Steel Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Prinplup, starting at level 36, is the final form of Piplup. Biology, Empoleon is a large navy blue penguin-like Pokemon. It has a wide yellow beak that extends upward into 3 pointed horns that form a trident-shaped crest, bracketing blue eyes. Large horns are a symbol of leadership and strength for Empoleon. There is a blue marking resembling a crown over its eyes, and a white lacy marking running down its chest. A blue fin-like projection forms a collar around its throat and runs down the length of its chest and belly. On its back are 2 raised gold bumps and a second blue fin that forms its tail. Its yellow feet are webbed with 3 toes each, and its feathers form ruffs above its feet. It has wide flipper-like wings rimmed with blue along the tips and 3 golden claws. The edges of these wings are comparable to master-crafted blades capable of slicing through ice flows, and this Pokemon will use them to attack anyone or anything that damages its pride. However, it prefers to avoid unnecessary disputes at times. When swimming in the water, Empoleon can move as fast as a jet boat. In Hisui, people have revered Empoleon since ancient times, referring to it as the master of the waves. Evolution: Empoleon evolves from Prinplup and is the final form of Piplup, so Piplup, Prinplup, Empoleon. Game data: NPC appearances, Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Empoleon is the leader of the beach and iceberg zones, residing at the latter. He's in charge of Empoleon's snowslide. Pokedex entries: in Gen 4 Diamond, the 3 horns that extend from its peak attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns. Pearl, it swims as fast as a jet boat. The edges of its wings are sharp and can slice apart drifting ice. Platinum, if anyone were to hurt its pride, it would slash them with its wings that can cleave through an ice flow. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it avoids unnecessary disputes, but it decimates anything that threatens its pride. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is showing Pearl of their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus, since ancient times it has been revered by the people of Hisui, who called it the master of the waves. Its wings are a match for even master-crafted blades. In Gen 9, Scarlet, if anyone were to hurt its pride, it would slash them in two with its wings that can cleave through an ice flow. Violet, it avoids unnecessary disputes, but will mercilessly decimate anything that threatens the safety of its colony. Ooh, that's new. Colony? Interesting. Empoleon in the Blueberry Pokedex. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus: Normal, Citrus Berry 35% of the time, King's Leaf 15% of the time, Griddles by level, Alpha, EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, Griddles by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 84, Attack 86, Defense 88, Special Attack 111, Special Defense 101, Speed 60 for a total of 530. Pokeathlon stats: Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Ghost, Fire, Grass, and Dark. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Electric, all for double. Immune to Poison, resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, Bug, Water, Psychic, Dragon, and Fairy, all for half. And Steel and Ice for a fourth. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. For these last 2 points, because they are essentially saying the same thing, and really should probably be the same point, except, you know, with Dark and Ghost type moves, I combined them in 1 point. So prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark type and Ghost type moves was half, so both went from a half to 1. If they were different, like, say Dark was actually now double now or something like that, I wouldn't combine them, but otherwise, yeah. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 39. Upon evolution, it gets Aqua Jet, 39 Whirlpool, 46 Mist, 52 Drill Peck, 59 Hydro Pump, and 66 Wave Crash. By TM, since it has a different typing than its pre-evolutions, we'll read them. TM 001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 19 Disarming Voice, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 40 Air Cutter, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 57 False Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 65 Air Slash, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 93 Flash Cannon, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 110 Liquidation, 116 Stealth Rock, 123 Surf, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 145 Water Pledge, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 154 Hydro Cannon, 163 Hyper Beam, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 174 Haze, 181 Knockoff, 184 Vacuum Wave, 191 Uproar, 193 Weather Ball, 196 Flip Turn, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 199 Lash Out, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 212 Triple Axle, 216 Feather Dance, 221 Throat Chop, and 223 Metal Sound. By breeding, we're skipping. By prior evolution, Piplup gives you Pound. It's a physical, normal type move, power 40, accuracy 100%, PB has 35. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmi in the browser entry. It attacks by spitting bubbles and blobs of water. Guardian Signs. This Pokemon does not have a browser entry. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark ban entry. Empoleon is a zone keeper protecting the beach zone and the iceberg zone. He is the attraction chief of Empoleon Snowslide. He values a strong mind.
Evolution data, Piplup, level 16, Prinplup, level 36 Empoleon. Sprites here, so a little bit chunkier, I guess, a little bit shorter, squatter, and yeah, a little bit bigger in that way. And the eyes are a little bit different. Yeah, but more or less the same, I'd say. I got these colors again, like the other two were.
So then in Platinums, the eyes seem to become more the recognizable eyes. This is still sort of a dark blue. I just realized I didn't even point that out. It's not quite the almost black color that we have now. Yep, don't really have much changes though. 5s here, slightly darker colors, and the full back sprites. It's cool. Yeah, Gen 6, so we got the more black color, or black like blue color, whatever it is. And we've got, they're sort of a little bit taller, a little bit thinner. They seem to be a little taller, the horns. And this is not as pronounced, the tail, I guess. Yep. In Gen 7 seems to make the tail even less pronounced. But overall, pretty much the same. Then Gen 8 in this game, we got these models. And Homes, we got these models. In animation, Empoleon in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Barry's Empoleon is the big one, and Kenny's Empoleon is another big one. You got all the Pokedex entries in Sun and Moon, episode 142, in the Rotom Pokedex. Empoleon, the Emperor Pokemon, a water and steel type. Empoleon can swim as fast as a jet boat. The edges of its wings are sharp and can slice through an iceberg with ease. Pokemon Evolutions, Empoleon and Pokemon Evolutions, the manga, Empoleon and Pokemon Adventures, all the color, got all these, and the TCG. Other appearances, Pokken Tournament. Empoleon is a battle Pokemon in Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Aqua Jet, Ice Beam, Defog, Steel Wing, Drill Peck, Cut, Waterfall, Rock Smash, and Surf. During Synergy Burst, it can use the Burst Attack Deep Blue Monarch. So, Empoleon in Pokken Tournament. Trivia, no other Pokemon has the same type combination as Empoleon. Due to this unique type combination, Empoleon is the only fully evolved first partner Pokemon which neither resists nor weak from the moves of the other first partner Pokemon types, Fire and Grass. In addition, this type combination provides the most resistances plus immunities for Empoleon out of all fully evolved first partner Pokemon. At 11, 8, 1/2 resistances, 2 1/4 resistances, and 1 immunity. Empoleon is the only evolved first partner Pokemon to be Steel type. In Pokemon Black and White, a biker gang called the Black Empoleon will gather along the Tube Line Bridge on Friday nights. If the player defeats their leader, they will rename themselves after the player's lead Pokemon. Origin, Empoleon appears to be based on an Emperor Penguin and an Emperor about its royal appearance. Based on its name in various languages, Empoleon may specifically take inspiration from Napoleon Bonaparte, an emperor of France. Empoleon's beak has the appearance of both a crown and a trident, a fishing tool, and the weapon of choice for the Greek god of the sea, Poseidon. Empoleon also bears some resemblance to the royal penguin. Its ability to cut through ice with its sharp wings could be a reference to an icebreaker. Name origin, Empoleon may be a combination of Emperor Penguin, South Pole, and Napoleon. Emperte may be a combination of Emperor Penguin and Bonaparte, Napoleon's surname. Now the languages, see also, external links, let's move on.
And now let's watch Empoleon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Alice, and have come to Alamos Town, where they have run into these trainers here who have challenged them to a battle, and this is Dawn's Piplup. Trying to pose against Empoleon. And that is Empoleon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Empoleon card.
This is the third Empoleon card design, although it's the second of 2 Empoleon Level X cards. It was illustrated by Shizuru. I like how this illustration looks like Empoleon is swimming and getting ready to slice the opponent. It has 140 HP. This card doesn't have a height, weight, or description. Well, it kind of does, but we'll get back to that later. It has one Pokepower, Supreme Command, and one move, Hydro Impact, sort of, but we'll get back to that later. Before the player attacks, if Empoleon is in a condition to fight, the player can use Supreme Command to remove 2 random cards from the opponent's hand and make them out of play until the end of the opponent's turn. Hydro Impact is in the move in the video games. On this card, it costs 3 water energies. The player chooses one of the opponent's Pokemon and hits it for 80 damage. If the player chooses a benched Pokemon, this is 80 unmodified damage. After using this move, Empoleon can't attack until its next turn. The description is replaced by the Level Up rule. This rule allows the player to use all the moves and any Pokepower and Pokebody from the Empoleon card in which the player put Empoleon level X. It's weak to lightning for plus 20 damage, which mimics its weakness to electric in the video games. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to colorless, fighting, grass, metal, water, and psychic. As it's resistant to normal, called colorless in the TCG, flying, often considered colorless in the TCG, rock, often considered fighting in the TCG, bug, often considered grass in the TCG, steel, often called metal in the TCG, water, psychic, ice, often considered water in the TCG, and dragon, at this point, often considered colorless in the TCG. In the video games, it costs 2 of any energies for Empoleon to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the promo symbol. In this case, it's promoting the Diamond and Pearl expansion.
I have a Starly card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Empoleon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Empoleon. This is Empoleon and Piplup by Asad Farouk. This nice little image of an Empoleon and a Piplup like they're their child, you know, on this ice flow here. That's kind of nice. You got some steel in the background, that's fun. The Piplup's enjoying the snow. Then we've got Commission number 12 by Albert Wilson. So we did this one in the Infernape video, but we can do it again. So the Empoleon and Lugia down here. Infernape and Greninja, Rapidash and Golurk, Spectrier and Lycanroc. This one's a Fakemon evolutionary line. This is, well, they're Joltik and Minior with a Rhyperior / Cosmoem. It's very well done. Then we've got Mega Empoleon by Harlequin Waffles. So there's an Omega Empoleon, but this is what they imagine it would look like. Very nice. It's gonna have the, you know, yeah, it's more like royal appearance to it with the red, and it's all, yes, very well. So it's Mega Empoleon, water, steel. Let's see. This artwork is a fan-made design created by Harlequin Waffles, while the creator retains all rights to the specific artwork. The creator grant Nintendo, Game Freak, and the Pokemon Company the right to use this design in previous Mega Pokemon design concepts. The creator made as inspiration or reference for official Pokemon designs, provided that proper attribution is given as the original creator. For any inquiries regarding the commercial use for this design or its adaptation, its official Pokemon designs, please contact harlequinwaffles@gmail.com. Okay. At Harlequin Waffles. Very nice. Then we've got Empoleon by Horosaki. This is this alternate shiny version of Empoleon here. Very well done. Then we've got Snowball Fight by Calvin Hobbs Holmes. So this fun little snowball fight between like a probably trainer and their Pokemon. Yeah, so got the Empoleon protecting the trainer, and with a Pinsir, yeah, providing the snowballs. On the other side we got Abomasnow, Gengar, Houndoom, and Luxray here. Yeah, very well done. I like the art. Then we've got 395 Empoleon by Code Geass 1218. So this, I guess, version of kind of the official art, but less outlined, I think. Interesting. Then we've got Pokemon and Graveler Fusion by Hiloon Art. This is nice Graveler and Empoleon fusion here. You can see you've got 4 wings and stuff, and yeah, it's very well done. This doesn't contain a Empoleon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Bidoof before I can evolve Prinplup into Empoleon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Starly. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Starly, the first normal type, flying type, and normal flying Pokemon and base Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are March 28th, 1997, January 17th, 2000, November 7th, 2002, August 28th, 2005, June 18th, 2008, April 9th, 2011, January 28th, 2014, November 18th, 2016, September 9th, 2019, and June 30th, 2022. I most know Starly as one of Ash Ketchum's Pokemon in the Gen 4 era of the anime. I also know Starly as one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix, which is quite fitting today, as one of Starly's outfits is called Colorful Eggs, which is Easter themed. This hat is particularly interesting since it makes the arches on its head look like eyebrows, which amuses me. I like how simple, yet recognizable, Starly's design is. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Starly, the Starling Pokemon, whose number is 0396. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal flying, abilities Keen Eye, and Reckless is its hidden ability in Gen 6+. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg group flying, catch time 15 cycles, height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters, weight is 4.4 pounds or 2 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 56 in Gen 4 and 49 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, AV yield is 1, and speed, shape is that. Footprint is that, Pokedex colored brown, and base friendship is 70. Starly is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves in Staravia, starting at level 14, which evolves in Staraptor, starting at level 34. Along with Pachirisu and Munchlax, Starly is one of the 3 partner Pokemon of Almia, available at the beginning of Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia. Biology: Starly is an avian Pokemon with primarily grayish-brown plumage. There is a white marking on its face resembling a mask, and a white spot on its chest. The top portion of the mask marking is smaller on the female. The rest of its head and the lower half of its wings are black. Starly has a long orange beak with a black tip and oval black eyes with white pupils. Small tuft of feathers curls over the back and its head, and a small pointed ruff surrounds its neck. It has 2 black tail feathers with a white feather between them. Its feet are orange with 3 toes in the front and 1 in the back. Starly's small wings are powerful enough to leave foes with an injury that can last for a week. However, although capable of flapping its wings powerfully, Starly is weak and inconspicuous when alone. Starly congregates in mountains and fields, forming large flocks to protect itself. However, individuals will begin to bicker if the group becomes too large. This Pokemon's cry is harsh, and singing can become annoying. It preys on small bug Pokemon and Cherubi's nutrient-rich second head. As depicted in the Lonely Snover, it has also been seen consuming the acorn-like berries grown on the bushes of Grottle. Evolution: Starly evolves into Staravia, which evolves into Staraptor. Starly, Staravia, Staraptor. Game data: NPC appearances, Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia. Starly can be chosen to be the player's first partner Pokemon, or can be obtained by clearing a quest in Haruba Village. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. They flock in great numbers. Though small, they flap their wings with great power. Pearl: usually with a large flock, it is barely noticeable when alone. Its cries are very strident. Platinum: because they are weak individually, they form groups. However, they bicker if the group grows too big. Heart Gold and Soul Silver: they flock around mountains and fields, chasing after bug Pokemon. Their singing is noisy and annoying. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl with their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus: they live in fields and mountains, gathering in large flocks. Their cries are quite obnoxious. Though small, their wings are strong. A strike from them leaves pain that persists for a week. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Y and Alpha Sapphire's entries. Violet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Starly in the Paldea Pokedex. You can see a flock of 6 of them, that's fun. Starly in the Kitakami Pokedex, you got a flock of 3 of them. You can see a lot more of their feather details, that's fun. And this town here, which yeah, that kind of makes sense. Those kind of birds. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. If you're new this generation, as I mentioned back in the Turtwig video, so sometimes multiple games will have items, not just Legends Arceus. And so in this case, sometimes this also happens where multiple games will have the same item and they're grouped together this way. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, and White has the Yache Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal has the Apricorn 40% of the time, the Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, Grid Items by Level, Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grid Items by Level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 55, defense, special attack, and special defense 30, speed 60 for a total of 245. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, electric, and ice, all for double. Immune to ground and ghost, resistant to bug and grass for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up: 1. Tackle and Growl, 5. Quick Attack, 9. Wing Attack, 13. Double Team, 17. Endeavor, 21. Whirlwind, 25. Aerial Ace, 29. Takedown, 33. Agility, 37. Brave Bird, and 41. Final Gambit. By TM, TM001, Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 40 Air Cutter, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 60 U-Turn, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 97 Fly, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 118 Heat Wave, 130 Helping Hand, 160 Hurricane, 164 Brave Bird, 171 Terra Blast, 191 Uproar, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 216 Feather Dance. By breeding, this group gives it Astonish. So, if you're new this generation, this is a TM for the move Double Edge. I'll read the note here. No Pokemon in the Flying Egg group can learn Double Edge via level up. However, the move is available via TM 204 and can be passed down from the Doduo line, Noctowl, the Murkrow line, Altaria, the Starly line, the Ducklet line, the Rufflet line, the Fletchling line, Noivern, Corviknight, Squawkabilly, and Espathra, or copied via Mirror Herb. This group gives it Feather Dance, this group gives it Fury Attack, Skarmory gives it Sand Attack, and this group gives it Uproar. TCG only moves, Peck on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It sends out Twisters, it also brands to attack. Guardian Signs, it launches Twisters. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Starly are found playing in many of the Pokepark's zones. They favor Pelipper's Circle Circuit above any other attraction. Got all these. New Pokemon Snap at the Photodex entry. On clear days, you'll often see Starly flying around the research camp. Sometimes they get startled and flee, but even then, they tend to stay close by. It's surprisingly brave of them. Evolution data, Starly, level 14, Staravia, level 34, Staraptor. Sprites here, so not much different. The circle seems to be a little bit smaller, that's the big difference. And the feet, you can't really tell the feet too well, those are a little lack of detail. But also, yeah, probably more simplified than this. Yeah, the eyes are just like little lines rather than circles. They can kind of see a little bit better on the back sprite. This generation introduced gender differences, and this is, I guess, one of the Pokemon that has it. So brown, a lot, more different kinds of browns. Maybe a cream-colored face as well for the shiny here. Then platinums, just kind of more or less the same. Maybe a little bit more detail on the feet there, but yeah, more or less, but a different angle, of course, as well. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites here. Not really much changes. Again, kind of seems like they maybe take inspiration. It's a little bit different than the Diamond and Pearl ones. It's like maybe a little bit in between of the two. I don't know. Yeah. Very good. The beak color is also different. Oh, I didn't even notice that. They're kind of more gold rather than orange. The beak and the feet. Yeah. In Gen 6, we get the models. A little bit strange in 3D, but not the worst, I guess. These, not really much changes. In Gen 8, in this game, better models, definitely. At Homes, we got these models. Other sprites, you've got Chirpy in Pokemon Super Contests, Flappy in Super Pokemon Contests, and Happy in Pokemon Super Contests. So these are probably 3 NPC Starly here for the Super Contests. In animation, Starly in Pokemon the series. Ash's Starly's the big one. I got this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, Episode 2, in Ash's Pokedex. Starly, the starling Pokemon. Starly normally travels in a flock, but when alone it is hard to notice. In Journeys, Episode 74, in Chloe's Rotomphode. Starly, the starling Pokemon, a normal and flying type. Starly moves in large flocks. Its body may be small, but its wing muscles are extremely strong. Pokemon Evolutions, Starly and Pokemon Evolutions. Bidoof's Big Stand, Starly and Bidoof's Big Stand. And the manga, Starly and Pokemon Adventures. All this, and the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Starly appears as a trophy. Trophy information. A starling Pokemon. It usually lives and travels in large flocks, so a single Starly will go unnoticed. To make up for this, its call is very noisy. It can often be found in places with heavy vegetation. Its small frame and cute appearance belie the incredible power with which it flaps its wings. When it levels up, it evolves into Staravia. Trivia. In Gen 5 games, Starly's hidden ability is the same as its first ability, Keen Eye, unlike its evolutions, which have the hidden ability, Reckless. A Starly that evolves into a Staravia with Reckless can be bred to produce Starly that will evolve into a Staravia with Reckless. If a Starly that will evolve into a Staravia with Reckless is transferred to the Gen 6 games, its ability will become Reckless. This means that in Gen 5, Starly is the only unevolved Pokemon without a hidden ability that evolves into a Pokemon with a hidden ability. Overworld sprites of Starly are shown in the intro of Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, and before the player and their rival encounter them in battle. They are the only non-legendary Pokemon to have overworld sprites in Diamond and Pearl that are not allowed at Amity Square. I read this final point and its sub-points in the Talo video. Origin, Starly appears to be based on a young, white-cheeked starling. Name origin, Starly may be derived from starling. Makuru may be a combination of Makudori, gray starling, and kuru, onomatopoeia of a bird's call. In a languages, see also external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Starly's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. In this episode, the narrator is introducing the Sinnoh region.
Soaring through
Starly,
the air,
Staravia,
gliding through the water, riding on the...
Yep, and that is Starly's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Starly card, but it isn't a Pokemon card. Instead, Starly appear on my Professor Oak's Visit Supporter card.
This is the first of two Professor Oak's Visit cards, with the other being a reprint of this card. For those of you who don't know, Supporter cards are a type of trainer card that were once their own thing, but have since become just a subheading of a trainer card. They are essentially character cards, as opposed to stadium and item cards, which are location and object cards, respectively. They alter the player's turn. In this case, Professor Oak's Visit causes the player to draw 3 cards and place one card of their choosing in their hand at the bottom of the deck. This card was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. I love the illustration. I love seeing Professor Oak watching over a couple Starly. It's a nice simple image, and the uncluttered background adds to the appeal.
I don't have a Staravia card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Bidoof. Now let's see why other people love Starly. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Starly used Roost by Torterra8. So it's this Starly using Roost, I guess. Yeah. Very well done image. That's it, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talked about Bidoof before I can catch a Starly. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Staravia. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Staravia, the first normal type, flying type, and normal flying type evolution, and evolution that evolves, introduced in Gen 4, being the evolution of Starly, who evolves at level 14. Its previous BYC dates are March 29th, 1997, January 18th, 2000, November 8th, 2002, August 29th, 2005, June 19th, 2008, April 10th, 2011, January 29th, 2014, November 19th, 2016, September 10th, 2019, and July 1st, 2022. I most know Staravia as one of Ash Ketchum's Pokemon in the Gen 4 era of the anime. I like how it feels like an adult version of Starly. If this had been its final stage, I think it would have been perfectly fine. Anyway, let's get into the Wolpedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Staravia, the starling Pokemon, whose number is 0397. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal flying, abilities, intimidate. Reckless is its inability, gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is 8 group flying, hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 34.2 pounds or 15.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 113 in Gen 4 and 119 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV is 2, and speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Staravia is a dual-type normal/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Starly starting at level 14 and evolves into Staraptor starting at level 34. Biology: Staravia is a grayish-brown avian Pokemon with black and white markings. Its head and upper body are primarily black, with an M-shaped pattern over its white chest. On its forehead is a grayish-brown spot, which is smaller on the female. On its face is a white mask-like marking with a pattern of spikes along the lower edge. It has small black eyes with white pupils and a long orange beak with a black tip. On the back of its head is a long tuft of feathers, which curves forward. The lower halves of its wings are black, and it has black tail feathers with a single white feather in the center. Its orange ancestral feet have black talons. Staravia lives near forests and fields where it hunts for bug Pokemon. Aware of its own weakness, it forms flocks of its own kind and cries noisily if left on its own. However, these flocks can be extremely territorial. When two different groups meet, they will have fierce territorial disputes. A strong Staravia can be identified by the plume it has on its head. Evolution: Staravia evolves from Starly and evolves into Staraptor. Starly, Staravia, Staraptor. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond, it flies around forests and fields in search of bug Pokemon. It stays within a huge flock. Pearl, it lives in forests and fields. Squabbles over territory occur when flocks collide. Platinum, recognizing their own weakness, they always live in a group. When alone, a Staravia cries noisily. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they maintain huge flocks, although fierce scuffles break out between various flocks. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is basically Platinum's entry, but Staravia is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, they fly around forests and fields in search of bug Pokemon, moving together in huge flocks. Shining Pearl, they live in forests and fields. Squabbles over territory occur when flocks collide. Legends Arceus, they form remarkably large flocks and are constantly fighting amongst themselves. I suspect that those with magnificent plumes on their heads are the strong ones. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X, and Omega Ruby's entry. Staravia in the Paldea Pokedex. Got 5 of them here, that's fun. And Staravia in the Kitakami Pokedex, you got a couple of them, that's fun. Game locations, side game locations. Held items, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has the Yache Berry 5% of the time. In Ranch, it has the Yache Berry 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, it has the Apricorn 40% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, grants by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, grants by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 55, attack 75, defense 50, special attack and special defense 40, speed 80 for a total of 340. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Steel, Fire, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Rock, Electric, and Ice, all for double, immune to Ground and Ghost, resistant to Bug and Grass for half. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll go down to 18 here. So 18 Endeavor, 23 Whirlwind, 28 Aerial Ace, 33 Takedown, 38 Agility, 43 Brave Bird, and 48 Final Gambit. By TM we're skipping. By Breeding we're skipping. By Prior Evolution is nothing. TCG only moves. Drill Peck on this card. Side game data. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmian, the browser entry. It sends out Twisters. It also rounds to attack. Guardian Science, it launches Twisters. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Staravia came to the beach zone to play. His favorite attraction is Pelipper's Circle Circuit. Got all this. Evolution data, Starly, level 14 Staravia, level 34 Staraptor. So sprites here, you know, a little different in the forehead, but not really much different.
otherwise. The feet are also a little bit more simplified as well. You get the gender difference, the smaller circle. Yep. Yeah, you got the shiny, same coloration as Starly's was. That makes sense since these have the same coloration as Starly as well. Regular form. Not really much changes in Platinum for the rest of the generation. I think they keep it more or less the same. It seems like the back sprite might change a little bit. In Gen 5, the full back sprites, not really much changes. In Gen 6, you got the models, so pretty good adaptation. Yeah. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, the models in these games. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Staravia and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Ash's Staravia is the big one. You got all this.
Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 13. In Dawn's Pokedex, Staravia, the starling Pokemon. Staravia flies over forests and fields and travels in large flocks. In the Moanco, Staravia and Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Adventure. This, the TCG. Trivia, Staravia and Staraptor were given their English names by Nob Agasawara. Origin, Staravia seems to be based on an adult starling, however, its features seem to be based more on an adult northern lapwing. Name origin, Staravia is a combination of starling and avian, pertaining to birds. Muku bird is a combination of Mukudori, gray starling, and bird. Now languages, see also, references, external links, let's move on.
Since we already watched Staravia's first scene in the anime, the Starly video, let's watch Staravia's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. In this episode, Dawn, a new Pokemon trainer, has come to pick up her new Pokemon at the lab, but they have gotten out, so she has agreed to find them in the forest. There's Staravia. And that is Staravia's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Staravia. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Hello Star Child, page 147 by Tiny Sweet Bunny. So I think we've done a couple of these pages for this comic before, but we're sort of, basically it's a random spot in the comic. So we've got this Zoroa saying, "I'm not strong enough, I'm not a good person, you shouldn't have to deal with my problems." And the Purloin says, "According to whom?" And looks out, yeah. "There's no weakness in needing help, isn't that just what it means to exist? Besides, not like we're any better when it comes to being good. We've all made mistakes, horrible mistakes, but that doesn't make us worthless." So we got a Mawile, Staravia, and Meowth here. Interesting. Yeah, don't understand the context. I'm sure it seems like a very, deep lore. We're on page 47, so I imagine this is a very long and convoluted comic. But anyway, that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Bidoof before I can evolve Starly into Staravia. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Staraptor. As always, this is my proper outfit. You can see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Staraptor, the first normal type, flying type, and normal flying type final evolution introduced in Gen 4. Being the final evolution of Starly, who evolves into Staravia, who evolves into Staraptor at level 34. Its previous BYC dates are March 30th, 1997, January 19th, 2000, November 9th, 2002, August 30th, 2005, June 20th, 2008, April 11th, 2011, January 30th, 2014, November 20th, 2016, September 11th, 2019, and July 2nd, 2022. I must know Staraptor as one of Ash Ketchum's Pokemon in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. Staraptor is a wild final stage. It looks even more emo than Absol. I imagine this is supposed to be an update of the cool bird Pokemon design from Pidgeot. To me, though, it just feels dated. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Staraptor, the predator Pokemon, whose number is 0398. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal flying. Abilities, Intimidate. Reckless is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 group flying. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 54.9 pounds or 24.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 172 in Gen 4 and 218 in 5+. Leveling grade is medium slow. EV yield is 3 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Staraptor is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Staravia starting at level 34. It is the final form of Starly. Biology, Staraptor is a grayish-brown avian Pokemon similar to a large bird of prey. It has small red eyes and a thin yellow beak with a black tip. There's a circular white patch on its forehead, which is smaller in the female. Larger white markings cover the front of its throat and chest, separated by a black ruff encircling the shoulders. A red-tipped black crest extends over its head, nearly reaching the tip of its beak. Staraptor is fussy about the shape of its comb, which it uses to appear larger and frighten enemies. It has large wings, 5 black-tipped tail feathers, and yellow feet with black talons. Its powerful wing and leg muscles allow it to fly effortlessly while carrying other Pokemon, small or large. Upon evolution, this Pokemon leaves its flock to live alone, as it has become strong enough to take care of itself. It can be highly aggressive, persistently attacking even larger foes in spite of illness or injury. Evolution, Staraptor evolves from Staravia and is the final form of Starly, so Starly, Staravia, Staraptor. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond, it has a savage nature. It will courageously challenge foes that are much larger. Pearl, the muscles in its wings and legs are strong. It can easily fly while gripping a small Pokemon. Platinum, it never stops attacking, even if it is injured. It fusses over the shape of its comb. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. When Staravia evolve into Staraptor, they leave the flock to live alone. They have sturdy wings. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Staravia and Staraptor and all the correct casing. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. It has left the flock, having gained enough strength to survive on its own. The astounding force with which Staraptor flies through the air allows it to carry away large, burly targets. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Y and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Violet is the Platinum entry and the Gen 5 entries. Staraptor, the Paldea Pokedex. Staraptor and the Kitakami Pokedex. It's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal, Apricorn 40% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, grid items by level. Stats, base stats. So if you're new this generation, sometimes, particularly in Gen 6, they change the base stats between generations. And so we'll compare generations 4 through 5 and Gen 6 onward here. So HP 85, that stays the same. Attack 120, that stays the same. Defense 70, that stays the same. Special attack 50, that stays the same. Special defense 50, going up to 60. Speed 100, that stays the same. This one has a total of 475. This one has a total of 485. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, electric, and ice for double, immune to ground and ghost. Resistant to bug and grass for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1. So we'll go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an iron ball or a ring target, or it is affected by smackdown or ingrain, the effectiveness of ground type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 41. So, upon evolution, it gets close combat, 41 agility, 49 brave bird, and 57 final gambit. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, nothing by a prior evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It creates gusts with its large fangs to attack. Guardian Science, it launches twisters. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Pad entry. Staraptor is a caretaker of the Granite Zone. He likes all attractions that involve flying, and he's a specialist at Pelipper Circle Circuit. You got all evolution data, Starly, level 14 Staravia, level 34 Staraptor. Sprites here, so not much different, slightly different angles. It's kind of hard to tell which is really different. Like maybe the eyes might be a little bit smaller. And this is more orange. It's actually orange instead of the yellow. Interesting. Then the females got the smaller dot, shiny, same kind of idea, except now the red is replaced with this kind of blue color. That's fun. Eyes become more obviously red in Platinums. Slightly different angles, well, for the sprites. In Gen 5, seems like the main difference is the full back sprites. Also seems to maybe be more back to the Diamond and Pearl one, but with like the red, like more clearly red eyes. Maybe slight variation as well. Gen 6 in the models, pretty good adaptation, I'd say. So the models seem to introduce the lighter coloration on the beak and claws here. Gen 7, not really much changes. That's Xerxes, you got these. Holmes, you got these. In animation, Staraptor in Pokemon Horizons the series. Ash's Staraptor's the big one. You got all this. Terra Staraptor in Pokemon Horizons the series. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl episode 66 in Ash's Pokedex. Staraptor, the predator Pokemon, and the evolved form of Staravia. Staraptor's ferocious nature means that it has no problem challenging much larger opponents. Diamond and Pearl episode 118, the same Pokedex. Staraptor, the predator Pokemon. Staraptor has an aggressive temperament and will bravely attack enemies that are far bigger than itself. Pokemon Evolutions, Staraptor and Pokemon Evolutions, Bidoof's Big Stand, Staraptor and Bidoof's Big Stand, all this, in the manga, Staraptor and Pokemon Adventures, got this. In the TCG, trivia, I read this point in the Staravia video, Origins, Staraptor is based on the white-cheeked starling, a common species of bird found throughout Asia. Combined with a bird of prey, although it largely resembles the starling in appearance, much of its inspiration comes from hawks and falcons, particularly its predatory nature and aerial speed. It also has strong similarities to the harpy eagle. The feathers hanging over its face are similar to the long-crested eagle. Name origins, Staraptor is a combination of starling and raptor, a predatory bird. Muku hawk, maybe a combination of mukudori, gray starling, and hawk. And other languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Staravia's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. We're at the very beginning of the episode.
The Sinnoh region, a breathtaking, awe-inspiring corner of the Pokemon world, complete with an amazing array of Pokemon. Soaring.
Okay, that's where we have to stop because that's where we started the Starly video, so let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Staraptor. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Staraptor. This first one is Navis by Lunar Turtle. So maybe Navis is the name of their shiny Staraptor. Very nice image here. Then we've got a veteran Staraptor adopt by Rudy the Shark. So this sort of more anthropomorphic Staraptor here. A sort of female, of course. Interesting. And we've got Commission, Ryan and Team by Harlequin Waffles. So this nice team, or Ryan, I guess, the trainer and his team. So we got Floatzel, Luxray, Staraptors there. Lucario, Infernape, and Garchomp here. It's very nice. This doesn't contain a Staraptor, at least not the Staraptor we're talking about, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 PM CUT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Latios in Pokemon Ruby. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bidoof. As always, this is my proper off, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Bidoof, the first pure normal-type Pokemon and base Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are March 31st, 1997, January 20th, 2000, November 10th, 2002, August 31st, 2005, June 21st, 2008, April 12th, 2011, January 31st, 2014, November 21st, 2016, September 12th, 2019, and July 3rd, 2022. Bidoof is one of the Pokemon I've been excited to talk about. I most know Bidoof as my Bidoof. Biddy, I don't know, was a slang term at the time, and I naturally pronounce it Bidoof, from Pokemon Pearl. This isn't the reason why I want to talk about it, though. In my Pokemon Ranch, I had a Bibarel. Wanting to complete the Pokedex without putting in the effort to evolve Bidoof, I always wanted to figure out how to move Pokemon from my Pokemon Ranch into Pokemon Pearl, but I never could. I also never could figure out how to put Bidoof in my Pokemon Ranch. I also know Bidoof as Biduffy, a nickname given to Bidoof on Zane Games. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Bidoof, the plump mouse Pokemon, whose number is 0399. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Ability, simple or unaware. Moody is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg groups water 1 and field. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 44.1 pounds or 20 kilograms. Base experience yield is 58 in Gen 4 and 50 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Bidoof is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Bibarel starting at level 15. Biology, Bidoof is a brown rodent-like Pokemon with 4 short legs. It has a short dark brown snout and a small red nose. Cream-colored markings cover its underside and surround its face. Round tufts of fur form its tail, with 5 on the male and 3 on the female. Similar tufts line the bottom of its face, and 2 singular ones form its ears. Bidoof's black paws have 3 toes with some webbing between them. Protruding from Bidoof's upper jaw are large incisors, which it uses for gnawing on wood and rocks. These teeth grow constantly, so this Pokemon needs to gnaw on hard substances to keep them ground down. The growth rate of Bidoof's teeth is similar to Rattata. This Pokemon can be found nesting in groups near bodies of water, usually building a nest of dams to live in. It is also known to wander into villages gnawing on people's houses. Despite its stout body and naive appearance, this Pokemon can be agile and not easily perturbed. Prior to Gen 5, Bidoof and its evolved form Bibarel were the only known Pokemon that could have Unaware as an ability. Evolution, Bidoof evolves into Bibarel, so Bidoof, Bibarel. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Bidoof is a member of Wigglytuff's Guild, the second newest recruit next to the player's team. He updates his Yup Yup journal over the course of the game. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia, 9 Bidoof, are used by Team Dim Sun's Wheeler. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, Bidoof stars in his own special episode, being the playable character. When Bidoof left home and first joined Wigglytuff's Guild, he often messed jobs up and wasn't really liked by anyone. One day, whilst visiting the Kecleon shop, he was approached by a Snover who gave him an old map before hurrying off. A Gligar and Bagon then appeared to be chasing Stover. The map showed a legendary dungeon known as the Star Cave, where Jirachi sleeps, and after learning about it from Chatot, Bidoof decided to go there and wished to make himself a stronger explorer. Snover finds Bidoof at the guild, and together they go to the Star Cave. However, upon reaching the end, Gligar and Bagon appeared, and Snover turned against Bidoof. It turns out that it was a trap, and Snover, Bagon, and Gligar were a gang of thieves called Team Rogue. They saw Bidoof's money when he visited the Kecleon shop, so they lured Bidoof to the Wish Cave, hoping to steal his money. Bidoof fights the 3 there, but fails. Before Team Rogue can steal Bidoof's money, the entire guild shows up to help him. Bidoof is touched that he is an appreciated member of the guild after all. Wigglytuff helps him blast open a hidden cave where Bidoof can find Jirachi. He finds Jirachi sleeping. It talks in its sleep, warning Bidoof that attacks in its sleep. Bidoof must defeat it to help it awaken. Bidoof makes his wish, and though given a lot of choices, Bidoof wishes for new juniors to join the guild so he could help them. The wish is fulfilled when the player and their partner join the guild, thus ending the story. Pokedex entries in Gen 4, Diamond. With nerves of steel, nothing can perturb it. It is more agile and active than it appears. Pearl, it constantly gnaws on logs and rocks to whittle down its front teeth. It nests alongside water. Platinum, a comparison revealed that Bidoof's front teeth grow at the same rate as Rattata's. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it lives in groups by the water. It chews up boulders and trees around its nest with its incisors. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinums, but Bidoof and Rattata are now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry, Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Bidoof has an unsophisticated face and is rarely flustered by anything. There have been incidents involving Bidoof sauntering into villages and gnawing on the houses without a single care. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal, Oran Berry 35% of the time, Swirled Apricorn 15% of the time, grid items by level, Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, grid items by level, Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 59, attack 45, defense 40, special attack 35, special defense 40, speed 31 for a total of 250. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, and resistant to nothing. Notice if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, so if you're new this generation, sometimes this happens when its last generation happens to be Gen 8, and there are multiple games in that generation that it appears in. It will have a couple headings. In this case, it has Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, which is BDSB, and later it'll have LA for Legends Arceus. We'll reef both boxes. So 1 Tackle and Growl, 5 Defense Curl, 9 Rollout, 13 Headbutt, 17 Taunt, 21 Yawn, 25 Crunch, 29 Takedown, 33 Super Fang, 37 Swords Dance, 41 Amnesia, 45 Superpower, and 49 Curse. In Legends Arceus, you can see it's a little different. Instead of it just learning a move, and that's it, apparently you can master it, and there's also power, strong style, and agile style power, and strong style accuracy. I don't really know what that means, because I haven't played this game. I don't read any of that. I'll just do learns, masters, and moves. Unless there's just one, then I'll read all of them. In Legends Arceus, at 1, it learns Rollout and masters it at 9. At 5, it learns Tackle and masters it at 14. At 10, it learns Bite and masters it at 19. 16, it learns Rest and masters it at 26. 23, it learns Crunch and masters it at 33. 31, it learns Swords Dance and masters it at 42. 40, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 52. By TM, TM 10, Work Up, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 28 Dig, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 73 Thunder Wave, 75 Swords Dance, 76 Stealth Rock, 82 Sleep Talk, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 88 Pluck, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding, this group gives it Aqua Tail, this group gives it Defense Curl, this group gives it Double Edge, this group gives it Fury Swipes, this group gives it Quick Attack, this group gives it Rollout, and this group gives it Skull Bash. So by tutoring, similar to the Learn set, sometimes it'll appear in multiple games here. So for the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, there's nothing, I'll say that. For Legends Arceus, what I do is I read the name of the game, and then I read the moves. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aqua Tail, Charge Beam, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Rest, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Stealth Rock, Swift, and Thunderbolt. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It occasionally pretends to attack. Guardian Signs, it lets loose shock waves to attack. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. They live in a house, in the river, in the meadow zone. Their favorite attraction is Bulbasaur's Daring Dash. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. When Bidoof find a nice spot by the river, they build a dam and make themselves at home there. Though the dam cuts off the flow of water for a while, it actually does great things for the environment. Evolution data, Bidoof, level 15, Bibarel. Sprites here, so basically the same. Eyes are a little bit more vacant, I guess. Yeah, but more or less, it's basically the same. And you can see the 5, or the back's right here. Makes it more obvious, the tails. Or the 5 little bumps for the tail, and the 3 bumps for the females. Gold, or kind of, I guess. Sort of like Teddy Graham colored brown here, and the lighter face, and this is sort of kind of a purplish color, and kind of looks like, I don't know if it's supposed to be the same red, and just the background makes it look like different, but it looks more orange in my opinion. Then Platinums, you got this. Oh, it stands up all the way. Oh, it slightly stands up. Well, that's interesting. I don't know if I've actually seen it stand up on side links before. Yeah. Yeah, I got that. Then in Gen 5, so you get full back sprites, but not, too much changes. Eyes do change a little bit more friendly, I think. Then we got the shinies, of course. In Gen 6, we get the models. Pretty good adaptation. I honestly think it maybe looks better in 3D than 2D. I don't know, it just adds more depth to it. And you got these models. It's pretty much the same. It's slightly different. Then in Gen 8, you got these games models. homes. You got these models. Other sprites, dots in Pokemon Super Contests, Nobby in Pokemon Super Contests, and Smiley in Pokemon Super Contests. I think these are probably NPC, Bidoof in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Bidoof in Pokemon Horizons the series, Bidoof Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky, I guess is the big one. All these. Male Bidoof in Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 23 in Ash's Pokedex. Bidoof, the plump mouse Pokemon. It gnaws on trees and rocks with its strong front teeth and lives in nests near the water. Bidoof's Big Stand. Bidoof and Bidoof's Big Stand. Pokatune's got a Pokatune, I guess. In the manga, Bidoof in Pokemon Adventures. With a Staraptor, interesting, a very large Staraptor. Or maybe they're very small? Wait. What? I think the clonks would indicate this is probably a Staraptor statue, not an actual Staraptor here. Call this the TCG. Trivia on July 1st, 2021. The Pokemon Company created Bidoof Day with several events related to this Pokemon in various media, such as Pokemon Go cards and on Pokemon TV. To commemorate, they released a music video parodying Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley entitled Bidoof Day Announcement. Months later, the official Pokemon YouTube account released Bidoof's Big Stand, a short film focused on the story of a Bidoof. So they've got Bidoof's Day flag. Origin. Bidoof appears to be based on a beaver or a gopher. It is particularly similar to the mountain beaver, a primitive relative of beavers lacking tails. Name origin, Bidoof may be a combination of beaver and doofus. Slang for a stupid person may also involve shadoof, a device used in some countries for drawing up water. Bippa may be a combination of beaver and depa, protruding tooth. In other languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Bidoof's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. In this episode, the narrator is introducing the audience to the Sinnoh region.
Water, thriving on the land, and sharing the land with all...
And that is Bidoof's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Bidoof's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Bidoof, as it's only the frames with Bidoof to the best of my ability. So Bidoof only appears on the sign here. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, after finding out that his father, Harry Goodman, has died in a car accident. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who was Harry Goodman's police detective partner. Tim and Detective Pikachu have met Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, who has explained that Harry isn't actually dead, but instead that he was taken by Mewtwo. Tim and Detective Pikachu have allied with Lucy Stevens and her Psyduck, and they have tracked down Mewtwo, who showed Tim and Detective Pikachu a vision that made it seem like Detective Pikachu had betrayed Harry, so the two had split off, and a little after this, Mewtwo was captured by who they believed to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son. Tim, Lucy, and her Psyduck have returned to the city at the beginning of the setting up of the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City Parade.
Watch the day's festivities.
News reporter. So, Detective Pikachu has found something at the site of the car crash that allegedly killed Harry, and he's come back to find this mess, and this mess is that Howard Clifford has put his mind aside of Mewtwo using something called the Neuralink, and he has released something called the Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. Using Mewtwo's powers, he can merge humans and Pokemon together, and he has done this because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and that Psyduck that just talked, and we'll talk a little bit more, here is Lucy inside of her Psyduck. So now we've cut to later in the film. Mewtwo has been separated from the Neuralink, and now is returning things back to normal. The Bidoof is over here. And now we've cut to a little bit later in the film. Mewtwo is explaining to Tim and Detective Pikachu the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because Harry's soul is put inside of Pikachu.
The father you have been looking for has been with you all along.
Vision, saved his soul and all And that is Bidoof's themes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Bidoof cards. We'll talk about the older one first.
It's the second Bidoof card design. It was illustrated by Yusuke Omura, an illustrator for the franchise, including character and Pokemon designer who began during the development of Diamond and Pearl. This was his first Pokemon card. I love how cute Bidoof looks, leaving the bushes, presumably emerging to an area with water, given the ledge. Bidoof has 60 HP. This card doesn't have a height, weight, or description. It has 1 move, tackle, and 1 held item, Wakan Berry. Held items are also called Pokemon tools in the TCG. They add an effect that can't be negated. In this case, the Wakan Berry makes lightning moves, reduced by 20 damage. This mimics the effects of the Wakan Berry in the video games, which typically reduces electric damage to half. Since I've already talked about how tackle works in the video games, I'll just explain how it works on this card. It costs 2 of any energy and hits for 30 damage. Bidoof is weak to fighting for plus 10 damage. This mimics its weakness to fighting in the video games. It isn't resistant to anything. It costs 2 of any energies for Bidoof to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Bidoof is level 11. In the video games, it would be 4 levels from evolving into Bibarel. The second card is the 5th Bidoof card design. It was illustrated by Atsuko Nishida. I love how cute Bidoof looks in what I can only assume is a whirlpool. I'm not sure what it's in. It shares its HP, weakness, resistance, and retreat cost with the other Bidoof card. This Bidoof is 3'3" and 44.1 pounds. It has 1 move, Whimsy Tackle, which isn't a move in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy. Upon winning a coin flip, it hits for 20 damage. Its description reads, "A comparison revealed that Bidoof's front teeth grow at the same rate as Cranidos." This is Platinum's Pokedex entry. In the bottom right corner, there's the Supreme Victor's expansion symbol. This Bidoof is level 12, 1 more level than the other Bidoof. In the video games, this Bidoof would be 3 levels away from evolving into Bibarel.
Speaking of Bibarel, I don't have a Bibarel card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Shinx. Now let's see why other people love Bidoof. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV nerd fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bidoof. Since these first 2 images don't contain a Bidoof, we'll start with this third one. This is Bidoof by Lucas Durham. So it says, illustration by Lucas Durham for the Pokemon TCG Illustration Contest 2024. Characters depicted are TM or copyright 2024, Pokemon/Nintendo/creatures/Game Freak. So you got this nice Bidoof image here on this log. Yes, very well done. I've got Bidoof by Zawis54, the simple Bidoof image. Very nice. And this doesn't contain a Bidoof. It's the one that we're talking about. So let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've gotten my new 3DS and played through Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire before I can catch a Bidoof. Because I don't know how long it will take before I can get my new 3DS, I'm going to stop mentioning that I won't be streaming until I'm ready to stream again. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bibarel. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Bibarel, the only normal water-type Pokemon. It's also the evolution of Bidoof, who evolves at level 15. Its previous BYC dates are April 1st, 1997, January 21st, 2000, November 11th, 2002, September 1st, 2005, June 22nd, 2008, April 13th, 2011, February 1st, 2014, November 22nd, 2016, September 13th, 2019, and July 4th, 2022. As I referenced yesterday, Bibarel is one of the Pokemon I'm excited to talk about. I most know Bibarel from my Pokemon Ranch. I also have a Bidoof Biddy in Pokemon Pearl. Wanted to complete the Pokedex without putting in the effort to evolve Bidoof. I always wanted to figure out how to transfer Pokemon from my Pokemon Ranch to Pokemon Pearl, but never could. I also never figured out how to put Bidoof into my Pokemon Ranch. As for its design, I love the idea of a beaver Pokemon, and Bibarel's design conveys this idea well. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Bibarel, the beaver Pokemon whose number is 0400. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal water. Since this is our first and only normal water Pokemon, I'll point out the normal inside, the water outside. Abilities, simple or unaware. Moody is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 127 or 26 Breeding is egg groups water 1 in field, hatch time 15 cycles, height is 3'3" or 1 meter, weight is 69.4 pounds or 31.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 116 in Gen 4 and 144 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2, and attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Bibarel is a dual-type normal/water Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Bidoof starting at level 15. Biology, Bibarel is a bulky, bipedal Pokemon similar to a beaver. Brown fur covers most of this Pokemon with a tan bib-like pattern on its chest. Its face is covered by a tan mask with a rounded extension over each eye. The male will have an additional extension to the side of each eye, while its forepaws are small and slightly webbed. Its hind paws are larger and more rounded. Both sets of paws are black with 3 toes, but the hind paws have circular tan paw pads. Bibarel's large, flat tail is black with a tan, wavy marking near the tip. Rounded tufts of fur line each side of its face. Its short, dark brown snout has a small red nose and protruding upper incisors. These teeth are used for chewing trees. This Pokemon is known to be an industrious worker. It builds its nest by damming rivers using bark, roots, and branches it has cut up with its teeth, along with mud. A river dammed by Bibarel will never overflow. Bibarel is slow-moving and awkward out of the water, but it is a swift swimmer comparable to a Feebas. Bibarel's fur is very good at repelling water and retaining heat. Prior to Gen 5, Bibarel and its pre-evolved form Bidoof were the only known Pokemon that could have unawares and ability. Evolution, Bibarel evolves from Bidoof, so Bidoof, Bibarel. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4, Diamond. It makes its nest by damming streams with bark and mud. It is known as an industrious worker. Pearl, while its movements out of water are sluggish, it can swim as fast as any Feebas. Platinum, a river dammed by Bibarel will never overflow its banks, which is appreciated by people nearby. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it busily makes its nest with stacks of branches and roots it has caught up with its sharp incisors. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinums, but Bibarel is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically Pearl's entry, but Feebas is now the correct casing. Legends Arceus, Bibarel fur repels water and is also a fantastic material for heat retention. These Pokemon create dams on rivers to live in. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. It has the Oran Berry 50% of the time and the Citrus Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Oran Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, Greedons by level, Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, Greedons by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 79, attack 85, defense 60, special attack 55, special defense 60, speed 71 for a total of 410. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, grass and electric for double, immune to ghost, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice all for half. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. We'll do this Evo here and then go down to 18, so upon evolution it gets Water Gun, 18 Taunt, 23 Yawn, 28 Crunch, 33 Takedown, 38 Super Fang, 43 Swords Dance, 48 Amnesia, 53 Superpower, and 58 Curse. For Legends Arceus here, what I'll do is read the Evo and the 19, and then we will skip down to 16 Rest here, even though Bite advances it after 15. That doesn't matter, we only do the ones where it learns. Upon evolution, it learns Water Pulse and masters it at 19. At 16, it learns Rest and masters it at 26. At 23, it learns Crunch and Aqua Tail and masters both of them at 33. At 31, it learns Swords Dance and masters it at 42. And at 40, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 52. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolution, we'll read them all. TM 01 Focus Punch, 3 Water Pulse, 10 Work Up, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 28 Dig, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 49 Scald, 56 Fling, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 68 Giga Impact, 73 Thunder Wave, 75 Swords Dance, 76 Stealth Rock, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 88 Pluck, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, 95 Surf, 96 Strength, 98 Rock Smash, 99 Waterfall, and 100 Rock Climb. By breeding, we're skipping. By tutoring, there's nothing against Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, it can learn Aqua Tail, Bulldoze, Charge Beam, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Rest, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Stealth Rock, Swift, Thunderbolt, and Water Pulse. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmy on the browser entry. It attacks by spitting out blobs of water. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon float. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark Pad entry, Bibarel came to the Meadow Zone to visit Bidoof. Their favorite attractions are Bulbasaur's Daring Dash and Gyarados' Aqua Dash. Evolution data, Bidoof, level 15 Bibarel. Sprite Sears, so a little different in the head. Let's see. With the female having a little bump there. A little longer one, I think, but then there's also that little bump in the male that isn't present in the females. Yeah, colors are a little bit different. Its eyes are a lot... Like, the pupils are a lot bigger than the official art. The belly thing is also not nearly as long. Then the shiny, got, yeah, pretty much the same as the last one. All the dark browns are replaced by the purples. It's a lighter kind of color, yeah. This one's standing again, but like actually standing for the whole animation. That's interesting. Black and white. Might get a slight color change. Not much change. We've got the full back sprites as well. Yep. Gen 6. Oh, interesting. It's on all fours. I wasn't expecting that. These models, pretty good adaptation. Makes these a lot longer. These little mask thing. Yeah. And these a lot smaller on the males. Interesting. Yeah, I got all these. Probably slight color difference as well. Yeah. Gen 7, not much changes. In this game, you got these models. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Bibarel and Pokemon Journeys the series. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 57, and Ash's Pokedex. Bibarel, the beaver Pokemon. It dams up rivers to make a nest, and is well known as a hard worker. In the manga, Bibarel in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, in the TCG. Trivia, no other Pokemon has the same type combination as Bibarel. Origin, Bibarel seems to be based on a beaver. Name origin, Bibarel may be a combination of beaver or Biber, German for beaver and barrel. Bidaru may be a combination of beaver and taru, barrel. Now the languages, external links, let's move on.
Since I watched Bibarel's first scene in the anime in the Bidoof video, let's watch Bibarel's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 467, following Unbeaten's voyage. In this episode, Dawn, a new trainer, has come to Professor Rowan's lab, but a few Pokemon have gotten out, including 2 potential partner Pokemon, so Dawn has agreed to look for them. So there's the Bibarel. Yep. And that is Bibarel's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Bibarel. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV and art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bibarel. Since this first one is a story, we will move on to the second one. So this is Bibarel and Watchhog by Ebotizer. So just this Bibarel and this Watchhog on this background. Interesting. And we've got Bibarel, Mapalodian form by Cinnabon YT, so I guess their version of Bibarel here, like an alternate form. That's probably based on Canada. Evolves from Malapodian Bidoof at level 15, 3'3", 69.4 pounds, simple, ripen, SA, strong jaw, I guess a grass water. They use their tails to cut through trees without effort. A single blow from this Pokemon's tail can take down 3 trees if they were beside each other. So, yeah, the tail's a little bit like an axe. You get the little leaf. The teeth is a bit, more pointed like that. Yes, very well done. This is Bibarel X Golduck Fusion by Pandopur45. So, just this fusion between Bibarel and Golduck here, Got all the elements. Meant to be like a platypus, I imagine. Yes, very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Bibarel, so move on.
Next to everyone is submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Kricketot. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Kricketot, the first bug Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are April 2nd, 1997, January 22nd, 2000, November 12th, 2002, September 2nd, 2005, June 23rd, 2008, April 14th, 2011, February 2nd, 2014, November 23rd, 2016, September 14th, 2019, and July 5th, 2022. I think Kricketot and its evolution Kricketune might be my favorite Pokemon, merely because of their iconic cries and their musical designs. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Kricketot, the cricket Pokemon whose number is 0401. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug, abilities Shed Skin, Runaways is an ability, Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%, breeding is egg group Bug, hatch time 15 cycles, height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters, weight is 4.9 pounds or 2.2 kilograms, basic experience yield is 54 in Gen 4 and 39 in 5+, leveling rate medium slow, EV yield is 1 in defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Kricketot is a bug-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Kricketune starting at level 10. Biology, Kricketot is a bipedal, bug-like Pokemon. The majority of its body is red, with a pale yellow streak down its front, and a black cape-like marking on its back. Its head is encircled with a flat, pale yellow structure similar to a collar. A female has a bigger collar than a male. Two hard black antennae with curled tips are connected to the head by a dark red segment. A similar dark red segment forms this Pokemon's nose, and it has small black hands and feet. Kricketot are known to stumble, sometimes due to their short legs. By shaking its head and rubbing its antennae together, Kricketot is able to create a sound similar to a xylophone or marimba that it uses to communicate with others of its kind. Kricketot are known to gather in greater numbers during the autumn nights. Evolution, Kricketot evolves into Kricketune, so Kricketot, Kricketune. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond, it shakes its head back to front, causing its antennae to hit each other and sound like a xylophone. Pearl, it chats with others using the sounds of its colliding antennae. These sounds are full hallmarks. Platinum, its legs are short. Whenever it stumbles, its stiff antennae clack with a xylophone-like sound. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, when its antennae hit each other, it sounds like the music of a xylophone. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire's Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart, Shining Pearl. It chats with others using the sounds of its colliding antennae. These sounds are the hallmarks of fall evenings. Legends Arceus, when the trees take on new hues, more of these Pokemon appear. The tone they create by striking their antennae together resembles that of the marimba, an instrument of foreign lands. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Y, and Alpha Sapphire's entries. Kricketot in the Valdea Pokedex. Interesting. A lot more shiny than I thought it would be. The antennae. And Kricketot in the Kitakami Pokedex. You got a couple of them. Kind of see a little bit of the back there. At this bus stop, that's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl has the Metronome 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, it has an Apricorn 40% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Gradons by level, Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Gradons by level, so how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 37, Attack 25, Defense 41, Special Attack 25, Special Defense 41, Speed 25 for a total of 194. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Poison, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Water, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Flying, Rock, and Fire for double. Immune to Nothing, resistant to Fighting, Ground, and Grass, all for half. Learn set by leveling up 1 Growl and Tackle, 6 Struggle Bug, and 16 Bug Bite. By TM 015 Struggle Bug, 171 Terra Blast, 182 Bug Bite, 185 Lunge, 205 Endeavor, and 219 Skitter Smack. By breeding, there's nothing. TCG only moves. Headbutt on this card. Rollout on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger shadows the volume in the browser entry. It attacks using sounds while hopping around. Guardian Science. It flings gooey blobs that make Pokemon load. Got all this. Evolution data, Kricketot, level 10 Kricketune. Sprites here, so a little, actually more red, sort of, yeah, than this sort of orange color. But it got bait in this sort of more dark brown rather than this sort of dark orange color. Feet are a little less rounded. Yeah. See the mark on the back, right? Shiny here. No, this is actually like an orange. Interesting. And it's kind of got the modern kind of orange colors with the nose stripe and antennae middle part. The antennae are the sort of brown color instead of the stark gray. You can see the gender difference. The bigger collar here. Platinums and doing a little dance there. Probably a little bit more cutesy looking. Yeah, slightly different design of the antennas. I think slightly different colors, slightly different brown elements. Yeah, I think slightly the feet seem to be a little bit more rounded. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites, and yeah, I don't know much changes though. In Gen 6, you get these models, which look really weird. Yeah, I don't know, it's probably, it might just be the angle. It might just be the angle, but, like, it looks really weird. Yeah. Gen 7, they look a lot better. Again, it could just be the angle. It could be just, like, yeah, better angle they took the picture, but, like, yeah, this looks way better than whatever that is. Yeah. It's a lot short. Like, yeah, it made them longer for some reason. They're now they're a little bit more, they're proper size body. Yes. And then Gen 8 in this game, we got these models. In Combs, we got these models. In animation, Kricketot and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. We got all the Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 174, and Ash's Pokedex. Kricketot, the cricket Pokemon. Its legs are short, and if it stumbles, its hard antennae can make a xylophone-like sound when they rub together. There's a Poketune in the manga, Kricketot and Pokemon Adventures. With some Zubat, a Kricketune, and a Geodude. This, the TCG. Trivia, Kricketot is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 194. True to its Pokedex entries, Kricketot's cry contains sounds reminiscent to that of a xylophone. Kricketot evolves at the lowest level of Pokemon that are part of a two-stage evolutionary line, being at 10. Origin, Kricketot appears to be based on a cricket who are known widely for their loud chirping songs used to attract females. It also bears the semblance of a real musician, possibly a music conductor or member of an orchestra. Its body works as a living musical instrument. Its abdomen resembles one of many stringed instruments such as a violin or lyre, and its antennae can make sounds similar to a xylophone or marimba. Name origin, Kricketot may be a combination of cricket and tot, toddler, or totter, to walk unsteadily. Koroboshi may be a combination of kurogi, cricket, and okiagari, koboshi, traditional roly-poly Japanese doll. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Kricketot's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the episode. Today we're watching episode 470, Dawn of a New Era. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are at this campfire with a trainer they met named Nando, and he has told them to be quiet to hear the music of the forest or whatever.
Mean.
Or Kricketot? I would say that's Kricketot's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Kricketot. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Kricketot. This is Kricketot, Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. So there's a nice Kricketot model here. It's very well done. Then we've got Favorite Pokemon, Part 3 by Spiffy PKMN. A bunch of Pokemon here. Got the Kricketot down here. We got Ho-Oh, Cosmog, Haunter, Entei, Torkoal, Wartortle, Makuhita, Corsola, Dragonite, Politoed, Xatu, Bergmite, Swoobat, Fracture, Blitzel, Arcan, and Natural Form Furfrou. Very nice, very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Kricketot, so we'll move on.
Next to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Kricketune. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Kricketune, the first bug-type evolution introduced in Gen 4, being the evolution of Kricketot, who evolves at level 10. Its previous BYC dates are April 3rd, 1997, January 23rd, 2000, November 13th, 2002, September 3rd, 2005, June 24th, 2008, April 15th, 2011, February 3rd, 2014, November 24th, 2016, September 15th, 2019, and July 6th, 2022. I think Kricketune and its pre-evolution Kricketot might be my favorite bug Pokemon, merely because of their iconic cries and their musical designs. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Kricketune, the cricket Pokemon, whose number is 0402. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug, ability Swarm, Technician is its ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is a group bug, hatch time 15 cycles, height is 3'3" or 1 meter, weight is 56.2 pounds or 25.5 kilograms, basic experience yield is 159 in Gen 4 and 134 in 5+, leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2 and attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Kricketune is a bug-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Kricketot, starting at level 10. Biology, Kricketune is a bipedal Pokemon with an insectoid appearance. Primarily red, there are 3 black oval markings on its abdomen, a tan streak running down its neck to its belly, and a tan underside with a small dark red marking above it. It has oval gray eyes and a dark red round nose. Black feelers with curled tips extend from either side of its nose, similar in appearance to a mustache. The male's feelers are longer than a female's. On top of its head are 2 antennae with conical bases, spherical centers, and long, thin tips. Kricketune has 2 small feet and a pair of black wings. This Pokemon's arms are shaped similar to its antennae and are crossed over its chest when it cries. By rubbing its arms together, Kricketune can produce sounds and improvise melodies. It can also allow its cry to resonate in its belly. Kricketune's melodies vary greatly between individuals and can be used to signal its emotions. Scientists have been observing the melodic patterns of Kricketune for studies. In one village, Kricketune are used in a contest based on the different sounds it makes. Evolution, Kricketune evolves from Kricketot, so Kricketot, Kricketune. Gain data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 Diamond, it crosses its knife-like arms in front of its chest when it cries. It can compose melodies ad lib. Pearl, it signals its emotions with its melodies. Scientists are studying these melodic patterns. Platinum, there is a village that hosts a contest based on the amazing variable cries of this Pokemon. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, by allowing its cry to resonate in the hollow of its belly, it produces a captivating sound. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry, Y is Pearl's entry, Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is showing Pearl with their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, Legends Arceus. It uses its cutlass-like arms to produce sound, the melody of which varies from individual to individual. It is a worthwhile endeavor to seek out one's favorite tunes. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, Violet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries, Kricketune in the Paldea Pokedex, it's a full evolutionary line image. But there's also a Combee and a Squovit here, and still listening to the tune, that's very nice. Then I've got Kricketune in the Kitakami Pokedex, a much more obviously full evolutionary line image here, with 4 Kricketune and 2 Kricketot here. It's very nice, clearly they're all making music. This in the sort of village, I guess, and there's this Magikarp statue that's like a fountain. That's interesting. Game locations, side game locations, held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl has the metronome 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, Apricorn, 40% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time, Great by level, Elevate, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time, Great by level, so how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 77, Attack 85, Defense 51, Special Attack 55, Special Defense 51, Speed 65 for a total of 384. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Poison, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Water, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. We do Flying, Rock, and Fire for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Fighting, Ground, and Grass, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with this upon evolution here and then move on. So, upon evolution, it gets Fury Cutter, 14 Absorb, 18 Sing, 22 Focus Energy, 26 Slash, 30 X-Scissor, 34 Screech, 36 Fell Stinger, 38 Taunt, 42 Night Slash, 44 Sticky Web, 46 Bug Buzz, and 50 Perish Song. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, there's nothing. By prior evolution, there's nothing. Animated series only moves. If you're new this generation, what that means is it's moves that are exclusively in the animated series or any of the movies, it looks like in this case, even though it says episode on there. Except it can also technically be in the TCG. It's really just any move that appears in the anime that I can't get in the video games. So what I do is I'll read the move, the type, and the episode it's in. Usually there's just one, but if there's more, I'll do the same thing. Move, Bullet Seed. It's a grass-type move. In the episode, or movie in this case, Zoroark, Master of Illusions. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmi in the browser entry. It throws gooey blobs. It also attacks using sounds. Guardian Signs. It flings gooey blobs that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Evolution data, Kricketot, level 10 Kricketune. Sprites here, so a lot darker red. Really just darker colors all around. And maybe a little bit shorter. These are a lot thicker, the antennae. A lot less defined elements, I guess. Although it's much more obvious in the back sprite, I guess. Yeah. It's got that orange color, the Kricketot was. And the females, you can see the shorter mustache. Just a slightly different. Much more defined elements on the antennae there. Yep. Gen 5, I think makes it maybe a little bit taller. And you can get the full back sprites as well, but otherwise not really much changes. In Gen 6, get the models. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. Also, the colors get a little lighter, it looks like. In Gen 7, not much changes. Gen 8. You got this game's models. Homes, you got these models. Animation, Kricketune in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Nando's Kricketune's the big one. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 49, in Ash's Pokedex. Kricketune, the cricket Pokemon, and the evolved form of Kricketot. It conveys its many emotions with the melodies it composes. In Journeys, episode 33, in Go's Rotom Phone. Kricketune, the cricket Pokemon, a bug type. Kricketune makes sounds by rubbing its knife-like arms together in front of its chest. It can improvise melodies this way. Poketune, I guess. In the manga, Kricketune in Pokemon Adventures. You got a trio of them, and Pikachu, a couple, Pichu, and Roselia listening to it. Yeah, got all this. The TCG. Trivia, since Gen 7, Kricketune has had the lowest base stat total of any fully evolved Pokemon, with stats that are calculated through the traditional formula. Shedinja has a much lower base stat total, but this is due to its base HP of 1, which is not used in the calculation of its HP. Origin, Kricketune appears to be based on a cricket, which is widely known for its loud chirping songs used to attract females. Crickets use a form of stridulation to create noise, which they do by striking their four wings together, but this is often mistakenly believed to be done by rubbing their legs against their body, as Kricketune does. It also resembles a violin beetle, with an abdomen assuming the appearance of an actual violin or similar stringed instruments, and arms that function similarly to a bow. The spheres, midway through its antennae, resemble those of the Compsognathus violuceus, a species of beetle found in southern Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina, whose popular names similarly reference stringed instruments. Besouro viola, viola beetle in Brazil, and guitarrero, guitarist, in Spanish-speaking regions. Kricketune additionally resembles a typical depiction of a music conductor or maestro due to its mustache, wings that look like a cape, and Kricketune's baton-like forelimbs. Name origin, Kricketune may be a combination of cricket and tune. Korotok may be a combination of kurogi, cricket, and tak, onomatopoeia of a ticking clock or metronome. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Kricketune's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 492, Getting the Pre-Contest Titters. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and their talking Meowth, are about to have Jesse enter a contest, and they're scoping out the competition, I guess.
Tempting
There's the
Pokemon?
Kricketune.
Your point.
What?
And that is Kricketune's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Kricketune.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today, the question is, what do you love about Kricketune? And Grunger Flunger has responded. They say, I like Kricketune's cry. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Kricketune. So this is Kricketune, Sword and Shield icon sprite by Ak Peters. So just this little sprite here, I guess. I don't know if it's the official one. I guess it is. I'm gonna guess. They probably just uploaded it. Then we've got Night Park by Seto Kuwatsu. So this nice image of Dawn, probably from the video games, and a few Bidoof here, listening to Kricketune's song in the city. It's very well done. Then we've got Kricketune, Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. This nice Kricketune model here, very well done. Then we've got Inktober 2024, Day 30, Violin by Ted Yellowstone. So this, nice Kricketune image here, with a little bow, that's nice. Then we've got Kricketune, GB1 and 2, plus Shiny Platinum, by Paperfire88, so the, sort of their version of what it would look like in, I guess, the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, I guess, the Shiny, yeah, very well done. Got Shiny Kricketune by Wolf Jaden, this nice, marker drawn Shiny Kricketune here, very well done. I also like that it has those little shining stars, that's nice. And this doesn't contain a Kricketune, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Shinx. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Shinx, the first electric-type Pokemon and base Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are April 4th, 1997, January 24th, 2000, November 14th, 2002, September 4th, 2005, June 25th, 2008, April 16th, 2011, February 4th, 2014, November 25th, 2016, September 16th, 2019, and July 7th, 2022. I most know Shinx as my Shinx, she, from Pokemon Pearl. I think Shinx is cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Shinx, the Flash Pokemon whose number is 0403. This is what it looks like. Its type is electric, abilities, rivalry or intimidate, guts is its ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 235 or 41.3%, breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters, weight is 20.9 pounds or 9.5 kilograms, basic experience field is 60 in Gen 4 and 53 in 5+, leveling rate is medium slow, E field is 1 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Shinx is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Luxio starting at level 15, which evolves into Luxray starting at level 30. Biology, Shinx is a quadrupedal feline Pokemon resembling a lion cub or lynx kitten. Its front half is light blue, while the rear is black. There is a short tuft of fur on its head, and smaller tufts on each cheek. The top tuft is smaller on the female Shinx. It has large oval ears with yellow star-shaped markings on the insides, yellow eyes, and a tiny red nose. Whenever its mouth is open, small fangs can be seen in its upper jaw. A black marking encircles Shinx's neck like a collar, and there are yellow bands above its forepaws. The hind paws are black on the male Shinx and blue on the female. Spiked fur surrounds the base of its long tail, which is tipped with a yellow star shape. Electricity is produced by the extension and contraction of muscles in Shinx's forelegs, which causes this Pokemon's fur to glow. If it senses danger, its fur can gleam brightly to blind predators so it can flee. Excited trembling is a sign that Shinx is generating tremendous amounts of electricity. It can send signals to other Shinx by shining the tip of its tail and shaking it. It has an aggressive nature, thus taming a Shinx is said to take great patience. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Shinx can create electricity when it rolls around while asleep. On rare occasions, a sleeping Shinx releases discharged sparks. Evolution, Shinx evolves into Luxio, which evolves into Luxray, so Shinx, Luxio, Luxray. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. A Shinx is one of the children living in Lively Town. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. All of its fur dazzles if danger is sensed. It flees while the foe is momentarily blinded. Pearl. Its forelegs have a muscle-based system of generating electricity. Its body shines if endangered. Platinum. The extension and contraction of its muscles generates electricity. It glows when in trouble. Her gold, soul silver. The extension and contraction of its muscles generates electricity. Its fur glows when it's in trouble. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword, this Pokemon generates electricity by contracting its muscles. Excited trembling is a sign that Shinx is generating a tremendous amount of electricity. Shield. Electricity makes this Pokemon's fur glow. Shinx sends signals to others of its kind by shaking the tip of its tail while the tail tip is shining brightly. Brilliant Diamonds, its diamond counterpart, Shining Pearl. Its forelegs have a muscle-based system of generating electricity. Its body shines when it is in danger. Legends Arceus shakes its body to generate electricity. Its stature belies its aggression. One must be patient to tame this Pokemon. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum, the Gen 5, X, and Omega Ruby's entries. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. So we got Shinx in the Paldea Pokedex. There's 3 of them. Very cute. You can... I think that one's, you can see a female in the background there. You got a couple males, it looks like. Then Shinx of the Kitakami Pokedex, so you got a male chasing a female, it looks like. That's cute. You can also see the fangs here. That's fun. Game locations, side game locations, and GTS events, I guess. Held items, Legends Arceus, normal, has the Cherry Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, driven by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, driven by level, still know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 45, Attack 65, Defense 34, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 34, Speed 45 for a total of 263. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Poison, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Fire, Water, Grass, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Flying, Steel, and Electric all for half. Learn set by leveling up 1 Tackle and Leer for Thunder Shock, 8 Charge, 12 Bite, 16 Spark, 20 Roar, 24 Volt Switch, 28 Scary Face, 32 Thunder Wave, 36 Crunch, 40 Discharge, 44 Swagger, and 48 Wild Charge. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 3 Fake Tears, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 10 Ice Fang, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 63 Psychic Fangs, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 75 Light Screen, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 136 Electric Terrain, 147 Wild Charge, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 173 Charge Beam, 204 Double Edge, and 211 Electro Web. By breeding, this group gives it Baby Doll Eyes, this group gives it Double Kick, this group gives it Howl, this group gives it Quick Attack, this group gives it Shockwave, and this group gives it Takedown. Special moves, so if you're new here, this is a thing that sometimes happens. I think these are like moves that you can get through like events and stuff. I will read the event and the move, but if there's just one, I'll go across the whole thing, so... but it's a little bit different, because I don't actually read the whole thing. I just say, in these events, it gets Ice Fang, Spark, and Thunder Wave. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmian, the browser entry. It discharges electricity from all over its body to attack. Guardian Signs. It causes thunderbolts to strike that make Pokemon paused. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bat entry. Shinx plays in the Meadow Zone. His favorite attraction is Bulbasaur's Daring Dash. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Shinx looked like it was having fun playing with Charmander, as the Pokemon ran around chasing each other. Shinx's forelegs were naturally generating electricity. Pokemon Sleep. So if you're new to this generation, how this works is that I will read this little description here as if it were like a Pokedex, and I'll talk about each of the sleep poses, and that is it. You will notice something a little different when I do this. I highlight the name Pokemon Sleep, and then highlight this, which is weird that I don't do it for the others, but I don't know, it's just tradition at this point, I guess. But yes, so, the extension and contraction of its muscles generates electricity. Even while it sleeps, it creates electricity each time it rolls over. On very rare occasions, it can be seen discharging sparks in its sleep. So you've got Dream Sprint Sleep, Sturdy Sleep, Spark Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. So that's all I do is to just read the names of them. I also don't highlight any of the sleep positions. Costumes in Pokemon Go. You got the fashionable costume here. It's the bowler hat. That's cute. Evolution data. Shinx, level 15. Luxio, level 30. Luxray. Sprites here, so slightly different blue. Or like wildly different blue, looks like, actually. But it's got more or less all the elements. Then you got the females. You can see it kind of just makes them look more like shorts rather than long pants or something. And the tuft is a little bit smaller. Maybe a little bit more obvious in the backs right here. Then, yeah, yellow and orange. This line is pretty iconic. Shinies. A little bit different in the face in platinums. But really not else much changes, I don't think. That kind of keeps the same one, I think. Gen 5, so it kind of basically just keeps the platinum and heart gold and soul silver ones. Maybe it's slightly more zoomed out or something. Then I got the full back sprites. Yes. Then Gen 6, you get the modern colors and the models. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's interesting. The females back sprite is a different blue for some reason. I don't know if that's like a different lighting when they took the picture or if that was intentional. It seems to be the same with the yellow or like the shiny. That's interesting. Must be some sort of mistake, I imagine. Yeah, they look exactly the same in this. Pretty good adaptation as well. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Although the back sprites of the females seem to be, consistent with their male counterpart. In Gen 8 in this game, pretty good models, very good models. Cut off for some reason. I didn't mention that in a couple of the other ones we've talked about this generation, how they're slightly cut off for some reason. Maybe this is just like a image in like the book or whatever that acts as the Pokedex, I don't know. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites flick in Pokemon Super Contests, so I imagine this is an NPC in Pokemon Super Contests. Animation, Shinx in Pokemon the Series XY. Clemens Shinx is the big one, I guess. Got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 10, in Ash's Pokedex. Shinx, the flash Pokemon. When it senses danger, the hairs on its body light up, and it runs away, leaving its opponent dazed. In Black and White, episode 111, in the same Pokedex. Shinx, the flash Pokemon. When Shinx flexes its muscles, it generates electricity. When sensing danger, its fur glistens. In the manga, Shinx in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Adventure. Got all this, and the TCG. Trivia, Shinx bears a resemblance to a hoax Pokemon that was created on April Fool's Day, 2005. Shinx is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 263. Origin, Shinx and its evolutionary relatives seem to be based on the constellation Lynx as well as the Lynx in mythology, which medieval bestiaries sometimes depicted as a lion-like creature. Resembling a lion cub, it may also be based on the neighboring constellation Leo Minor. Name origin, Shinx may be a combination of Shining and Lynx. Co-Link may be a combination of Co, Child, and Lynx. In other languages, see also, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Shinx.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 436, Not On My Watch You Don't. In this episode, we're towards the beginning of the episode, all we really know right now is that a guy is using the Poketch to measure Ash and Pikachu's friendship level, and it seems to be off the charts or whatever.
Two are almost off the
Shinx.
ground.
We don't know who this child is.
Wow,
That's
that
Dawn
might
and
be the highest
Brock,
rating I've ever
Ash's
seen.
Well, of course.
companions,
That's
telling
because
companions.
Pikachu and I have been best friends a long time.
If you don't mind.
I suppose that's the first scene of Shinx in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Shinx cards. We'll talk about the older one first.
It's the first Shinx card design. He was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, Shinx is just the official art on a nice enough background. It looks like a blurred photo of fall trees. Shinx has 60 HP. He's 1'8" and 20.9 pounds. He has one move, Spark, in the video games. Spark is an electric-type move introduced in Gen 2. It inflicts damage and has a 30% chance of causing paralysis. On this card, it costs 1 electric energy. It causes 10 damage to the opponent's
active Pokemon and 10 damage to one of their benched Pokemon. Shinx is weak to fighting for plus 10 damage, which seems to mimic its weakness to ground in the video games. He's resistant to metal for minus 20 damage, which mimics his resistance to steel in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Shinx to retreat. His description reads, "All of its fur dazzles if danger is sensed. It flees while the foe is momentarily blinded." This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Shinx is level 7. In the video games, he would be 7 levels from evolving into Luxio. He also wouldn't be able to know the move Spark yet, as Shinx never learns it as low as level 7, as it can only learn it at level 17, 13, or 16 depending on the game. The second Shinx card is the 13th Shinx card design. He was illustrated by Uda. I love the fighting pose Shinx is in, and that it shows off the fangs well. The sparks really add to the aura that he's ready to fight. He shares his HP, height, weight, retreat cost, and description with the other Shinx card. He has 1 move, Under Pressure, which isn't a move in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy and hits for 10 or 60 damage, depending on if the opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards. Shinx is weak to fighting for double, which seems to mimic its weakness to ground in the video games. He has no resistance, which is odd since he could have been resistant to metal, normal, or lightning, as Shinx is resistant to steel, called metal in the TCG, flying, often classified as normal in the TCG, and electric, called lightning in the TCG, in the video games. In the bottom left corner, there's the Rebel Clash expansion symbol. Next to it, there's the D mark, which means this card couldn't be played in official competitions after April 14th, 2023.
I have a card for Luxio, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Shinx. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Shinx. This first one is thanks to Moonlight Cosmic by USV02. It's this sort of profile pic, I guess, of this purple and pink Shinx here. Very interesting. It's their own character, I guess. Neve sketch by Neve Doodle. So we've got this Shinx here and a little sweater, like somewhat anthropomorphic, I guess. Yes, very well done. Then we've got thanks to Fra32 by USV02. Yes, they're purple and pink Shinx again. Looks like black hole or something, so it's meant to be like a cosmic version of it. And then I got this Flareon, this like white and pink Flareon here, interesting. Then we've got Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray adoptable by Minge Ounga. So this, yeah, nice sort of rainbow and alternate colored Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray here. This one being somewhat anthropomorphic. Yeah, very interesting. Then we got Shinx and Cat Whiskers by Energy Luxray, so I guess it's a Shinx with cat whiskers. Yeah, very interesting. And this doesn't contain a Shinx, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Luxio. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Luxio, the first electric type evolution, second stage Pokemon, and evolution that evolves introduced in Gen 4, being the evolution of Shinx, who evolves at level 15. Luxio's previous PYC dates are April 5th, 1997, January 25th, 2000, November 15th, 2002, September 5th, 2005, June 26th, 2008, April 17th, 2011, February 5th, 2014, November 26th, 2016, September 17th, 2019, and July 8th, 2022. I must know Luxio from the card I'll be talking about later, and the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Luxio, the Spark Pokemon, whose number is 0404. This is what it looks like. Its type is Electric, abilities, Rivalry, or Intimidate. Guts is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120, or 24.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'11", or 0.9 meters. Weight is 67.2 pounds, or 30.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 117 in Gen 4, and 127 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 100. Luxio is an electric-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolved from Shinx, starting at level 15, and evolves to Luxray, starting at level 30. Biology: Luxio is a feline quadrupedal Pokemon, resembling a young lynx or lion. Blue and black fur cover most of its body, its ears, face, hind paws, and front half of its body are blue, while its hind quarters are black. Additionally, Luxio has a tufty black mane surrounding its face. The mane is longer on the male Luxio, while the blue coloration on the hind paws extends to the ankles on the female. The insides of its rounded ears are yellow, as are its eyes. There are 2 yellow rings around each front leg and a yellow 4-point star on the tip of its tail. When facing an opponent, Luxio extends its claws in preparation, which can unleash 1,000,000 volts of electricity. Even a slight scratch from these claws is enough to cause fainting. Besides, for attacking, Luxio also uses its claws to communicate with others of its kind, by resting them on the other's forelegs and sending electrical pulses through them. Luxio live in small groups and are able to generate powerful electricity by gathering the group's tails together. Luxio are known to be kind enough to share the spoils from a hunt to its own kind. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Luxio is often observed sleeping peacefully. It is believed that Luxio feel a sense of safety due to living in small groups. On occasion, Luxio releases electricity from its claws while it slumbers. Researchers uses the rhythm released by the electric pulses to study Luxio's dreams. Evolution: Luxio evolved from Shinx and evolved into Luxray, so Shinx, Luxio, Luxray. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Luxray and the Luxio tribe are the bosses of Amp Plains. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, they are replaced by Manectric and the Electric tribe. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. Its claws loose electricity with enough amperage to cause fainting. They live in small groups. Pearl. It rests its forelegs on others to communicate with rhythmic electric pulses from its claws. Platinum. Strong electricity courses through the tips of its sharp claws. A light scratch causes fainting in foes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. By gathering their tails together, they collectively generate powerful electricity from their claws. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Platinum and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby's Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. By joining its tails with that of another Luxio, this Pokemon can receive some of the other Luxio's electricity and power up its own electric blasts. Shield. Upon encountering an opponent, this Pokemon prepares for battle by extending its claws, which can put out 1,000,000 volts of electricity. Brilliant Diamond. Its claws loose electricity with enough amperage to cause opponents to faint. It lives in small groups. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus proudly uses its electrified claws as weapons. It seems to be a gracious Pokemon, evenly sharing the spoils of the hunt with others of its kind. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum, the Gen 5. Y and Alpha Sapphire's entries. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Luxio and the Paldea Pokedex. So you can see before Luxio here in a little group. A couple males, few males and females. It's fun. Then Luxio and the Kricketune Pokedex is a group of 3 of them. A few males and females. Yeah, very nice. You can see their fangs as well. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal, has the Cherry Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 85, defense 49, special attack 60, special defense 49, speed 60 for a total of 363. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with 18 here, so level 18, Spark, 24 Roar, 31 Volt Switch, 36 Scary Face, 42 Thunder Wave, 48 Crunch, 54 Discharge, 60 Swagger, and 68 Wild Charge. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It spits blobs of electricity and discharges electric bolts from its body. Guardian Signs. It causes thunderbolts to strike that make Pokemon paused. And all this. Pokemon Sleep. It's often seen sleeping quite peacefully. Perhaps living in small groups gives it a sense of safety. It sometimes releases electricity from its claws while it sleeps, and some researchers analyze its dreams based on the rhythm of these electric pulses. Curled up sleep, sturdy sleep, spark sleep, and a top belly sleep. Evolution data, Shinx, level 15, Luxio, level 30, Luxray. Sprites here, little darker blue, kind of the same blue and gray, I guess, color that Shinx was. Probably yellow, you know, that. And they're shiny, you know, black, and yellow, and orange, yeah. And you can see the male and the female, yeah. How different the tuft length is, much more significant than Shinx's was. See here, it's a little bit more crouched down in Platinums. I don't know how much else is really different. I think maybe the rings are a little bit thinner. And Gen 5 here, kind of almost goes back to Diamond and Pearls. Might be slight changes were made in Platinums, they're probably kept. You also get fullback sprites. In Gen 6 here, you got the models, pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you got these models. Homes, you got these models. Animation, Luxio and Pokemon the Series XY. Clemens Luxio's the big one. Got all that. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 109 in Ash's Pokedex. Luxio, the Spark Pokemon. By touching friends with its front paws, Luxio is able to communicate through the sparks it emits. In XY, episode 48 in the same Pokedex. Luxio, the Spark Pokemon in the evolved form of Shinx. Luxio's sharp claws conduct electricity, and the slightest scratch can knock out an opponent. In the manga, Luxio and Pokemon Adventures with Dawn and Piplup and a bunch of other Luxio and Shinx. Interesting. I got this. In the TCG. Trivia. Luxio is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 363. The official Japanese Pokemon website, pokemon.co.jp, has a picture of Luxio on its HTTP 404 error page. This may allude to Luxio's national Pokedex number, 0404. Origin, Luxio, and its evolutionary relatives seem to be based on the constellation Lynx as well as the lynx in mythology, which medieval bestiaries sometimes depicted as a lion-like creature. Resembling an adolescent male lion, it may also be based on the neighboring constellation or constellations Leo and or Leo Minor. Name origin, Luxio may be a combination of Lux, Latin for light, and Leo, Latin for lion. Now the languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Luxio's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamos Town and met Alice and her Chimchar. Alice has taken them to the garden of the Time-Space Tower, which was built by the same architect, Godey, and they're explaining that his vision of the garden was for there to be harmony between humans and Pokemon. And so we can see this little Shinx here. It'll be joined by a Luxio. There's Luxio, and then Azurill, Morel, and Azumarill. Alice, Brock, Dawn's Piplup, Pikachu, and Chimchar.
I've been playing in this garden ever since I was a little...
I would say that is Luxio's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Luxio card.
It's the first Luxio card design. He was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, Luxio is just the official art on a nice enough background. Luxio has 80 HP. He's 2'11" and 67.2 pounds. He has 2 moves, Fasten Claws and Thunder Fang. Fasten Claws isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy and does 10 or 40 damage, depending on a successful coin flip. In the video games, Thunder Fang is an electric-type move introduced in Gen 4. It inflicts damage and has a 10% chance of causing paralysis and a 10% chance of causing the opponent to flinch. On this card, it costs 2 lightning energies and hits for 30 damage. Upon a successful coin flip, the opponent's Pokemon is now paralyzed. Luxio is weak to fighting for plus 20 damage, which seems to mimic Luxio's weakness to ground in the video games. He's resistant to metal for minus 20 damage, which mimics Luxio's resistance to steel in the video games. It doesn't cost any energies for Luxio to retreat. His description reads, "Its claws lose electricity with enough amperage to cause fainting. They live in small groups." This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond, X, and Omega Ruby. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Luxio is level 19, which is 12 levels above his contemporary Shinx counterpart. In the video games, he would be 11 levels from evolving into Luxray. He also wouldn't be able to know the move Thunder Fang yet between Gen 4 and 7, as Luxio can only learn it at level 38 and 33 depending on the game, although it does know it as low as level 15 in Legends Arceus, and can learn it via TM in Gen 8 and 9.
I don't have a card for Luxray, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Rampardos. Now let's see why other people love Luxio. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is more Luxio for your Luxio collections by Brave Bravery 98. So this nice anthropomorphic Luxio, I guess, kind of nerdy or something with the glasses and the blue t-shirt, yes. Very well done, very interesting background. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Luxray. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Luxray, the first electric-type final evolution and 3rd stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Being the final evolution of Shinx, who evolves, into Luxio, who evolves at level 30. Its previous PYT dates are April 6th, 1997, July 26th, 2000, November 16th, 2002, September 6th, 2005, June 27th, 2008, April 18th, 2011, February 6th, 2014, November 27th, 2016, September 18th, 2019, and July 9th, 2022. I've always thought that Luxray should be electric dark type, purely based on its design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Luxray, the Gleam Eyes Pokemon, whose number is 0405. This is what it looks like. Its type is electric, abilities, rivalry, or intimidate. Guts is its inability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 4'7" or 1.4 meters, weight is 92.6 pounds or 42 kilograms, basic experience yield is 194. In Gen 4 and 235 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV is 3 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Luxray is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Luxio starting at level 30. It is the final form of Shinx. Biology, Luxray is a quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a fully grown lion, while its face, hind legs, torso, and the back of its front legs are blue. Much of its body is covered with shaggy black fur. The fur is longer around the shoulders and the base of the tail, and forms a mane on its head. The mane is larger on the male than on the female. It has yellow eyes with red sclera, a blunt muzzle, and rounded ears with yellow insides. The eyes change to the color when using its ability. There are 3 yellow half rings on the back of each foreleg. Its long, thin tail is tipped with a yellow 4-pointed star. Luxray has powerful eyesight that is capable of seeing through most objects, like X-ray vision. It uses this ability for hunting and keeping track of its offspring. However, this ability requires a lot of electricity to use. As a result, Luxray needs to sleep for long periods of time in order to store up more energy. Luxray lives in packs, each having one male to lead them. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Luxray tends to enter a deep sleep on occasion. Luxray does this to recover the lost energy used for seeing through many objects. Luxray's X-ray vision from its point of view. You got a Crocodile, Crocorock, and Sandile here. Evolution. Luxray evolves from Luxio and is the final form of Shinx. Shinx, Luxio, Luxray. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Luxray and the Luxio tribe are the bosses of Amp Plains. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, they are replaced by Manectric and the Electrike tribe. Detective Pikachu returns. Luxray is one of the Pokemon that Detective Pikachu can ride during the game to help him out during a case. He can use his ability to see through walls to help Pikachu out during stealth sections and in locating hidden things. Pokédex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It has eyes that can see through anything. It spots and captures prey hiding behind objects. Pearl. When its eyes gleam gold, it can spot hiding prey, even those taking shelter behind a wall. Platinum. It can see clearly through walls to track down its prey and seek its lost young. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Luxray's ability to see through objects comes in handy when it's scouting for danger. The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Pearl's entry. Y is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Luxray is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is basically Pearl and X's, but the double dash has been replaced by the long dash. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. Luxray can see through solid objects. It will instantly spot prey trying to hide behind walls, even if the walls are thick. Shield. Seeing through solid objects uses up a lot of Luxray's electricity, so the Pokemon sleeps for long periods of time to store up energy. Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is Omega Ruby's entry. Legends Arceus. They form packs, each having one male as leader. Legends say that when Luxray's two eyes shimmer with gold, the Pokemon can see through anything. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Y in Alpha Sapphire's entry. Luxray in the Paldea Pokédex. So we got Luxray and some Luxio here. Looks like maybe one female, a male, and you can't really tell what this one is. It's at night, that's fun. Then we got Luxray in the Kitakami Pokédex. It's a full evolutionary line image. So you got the Luxray here, and then the Luxio and Shinx, they both seem to be male. It's during the day now, that's interesting. Game locations, side game locations. Held items, Legends Arceus, normal, has the Cherry Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, Grit items by level, Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 80, attack 120, defense 79, special attack 95, special defense 79, speed 70 for a total of 523. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric, all for half. On set by leveling up, we'll start with 33 here, so 33 Volt Switch, 40 Scary Face, 48 Thunder Wave, 56 Crunch, 64 Discharge, 72 Swagger, and 80 Wild Charge. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prior Evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Chateaus of Olmea, in the browser entry. It discharges electric bolts from its body. It also makes thunderbolts fall. In Guardian Signs, it causes thunderbolts to strike that make Pokemon paused. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Luxray came to investigate the Haunted Zone. He's a real fan of Rayquaza's Balloon Panic. You got all this. New Pokemon Snap of the Photodex entry. Luxray is a Pokemon that behaves with great discipline. When it lost sight of Shinx, it used its ability to see through objects to quickly find it so they could be reunited. Pokemon Sleep. It's able to see through walls, even if the walls are thick. If a Luxray is slumbering deeply, it may have used up a lot of energy seeing through things, and is now resting to recover. Curled up sleep, sturdy sleep, spark sleep, or top belly sleep. Evolution data, Shinx, level 15, Luxio, level 30, Luxray. Sprite Sears, so that, darker blue color, and a little bit different kind of black color. Yep. See the difference between the males and the females, just the main size, I guess. Yeah. Then, you got the yellow and red and orange and black. Yeah, the shiny. The eyes are a little bit more detailed in Platinum. Actually, it looks a little bit more accurate, I would say. Interesting. Yeah, they're more like pupils in this one, but then they made it like the two yellow things. In Gen 5, you get these, you get the fullback sprites. Yeah. Kinda goes back to the Diamond and Pearl ones for some reason. Interesting. And in Gen 6, we get the models and the modern colors. Yep. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. In Gen 7, not much changes. And in Gen 8, you get these models in this game, yeah. In Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Luxray and Pokemon Horizons the series. Clements, Luxray is the big one. You got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 59, in Dawn's Pokedex. Luxray, the Gleam Eyes Pokemon. Its eyes can see through anything. It can even spot its prey hiding in the shadows. In XY, episode 62, in Serena's Pokedex. Luxray, the Gleam Eyes Pokemon, and the evolved form of Luxio. Using the power to see through walls, Luxray can track down hidden opponents and even locate lost children. In Journeys, episode 77, in Go's Rotom Phone. Luxray, the Gleam Eyes Pokemon, an electric type. With its power to see through objects, Luxray can even find opponents on the other side of thick walls. Gotcha in the manga, Luxray in Pokemon Adventures, kind of this. The TCG. Trivia, Luxray is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 523. Origin, Luxray and its evolutionary relatives seem to be based on the constellation Lynx, as well as the Lynx in mythology, which medieval bestiaries sometimes depicted as a lion-like creature, and was said to possess supernatural eyesight. It may also be based on the neighboring constellation Leo. Name origin, Luxray may be a combination of Lux, Latin for light, and X-ray, referencing the mythological lynx's ability to see through solid objects. Rentorar may be derived from Rontgen, alternate name for the X-ray, named after its discoverer, Wilhelm Rontgen, and Tora, tiger, perhaps referencing the name Tigris, Latin for tiger, that Johannes Hevelius used for the constellation Lynx in his atlas. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Luxray's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. The film has flashed back to the past, where a girl, Alicia, has found a Roserade and Curlia hurt. Got a few other Pokemon here, which I'm concerned. And so she's looking out here to see what's going on. Got the Luxray.
Luxray!
Darkrai. I would say that's Luxray's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Luxray. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Luxray. So this is Luxray 4K wallpaper by Constellanza AI, so it's AI Luxray here, but I got like earrings, I guess. I guess it's probably supposed to be female. I've already guessed, yeah. Makes sense. I've got Open AI Adopt Pharaoh Luxray 1708 by Zero AI Art, so another AI art here. Hyogo. That probably doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I got those art here, yeah. And I've got Luxray, Gajinko 3 by Ginny the Great, so their version of Luxray, I guess, but also it's AI. And this requires me to watch them, and I'm not doing that, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Budew. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Budew, the first poison-type Pokemon and pre-evolution introduced in Gen 4. It's also tied for the shortest Gen 4 Pokemon, with Burmy, Chingling, and Landform Shaman. It's also tied for the shortest poison-type Pokemon, with Fungus and Strudel. Budew's previous PYC dates are April 7th, 1997, January 27th, 2000, November 17th, 2002, September 7th, 2005, June 28th, 2008, April 19th, 2011, February 7th, 2014, November 28th, 2016, September 19th, 2019, and July 10th, 2022. I most know Budew as one of the Pokemon of Nando, a recurring trainer in the Gen 4 era of the anime. I always thought Budew was introduced at the same time as its evolution, Roselia, which was introduced in Gen 3. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Budew, the Bud Pokemon, whose number is 0406. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Poison. Abilities, Natural Cure or Poison Point. Leaf Guard is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breedings, egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 8 inches or 0.2 meters. Weight is 2.6 pounds or 1.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 68 in Gen 4 and 56 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is green and base friendship is 70. Budew is a dual-type grass/poison baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Roselia when leveled up with high friendship during the day, which evolves to Roserade when exposed to a shiny stone. Biology, Budew is a bipedal, rosebud-like Pokemon. It is one of the shortest grass-type Pokemon. Its face is yellow with small, slit-like eyes. It appears to be wearing a green bib and has triangular, stubby, yellow feet. When the two vines that are on top of its head open up, a big spot can be seen on each. One vine has a blue spot, while the other has a red spot. Budew's red and blue spots. Budew keeps its buds closed during the winter, but opens them again in the spring and releases poisonous pollen. The pollen it scatters induces harsh sneezing and runny noses, and is more toxic depending on how clean the water it was fed with was. Budew's bud beginning to open is seen as the imminent arrival of spring. It lives near clean pools and ponds. Evolution, Budew evolves to Roselia, which evolves into Roserade. Budew, Roselia, Roserade. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. Budew was an old friend of Guildmaster Wigglytuff, appearing only in the special episode Igglybuff the Prodigy when Wigglytuff was an Igglybuff. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Budew is a young child from Serene Village who is too young for school and worries about her mother Roselia when she begins to feel unwell and goes in search of honey. Pokemon Sword and Shield to Budew are seen outside the player's house in the front yard, possibly belonging to their mother. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. Over the winter, it closes its bud and endures the cold. In spring, the bud opens and releases pollen. Pearl, it lives alongside clear ponds. It scatters pollen that induces harsh sneezing and runny noses. Platinum, sensitive to changing temperature. The bud is said to bloom when it feels the sun's warm touch. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, when it feels the sun's warm touch, it opens its bud to release pollen. It lives alongside clear pools. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. Sensitive to changing temperatures, the bud blooms when it's born, releasing toxic pollen. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword, the pollen it releases contains poison. If this Pokemon is raised on clean water, the poison's toxicity is increased. Shield, this Pokemon is highly sensitive to temperature changes. When its bud starts to open, that means spring is right around the corner. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus, when the sun's light strengthens, the bud atop this Pokemon's head opens. This is a sign to the people that the harsh winter is over and the season of budding has begun. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, XY, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It is the Poison Barb, 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, Hardy Grains, 35% of the time. Vivichoke, 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 30, defense 35, special attack 50, special defense 70, speed 55 for a total of 280. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice. All for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, water, electric, and fairy, all for half, and grass for a fourth. Learn set by leveling up. If you're new this generation, SW and SH means Sword and Shield. 1. Absorb, Growth, Stun, Spore, and Worry Seed. In Legends Arceus, at level 1, it learns Poison Sting and masters it at 10. At level 6, it learns Absorb and masters it at 15. At 11, it learns Poison Powder and masters it at 20. At 18, it learns Stun Spore and masters it at 28. At 25, it learns Venoshock and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Poison Jab and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Energy Ball and masters it at 54. At 52, it learns Petal Dance and masters it at 64. By TM/TR, we're skipping because we read all this in the Roselia video. Same with breeding. This is all done in the Roselia video. Yep, for both games and all that. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, that's what the EP means, it gets the move Grassy Glide. It's a physical grass type move. Power 70, accuracy 100%, and PP has 20. In Legends Arceus, it can get Dazzling Gleam, Energy Ball, Poison Jab, Rest, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Spikes, and Swift. By transfer from another generation. So if you're new this generation, what this is something that will only appear in Pokemon that don't appear in Gen 9. What this is that it will show all the moves that could be transferred between each of the generations. In this case, it's between, 4 and 7, because that's all we have left. What I do is I will read the generations and the move. If there were only one, I'd read the whole thing, but because there's just one, I'm just going to read the generation and the move. And this little X here means that it no longer works, like you can't select it in battle. From Gen 4, it can have Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 through 7, Covet. 5 and 6, Cut. 4 through 7, Double Team. 4 through 6, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, Grass Whistle, that doesn't work anymore. In Gen 4 through 7, it gets Hidden Power, Mega Drain, and Mind Reader. Hidden Power doesn't work anymore. 4 Mudslap, 4 through 7, Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Nature Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Psych Up and Return, Return doesn't work anymore. 4 and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. And 4 through 7, Swagger, Toxic, and Water Sport. Water Sport doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia. In the browser entry, it should cease to attack. Guardian Signs, it launches leaf blades around itself. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Bat entry. Budew is happy to live surrounded by flowers in the Flower Zone. She's good friends with Skiploom. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. She is Azuril's friend. She loves the Arcane area, but someday she wants to travel all over Pokepark with Azuril. Got all this. Evolution data. Budew level up with high friendship during the day, so you got the rare candy for the level up. The high friendship is the Soothe Bell. I guess that helps with high friendship, and that's the during the day. That's what that looks like. Get Roselia. Breed holding the Rose Incense. You get Budew. Presumably that's also true for Roserade. With a shiny stone, Roselia becomes Roserade. That's what the shiny stone looks like. Sprites here, so it's got a red mouth. Oh, that's right, it does have a red mouth. It's open. Pretty much the same. I mean, a little bit different in the colors, I think. But yeah, and maybe a little bit more simplified. But overall, pretty good. Shiny, you got the purple instead of the green. That's fun, and lighter colors. Actually kind of more like the modern colors. Platinum's a little bit different. Yeah, it looks interesting. Get the mouth opening and closing. Then Gen 5, we get full back sprite. And Gen 6, you get the models. And I think the modern colors. Yep. Pretty Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not much changes. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield to get these better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, we got these models. Other sprites, Buddy in Pokemon Super Contests. So I assume this is an NPC in Pokemon Super Contests. Animation, Budew in Pokemon the series XY. Nando's Budew is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries, I've already recorded this one in the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Budew, the bud Pokemon. In winter, it keeps its bud closed to survive the cold, but then opens it again in the spring.
Pokemon Twilight Wings, Poketune, Budew, and Poketune. For the person in the manga. Budew in Diamond and Pearl Adventure. Got all these. In the TCG. Trivia, the Japanese title of Dawn of a New Era. Pochama versus Sabomi. Hikari's first battle caused confusion upon release since Budew had not yet been revealed to the public, so that's Piplup versus Budew, Dawn's first battle. Budew is the only one of its evolutionary line whose English name differs from its Japanese name. Budew and Roserade are the only Pokemon to be adjacent in the National Pokedex order and yet have an evolutionary stage in between them. Budew is tied with Fungus and Shroodle for the shortest Poison-type Pokemon. The Budew drop-in Motostoke is named after Budew, and its company logo depicts a Budew. So we got icon for Budew drop-in. Origin, Budew may be based on a rosebud. Name origin, Budew may be a combination of bud and dew. Tsubomi may be a corruption of Tsubomi, flower bud. In other languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Budew's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 470, Dawn of a New Era. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have stopped on their path after experiencing sunny day and being calmed down and stuff. Yeah.
Much happier.
There's the Budew. I would say that's Budew's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Budew. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Budew. So this is Budew by Nihorin. So this fun, stylized Budew here. Very well done. And we've got Budew stamp by Chaco Starry. So this fun little stamp with the Budew on it. And we've got Budew by Draculora Love 29. So you got this little drawing, pencil drawing of Budew here. Very cute. Then we've got Pancham and Chespin by Blue Commodore. So got a Pancham and a Chespin with, I guess, that going to the end of this pipe here, and there's a Budew, and some Magikarp. Or I think it's throwing in the leaf, or something, into the water. Definitely putting something into the water, and it's kind of scaring the Magikarp. Interesting. Then we got Turtwig & Co. by Zerudez, so I'm pretty sure I did this in either the Turtwig video or the Starly video, but we can do it again, so you got the Turtwig and 3 Budew here, and Starly here. Very well done. Then we've got The Babies by Krabbeedle. So we've got 5 of the baby Pokemon, I guess. Or maybe first stage Pokemon. This nice little gif here of an open Budew, a Chinchou, Igglybuff, Milcery, Litwick, and Mincino here. Very well done. Then we've got 406 Budew by Code Geese. 1,218, so this sort of nice image, very, just a Budew, it's very good. This is text, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Roserade. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Roserade, the first Poison-type evolution, final evolution, and third stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Being the final evolution of Budew, who, starting in Gen 4, evolves into Roselia, who, starting in Gen 4, evolves into Roserade when exposed to a shiny stone. Roserade's previous PYC dates are April 8th, 1997, January 28th, 2000, November 18th, 2002, September 8th, 2005, June 29th, 2008, April 20th, 2011, February 8th, 2014, November 29th, 2016, September 20th, 2019, and July 11th, 2022. I most know Roserade as one of the Pokemon of Nando, a recurring trainer in the Gen 4 era of the anime. While I always thought that Budew was introduced in Gen 3, I always knew that Roserade was introduced in Gen 4, having believed it was a third stage to a previously two-stage evolutionary line like several Pokemon this generation. I believe this is the only instance in which a pre-evolution and evolution of a Pokemon introduced in a previous generation are introduced in the same generation. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Roserade, the bouquet Pokemon, whose number is 0407. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Poison, abilities Natural Cure or a Poison Point. Technician is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, egg groups Fairy and Grass, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 32 pounds or 14.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 204 in Gen 4 and 232 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 3 in special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Roserade is a dual-type grass/poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Roselia. When exposed to a shiny stone, it is the final form of Budew. Biology, Roserade is a bipedal Pokemon with an appearance that incorporates features of roses and masquerade attire. It has hair made of white rose petals and a leafy green cape with a yellow collar-like bangle on its neck. The cape pattern reaches toward the back of its head in spiky, sepal-like extensions on the hair. A male will have a shorter cape than a female. It has a dark green mask over its red, yellow-lidded eyes. The lower portion of its face is light green, and it holds a bouquet in each hand, with a red in its right hand and blue in its left. Its limbs and underside are light green, its feet end with yellow tips. Roserade lures prey with a sweet aroma. The more toxic its poison, the sweeter its aroma becomes. Each hand has different toxins, but both hands can jab with near-deadly power. Roserade's right arm contains poisons that act faster, while its left arm contains poisons that act slower. Regardless, Roserade's poison can be life-threatening. It attacks with a dancer-like elegance and uses hidden whips covered with poisonous thorns. Evolution, Roserade evolves from Roselia and is the final form of Budew, so Budew, Roselia, Roserade. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Roserade is a member of the Legendary Exploration Team, Team Raider, alongside Glade and Rhyperior. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Team Raiders, Roserade returns as a recruitable Pokemon alongside the rest of the team. They will connect with the player once they successfully deliver Glade's letter to Roserade. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 in Diamond. It attracts prey with a sweet aroma, then downs it with thorny whips hidden in its arms. Pearl. With the movements of a dancer, it strikes with whips that are densely lined with poison thorns. Platinum. Each of its hands contains different toxins, but both hands can jab with near-fatal power. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its sweet aroma attracts prey, then it spews poison. The more toxic it is, the sweeter its aroma. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. Luring prey with a sweet scent, it uses poison whips on its arms to poison, bind, and finish off the prey. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. After captivating opponents with its sweet scent, it lashes them with its thorny whips. Shield. The poison in its right hand is quick-acting. The poison in its left hand is slow-acting. Both are life-threatening. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. Hidden within the bouquet on each hand are thorned whips, loaded with virulent poison. Roserade moves gracefully as it corners its prey and mercilessly lashes them with its whips. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Black 2, White 2, Sword, and Shield. It has the Poison Barb, 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Hardy Grains, 35% of the time. Vivichoke, 15% of the time. And grit items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy L, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 40% of the time. Grit items by level, I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, we'll compare Gens 4 through 5 and 6 onward. HP 60, that stays the same. Attack 70, that stayed the same. Defense 55, that went up to 65. Special attack 125, that stayed the same. Special defense 105, that stays the same. Speed 90, that stayed the same. So this one has a total of 505, and this one has a total of 515. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice, all for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, water, electric, and fairy for half, and grass for a fourth. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Because you can hypothetically have a level 2 Roserade, will go down to 2. Never mind, there doesn't seem to be one that it learns in 2 or later in these games. For Legends Arceus, we'll start at level 6 here. At level 6, it learns Absorb and masters it at level 15. At 11, it learns Poison Powder and masters it at 20. At level 18, it learns Stun Spore and masters it at 28. At level 25, it learns Venoshock and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Poison Jab and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Energy Ball and masters it at 54. At 52, it learns Petal Dance and masters it at 64. By TM/TR, we're skipping. By both games. By breeding, we're skipping in both games. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it can get Grassy Glide. It's a physical grass-type move. Its power is 70. Accuracy is 100%, and PB has 20. In Legends Arceus, you can get Dazzling Gleam, Energy Ball, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Magical Leaf, Poison Jab, Rest, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Spikes, and Swift. Nothing by a prior evolution. By transfer from another generation. From Gen 4, it can get Captivate. That doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 through 7, Covet. 5 and 6, Cut. 4 through 7, Double Team. 4 through 6, Flash. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Frustration. That doesn't work anymore. 4, Fury Cutter. 4 through 7, Grass Whistle and Hidden Power. Neither work anymore. 7, Laser Focus. 4 through 7, Mind Reader. 4, Mud Slap. 4 through 7, Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Nature Power. 4 through 7, Psych Up and Return. Return doesn't work anymore. 4 and 6, Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Swagger and Water Sport. Water Sport doesn't work anymore. By transfer, only via prior evolution. So, if you're new this generation, what this means is it's a transfer move, but it's also, it only had it from a previous evolution. So in this case, it's from Roselia, from Gen 3 here. So, from Gen 3, it gets Double Edge, Mimic, and Nightmare. Nightmare doesn't work anymore. 3, from an event, it gets Sweet Kiss. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia. In the browser entry, it shoots leaves and needles. It also scatters pollen to attack. Guardian Signs, it launches leaf blades around itself. You got all this. Evolution data, Budew, level up with high friendship during the day. Roselia, Shiny Stone, Roserade, breed holding Rose Incense. Get Budew, presumably both of them, and that can happen. Sprites here, so a little darker greens. Probably just darker colors overall. Yeah, but really not much changes, honestly. You get the male versus the female with the long cape. You get the shinies, pretty iconic shiny. Sort of lighter green, the black and the purple. Or gray and purple, I guess, at this point. Platinums. Not really much changes, just sort of the animation, I think, changes, or the order, maybe, of the different sprites. There might also be slight tweaks here and there. Gen 5. Get the full back sprites, which still don't really make it obvious the difference between the male and the female. Actually, it makes it far less obvious, the difference between the male and the female in Gen 5 for some reason. That's an interesting choice. Yeah. Yeah, not really else much changes, though. In Gen 6, got the models, pretty good adaptation, and now it's a lot more obvious, the difference between the male and the female capes. Yeah, probably got modern colors as well. Yep, in Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, in Sword and Shield, you get the much better models, of course. In Legends of Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Roserade. In Pokemon Journeys the series, Drew's Roserade is the big one. Nando's Roserade is another big one. Got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 25, in Ash's Pokedex. Roserade, the bouquet Pokemon. Roserade is the evolved form of Roselia. It lures enemies with its sweet aroma, and attacks with dancer-like elegance. In Black and White, episode 98, in the same Pokedex. Roserade, the bouquet Pokemon. Roserade uses its sweet aroma to attract prey, and strikes with thorny whips to defeat it. Gotcha, I guess, in the manga. Roserade in Pokemon Adventures. These in TCG. Trivia: a Roserade costume is worn by Rosie in Pokemon Battle Revolution. So we've got Rosie's Roserade costume, English version. The second point I read in the Roselia video. Roserade is one of the 2 third stage Pokemon which can be obtained at level 1 without the use of Pokemon Go, the other being Porygon Z. Origin: Roserade appears to be based on a combination of a bouquet of roses and a mysterious patron of a masquerade ball, in which masks would be worn to hide the identity of the participants. Its mask cape and the mention of its movements of a dancer in its Pokedex entry seem to confirm this. It is also possible that, instead of roses, its design was based on Helleborus, a genus in which many species are poisonous and deceptively similar to roses, tying in once again to the theme of disguises. Alternatively, the flowers could draw inspiration from hydrangea flowers, which are poisonous and have flowers that grow in clusters and can come in red and blue varieties. Finally, Roserade's humanoid design, connection to flowers, and one of its egg groups suggest that it is also based on fairies. Name origin: Roserade may be a combination of rose and masquerade due to the appearance of wearing a mask. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Roserade's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 491, Do You Know the Poffin Plan? In this episode, Ash Ketchum is cooking something in this kitchen with this woman that we haven't met yet. We're at the beginning of the episode. Yeah. There's the Roserade. Roserade. And that is Roserade's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Roserade.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Roserade? And Andrew JZ1PM has responded. They say, it's shiny. Thank you for responding. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Roserade. This is Roserade by Blue Commodore. So we've got this nice painting, I guess, of a Roserade here. Very well done. Very realistic in the flowers and stuff. Then we've got Poison type Pokemon collage artwork failed by Poco Loco Poco. So we've got the Roserade here, Gengar, Tentacruel, Venusaur, Arbok, Beedrill, Ariados, Victreebel, Swalot, Muck, Galarian Weezing, non-Galarian Weezing, Seviper, Crobat, Quillfish, Galarian Muck, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Vileplume, Venomoth, Galarian Slowking and Galarian Slowbro. Very well done. Then we've got Roserade 2 by Sailor Clef. So this nice image of a Roserade here. Very well done. Then we've got Roserade by Azure Blade XIII. So we got this Roserade here. Very well done. Then we've got Roserade by Raku Guy. So this nice, kind of stylized version of Roserade here. Then we've got Spy and Family and Pokemon by Harlequin Waffles. So this nice crossover between Spy and Family and Pokemon. We'll start with Lloyd here. So this is Lloyd Forger. He's the dad of the family. He's a spy. So the disguising, the one that disguises can disguise itself. That's fun with the Ditto. And then Inteleon being spy-themed makes sense. Then we've got Your Forger. So she's got a shiny Roserade here, which makes sense since her nickname is also the Thorn Princess. And then we've got Weavile here, I guess because of the sharp claws, and she stabs people. That's her whole thing. I guess that's sort of the hunting. She's like a assassin. And we've got Anya Forger, holding a love ball. Cleffa, because of the little horn things she has. They're not actual horns, they're just fake. Then we've got Esper, because she's got psychic powers. And this stylized Stoutland that's meant to look like Bon, the pet dog in the series. Yes, very well done. Then we've got El Equipo, Pokemon De Rouge de Sinnoh by Elf Dragon 35, so I'm assuming it's what they would believe Rouge the Bat's Pokemon would be in the Sinnoh region. So we've got Lopunny, Roserade, Perugly, Frostlass, Honchkrow, and Garchomp here on the background that is very clearly Kanto. Oh well. Then we've got Roserade by All 0412. It's this nice image of a Roserade here. Yeah, very nice pose. I like the art. Then we've got Roserade character design by Caniceres. Fun stylized, maybe slightly more realistic Roserade here. You can see the whips coming out of the hands. That's fun. Then we've got Roserade by Paldubex. So this sort of look at Roserade here. You got the full image here, and then you've got the T-pose, and like the body without the roses, I guess, side profile, and kind of this partial back profile. Seems to be a female Roserade in this case. It says number 0412, Roserade, Paldubex. Very well done. I like this sort of page that looks kind of like an old scientific journal. It's nice. And we've got Commission, Roserade, and Excalibur by Falion 6. So this nice image here, Roserade and Excalibur. It's very well done. Then we've got Roserade, a Alolan form by Locomotive 111. So obviously there isn't an actual Alolan form of Roserade, but this is how they imagined it would have looked like. It says Roserade, Alola form, Grass Ghost. Yeah, interesting. Ability Lashful Blade. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Roserade by Espamite. So this fun stylized artwork of Roserade here. Very well done. Then we've got Roserade by A&G Marcus. So this fun image of a Roserade here, kind of jumping in the air, I guess. A very interesting stylization of the bouquets there. This doesn't contain a Roserade, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Cranidos. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Cranidos, the first rock Pokemon and base Pokemon, and fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are April 9th, 1997, January 29th, 2000, November 19th, 2002, September 9th, 2005, June 30th, 2008, April 21st, 2011, February 9th, 2014, November 30th, 2016, September 21st, 2019, and July 12th, 2022. I often get the names of Cranidos and Rampardos mixed up.
Cranidos.
Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Cranidos, the headbutt Pokemon whose number is 0408. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock, abilities, Mold Breaker. Sheer Force is its inability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group monster, hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 2 foot 11 or 0.9 meters. Weight is 69.4 pounds or 31.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 99 in Gen 4 and 70 in 5+. Leveling rate erratic, Evield 1 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex colors blue and base friendship is 70. Cranidos is a rock type fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is revived from a skull fossil and evolves into Rampardos starting at level 30. Biology, Cranidos is a gray dinosaur-like Pokemon resembling the Pachycephalosaurus. It has a hooked beak, red irises, and a hard blue dome-shaped head with 4 spikes on its back. The hard skull is considered to be Cranidos' most distinguishing feature. It has stubby arms with 3 claws. Despite the stubbiness, it can attack with them. The back half of its body has a large, spiky pattern of blue, and it has a short tail. It has feet with 3 forward claws and 1 backward. Its main attacking prowess involves charging headfirst into its opponents. When it lived in dense forests and jungles 100 million years ago, it would use headbutts to snap obstructing trees, down its prey, and combat Pokemon like Aerodactyl and even other Cranidos. The resulting sound of 2 Cranidos headbutting echoes throughout the area like the sound of the pealing of a bell. It notably lacks any intelligence. Cranidos are considered to be a rare sight to encounter. The fossilized trunks of trees, snapped in two, are also found near the fossilized rock layers of Cranidos fossils. It was brought back to life from a skull fossil. In modern times, Cranidos can be found at the canyon biome located at the terrarium. Evolution, Cranidos evolves into Rampardos, so Cranidos, Rampardos. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. It lived in jungles around 100 million years ago. Its skull is as hard as iron. Pearl. It was resurrected from an iron ball-like fossil. It downs prey with its headbutts. Platinum. A lifelong jungle dweller from 100 million years ago. It would snap obstructing trees with headbutts. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Cranidos toughen up their already rock-hard heads by headbutting one another. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is basically Pearl's entry, but headbutts is now one word. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, Gen 5, and Y's entry. For those of you new this generation, the rule for all Gen 7 entries are that they're always new, each and every one of them. Sun. It lived in jungles around 100 million years ago. It uses skillful headbutts to combat Aerodactyl. Moon. In rock layers where Cranidos fossils are found, the fossilized trunks of trees snapped in two are also often found. Ultra Sun. A primeval Pokemon. It possesses a hard and sturdy skull, lacking any intelligence within. Ultra Moon. Its hard skull is its distinguishing feature. It snapped trees by headbutting them, and then it fed on their ripe berries. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is X and Omega Ruby's entry. Legend Arceus. An incredibly rare sight. They duel each other by ramming their heads together, and the resulting sound echoes throughout the area like the pealing of a bell. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet. Cranidos toughen out their already sturdy heads by headbutting one another. Cranidos in the Lola Pokedex, so you can see it's just sort of this model in this pose here. It'll probably be different than the one that we'll see in the sprites section, but yeah, generally it's just this in this sort of void. Then we got Cranidos in the Blueberry Pokedex, so you can see 2 of them headbutting. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations, and events. Held items in Black 2 and White 2. Old Gateau as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, it has the Black Tumblestone 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. Grit items by levels. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 67, attack 125. Defense 40, special attack and special defense 30, speed 58 for a total of 350. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by Rock, Bug, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Steel, Water, and Grass, all for double. Immune to Nothing, resistant to Normal, Flying, Poison, and Fire, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Headbutt and Leer, 6. Focus Energy, 10. Rock Smash, 15. Takedown, 19. Scary Face, 24. Assurance, 28 Slam, 33 Ancient Power, 37 Zen Headbutt, 42 Screech, and 46 Head Smash. By TM001 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 115 Dragon Pulse, 116 Stealth Rock, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 179 Smackdown, 191 Uproar, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 224 Curse, and 226 Dragon Jeer. By breeding, this group gives it Hammer Arm, this group gives it Stomp, this group gives it Thrash, and Tropius gives it Whirlwind. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, the browser entry. It rams with its rock-hard head, Guardian Signs. It triggers rock falls around itself that make Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Cranidos came to the Cavern Zone to play. They agree that their favorite attractions are Blaziken's Boulder Bash and Dusknoir's Speed Slam. They got all this. Evolution data, Cranidos, level 30, Rampardos. Sprites here, so slightly different gray, slightly different blue. The eyes seem to be a lot smaller, the pupils at least. That's interesting. The finger is also a lot smaller, although that might just be like the details they could have on that size sprite. Red and brown for the shiny, that's fun. The eyes, I think, change a little bit, probably a slight difference in the details. We can't really see the right two spikes because of the angle change. Yep. Gen 5. Basically the same. The cranium seems to be a little bit smaller. The pupils, I think, get a little bit bigger. Get full back sprites as well. And Gen 6, get the models. The pupils are a lot bigger now. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. In Homes, got these models. In animation, Cranidos and Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Rorark's Cranidos is the big one. Got Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 15 in Ash's Pokedex. Cranidos, the headbutt Pokemon. Cranidos lived in the deep woods about 100 million years ago, and its cranium is as hard as steel. Pokemon Evolutions, Cranidos and Pokemon Evolutions. Rorark's Cranidos, I guess, is the big one. In the manga, Cranidos and Pocket Monsters DP. Oh, very cute. Cranidos in Pokemon Adventures, it's Rorark's Cranidos. A Cranidos egg in Pokemon Adventures. That's interesting. This would be with a Cranidos and a Rampardos, and it's probably him aging, yeah. Started off with an egg, then became a Cranidos, and then became a Rampardos, yeah. The TCG trivia, Cranidos and its evolved form are the only fossil Pokemon of a single type. Cranidos is tied with Rockruff for the lowest base defense stat of all Rock-type Pokemon. Cranidos and Shieldon evolve at level 30, the earliest of any fossil Pokemon. Origin: Cranidos seems to be based on the Pachycephalosaurus. Name origin: Cranidos may be a combination of cranium and dinosaur. Zugaidos may be derived from Zugaikatsu, cranium, and other languages, related articles, to the fossils and fossil Pokemon. External links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Cranidos.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 481, Shape of Things to Come. We're at the very beginning of the episode. There's the Cranidos and Chimchar.
Come on! Focus energy!
Get Chimchar out of there!
Huh. I was waiting for this.
For what?
Okay, that is Cranidos' first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Cranidos. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Cranidos. So this first one doesn't contain a Cranidos, so we'll start with the second one. This is Cranidos Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. This nice model here, very well done. Mochismo Cranidos by L Kitty Heartworks. So according to the description, this is a fusion between Cranidos and a yokai watch yokai named Mochismo, I guess. Very interesting. I don't know. Then we've got Small Dream by Salanchu. So we've got this Cranidos and Shieldon flying on the pterodactyls here. That's fun. Very well done. Then we've got Bootlian Rampardos line by Kaiji Atsui. So this fun alternate form where it's part rock, part electric type. It's sort of just kind of almost robotic versions of the two. Yeah, very fun. Cranidos, rock/electric type. Rampardos, rock/electric type. Yes, very well done. Then we've got PKMN CC Clay, level 10, by Last Night Light. So, allegedly this is a Cranidos, even though it kind of looks like a alternate games thing that kind of would vaguely be the dinosaur it's based on or whatever. But yeah, allegedly this is... I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, allegedly this is supposed to be Cranidos, so... yeah, we got this, alternate form of Cranidos called Clay. It's a shiny variant, I guess. It's also a mixed blend, I don't know what that's about. Yeah, interesting, I don't know. I guess because it has the brown outside and that's supposed to be like the shiny, I don't know. Then we got Cranidos by Ramon Lee, so just the Cranidos official image, I think, unless it's some sort of alternate version, I don't know. Then we've got Riot by Pokerealm by Awkward Rabbit Art, so this fusion between a Cranidos and a Poochyena, very interesting, because it's named Riot. Alter Hybrid, I guess, and shiny infused. Then species and type is Rock Dark, yeah, that makes sense, it's a fusion between the two. Yeah, interesting. Shieldon Ref Sheet by Sketchy Boy 25. We got a few images here. We're only doing the first three since they're the only ones that contain the Cranidos here. So it says Shieldon, very smart, is often used as someone's own personal shield. He's not cool with it. Adopted, very supportive. Cute, refuses to admit it. Slightly judgmental. So Scrapes, pointing out Scrapes. Wears bandana just to be unique. Moveset, Ancient Power, Iron Defense, Protect, and Iron Head. The only thing that keeps me from creation is my lack of hands. Loves Miraculous Ladybug, but doesn't want anyone to know. We all know, but just play along. That's a show that's typically targeted towards girls, so I'm assuming this is supposed to be a boy. My bro is smarter than Alakazam. I wouldn't go as far as an Alakazam, I'd say I'm smarter than a VM. And we've got... so I guess, yeah. I'm more than just a shield. Cute. I'm not cute. I'm not even close to cute. How the hell do those ponies do that? Oh, how do they hold things with their hands? The My Little Pony characters, or use their hands. The same line before, my bro is smarter than an Alakazam, wouldn't go that far, Sam's smarter than a Beeham, yeah. I've got the dumb one, the smart one. Then we've got Cranidos by Molly Style Art. I guess there's a couple of them here, so they're sort of version of the official art here. Then we got the shiny version of their version of the official art here. Very well done. Even though this has elements of Cranidos, this is apparently not supposed to be Cranidos, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Rampardos. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Rampardos. The first rock evolution, final evolution, and second stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, being the evolution of Cranidos, who evolved at level 30. Its previous BYC dates are April 10th, 1997, January 30th, 2000, November 20th, 2002, September 10th, 2005, July 1st, 2008, April 22nd, 2011, February 10th, 2014, December 1st, 2016, September 22nd, 2019, and July 13th, 2022. I must know Rampardos from its rivalry with Bastiodon, particularly in the theme decks of the TCG's Mysterious Treasures expansions Skull Charge and Armor Fortress, where the two are on the cover of the theme decks, with Rampardos being on the cover of Skull Charge. I often get the names of Cranidos and Rampardos mixed up.
Cranidos.
Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Rampardos, the headbutt Pokemon, whose number is 0409. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock. Abilities, Mold Breaker. Sheer Force is its ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 group monster. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 5'3" or 1.6 meters. Weight is 226 pounds, or 102.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 199 in Gen 4 and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic, EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Rampardos is a rock-type fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Cranidos starting at level 30. Biology, Rampardos is a large, dark gray, dinosaur-like Pokemon resembling a Pachycephalosaurus. It has a pearl-like dome crowning its head, which obstructs its red eyes. It has blue stripes, one on its tail and one on each of its knees and wrists. It has various spikes, one on each knee, 2 on the blue collar on its neck, 2 short ones on its nose, and 4 on its head. 2 of these head spikes are bigger than the other 2. Its strength lies within its fierce headbutting attacks. A charging Rampardos can knock down virtually anything with one hit. 100 million years ago, it lived in jungles, where it ruthlessly chased its prey while tearing down trees in its path. Rampardos has the personality of a brute. It enjoys barging into objects with its head to train its strength and reflexes. This resulted in its skull growing a foot thick and harder than steel, which prevents it from fainting if it crashes into anything, even another charging Rampardos. Long after its passing, ancient people would dig up its well-developed skull fossil and use it as a helmet. However, because its skull grew so thick, its brain became even smaller than that of Cranidos, leading to theories that its stupidity led to its extinction. Its fossils have been found near those of Bastiodon, suggesting that these two lived in the same habitat, likely as enemies. Very little was known about Rampardos' biology in ancient times. There were records of a Rampardos that escaped after being revived and evolved, destroying a skyscraper in the process. Evolution, Rampardos evolved from Cranidos, so Cranidos, Rampardos. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity. Rampardos runs the Box Buster shop in Post Town, where he will break open the player's treasure boxes for 150 Poke. He reappears in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Pokedex entries, Gen 4 and Diamond. Its powerful headbutt has enough power to shatter even the most durable things upon impact. Pearl. Its skull is as hard as iron. It is a brute that tears down jungle trees while catching prey. Platinum. If two were to smash their heads together, their foot-thick skulls would keep them from fainting. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Its skull withstands impacts of any magnitude. As a result, its brain never gets the chance to grow. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. The result of repeated headbutts is a skull grown thick and hard. However, its brain has shrunk in size, compared with Cranidos'. Moon. Records exist of a revived fossil that evolved into Rampardos, proceeded to escape and then destroy a skyscraper with a headbutt. Ultra Sun. In ancient times, people would dig up fossils of this Pokemon and use its skull, which is harder than steel, to make helmets. Ultra Moon. This ancient Pokemon used headbutts skillfully. Its brain was really small, so some theories suggest that its stupidity led to its extinction. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is basically diamonds, but headbutt is now the correct casing. Shining Pearl is its pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Very little is known about its biology. Can knock down massive trees by smashing its beautiful pearl-like crown against them. In Gen 9, Scarlet, stifled by a thick skull that can withstand any impact. This Pokemon's brain never got very big. Violet is Platinum and the Gen 5 entries. Rampardos in the Alola Pokedex. Rampardos in the Blueberry Pokedex. You can see all the details, I guess. Looks like it's about to headbutt something. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal, has the Black Tumblestone 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 97, attack 165, defense 60, special attack 65, special defense 50, speed 58, for a total of 495. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Rock, Bug, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Steel, Water, and Grass, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to Normal, Flying, Poison, and Fire, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 36. So, upon evolution, it gets Endeavor, 36 Ancient Power, 43 Zen Headbutt, 51 Screech, and 58 Head Smash. By DM, we're skipping... By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing prior evolution. Side game data. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, the browser entry. It rams with its rock-hard head. It also hurls stones to attack. Guardian Signs. It triggers rock falls around itself that make Pokemon tired. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Rampardos will headbutt anything. The impact packs enough punch to make caves shake. But thanks to its thick, durable skull, it doesn't injure itself at all. Evolution data, Cranidos, level 30 Rampardos. Sprites here, so a little lighter colors, but more or less the same. Yes. Shiny is brown and red, like Cranidos' was. Animation looks a little different in Platinum's, but yeah, the posing and stuff is different, but seems to generally keep the basic idea of everything. Maybe make slight adjustments. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Gen 6, you get the models. I feel like they make it a little bit chunkier, which I wasn't expecting. Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you got the models in this game. In Homes, you got these models. In animation, Rampardos in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Rourke's Rampardos is the big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 17, in Dawn's Pokedex. Rampardos, the headbutt Pokemon, and the evolved form of Cranidos. Its headbutt attack is so powerful that it can pulverize even the sturdiest of objects with one hit. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 107, in the same Pokedex. Rampardos, the headbutt Pokemon, and the evolved form of Cranidos. Like a spear, its headbutt can pierce even the strongest of defenses. In the manga, Rampardos in Pokemon Adventures. This, and the TCG. Trivia. Rampardos has the highest base attack stat of all Rock-type Pokemon. I read the second point in the Cranidos video. Origin. Rampardos is based on the family of dinosaurs known as Pachycephalosauridae. The head ornamentation resembles that of the Stygimoloch, or Dracorex, because of its height. It also appears to be based on the Ultimate Spear / Unstoppable Force, as opposed to its counterpart Bastiodon, which appears to be based on the Ultimate Shield / Immovable Object. Name origin, Rampardos may be a combination of Rampart, a defensive wall, Ram to slam into, or Rampage and Hard, as well as Cranidos. Rampald may be a combination of Rampart, or Ram and Hard, or Bald. And languages, related articles, to the fossil Pokemon. External links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Rampardos.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 483, Wild in the Streets. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and their talking Meowth, have captured the Cranidos of the Orberg City gym leader, Rorark. The Cranidos is now evolving to get out of the net it's trapped in.
Cranidos!
Ash and friends. Oops. Ash, Rorark, Officer Jenny, a couple scientists, Pikachu, Dawn, Piplup, Veneeri also, of Dawn's, and Brock. I would say that is Rampardos' first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Rampardos card.
It's the first Rampardos card design. I have the reverse holofoil version. It was illustrated by Kazuyuki Kano. For it being one of the first 3D models of Rampardos, it's pretty good. I like that it's in an environment instead of just having a cool background. Rampardos is a fighting type, as Rock is often classified as fighting in the TCG. Rampardos has 120 HP, it's 5'3", and 226 pounds. It has 2 moves, Assurance and Hasty Headbutt. In the video games, Assurance is a dark-type move introduced in Gen 4. It inflicts damage, dealing double damage if the opponent has already been hurt on their turn. On this card, it costs 1 fighting and 1 of any energy. This move does 30 damage until the opponent's HP is 60 or less, when it becomes 60 damage. Hasty Headbutt is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 3 fighting energies and hits for 100 unmodified damage, but hurts Rampardos for 20 damage. Rampardos is weak to grass for plus 30 damage, which mimics its weakness to grass in the video games. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to colorless, psychic, darkness, or fire, as it's resistant to normal, called colorless in the TCG, flying, often considered colorless in the TCG, poison, often considered psychic or darkness in the TCG, and fire in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Rampardos to retreat. Its description reads, "Its powerful headbutt has enough power to shatter even the most durable things upon impact." This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. It's level 48.
I don't have a card for Shieldon, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Bastiodon. Now let's say why other people love Rampardos.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Rampardos? Not a Hurdler 2233 has responded. I like Rampardos because he has a big head like my friend Eogon. It also is blue, which is a cool color, and I like his attack is really high, even higher than Azumarill. Azumarill is my favorite Pokemon, which is crazy because one time I knocked out a Toxapex from full HP with an Azumarill. Interesting. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Rampardos. This first one is a fusion, and the rules are that we don't start with a fusion, so we'll start with the second one. This is Pokemon TCG Pocket Warrior Spirit Deck by X-Dead Dragon X98. So this, I guess, fan art for the Warrior Spirit decks in TCG Pocket. So you got the Rampardos, Lucario, looking like it's setting up a move, I guess, and a Glade, jumping up in the air, I guess, to attack. Yes, very well done. Minochi Rampardos by L Kitty Heartworks. So, just like the one yesterday, it seems to be a fusion between Minochi, which is a Yokai Watch Yokai, and Rampardos here. Yeah, interesting. Mega Rampardos Shiny by Anar Lorandil. This fun image here, so there's no Mega Rampardos, so it's kind of fun to see what their version of it would look like. And this is like the shiny one, so it's got the red and the brown. It's very good. 409 Rampardos by Phyco Fox. It's this fun, more realistic Rampardos here. Yes, like all the little details, it's good. Mega Rampardos by Anar Lorandil. So the regular version now. You know, the blue and the gray. Very interesting. Pokemon Rampardos by Mark331. So, this cool Rampardos here. This very unique angle. from 2010. Then we've got Adoptable Pokemon FR 409 Rampardos by Fuyan Art. So Rampardos FR Adoptable Trainer question mark available to adopt. Fuyan Art. Yeah. So I guess this sort of alternate version, maybe stylized version, I guess, of Rampardos here. Yes, very interesting. Dry Desert Battle by Sebas Vishnu. So, this fun image of a Rampardos ramming a Rhyhorn in the desert. Yeah, very well done. Rampardos by T-Rex. So, this fun little Rampardos here. Kind of stylized. It's very well done. Rampardos and Bastiodon variants by Goompy. So it's interesting variations of them. So this one's a rock psychic, I think. So yeah, I got elements more focusing on the head, you know, probably with psychic energy and stuff. Then we got Bastiodon as a rock fairy. So that's fun, more like crystals instead of the steel. That's, yeah, very well done. So this is Dinosaur Digimon presentation by Stormagale. So a bunch of the 3D models here, I guess how Digimon presents it. Looks like it's maybe colored based a little bit. So we've got the Rampardos here and a Cranidos. Aeron, Laron, Agron, Mega Agron, Larvitar, Pupitar, Tyranitar, Mega Tyranitar, Iron Thorns, Snivy, Servine, Serperior, Dreepy, Silcobra, Sandaconda, Gigantamax Sandaconda, Roly-Coly, Carcol, Colossal, Gigantamax Colossal, the Reshrams, White Reshram, Black Reshram, Regular Reshram, Archeops, Arcan, Trico, Grovyle, Sceptile, Mega Sceptile, Dracloak, Dragapult, Dinos, Wailus, Hydreigon, Iron Jugulus, Arcabax, Frigibax, Baxcalibur, Tyrant, and Tyrantrum. Very well done. This is Rampardos by T-Rex. So, this different version of Rampardos here. You know, looks like it's a lot bulkier and stuff. That's interesting. A lot bigger horns, and yeah, very well done. Pokesumbered 813, favorite rock type by Captain Pika. So, this fun image here of this Rampardos, yeah, kind of stylized. Very well done. Rampardos by Bolengel. This interesting 3D model of Rampardos here. Rampardos by Zawis54, so this just nice, simple Rampardos image here. Very well done. Line art by Rampardos by Inokwai Lover. So, just, yeah, line art of Rampardos, yeah, very simple. Mega Rampardos by that dev guy. So their version of what Mega Rampardos looks like, a lot different than the other one. A little bit more spikes up there, and on there, and the spiky tail instead. This is Pokemon Day 2025 by Blue Fox Nick. So I guess this is Rhyfox and their Pokemon team consisting of Rampardos, Noctowl, Alcremie, Ninetales, Heracross, and Mismagius. Very well done. This is Cranidos Family 2 by Darkrai Lady. So this shaded version of, looks like basically the official art, or at least maybe slightly very, very close to that anyway. Yes, with the Cranidos and a Rampardos. Yeah, very well done. This doesn't contain a Rampardos, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Shieldon. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Shieldon, the first Rock Steel Pokemon. It's also the first dual-type Rock Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous POIC dates are April 11th, 1997, January 31st, 2000, November 21st, 2002, September 11th, 2005, July 2nd, 2008, April 23rd, 2011, February 11th, 2014, hey, that's my birthday! December 2nd, 2016, September 23rd, 2019, and July 14th, 2022. I most know Shieldon from its large shield-like head. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Shieldon, the shield Pokemon, whose number is 0410. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Steel. Since this is our first Rock Steel type Pokemon, I'll point out the Rock inside and the Steel outside. Abilities, Sturdy, Soundproof is its ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group monster, hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 125.7 pounds or 57 kilograms. Base experience yield is 99, Gen 4, and 75+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 1. In defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Shieldon is a dual-type rock/steel fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is revived from the armor fossil and evolves into Bastiodon starting at level 30. Biology. Shieldon is a small yellow ceratopsian-like reptilian Pokemon. It has white toes and a white bump on its back. Shieldon has a dark gray elliptical face with a prominent white brow and a white rim on its black snout. Its facial hide is extremely hard. However, it is vulnerable when attacked from behind. 100 million years ago, Shieldon lived in dense forests and primeval jungles. It has a habit of polishing its face against tree trunks. It is speculated that few enemies would have considered challenging its armored face. It eats grass, tree roots, and berries. Its fossils show no signs of damage to its face. Shieldon is described as having a mild-mannered nature and dislikes conflict. Shieldon was revived from an armor fossil. In modern times, it can be found living in the canyon biome located in the terrarium. Evolution, Shieldon evolves into Bastiodon, so Shieldon, Bastiodon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. A Pokemon that lived in jungles around 100 million years ago. Its facial hide is extremely hard. Pearl. It habitually polishes its face by rubbing it against tree trunks. It is weak to attacks from behind. Platinum. It is outstandingly armored. As a result, it can eat grass and berries without having to fight. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It was generated from a fossil dug out of a layer of clay that was older than anyone knows. It has a sturdy face. Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7 Sun, many fossils of this Pokemon have been found, but almost none have shown signs of damage to the face. Moon. This Pokemon lived in primeval jungles. Few enemies would have been willing to square off against its heavily armored face, so it's thought. Ultra Sun. A mild-mannered, herbivorous Pokemon. It used its face to dig up tree roots to eat. The skin on its face was plenty tough. Ultra Moon. Although its fossils can be found in layers of primeval rock, nothing but its face has ever been discovered. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, other Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus. Much remains unknown about this Pokemon, as few have ever seen it. However, we know that it is calm and dislikes conflict, and enjoys polishing its face against trees and rocks. In Gen 9 Scarlet, it is outstandingly armored. As a result, it has no particular need to battle with others and can spend its time feeding on grass and berries. Violet. This Pokemon lived in primeval jungles. It's thought that Shieldon had few enemies thanks to its sturdy face. Shieldon in the Alola Pokedex. Interesting. Shieldon in the Blueberry Pokedex. There's 3 of them. Fun. A lot smaller than baby. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Held items. Black 2 and White 2. It has the Old Gato as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Legends Arceus. Normal. It has the Black Tumblestone 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 30, Attack 42, Defense 118, Special Attack 42, Special Defense 88, Speed 30 for a total of 350. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Ghost, Steel, Fire, Grass, Electric, and Dark. Weak to Fighting, and Ground for 4, and Water for double. Immune to Poison, resistant to Normal and Flying for a 4th, and Rock, Bug, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy all for half. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is half, so it'll go from 0 to half. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves were half, so they both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and Protect, 6 Taunt, 10 Metal Sound, 15 Takedown, 19 Iron Defense, 24 Swagger, 28 Ancient Power, 33 Endure, 37 Metal Burst, 42 Iron Head, and 46 Heavy Slam. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 116 Stealth Rock, 121 Heavy Slam, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 166 Thunder, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terror Blast, 172 Roar, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 204 Double Edge, 215 Scorching Sands, 223 Metal Sound, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. By breeding, this group gives it Counter, the Mere Herb gives it Fissure, this group gives it Focus Energy, the Mere Herb gives it Guard Split, this group gives it Headbutt, and this group gives it Screech. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It rams with a Throck-Hard head. It also makes stones drop to attack. Guardian Science. It attacks by making iron balls fall. This. Evolution data, Shieldon, level 30 Bastiodon. Sprites here, so a lot darker head, I guess. But a lot of it's the same. Eyes are slightly different. They're not as round, I don't think. Interesting. That's the back terrain. Shiny is blue and green. Interesting. Platinums probably changed it a little bit, but not much. I guess the tail is a little bit bigger. And maybe a little bit thinner. Interesting. I don't know if the eyes get fixed yet. And Gen 5... kind of goes, I don't know, kind of, the tail is almost between Diamond and Pearl and Platinums. That's interesting. Yes. Gen 6, we get the models and the modern colors. Interesting. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. And we add the eyes now are more flush with this sort of eyebrow thing, rather than, you can kind of see coming off there here. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get these models in this game. Homes, we got these models. Other sprites, Rampy in Pokemon Super Contests. So I'm assuming this is an NPC in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Shieldon in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all these. Shieldon Egg Right in Pokemon Journeys the series. Interesting. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 45, and Ash's Pokedex. Shieldon, the shield Pokemon. The skin on its face is very hard, and it has a habit of polishing it by rubbing it against trees. The manga, Shieldon in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, and the TCG. Trivia. I read this point in the Cranidos video, Origin. Shieldon is based on a ceratopsin dinosaur and a shield. Its lack of horns makes it particularly similar to Protoceratops. Name origin, Shieldon, may be a combination of shield and don, common suffix in dinosaur names derived from the ancient Greek word for tooth. Tatatops may be a combination of tate, shield, and ceratops, or ops, common suffix in dinosaur names derived from the ancient Greek word for face. Now the languages, related articles, fossils, and the fossil Pokemon. External links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Shieldon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 511, Ill Will Haunting. We're towards the beginning of the episode. We really don't have any context of what's going on. Yes. There's the Shieldon. There's two of them. And that is Shieldon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Shieldon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Shieldon. So this is Tyrantrum by MCG Mark. So this fun Tyrantrum fan art that's supposed to be a parody of Jurassic Park. It's the T-Rex here, that's great. And we've got a Cranidos and a Shieldon here. Among the Pokemon, that's very, very fun. So if you were paying attention to the opening here, you'll notice there's a bunch of these pages that we'll be doing. And we'll be doing them all. They're just going to be a little out of order, so we're not going to really know the context. Maybe it'll fill us in as we go here, but we'll start with PMG Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 11, by Mitoid. So, we got this Noibat here. I don't know if it's like a shiny Noibat. That'd be my guess, because I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be primarily purple. So it says, I'm actually flying. Oh dear, I can barely look down. I guess they couldn't fly before, I don't know. Good. Flap your wings, flap toward your target, and put some energy into it. I don't know who's talking. And it seems to be fighting a Metapod here. So Gust, it missed. Then it used a String Shot, but then the Shieldon with, looks like there's maybe some spots on its head, and a cracked shield head is coming in to protect. Jump, protect. Almost try again, Mitt. I guess this one's name is Mitt. Okay. And we've got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 9 by Mitoid. So this is a couple pages earlier, so then I guess it wakes up from something that's being my guess. Mitt, you okay? I guess it got knocked out by something or someone. Oof, yeah, where's the Caterpie? I guess it got knocked out by Caterpie. I took care of it while you were knocked out. Oh, I see, thanks. I also healed you. Being KO'd by Caterpie, even as a beginner, that's quite the achievement. Sigh. Hey, cheer up, Mitt. You'll do better next time, I'm sure. I suppose. Is it a female? I don't know. I don't know if it's like the long eyelashes are meant to indicate a female, maybe? We'll see. Got a bag. Then we've got PMD, Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 3, so 6 pages earlier. Mitt, you okay? You don't have another headache, do you? Oh, I'm fine, don't worry. About my experience in battling, kinda be more convincing. Okay, I guess that's, I don't know. Maybe it's like internal dialogue? Cool, what moves do you use? Tackle and Gust, say it. Sigh, Tackle and Gust. Oh, Gust is good. That's gonna be helpful. Wait, Gust? Do I need to fly to use that move? Can't I stay grounded? I know you're afraid of heights, but it won't be that high. I can't even stand up on a chair. Oh, it's that bad. I made some sort of ethereal voice, I don't know. Then we've got PMD, Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 5 by Mitoid. So a couple pages later. Nah, don't be. This dungeon is an easy one. And like I said before, we can escape at any time using our badge, if worst comes to worst. It really is reassuring. Okay, I'm ready. Me too, let's roll. About to enter this dungeon. Then we got page 2. Hey, Mitt. You said you came to our world not long ago, but since you know about your ability and type effectiveness, means you already have some experience in battling, right? Well, actually, I don't deny. But I've never... You told her your ability is an infiltrator, so she's a female, okay. You need to keep your lies consistent. You would only know that if you actually tested it in battle before. I hate lying. Oh gosh. I didn't sign up for this by Dish Disheart. So I guess fan art of that other person's art here. That's interesting. With Mitt and the Shieldon and a Mewtwo here. That's interesting. Then we've got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 10 by Mitoid. There's another hostile Pokemon, a Metapod. Can you try using Gust this time? That would be super effective, and I'll protect you from the front. Oh dear. Yes, do it. This move is too useful to be ignored. You should practice it now while the stakes are low. Okay, I'll give it a shot. So how do I do this? You need to fly first. There's really no avoiding that, huh? Alright, here I go. That's the spirit. I've got PMD, Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 4, by Mitoid. Here we are, Tiny Mountain. Doesn't seem so tiny to me. Compared to others, it kinda is. So we're looking for a love letter, right? Yep. We'll just have to keep searching until we find it, and beat up some hostile Pokemon along the way. Oh, I didn't mention it before, did I? Mystery dungeons have hostile Pokemon wandering in them. That's why I asked you about your battling skills earlier. I actually did expect that, but still, hearing you confirm it makes me feel a bit nervous all of a sudden. Oh my god. PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 13, so a little later. I guess they're battling this, I guess. After several attempts. There you go, nice job, Mitt. Phew, finally. See, I knew you'd do better this time. Thanks, Tamina. I guess her name is Tamina, okay. That was very close. He has such bad aiming. I also suck at battling. At least I don't keep missing my moves. Hearing her criticize me like that, it doesn't feel great. Don't let her thoughts affect you. You just need to train a bit more. Then we got Chibi Shieldon by Xart Simix. So this nice, cute, Chibi Shieldon here. Very nice. Very well done, like the background. Then we got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 14 by Mitoid. One floor later. I hope we didn't miss the thing. Hey, Tamina, look over there. Isn't that the love letter? It is, yes, we found it. I knew that'd be easy. But it's on the other side. It sure is. Is there another path we can take? Dang, if only we had a flying type on our team. Oh, but wait. We just so happen to have exactly that. We've got Small Dream by Solanchu. So we did this in the Cranidos video, but we can do it again. So got Cranidos, a Shieldon flying on the back of an Aerodactyl here. Very well done. Then we've got Expedition Extinct by Dino Squad 3. So day 24 Expedition got rid off instead of Extinct. Very interesting. Then we've got PMD Endless Thoughts Chapter 2, page 27 by Mitoid. So a little earlier in the comic here. Holly, you're the best partner I could have asked for. After he helps me get the stone, I'll get rid of him. What? Hee we sure are the perfect pair, aren't we? Together we'll be unstoppable. Can't blame Zach. Clefairy will be a much better partner than me. She's way out of my league. Tamina? Pat? Me and Tamina will also make a great team. We'll rank up in no time. Just wait and see. Mint? Then we've got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 6. So they're in the dungeon here. Okay. This dungeon is quite small. Although the layout does change every time, like I told you. Still, we shouldn't have much problem finding that love letter. Hey, Tamina, about the hostile Pokémon. Can't we just avoid fighting, maybe by talking to them? No, we can't. Pokémon from dungeons lack intelligence. They attack anything on sight. Of course we have the option to flee, but that's kinda lame. Lame? I think that would be smart. I've got PMD Endless Thoughts Chapter 3, page 12 by Matoids. Gust, mist, gust, mist. Stop closing your eyes. That's why you always miss. Looking down is scary. Hey, don't aim at me. Gah, sorry. I've got PMD Endless Thoughts Chapter 2, page 21 by Matoid. Why do I have such big ears? Can I help? Thanks. But it should be good. Oof, finally. Do you still hear me, voice? Yes. Good to know. I guess the voice is in the band? If I were to guess? I don't know. My ability is still working, but I feel like I have better control over it. I can more easily focus on one guy while ignoring the others. I love cheating, hee hee. This psychic headband strengthens your mind, which is great for you. Oh. So we've got a few other Pokemon here. You know, got the Silcobra. That was one thinking. Halucha, Elekid, Munchlax, Heracross, Oshawott, and Axew. So, no more headaches? No more headaches. Glad to hear it. The mission board is over there. Wanna go take a look? Sure. Then we've got CC Parnell by BB Chan. So this fusion between a Shieldon and a Sprigatito. So name and ID Parnell 78972. Male. Mixed, I guess, among all these categories. Yeah, you got the front and the back, and its height, nearly 2 feet. Okay, interesting. And I've got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 15 by Mitoid. I guess about to retrieve the letter about to fly, or, yeah. Reality, just right down, but its perspective, it's all the way down there. Yeah. Big fall. God, we're so high. Mitt, is there a problem? Well, I'm very scared of heights. And I've got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, page 7 by Mitoid. They're fighting the Caterpie, I guess. Speaking of, look over there, a Caterpie. That's the easiest target. Maybe we should take another path. Oh, come on, Mitt. I want to see your battling skills in action. Show me. Okay, but you better lower your expectations. String shot. Whoa! Don't worry, I got you covered. Now it's your turn, Mitt. Protect. Alright, I think I can do this. You said it's an easy target, right? I'll try to use Tackle. And we've got Shieldon Rush Sheet by Sketchy Boy. So we did this one in the Cranidos video, but we can do it again. We'll do all 4 instead of just the first 3 like we did in the Cranidos video. So we've got Shieldon, very smart, is often used as someone's own personal shield. He's not cool with it. Adopted, very supportive, cute, refuses to admit it. Slightly judgmental, you got the scrapes. Wears bandana, just to be unique. Moveset, Ancient Power, Iron Defense, Protect, Iron Head. The only thing that keeps me from creation is my lack of hands. Loves Miraculous Ladybug, but doesn't want anyone to know. We all know, but just play along. So Miraculous Ladybug is a show that's typically considered to be for girls, and so it's, be embarrassing for a boy to be watching it or whatever. Stereotypically, anyway. My bro is smarter than an Alakazam. I wouldn't go as far as an Alakazam. I'd say I'm smarter than a Beham. Yeah, all the different angles and stuff. Yeah. Second page here, we got, I'm more than just a shield. Cute? I'm not cute. I'm not even close to cute. How the hell do those ponies do that? Talking about how they hold and interact with objects. Then we got this thing again. My bro's smarter than an Alakazam. I wouldn't go as far as an Alakazam. I'd say I'm smarter than a BM. Then we got the dumb one and the smart one. And then just the image itself. Okay, yeah, very well done. Then we've got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 3, Page 1 by Matoid. Chapter 3, Facing Fear. I guess this is the cover of it. They're eating a bunch of berries. It's a little spicy, I guess. Then we've got PMD Endless Thoughts, Chapter 2, Page 23 by Matoid. Dungeons, or should I say mystery dungeons, are mazes that can be found in forests, caves, canyons, or whatever. The mystery part comes from the fact that the layout of those mazes keeps changing. Weird, huh? A maze whose layout keeps changing? Wow, that wasn't what I had in mind at all. Now I see why someone would be stuck inside. So, wanna try that rescue mission? Don't worry. We aren't risking anything since we have our badge. It can teleport us outside of a dungeon in case of emergency. It can do that? Really? That's incredibly convenient. I know, right? I guess I don't mind trying that mission. Then it's settled. We also have a Pancham, Axu, and the Ashrabat from earlier, and a Pelipper. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bastiodon. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Bastiodon, the first rock steel evolution and final evolution, and the first dual rock type evolution and final evolution, and final fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 4, being the only evolution of Shieldon who evolves at level 30. Bastiodon's previous PYC dates are April 12th, 1997, February 1st, 2000, November 22nd, 2002, September 12th, 2005, July 3rd, 2008, April 24th, 2011, February 12th, 2014, December 3rd, 2016, September 24th, 2019, and July 15th, 2022. I most know Bastiodon from its rivalry with Rampardos, particularly in the theme decks of the TCG expansion Mysterious Treasures, Skull Charge and Armor Fortress, where the two are on the covers of the theme decks, with Bastiodon being on the cover of Armor Fortress. I also know Bastiodon as the attraction chief of Bastiodon's Block Barrage in Pokepark B Pikachu's Adventure. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Bastiodon, the shield Pokemon, whose number is 0411. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Steel, ability Sturdy, Soundproof is its inability, gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is a group monster, hatch time 30 cycles, height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters, weight is 329.6 pounds or 149.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 199 in Gen 4, 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic, EV yield is 2, and defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Bastiodon is a dual-type rock/steel fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Shieldon starting at level 30. Biology, Bastiodon is a Pokemon which appears to be a cross between a Ceratopsin, such as Chasmosaurus and a bulldozer. Its dark gray square head resembles a castle wall, complete with 4 cream yellow window-like spots with a black outline, 3 dark gray spikes on the top, and 2 larger gray spikes in the upper corners. Bastiodon's triangular nose extends from the middle of its shield-like head down over its lips, and appears to be pierced by a gray horizontal spike. 4 spikes jut downward, and 4 large, blunt tusks protrude upward from its dark gray lower jaw. Bastiodon's cream-yellow eyes are particularly obscured by the nasal spike and spaced-out tusks. Its thick cream-yellow body is further protected by a gray ridge and dark gray plates on its back, jagged growths on its legs, and a plated tail. It is from roughly 100 million years ago. Bastiodon are known to live in herds. Despite its rough, intimidating appearance, Bastiodon is a docile, caring Pokemon that feeds on grass and berries. Its shield-like face is as tough as a diamond and capable of repelling any attack. When multiple Bastiodon line up side by side, their faces form a wall that nothing can break through. This was how they protected their young. In stark contrast to its impenetrable frontal defense, it is helpless when attacked from behind. Because its facial bones are so hard, they were initially mistaken for its spine by researchers who found its fossils. Bastiodon has lived in the same habitats as Rampardos, as evidenced by their fossils frequently being found together, possibly from fighting each other to the death. Evolution: Bastiodon evolves from Shieldon, Bastiodon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. Any frontal attack is repulsed. It is a docile Pokemon that feeds on grass and berries. Pearl. When attacked, they form a ball, with their shield-like faces to protect their young. Platinum. When they lined up side by side, no foe could break through. They shielded their young in that way. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. When attacked, they form a wall. Their rock-hard faces serve to protect them from the attacks. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. While it can guard against any sort of attack from the front, it is left without recourse when attacked from behind. Moon. It lived in the same environments as Rampardos. Their fossils have been found together, seemingly from after they'd fought to the finish. Ultra Sun. The bones of its face are huge and hard, so they were mistaken for its spine until after this Pokemon was successfully restored. Ultra Moon. This Pokemon is from roughly 100 million years ago. Its terrifyingly tough face is harder than steel. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically Pearl's entry, but Shield-like now has a hyphen between Shield and like. Legends Arceus. Its face is sturdy, as strong as Diamond, and this hardness offers a very stable defense. Much about this species is still unknown, such as its natural habitat. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet. Bastiodon live in herds. When assaulted by enemies, they line up side by side and use their hard faces to block attacks. Bastiodon in the Alola Pokedex, that's kind of fun. And then Bastiodon in the Blueberry Pokedex, you can see a couple of them protecting some Shieldon, making it a full evolutionary line image from a Rampardos. That's very fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Legends Arceus. Normal. Has the Black Tumblestone 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy L 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 40% of the time. And grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. HP 60. Attack 52. Defense 168. Special attack 47. Special defense 138. Speed 30 for a total of 495. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Ghost, Steel, Fire, Grass, Electric, and Dark. Weak to Fighting and Ground for 4, and Water for double. Immune to Poison. Resistant to Normal and Flying for a 4th, and Rock, Bug, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy for half. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is half, so it would go from 0 to half. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves were half, so they both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this move reminder here, then this Evo, and then go down to 36. So by move reminder, it has Wide Guard upon evolution, gets Block, 36 Endure, 43 Metal Burst, 51 Iron Head, and 58 Heavy Slam. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. By a prior evolution, there's nothing. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia, in the browser entry. It rams with its rock hard head, also makes stones drop to attack. Guardian Signs, it attacks by making iron balls fall. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bat entry. He likes tough words, Bastiodon does. He's also the attraction chief of Bastiodon's Block Barrage at the Cavern Zone. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. In the Pokepark Bat entry, he works as a gatekeeper in the crag area. He is proud of his hard face. Got this. Evolution data, Shieldon, level 30, Bastiodon. Sprites here, so a little darker, all the colors, that makes sense. This is, of course, blue and green. That's shocking that those were not replaced by green. I was expecting them to be, but okay. And also the dark blue, or the dark gray is also like a dark blue. That's interesting. Not really much changes in platinums. These become spikier. I thought I'd get like sharper or whatever. Like, that's interesting, yeah. That's really the big difference. There might be small differences in like its eyes and stuff. Are these like, it looks like there's now 3 bumps, or at least you can see 3 of them. They seem to be more even, I guess. And oh yeah, these are also spikier, the legs. And the feet are a lot bigger. Quite a bit changed, actually. And Gen 5, so... kind of goes back to them. Again, kind of is sort of between the other two. Like, it kind of keeps maybe certain elements of this one. And get the full back sprites as well. In Gen 6, get the models. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, so they finally made the windows the same color as its body. That's interesting. And you got these models in this game. You got homes. You got these. These seem, yeah, a lot like more yellow than the greenish color. You know, sort of light green. That's interesting. Animation. Bastiodon and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Byron's Bastiodon is the big one. Pokedex entries, I already record this one in the anime section, so we'll let Don's Pokedex read it.
Bastiodon, the shield Pokemon, and the evolved form of Shieldon. Its massively powerful shield-like base can deflect even the strongest of attacks.
Gotcha, I guess, in the manga. Bastiodon and Pokemon Adventures, got all these. In the TCG, trivia, the wall of the castle in Courtyard Coliseum resembles a Bastiodon's head. Origin, Bastiodon is likely based on a ceratopsin dinosaur. Its protective growth resembles a castle wall or fortress. Its head resembles that of Chasmosaurus. The spike through its nose is reminiscent of the nose bones from various indigenous tribes. It also appears to be based on the ultimate shield/immovable object, as opposed to its counterpart Rampardos, which appears to be based on the ultimate sphere/unstoppable force. Name origin, Bastiodon may be a combination of bastion and dawn. Common suffix in dinosaur names derived from the ancient Greek word for tooth. It may also allude to the Bastille, a French fortress that was built in the 14th century. Torrideps may be a combination of Torridae, fortress, and Triceratops, or ops, common suffix in dinosaur names derived from the ancient Greek word for face. In other languages, related articles, fossil and fossil Pokemon, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Bastiodon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 573, Ancient Family Matters. In this episode, Byron, the gym leader of the Canaclave Gym, is fighting Rourke of the Orberg Gym, who happens to be his son. Rourke has sent out his Rampardos, and he is about to send out his Bastiodon. I would say that is Bastiodon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Bastiodon card.
It's the first Bastiodon card design. I have the reverse holofoil version. It was illustrated by Kazuyuki Kano. It seems like Bastiodon might be in the same environment as its Rampardos counterpart. It has 130 HP, it's 4'3" and 329.6 pounds. It has one Pokebody, Protective Wall, and one move, Anger Revenge, which isn't a move in the video games. On this card, Protective Wall prevents all attacks to the player's benched Pokemon. On this card, Anger Revenge costs 2 Metal Energies and 1 of any energy, and hits for 60 damage. If Bastiodon took damage on the move prior to using this move, it also deals 40 unmodified damage to one of the opponent's benched Pokemon. Bastiodon is weak to fire for plus 40 damage, which is odd since Bastiodon isn't weak to fire in the video games. Instead, it could have been weak to fighting or water, as it's weak to fighting, ground, often classified as fighting in the TCG, and water in the video games. It's resistant to psychic for minus 20 damage. It costs 3 of any energy for Bastiodon to retreat. Its description reads, any frontal attack is repulsed. It is a docile Pokemon that feeds on grass and berries. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Bastiodon is level 51.
I don't have a card for Burmy, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Pachirisu. Now let's see why other people love Bastiodon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Adoptable Pokemon FR 411 Bastiodon by Fuyon Art. So this fun, stylized Bastiodon here. Bastiodon FR, adoptable, trainer, question mark, available to adopt. So yeah, you can see the spikes are a lot bigger all around. This is more pentagonal rather than rounded. They're a lot bigger, the eyes are a lot smaller. Very interesting. Anyway, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Burmy. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Burmy, the first Pokemon that is considered one Pokemon that has 2 gender-based evolutions, and the first Pokemon to evolve in different forms, depending on the form it's in when it evolves. It's also tied for the shortest Gen 4 Pokemon, with Budew, Chingling, and land form Shaman. It's also the first Pokemon in Gen 4 to have different forms. Its previous PYC dates are April 13th, 1997, February 2nd, 2000, November 23rd, 2002, September 13th, 2005, July 4th, 2008, April 25th, 2011, February 13th, 2014, December 4th, 2016, September 25th, 2019, and July 16th, 2022. I most know Burmy due to its gender-based evolutions, and how the females evolve into different forms based on what form they are in when they evolved. I like the designs of the different cloaks. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Burmy, the bagworm Pokemon, whose number is 0412. This is the plant cloak Burmy. This is what it looks like. This is the sandy cloak Burmy. This is what it looks like. And this is the trash cloak Burmy. This is what it looks like. Its type is bug. Ability is shed skin. Overcoat is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is a group bug. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 8 inches or 0.2 meters. Weight is 7.5 pounds or 3.4 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 61 in Gen 4 and 45 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. AV yield is 1 in special defense. Shape is that. It has feet, but it doesn't have a foot for some reason. Pokedex color is green, other forms may have other colors, and base friendship is 70. Burmy is a bug-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves to either Wormadam or Mothim, starting at level 20, depending on its gender. Female Burmy evolve into Wormadam, whereas male Burmy evolve into Mothim. Burmy has 3 forms: Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. It changes its cloak based on the environment of its last battle. In the case of female Burmy, its form determines the form of Wormadam it evolves into, which is permanent. The specifics of how an environment affects Burmy's cloak vary between games. The cloak only affects the form of Wormadam it evolves into, otherwise having no effect on gameplay. Biology: Burmy is a small, larval Pokemon with a black segmented body and coiled antenna on top of its head. It has a beak-like mouth and yellow eyes. Burmy has 6 stubby legs. The first 2 pairs are black, while the back pair is yellow. There are also 2 white spots on its cheek. However, Burmy's legs and cheek spots are only visible on a Burmy without a cloak. As seen in the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl episode, Some Enchanted Sweetening, it can uncoil the antenna on its head and wrap it around its opponent. Roserade is a natural predator of Burmy. Burmy uncoiling its appendage in the anime series. Yeah. And then Burmy without its cloak. Forms: Burmy has 3 forms: Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. Burmy is normally covered by a cloak with 3 known variants that consist of either twigs and leaves, sand and mud bound by its own silk, or dust and garbage, resembling pink building insulation. It will not hesitate to collect nearby materials to construct a new cloak if the old one breaks or falls off. Even if it is born where there are no cocooning materials, it somehow always ends up with a cloak. The cloak protects it from the cold and will become thinner when the weather is hot. So we've got Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. Evolution: Burmy, if female, evolves into Wormadam, and if male, evolves into Mothim. When evolving into Wormadam, its form determines the form of Wormadam it evolves into, which is permanent. Plant Cloak, Burmy, Plant Cloak. Female, that's the female symbol. Wormadam, Plant Cloak. Male, that's the male symbol. Mothim, Sandy Cloak, Burmy, Sandy Cloak. Female, Wormadam, Sandy Cloak. Male, Mothim. Trash Cloak, Burmy, Trash Cloak. Female, Wormadam, Trash Cloak. Male, Mothim. Burmy's forms in the TCG. Gain data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. To shelter itself from cold, wintry winds, it covers itself with a cloak made of twigs and leaves. Pearl. If its cloak is broken in battle, it quickly remakes the cloak with materials nearby. Platinum. Even if it is born where there are no cocooning materials, it somehow always ends up with a cloak. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It covers itself with a cloak to shelter from the cold. When it's hot, its cloak is thinner. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Plant Cloak in Legends Arceus. If its cloak is even slightly damaged, Burmy will immediately repair it with whatever is close at hand. The Pokémon within the cloak is scrawny and vulnerable to the cold. Sandy Cloak, Legends Arceus. It creates a cloak by weaving together sand, mud, and silica to spat out. This earthen cloak is ruined by wind and rain, so the Pokémon hides away in caves and other such places. Trash Cloak, Legends Arceus. When confronted by a lack of other materials, Burmy will create its cloak using dust and refuse. The cloak seems to be more comfortable than one would think. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal, has the Vivid Choke 65% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, Grit items by level, Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 29, defense 45, special attack 29, special defense 45, speed 36 for a total of 224. Pokeathlon stats, I guess each cloak has a different stat system here. I'm not going to read any of them still. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, poison, bug, ghost, steel, water, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, rock, and fire for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, ground, and grass for half. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1. Protect, 10 Tackle, 15 Bug Bite, and 20 String Shot. In Legends Arceus, at level 1, it learns Struggle Bug and masters it at level 10. It's a special bug-type move. Its base power is 40. Its strong style power is 50. Its agile style power is 30. Its base accuracy and strong style accuracy are both 100%. And PB has 20. By TM 17, it gets Protect. It's a normal status move. It has no power, it has no accuracy. BB has 10. By breeding, there's nothing. By tutoring, there's nothing. TCG only moves. Iron Defense on this card. Side game data for the Plant Cloak. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bad Entry. Burmy hangs from the treehouse in the meeting place to think his thoughts in peace. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, and the Pokepark Bad Entry. He said he came from far away. He likes to think while hanging around. You got all this. Okay, Sandy Cloak, you got all this. Trash Cloak, you got all this. Form data, Burmy has 3 separate forms, Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. Burmy can change forms freely, changing its cloak depending on the environment in which it last participated in a battle, so XP share alone will not change its form. When a Burmy evolves into Wormadam, it retains its cloak. Apart from breeding and evolution, Burmy's cloak is purely cosmetic. Bred Burmy will have the same cloak as the mother, will be the same cloak as a Burmy or Wormadam bred with Ditto, or will be in Plant Cloak if bred from a Mothim and a Ditto. If a Burmy last battled outside or in tall grass, it changes into its Plant Cloak. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it will change into this form in Jubilife Village and the Obsidian Fieldlands. If female, Plant Cloak Burmy will evolve into Plant Cloak Wormadam, which is a bug/grass Pokemon. This cloak is composed of leaves and twigs. If a Burmy last battled in a cave or on a beach, it changes into its Sandy Cloak. In Gen 4, it will also change into this form after battling in an area with a snowstorm. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Burmy will change into this form after battling inside the Bell Tower, the Burned Tower, or Sprout Tower, due to the towers all being internally classified as caves. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it will change into this form in the Crimson Mirelands or the Cornet Highlands. If female, Sandy Cloak Burmy will evolve into Sandy Cloak Wormadam, which is a bug/ground Pokemon. This cloak is composed of sand and rocks. If a Burmy last battled in a building, it changes into its Trash Cloak. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it will change into this form in the Cobalt Coastlands and the Alabaster Icelands. If female, Trash Cloak Burmy will evolve into Trash Cloak Wormadam, which is a bug/steel Pokemon. This cloak is composed of pink insulation. So I've got after battling outside or in tall grass, Plant Cloak Burmy. After battling in a cave or on a beach, Sandy Cloak Burmy. After battling in a building, Trash Cloak Burmy. Evolution data, Plant Cloak Burmy, Plant Cloak. Level 20, female. Wormadam, Plant Cloak. Level 20, male. Mothim. Sandy Cloak Burmy, Sandy Cloak. Level 20, female. Wormadam, Sandy Cloak. Level 20, male, Mothim. Trash Cloak, Burmy, Trash Cloak, level 20, female. Wormadam, Trash Cloak, level 20 male, Mothim. Sprites, so probably slightly darker colors, probably slightly different sort of design all around. It's interesting to see all the different elements here. Yeah, interesting to see the back sprites. Yeah. Not really much changes in Gen or Platinum. Platinum seems to be the big thing, seems to be these. These swirls seem to be a lot bigger. Yeah. A lot more out, I guess. Shiny, so it just replaces the gray part with blue, the sort of dark blue, yeah. Anything else changes, though? Gen 5, these sprites. Oh, it looks like it's actually hanging on something. That's fun. Yeah, and you get the fullback sprites. It's fun. Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. A little weird in the face, though. Different colors, you know, these modern colors as well, yeah. Gen 7, not much changes. Gen 8 in this game, you got these models. Yes. In homes, you got these models. In animation, Burmy and Pokemon the series. Cheryl's Burmy is the big one. Got this. Burmy without cloak and some enchanted sweetening. Plant Cloak Burmy in Oak's Lecture. Sandy Cloak Burmy in Oak's Lecture. And Trash Cloak Burmy in Oak's Lecture. Pokedex entries, I already record this one in the anime section, so let Dawn's Pokedex read it.
Burmy, the bagworm Pokemon. To protect itself from the cold wind, Burmy uses leaves and branches to make a cloak around itself.
In the manga, Plant Cloak Burmy in Pokemon Adventures. Sandy Cloak Burmy in Pokemon Adventures. Trash Cloak Burmy in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG trivia, this first point I read in the Pineco video, Burmy is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 224. Although Burmy has been confirmed to have feet, it does not have a footprint. Except for reoccurring end segments such as Professor Oak's Big Pokemon Encyclopedia, Burmy has never been seen in the animated series wearing either the Sandy or Trash Cloak. Prior to Gen 6, Burmy's shape was that. Burmy's Pokedex color has changed between generations. Prior to Gen 7, all Burmy forms were classified as gray. In Gen 7, and prior to the release of Pokemon Home, all Burmy forms were classified as green. After the release of Home, Plant Cloak Burmy retains its classification as green, while Sandy Cloak and Trash Cloak Burmy are classified as brown and red, respectively. Before Gen 8, the Burmy family had only been obtainable with their hidden ability in the Pokemon Dream World. Due to the closure of the Pokemon Global Link, the Burmy family could no longer be obtained with their hidden ability except by trading between games and breeding. The Burmy family's hidden ability can currently be obtained via the ability patch. I read this 8th point in the Geodude video. Not including evolutions into regional forms, Burmy is the only Pokemon introduced in Gen 4 to have a branched evolution. In Pokemon Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, and Black 2 and White 2, when the player character talks to the NPC that checks the type that hidden power will be when used by a specific Pokemon, he will state that Burmy cannot learn hidden power, despite Burmy being able to learn it at level 20. This is due to Burmy being unable to learn the move via TM prior to Gen 6. Burmy can be spawned in an all-existing tree-based mechanics that can spawn Pokemon, Honey Trees, Headbutt Trees, as well as Shaking Trees in Pokemon Legends Arceus, in games where Burmy is available. It shares this trait with Cherubi. Origin, Burmy appears to be based on a bagworm, which makes cocoons by sewing together surrounding materials, usually leaves or scraps of wood, with its silk. Its evolutions into Wormadam or Mothim reflect the bagworm's natural life cycle. Males will metamorphose into a flying moth, while females undergo little change and remain inside their cocoon lifelong. Its antenna may have been inspired by the gum leaf skeletonizer. The Trash Cloak form specifically appears to be made of fiberglass insulation, a wool-like padding that is often dyed pink. This seems to be alluded to in its Pokedex entry in Pokemon Legends Arceus, where it is described as surprisingly comfortable due to its spongy texture. The idea of a cloak made from household materials may be inspired by household case-bearer moths, whose larvae exhibit the same cloaking behavior as bagworms and make cloaks from dust, hair, and dirt They scavenge from homes. Name origin, Burmy may be a combination of bag or bug and worm with a diminutive Y. Minomuchi may be derived from Minomushi, bagworm, and possibly from Puchi, small. In other languages, and then we got the other languages for the different cloaks. Related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Burmy's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 468, 2 Degrees of Separation. In this episode, Dawn, a new trainer, and her Piplup are on the road when they stop and see something.
Wow,
Here's the Burmy.
it's a Burmy. Burmy, the bagworm Pokemon. To protect itself from the cold wind, Burmy uses leaves and branches to make a cloak around itself.
Guess I would say that's Burmy's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Burmy. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Burmy. So this is Burmy Water by Me Norlax, so there obviously isn't a real water coat. This is just their fun little version. I guess it's bubbles. Yeah, this is very fun. And we've got Burmy Plant Cloak by Wolengel. This interesting model of Burmy here in the plant cloak. Then we've got Burmy Variant Adoptables, open 3 of 3 by Calcifer Arts. So we got one that's bubbles, one that's like a snowman, and one with a bunch of stars, I guess. I imagine this is probably supposed to be like the fairy one, I'm guessing. I don't know. Then we've got Burmy Sprites by Fake Romans. So we've got a few things here. So we got the normal plant, Sandy, and Trash. Then we got the shinies, I guess. And then we got 2 other alternate forms. Yeah, I don't know if that's with green skin and this different kind of skin. I don't know. That's interesting. Then we've got Burmy Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. So there's 3 of them, and we'll do them all. So Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak here. That's fun. All very well done. Then we've got Burmy Food Waste Cloak by Molly Style Art. So this one where it's all, yeah, a bunch of food, pizza, slice of bread, and some fries, watermelon, slice of tomato, and a fork and a knife. And this box here, yeah, very interesting. Then we've got Burmy Cloak by Me Norlax. So a Burmy with a Burmy cloak, which is more all Burmies here. That's interesting. Very weird. Then we've got Burmy by Lexus Sketches. So we've got regular and shiny Trash Cloak Burmy here. Very well done. Then we've got Burmy Sandy Cloak, No Cloak, and Trash Cloak by Molly Style Art. So we got the Sandy Cloak, then the Plant Cloak has all of its leaves falling off, and then you got the Trash Cloak. Someone's laughing at it, I think. That's very fun. I got PR Oatmeal 9 by He Who Haunts. So its name is Oatmeal. It's a Sandy Cloak Burmy. I guess that's what they... yeah, they're kind of what it looks like under it. They're what they think it is, anyway. It's type Bug Dragon, so maybe it's supposed to be like an alternate variation of the Burmy. I don't know. Then we've got Burmy by Sentai Anime Rider. It's this fun, version. Looks like it's hand-drawn, maybe through with markers, I guess, of Burmy here. Very interesting. This one's tricky, whether or not I should count this one, because it's not really Burmy, but it's Burmy-inspired, I guess. But I guess technically it's not actually Burmy. It's like a Digimon version of Burmy, or maybe a Burmy version of a Digimon? I'm not really sure. It says Fakemon in the tag, so I'm going to count that as indicating that this is not in fact a Burmy, and we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow we talk about Wormadam. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Wormadam, one of the evolutions of Burmy, being the evolution of female Burmy who evolves at level 20. Depending on the cloak female Burmy is in when it evolves into the different forms of Wormadam, each with a different secondary typing. Female Plant Cloak Burmy evolves into female Plant Cloak Wormadam, which is the only bug grass Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Female Sandy Cloak Burmy evolve into Sandy Cloak Wormadam, which is the only bug ground type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Female Trash Cloak Burmy evolves into Trash Cloak Wormadam, which is the only Bug Seal Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Wormadam is the first evolution to be based on the interchangeable form that its pre-evolution is in. Its previous PYC dates are April 14th, 1997, February 3rd, 2000, November 24th, 2002, September 14th, 2005, July 5th, 2008, April 26th, 2011, February 14th, 2014, December 5th, 2016, September 26th, 2019, and July 17th, 2022. I most know Wormadam due to its aforementioned traits. I like the different cloaks and how they add to the cloaks of Burmy. Before doing this project, I always thought Trash Cloak Wormadam was in a pink trash bag and that the arms were the trash bag's ties. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Wormadam, the bagworm Pokemon, whose number is 0413. This is the Plant Cloak Wormadam. This is what it looks like. This is the Sandy Cloak Wormadam. This is what it looks like. This is the Trash Cloak Wormadam. This is what it looks like. Types: as Plant Cloak, it's Bug Grass. As Sandy Cloak, it's Bug Ground. And as Trash Cloak, it's Bug Steel. Abilities: Anticipation. Overcoat is its inability. Gender ratio is 100% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group bug. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 14.3 pounds or 6.5 kilograms. Base experience yield 159 in Gen 4 and 148 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2. But in Plant Cloak, it's in Special Defense. In Sandy Cloak, it's in Defense. And in Trash Cloak, it's 1 in Defense and 1 in Special Defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is green. Of other forms may have other colors, and base friendship is 70. Wormadam is a bug-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from a female Burmy starting at level 20. It is one of Burmy's final forms, the other being Mothim. It has one of 3 different secondary types: Steel, Grass, or Ground, determined by its cloak. Its cloak is permanent and determined by the cloak that Burmy was in when it evolved. In its Plant Cloak, it's dual type Bug/Grass. In its Sandy Cloak, it's dual type Bug/Ground. In its Trash Cloak, it's dual type Bug/Steel. Biology: Wormadam is a black bagworm-like Pokemon with a coat of plants, sand, or garbage, the last of which resembles building insulation. It has oval eyes, a long pointed beak, and an antenna with a coiled tip. The beak is tipped with varying colors depending on the coat. The coat forms a pair of arm-like structures near this Pokemon's head. It is a female-only species with Mothim as its male counterpart. Wormadam has 3 separate forms: Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. The Plant Cloak form has several white flowers covering it and gives Wormadam a green-tipped beak and large leaves for arms. It will be dotted with reddish-brown rocks and have chains of pebbles for arms and a brown-tipped beak if it has the Sandy Cloak. When covered by the Trash Cloak, it has a pink-tipped beak and long, dark pink ribbons for arms. Wormadam that evolve on cold days are said to form thicker coats. Unlike Burmy, Wormadam's cloak is part of its body, with the fusion being suspected to have been caused by the energy generated by its evolution. Its cloak acts similar to fur and skin and never sheds. Sandy Cloak Wormadam's cloak is an effective defense, capable of repelling Starly's pecking with ease, whereas Trash Cloak Wormadam uses its cloak as camouflage, as it helps it hide from predators. So Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, Trash Cloak. Evolution: Wormadam evolved from female Burmy as one of the final forms of the species, the other being Mothim. Its cloak is determined by the cloak that Burmy was in when it evolved. Unlike Burmy, Wormadam cannot change forms. Plant Cloak, Burmy, Plant Cloak, female. Wormadam, Plant Cloak. Sandy Cloak, Burmy, Sandy Cloak, female. Wormadam, Sandy Cloak. Trash Cloak, Burmy, Trash Cloak, female. Wormadam, Trash Cloak. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. When Burmy evolved, its cloak became a part of this Pokemon's body. The cloak is never shed. Pearl. Its appearance changes depending on where it evolved. The materials on hand become a part of its body. Platinum. When evolving, its body takes in surrounding materials. As a result, there are many body variations. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. It is said that a Wormadam that evolves on a cold day will have a thicker coat. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is basically Diamond's entry, but Burmy is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond. When Burmy evolves, its cloak becomes a part of its body. Wormadam's cloak is never shed. Shining Pearl is its pearl counterpart. Plant Cloak for Legends Arceus. The cloak, fashioned from plant matter, has merged with the Pokemon and is now part of the body, like fur or skin. I suspect this fusion is an effect of the energy involved in evolution. Sandy Cloak, Legends Arceus. Its earthen skin is reasonably hard, has no problem repelling a Starly's pecking at least. Trash Cloak, Legends Arceus. Its body, composed of refuse, blends in to the scenery so much as to be inconspicuous. This seems to be the perfect way for the Pokemon to evade the detection of predators. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal has the Lum Berry 65% of the time. King's Leaf 30% of the time, great items per level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and great items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Base stats will compare the Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak, so they all have 60 HP. This form has 59 attack, this form has 79 attack, this one has 69 attack. This one has defense 85, this one has a defense 105, this one has a defense of 95, this one has a special attack of 79, this one has a special attack of 59, this one has a special attack of 69, this one has a special defense of 105, this one has a special defense of 85, this one has a special defense of 95. They all have a speed of 36, and they all have a total of 424. Pokéathlon stats, just like yesterday, I'm not going to read any of these. Type effectiveness will compare each of the cloaks, so Plant Cloak is damaged normally by Normal, Ghost, Steel, Psychic Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Sandy Cloak is damaged normally by Normal, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Grass, Psychic Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. So Normal, Ghost, Steel, Psychic Dragon, Dark, and Fairy are the same among them. Okay. Trash Cloak is damaged normally by Fighting, Flying, Ground, Rock, Ghost, Water, Electric, and Dark. So Ghost and Dark are shared between all three of them. Plant Cloak is weak to Flying and Fire for 4, and Poison, Rock, Bug, and Ice for double. Sandy Cloak is weak to Flying, Fire, and Water, and Ice all for double, so it doesn't have Poison, Rock, and Bug. It has Water. Trash Cloak is weak to Fire for 4. Fire is shared among the three of them, but the 4 is shared between Plant Cloak and Trash Cloak. Plant Cloak is immune to nothing, Sandy Cloak is immune to Electric, and Trash Cloak is immune to Poison. Plant Cloak is resistant to Fighting, Water, and Electric, all for half, and Ground and Grass for a 4th. Sandy Cloak is resistant to Fighting, Poison, and Ground, all for half, so Fighting and Ground are kept. It has Poison. Trash Cloak is resistant to Normal, Bug, Steel, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy for half, and Grass for a 4th. Grass is the same with Plant Cloak. In the Sandy Cloak box here, there's a note. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Electric-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. In the Trash Cloak box here, notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves were half, so both went from half to 1. Learn Set by leveling up for the Plant Cloak in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 20, so upon evolution, it gets Quiver Dance, 20 String Shot, 23 Confusion, 26 Razor Leaf, 29 Growth, 32 Psybeam, 35 Infestation, 38 Flail, 41 Attract, 44 Psychic, 47 Leaf Storm, and 50 Bug Buzz. In Legends Arceus, I will start with 25 here, so at level 25, it learns Energy Ball and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Psychic and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Bug Buzz and masters it at 54. Sandy Cloak and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl will do this Evo here, and then go down to 20. So upon evolution, it gets Quiver Dance, 20 String Shot, 23 Confusion, 26 Rock Blast, 29 Harden, 32 Psybeam, 35 Infestation, 38 Flail, 41 Attract, 44 Psychic, 47 Fissure, and 50 Bug Buzz. In Legends Arceus, I'll start with 25 here, so at 25, it learns Earth Power and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Psychic and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Bug Buzz and masters it at 54. For Trash Cloak and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, we'll do this Evo here and go down to 20. So upon evolution, it gets Quiver Dance, 20 String Shot, 23 Confusion, 26 Metal Burst, 29 Metal Sound, 32 Psybeam, 35 Infestation, 38 Flail, 41 Attract, 44 Psychic, 47 Iron Head, and 50 Bug Buzz. In Legends Arceus, we'll start with Iron Head here. So 25, it learns Iron Head and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Psychic and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Bug Buzz and masters it at 54. By TM, since they all have a different type than their pre-evolution, I will read all of them. Plant Cloak TM09, Bullet Seed, 11, Sunny Day, 15, Hyper Beam, 17, Protect, 18, Rain Dance, 19, Giga Drain, 20, Safeguard, 22, Solar Beam, 28, Dig, 29, Psychic, 30, Shadow Ball, 32, Double Team, 42, Facade, 44, Rest, 45, Attract, 46, Thief, 48, Skill Swap, 53, Energy Ball, 58, Endure, 62, Bug Buzz, 68, Giga Impact, 70, Flash, 77, Psych Up, 82, Sleep Talk, 85, Dream Eater, 86, Grass Knot, 87, Swagger, and 90, Substitute. Sandy Cloak, TM11, Sunny Day, 15, Hyper Beam, 17, Protect, 18, Rain Dance, 19, Giga Drain, 20, Safeguard, 22, Solar Beam, 26, Earthquake, 28, Dig, 29, Psychic, 30, Shadow Ball, 32, Double Team, 37, Sandstorm, 39, Rock Tomb, 42, Facade, 44, Rest, 45, Attract, 46, Thief, 48, Skill Swap, 58, Endure, 62, Bug Buzz, 68, Giga Impact, 70, Flash, 76, Stealth Rock, 77, Psych Up, 82, Sleep Talk, 83, Bulldoze, 85, Dream Eater, 87, Swagger, and 90, Substitute. Trash Cloak, TM11, Sunny Day, 15, Hyper Beam, 17, Protect, 18, Rain Dance, 19, Giga Drain, 20, Safeguard, 22, Solar Beam, 28, Dig, 29, Psychic, 30, Shadow Ball, 32, Double Team, 42, Facade, 44, Rest, 45, Attract, 46, Thief, 48, Skill Swap, 58, Endure, 62, Bug Buzz, 68, Giga Impact, 70, Flash, 74, Gyro Ball, 76, Stealth Rock, 77, Psych Up, 82, Sleep Talk, 85, Dream Eater, 87, Swagger, 90, Substitute, and 91, Flash Cannon. By breeding, there's nothing. By tutoring and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, there's nothing. For the Plant Cloak and Legends Arceus, you can get Energy Ball, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Magical Leaf, Psychic, Rest, and Shadow Ball. For Sandy Cloak and Legends Arceus, you can get Bulldoze, Earth Power, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Psychic, Rest, Shadow Ball, Stealth Rock. Trash Cloak and Legends Arceus, you can get Flash Cannon, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Iron Head, Psychic, Rest, Shadow Ball, Stealth Rock, and Steel Beam. By a prior evolution, there's nothing. Side game data, Plant Cloak. You got all this. Sandy Cloak, you got all this. Trash Cloak, you got all this. Form data, Wormadam has 3 non-interchangeable forms. Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. When a Burmy evolves into Wormadam, it retains its cloak. The different cloaks of Wormadam have different types, base stats, and moves they can learn. I already read all this, so I'm not going to read it again. And this too, I read all this. Evolution data, Plant Cloak, Burmy, Plant Cloak, level 20 female. Wormadam, Plant Cloak. Sandy Cloak, Burmy, Sandy Cloak, level 20 female. Wormadam, Sandy Cloak. Trash Cloak, Burmy, Trash Cloak, level 20 female. Wormadam, Trash Cloak. Sprites here, so very similar, almost identical. Darker colors, of course, all around. These are a lot more limp. All the arms are. That's interesting. Shiny, once again, it just replaces the gray with the blue, rather than changing anything else. This is a different angle than Platinum's. Yeah, otherwise, I don't know that much else changes. Gen 5, got the back sprites, the full back sprites. Colors might slightly change. It feels like it's now like hanging on something. That's the impression anyway. Yeah. In Gen 6, well, now you can see the, well, you get the models, and now you can see the hands are in the air. It's interesting. This is a lot more puffy. They're all a lot more puffy. That's interesting. Interpretation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Maybe the eyes change a little bit. But yeah, overall pretty much the same. In Gen 8, you get these models in this game. In Homes, you got these models. In animation, Wormadam in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all 3 of them. I got all these. Plant Cloak, Wormadam, Sandy Cloak, Wormadam, and Trash Cloak, Wormadam. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 30 in Ash's Pokedex. Wormadam, the backworm Pokemon, and the evolved form of a female Burmy. Its appearance changes depending on where it evolved. Poketune, so you can see Plant Cloak, Wormadam, and the Poketune here. But I imagine the focus is more on the Furfrou here, which are in the heart and star forms, respectively. In the manga, Plant Cloak Wormadam in Pokemon Tri Adventure. So you can see it's with a couple Plant Cloak Burmy, a couple Oddish, and a couple Bellsprout. Got all this, the TCG trivia. I read this first point in the Pineco video. Wormadam and Mothim are the only Pokemon with base stat totals of 424. In Pokemon Black and White, School Kid N on Route 12 has a Sandy Cloak Wormadam that knows Leaf Storm, a move that Sandy Cloak Wormadam cannot learn by any means. It is instead learned by Plant Cloak Wormadam. This Wormadam should instead know Fissure. Sandy Cloak Wormadam using Leaf Storm in Black and White. Prior to Gen 6, Wormadam's shape was that. Prior to Gen 7, all Wormadam forms were classified by Pokedex color sorting as gray. I read the 6th point in the Burmy video, and this last point in the Geodude video. Origin, Wormadam appears to be based on an adult female bagworm moth, which never develops wings and remains in its cocoon lifelong. The Trash Cloak form specifically appears to be made of fiberglass insulation, a wool-like padding that is often dyed pink. The idea of a cloak made from household materials may be inspired by household case-bearer moths, whose larvae exhibit the same cloaking behavior as bagworms and make cloaks from dust, hair, and dirt they scavenge from homes. Name origin, Wormadam may be a combination of bagworm and madam. Minomadam may be a combination of Minomushi, bagworm, and madam. And now languages, got the name, and then the cloaks. Related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Wormadam's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 496, Summon Chanting Honey. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, family companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Cheryl, these are her hands, a treasure hunter who has just caught a Burmy, a male Burmy, and she wants it to evolve into a Mothim, as it will help her find some enchanted honey to attract Pokemon. And she's revealing that she caught 3 Burmy, but they turned into Wormadam. There they are, all 3 cloaks.
See? All 3 are Wormadam.
That's right. The male Burmy evolved into Mothim.
Okay, yeah, I would say that is Wormadam's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Wormadam. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Wormadam. So this Pokemon Wormadam Cherum Malamar regional variant by Vic Works. So inverted evolutions, Flipstone. We got this flying grass, flying seal, and flying ground for the Wormadam here. They're almost like birds. That's interesting. And then we've got Malamar here. It's a water psychic. Its head is its body. What would be normally its body. And then we've got Cherum one here where it looks more like a cat. That's interesting. And it's a normal grass type. Yeah, very interesting. This is Pokemon Burmy Wormadam Cloak variant. So we've got the Copper Cloak. It's Bug Electric. That's fun. So it's a bunch of wires and electronics. That's very fun. I've got Gossamer Cloak. So it's very ghost, I guess. Bug ghost. And like spider webs and stuff. Ghost energy. Yeah, it's very interesting. Got Coal Cloak, so coal, and then the fire. Very interesting. Then Pixie Dust Cloak, so it's Bug Fairy. Yeah, because Pixie Dust must be what it is. Yes. Very interesting, kind of a little bit cotton candy kind of look to it as well. Yeah. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Wormadam, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mothim. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Mothim, one of the only evolutions of Burmy, being the evolution of male Burmy, who evolves at level 20. Mothim is also the first male-exclusive evolution, by Pokedex number, of a split evolutionary line. It's also the first bug flying type Pokemon, introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are April 15th, 1997, February 4th, 2000, November 25th, 2002, September 15th, 2005, July 6th, 2008, April 27th, 2011, February 15th, 2014, December 6th, 2016, September 27th, 2019, and July 18th, 2022. I most know Mothim due to it being the evolution of male Burmy, regardless of its cloak. I like how different its design is from Wormadam. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Mothim, the moth Pokemon. His number is 0414. This is what it looks like. Its type is bug flying, abilities, swarm. Tinted Lens is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% male. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group bug. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 51.4 pounds or 23.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 159 Gen 4 and 148 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV is 2. 1 in attack, and 1 in special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Mothim is a dual-type bug/flying Pokemon introduced to Gen 4. It evolves from a male Burmy starting at level 20. It is one of Burmy's final forms, the other being Wormadam. Biology: Mothim is a moth-like Pokemon with 2 pairs of wings, one pair larger than the other is. The wings are primarily tan, with an orange oval marking on each. The tips of the wings split into small orange squares. There are 3 on the larger pair and 2 on the smaller pair. Mothim spreads steel-colored scales whenever it flaps its wings. Mothim's head has orange semicircular eyes with gray, orange-tipped antennae running along the edges before extending and widening at the top. Its body is black with a patch of orange on the underside and a gray stripe down its back. It also has 4 gray legs and a small black tail that splits into 2 squares. Mothim is a nomadic, nocturnal Pokemon that always remains on the move, searching for flower, honey, and nectar. It has often been seen traveling in fields and mountains. Despite its diet, Mothim is never seen near flower gardens. This is because instead of gathering honey on its own, Mothim raids the hives of Combee for honey. It is a male-only species with a Wormadam as its female counterpart. Evolution: Mothim evolves from male Burmy and is one of the final forms of the species, the other being Wormadam. Burmy, any cloak, male, Mothim. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 Diamond, it loves the honey of flowers and steals honey collected by Combee. Pearl, it does not keep a nest. It flies over fields and mountains in constant search of floral honey. Platinum, but loves floral honey. It won't gather any itself. Instead, it plots to steal some from Combee. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it flutters around at night and steals honey from the Combee hive. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinums, but Combee is not the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is basically Diamonds, but Combee is not the correct casing. Y is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silvers, but Combee is not the correct casing. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, loves the nectar of flowers and steals nectar collected by Combee. Shining Pearl, it does not keep a nest. It flies over fields and mountains in constant search of its much-beloved nectar. Legends Arceus scatters steel-colored scales as it flaps its wings. Despite being observed feeding primarily on the nectar of flowers, Mothim is not often seen around flower gardens. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. It gets the Dazzling Honey 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level, Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 70, Attack 94, Defense 50, Special Attack 94, Special Defense 50, Speed 66 for a total of 424. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, poison, ghost, steel, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, fire, electric, and ice for double, and rock for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and grass for a 4th, and bug for a half. Notes: if gravity is effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4 or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrained. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is half. So go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. We'll do this Evo here, and I'll go down to 20. So upon evolution, it gets Quiver Dance, 20 String Shot, 23 Confusion, 26 Gust, 29 Poison Powder, 32 Psybeam, 35 Roost, 38 Struggle Bug, 41 Air Slash, 44 Psychic, 47 Lunge, and 50 Bug Buzz. In Legends Arceus, we'll start with 25 here, so at 25 it learns Air Slash and masters it at 35. At 34 it learns Psychic and masters it at 45. At 43 it learns Bug Buzz and masters it at 54. By TM, because it has a different type than its pre-evolution, I will read them. TM 11, Sunny Day, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 19 Giga Drain, 20 Safeguard, 22 Solar Beam, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 48 Skill Swap, 51 Roost, 53 Energy Ball, 58 Endure, 62 Bug Buzz, 68 Giga Impact, 70 Flash, 77 Psych Up, 82 Sleep Talk, 85 Dream Eater, 87 Swagger, 89 U-Turn, 90 Substitute, and 97 Defog. By breeding, there's nothing. By tutoring, there's nothing in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Energy Ball, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ominous Wind, Psychic, Rest, Shadow Ball, and Swift. By Prior Evolutions, nothing. Animated series only moves. Supersonic, it's a normal type move in the episode An Angry Combee Nation. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volumia, the browser entry. It lets loose Twisters and Poison Dust while protecting itself with a Psychic Barrier. In Guardian Signs, it flings gooey blobs that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Form data, despite not having any form differences, Mothim technically has 3 forms based on the Cloak of Burmy it evolves from, though this is only shown in its internal data. However, a Mothim from Pokemon Go will always be in the Plant Cloak form if evolved from a Burmy while still in Go. The Trash and Sandy Cloak forms of Mothim can still be obtained by transferring Burmy to Pokemon Legends Arceus first, and then evolving there. Evolution data, Burmy, any cloak, Level 20, male, Mothim. Sprites here, so a little bit different. Well, the pupils are a lot bigger, it looks like. That's the big difference, and probably a lot more simplified all around. There doesn't seem to be an outline on the orange spots. That's interesting. See its back sprite. Also, like, more brown, more dark brown than that sort of dark gray, I'd say. Then we got blue and yellow and green for the shiny here. So is it a little bit chunkier? I think it's a little bit chunkier, yeah. It slims it a lot down in platinums. Yes, with that different angle as well. The beak is a lot more prominent. Yes. In Gen 5, we got these sprites and the full back sprites. Yep. In Gen 6, it gets sort of the modern colors and sort of the modern design. A lot thinner now. Smaller eye pupils, the dark gray now. This seems to be the same gray color for the shiny. That's interesting. It now has an outline on the orange spot. Yeah. Same with the kind of eyes, I think, also didn't really have an outline. The models as well in this generation, pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes, I don't think. The eyes might get a little bit smaller. In Gen 8, you get these models, which are cut off. In Homes, you got these models. Animation, Mothim in Pokemon the series. Cheryl's Mothim is the big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries, I've already recorded this one in the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Mothim, the moth Pokemon, and the evolved form of a male Burmy. It has no particular habitat, but instead flies across the land, searching for its favorite nectar.
In the manga, Mothim and Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG. Trivia, I read this first point in the Wormadam video, I read the second point in the Burmy video, and I read the third point in the Geodude video. Origin, well, Mothim represents the adult stage of a bagworm moth, which only fully matures if it is male. Both its appearance and honey thieving tendencies suggest it may draw more inspiration from the Lesser Death's head hawk moth, also known as the bee robber. Its tail is reminiscent of the flared abdomen of various sphingids, such as the bee hawk moths. Its silhouette is similar to that of a hawk in flight, possibly playing on the term hawkmoth. Name origin, Mothim may be a combination of moth and him. Gamail may be a combination of ga, moth, and male. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Mothim's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 496, Some Enchanted Sweetening. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock and Dawn, and his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Cheryl here, who has caught a Burmy, with the help of her Chansey. And they've all just fought Team Rocket, and Burmy is now evolving after defeating Meowth and Wobbuffet.
Burmy! Look out!
It's Team Rocket.
Burmy's starting to evolve.
Mothim. I would say that is Mothim's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Mothim. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mothim. This first one is Moissanite 2 by Hachel. This interesting cream and green colored Mothim here, which I don't know what that's about since its shiny is blue and yellow, and its regular, is orange and yellow, so I don't know what that's about. Well done piece of art here. Then we've got Mothim and Volbeat Pokemon by Evotizer, so just Mothim and Volbeat's official art here, but Volbeat is cut off for some reason. Interesting. Then we've got Mothim, Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertels. So this nice model here, very well done. And we've got Mothim pixel art by Onstage Jungle 1. This fun pixel art here, yeah. Very well done. Then we've got Pokecember Mothim by Jock Priest. Day 1, favorite bug type Mothim, so I got a sort of anthropomorphic Mothim here, interesting. Then we've got Mothim by Kodiak. So this fun painting of a Mothim here, very well done. Then we've got Mothim GB1 and 2 plus Shiny Arceus by Paperfire88, so I guess this version what it would look like on the Game Boy Color screens, I guess. It's kind of hard to tell. It's very complicated Pokemon, huh? You can get all the elements, but yeah, it kind of loses it. But yeah, a little bit better on this one. Yeah, interesting. Then we've got Mothim by Fake Make Tea. So this nice, looks like maybe crayon drawing or colored pencil maybe of Mothim here. Very interesting. We've got Mothim and Petalil Fusion by Easy Pups. So this is Mothim and Petalil Fusion. You got the Mothim elements and the Petalil elements. It's very well done. Moth Mojo by Pi Ink Up High Leaksy. So this nice simplified, I guess, kind of chibi looking, I guess. Mothim here, very well done. Then we've got Insects and Metal by Shimmer of Silver. So we got a couple insects and a couple metal Pokemon. So got the Mothim here and a Magnemite, Yanma, and a Pawniard here. Yes, all very well done. Then we've got Mothim, Paper Mario Style by Vin Chao Lee 1995. So this nice Mothim in the Paper Mario style, very well done. Then we've got Mothim by Wolingle, this model here. Then we've got Butterface by Trixie Wizard. So congratulations, your Burmy evolved into Mothim. Kick. Oh, you're adorable. Kick. I love your big goofy nose. And then it opens up to a horrifying mouth, bug-like mouth. Realization. Then we've got PSD Filigree reference by Forest to Flames. So, Filigree, it's a male Mothim, it's fluffy, bug flying, that's the type, yeah, just like a fluffy version of Mothim here. Very interesting. Kind of stylize it a little bit. Then we've got Mothim by Crown Dial Crowds. So, number 414 Mothim. There's a couple Mothim here. Almost look like it's a poster or something. Interesting. Then we've got Shiny Party Bug by Jade Harmony. So you've got the screenshot of Pokemon Go here with the shiny Mothim they've named Zip. 35.52 kilograms, bug flying, 1.12 meters, Stardust is 150, whatever that means, Burmy Candy is 22, Burmy Candy XL's 5, Power Up, I don't know, all that stuff, and all the other details, on their phone, yeah, CP 1040, I guess. Yeah, that's interesting. Then we got Mothim by Sonic Mega Batman, 274, so this nice hand-drawn Mothim here. Looks like it's made from color pencils. Yeah, it's very well done. Then we've got fan art. Silly, glowy alien Mothim by Zimeon. So this anthropomorphic, more alien-like Mothim here with the shades of different blues. Very interesting. Then we've got Pokefusions in DD and Mothim by Ray. So normal Mothim and shiny Mothim. As in DD here, very interesting. Then this doesn't contain a Mothim, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Combee. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Combee. The reason gender differences were introduced in Gen 4. It's required for its evolution. Why did the earlier Pokemon get gender differences? No idea. Excluding Nidoran, Combee is also the first gonochoric Pokemon to exclusively evolve in one gender. Because of this, male Combee is also technically the first single-stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Combee as a whole is also the first bug-flying base Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are April 16th, 1997, February 5th, 2000, November 26th, 2002, September 16th, 2005, July 7th, 2008, April 28th, 2011, February 16th, 2014, December 7th, 2016, September 28th, 2019, and July 19th, 2022. I most know Combee due to its unique shape and unique evolution. Before doing this project, I misremembered its evolution focusing more on the mark and it just being all female Combee, with only a few females having the mark, which indicated they could evolve into Vespiquen, much like how queen bees come from a select few female bees. I think it looks cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Combee, the tiny bee Pokemon, whose number is 0415. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Flying, abilities, Honey Gather, Hustle is its ability, gender ratios 87.5% male and 12.5% female, catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is a group bug, hatch time 15 cycles, height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters, weight is 12.1 pounds or 5.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 63 in Gen 4 and 49 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 1 and speed. Shape is that, it has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Combee is a dual type bug / flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Female Combee evolve into Vespiquen starting at level 21. Male Combee are not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology: Combee is a small flying insectoid Pokemon. Its body consists of 3 orange hexagonal sections that resemble honeycomb cells, arranged with 2 hexagons on top and the remaining hexagon between and below them. Each hexagon has a round yellow face with 2 black oval eyes and a black curved mouth. In the middle of their foreheads, the upper 2 faces each have a single whisker-thin black antenna with black oval tips approximately the size of their eyes. They also each have a translucent, rounded, triangle-shaped wing connected to an orange domed joint on their sides. The backsides of the upper faces are yellow and rounded as the sides of a sphere. The bottom face is the main thinker of the 3, and it is also the only one to have a full insectoid abdomen. This abdomen is yellow near the tip with a thick black stripe close to its hexagonal frame. The female Combee have red wedge-shaped spots on the foreheads of their lower faces just below the point where all 3 faces meet. Male Combee have no distinct markings in this area. Similar to other Pokemon with multiple heads, such as Dugtrio and Dodrio, Combee's trio of faces each have their own consciousness. For example, each face has a different taste in nectar, and Combee can fly only when the top 2 faces coordinate the flapping of their wings. Each Combee's trio of faces has been together since birth. Unlike bees in real life, the vast majority of Combee are male. However, Combee are otherwise similar to bees in their social behavior. They are mostly sociable among their own kind and form groups of about 100 individuals. They are generally harmless to others as they tend to flee when threatened. From sunrise to sunset, Combee will collect nectar to create honey wherever they can. Beautifly often provides trouble by driving away any Combee that tries to collect near it. Though Combee produce honey for multiple purposes, they usually consume it. Each swarm of Combee makes a different flavor of honey. When not gathering nectar, Combee will protect their queen, Vespiquen. They are very suggestible and will never defy the orders of their queen. When a Vespiquen feels threatened, its Combee will not think twice about risking their lives to protect their queen, to the point of aggressively attacking or even killing the threat. Combee commonly live in caves and hollow trees of forests and other natural secluded areas with their queen. Combee sleep by creating a hive with other Combee, locking together into a tessellated wall to feel safe in larger numbers. So you can see a wall of Combee here. Teddiursa and Mothim regularly raid Combee nests for the honey they collected. Prior to Gen 5, Honey Gather was Combee's signature ability. Evolution, female Combee evolve into Vespiquen. Male Combee are not known to evolve. So, Combee, female, Vespiquen. Evolution data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. 3 female Combee and 2 Bibarel act as Nectar Meadows bosses, attacking the player, the partner, and Budew, thinking the trio to be a group of honey thieves. Pokedex entries, Gen 4, Diamond. A Pokemon formed by 3 others. It busily carries sweet floral honey to Vespiquen. Pearl. It collects and delivers honey to its colony. At night, they cluster to form a beehive and sleep. Platinum. The trio is together from birth. It constantly gathers honey from flowers to please Vespiquen. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. At night, Combee sleep in a group of about 1,000, packed closely together in a lump. In Gen 5. Black and White is basically Platinums, but Vespiquen is now the correct casing. Black 2 and White 2. This Pokemon is a set of 3. When they sleep, they gather up and form a giant hive of 100 Combee. In Gen 6, X is Black and White's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Black, White, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword, the members of the trio spend all their time together. Each one has a slightly different taste of nectar. Shield, it ceaselessly gathers nectar from sunrise to sundown, all for the sake of Vespiquen and the swarm. Brilliant Diamond. 3 Pokemon join to become 1. It busily carries sweet nectar to Vespiquen. Shining Pearl, they collect and deliver honey to their colony. At night they cluster to form a beehive and sleep. Legend Arceus, they swear fealty to a queen Pokemon and work diligently to gather nectar. Each swarm produces a different flavor of honey. In Gen 9, Scarlet, at night Combee sleep in a group of about 100, packed closely together in a lump. Violet, the trio is together from birth. It constantly gathers nectar from flowers to please Vespiquen. Combee in the Paldea Pokedex. We got a bunch of them, one female, prominent one. There might be a couple we can't really see. There's, only facing ones are males. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It has the honey 100% of the time. Ranch, it has the Akaberry 100% of the time. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White has honey 100% of the time. Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, it has honey 5% of the time. Legend Arceus, Normal, as Dazzling Honey 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Alpha, you speak Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. Grit Items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Scarlet and Violet, it has honey 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 30, defense 42, special attack 30, special defense 42, speed 70 for a total of 244. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, poison, ghost, steel, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, fire, electric, and ice for double, and rock for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and grass for a 4th, and bug for a half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Sweet Scent, Gust, Struggle Bug, and Bug Bite. By TM, TM015, Struggle Bug. 70, Sleep Talk, 162, Bug Buzz, 171, Terra Blast, 182, Bug Bite, 185, Lunge, 205, Endeavor, and 219, Skitter Smack. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It lets loose gusts of wind to attack. Guardian Signs. It launches Twisters. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. From the moment they're born, the trio that make up Combee work together for the sake of Vespiquen. The nectar they gather from flowers that grow near crystal blooms is particularly rich and sweet. Combee had a 100% female encounter rate in Pokemon Go when it was initially released on February 1st, 2019. However, it was later changed to 12.5% on February 15th. Evolution data, Combee, level 21 if female. Vespiquen, sprites here, so a lot more simple, humorously. For how simple it is, it's like weirdly more simplified. The wings are also differently shaped. The antennae are slightly differently shaped as well. And then you got the male versus the female. It's got the red triangle. Shinies. Got the orange. That replaces the yellow. And the red replaces the orange. And females, I think it's a darker red, or maybe even almost a brown kind of color for the red triangle. And of course you got the different angle, but I think it also probably makes it closer to the modern design for what they could do given the type of sprites they could make at the time. In Gen 7, I would say even a little bit, this is definitely a different sprite, like it's a lot more faithful to what we have in the official art. You get the fallback sprites as well. They lighten up the... looks like they lighten up the shiny. Interesting. In Gen 6, you get the models here. Pretty good adaptation. A lot lighter. Probably a lot lighter colors all around, honestly. And the blue problem for Pokemon that have clear wings. For whatever reason, in Gen 6, they have this, weird blue background. I don't know if that was, the background of the image, so, it's clear, but actually it's the blue in the background. They've just cut out that element of it, or if this is just, a weird error. And you can see in Gen 7, it fixes that. Probably changes a little bit of the face as well. Yeah. Yes. Gen 8, you get the much better models, of course. And in Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you got these models. Just kind of unifies the colors in the shiny? Huh. When did that happen? I guess once it became a model, it kind of keeps the other colors, though. It isn't really unified until Legends Arceus, I guess. Huh, interesting. Yet these are also still a little bit different. That's interesting. In animation, Combee in Pokemon the series, black and white. Got a couple males and a female. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 32, in Dawn's Pokedex. Combee, the tiny bee Pokemon. When sleeping, Combee stack up on each other like a hive. In Black and White, episode 124, in Ash's Pokedex. Combee, the tiny bee Pokemon. A trio of Combee stays together for life, busily carrying sweet nectar from flower to flower. Pokemon Paldean Winds, Kricketune in the manga, Male Combee in Pokemon Adventures. All this, the TCG. Trivia, Combee is the only Pokemon with a gender-dependent evolutionary line to have aesthetic gender differences. Combee is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 244. Combee is the only bug or flying-type Pokemon consisting of multiple bodies. Combee has the lowest HP stat and lowest base stat total of all flying-type Pokemon. I read the 4th points sub-point in the Zubat video. Origin, Combee is based on honeycombs and honeybees. In an interview for Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon edition, the official National Pokedex, Ken Sugimori elaborated on the design process for Combee in particular, based on a request to create a Pokemon made of 3 honeycombs stuck together. The designers came up with a design featuring 3 larvae wedged inside a honeycomb. Sugimori noted that while the concept sounded gross, it is nonetheless a distinctive and attention-grabbing idea, so the team decided to keep the design and tweak it slightly. Combee's 3 faces were simplified based on simple faces found in old comic books to make its overall appearance friendlier. So you can see early design of Combee here. More baby-like with the thing, and you can see it even has a red marking. Interesting. Name origin, Combee may be derived from honeycomb combination, referring to it being made of 3 segments and bee. Mitsu honey may be a combination of Mitsubachi honeybee, Mitsu 3 and Honey. And languages, references, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Combee's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokeflix, as the DVD that I would normally use is not working correctly for this scene for some reason, so instead we're doing that. Today we are watching episode 497, The Grass Type is Always Greener. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Cheryl, a treasure hunter who has captured a Burmy and evolved it into Mothim, because Cheryl is trying to find something called the Enchanted Honey, and Mothim's nose is very good at finding honey, and so it has found something, and now it's calling out. There's the Combee. And that is Combee's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Combee's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Combee, as it's only the frames with Combee, to the best of my ability. In this film, Tim Goodman has found out that his father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died. And so he's going to Rhyme City to finish up his life. He's watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City. And then we got this shot of the city here. There's a Combee on this building here. You'll see it in a couple seconds. It only appears as signs and stuff throughout the city.
Stronger, more harmonious world.
Welcome.
Yep, and then the Combee appears as a sign around here somewhere. Yes, and that's Howard Clifford introducing Tim to Rhyme City. We're gonna have a few establishing shots of the city. Signs there, and the Combee. Down there. Combee's over here. Oh, sorry. I'll explain. So that was, so Tim went, it was down here, yeah. Tim is sort of walking through the city at night, going to his father's apartment. And this one is, Tim has met a talking Pikachu named Detective Pikachu, who has amnesia, who is Harry's police detective partner. They are tracking down something called the Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. They've tracked it down to the Roundhouse, this underground fight club.
Second chance.
And then, so now we've cut to a little later. The Combee's on this sign here. Detective Pikachu and Tim down there. They have met Howard, and he has explained to them that Harry isn't actually dead, but that Mewtwo took Harry, and so now they're gonna go try to find Mewtwo.
Chances are special things, kid. There's a lot we can make better if we crack this case. One question, though. Where are we...
Watch the...
Okay, so now we've cut to later in the film. Tim and Detective Pikachu, with the help of Lucy Stevens, a reporter, and her Psyduck, have met Mewtwo, who showed them a vision that made it seem like Pikachu had betrayed Harry. Tim and Detective Pikachu split off. Shortly after Mewtwo showed them the vision, he was captured by who they believed to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son. So now Tim, Lucy, and her Psyduck have returned to Rhyme City. You can see the Combee on these signs for Pahu, whatever that means. Yeah.
Day's festivities.
I don't know what happened to me, but we need to strategize.
Yeah, she's talking about how they need to report on this big story of Mewtwo being captured by Roger. He's going to talk to Howard about Roger capturing Mewtwo. Yeah. So now we've got to the beginning of the Rhyme City 10th Anniversary Parade. That's what was being set up when we started the scene. There was the news reporter talking about it. Yeah. Mayor's gonna talk here.
As you can see, we are more than happy with the turnout today.
That's the mayor. So that was... Okay, let's go back. So this is Mewtwo, but it's actually Howard has put his mind inside of Mewtwo using this device called the Neuralink. And he is about to release the Argas from the floats, which will make the Pokemon go crazy, and he can use Mewtwo's powers to merge humans and Pokemon because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon. This is how he thinks it should be done. Released. Merging people, that's him flying up. So Detective Pikachu has found something at the site of the crash that allegedly killed Harry, and he's come back to see. sign here. It's kind of hard to tell, but yeah. Lucy has been put inside of her Psyduck, and she is explaining that Mewtwo is Howard. Is the Combee. And there's okay, so, that was... So this is Detective Pikachu's decided to fight Howard / Mewtwo. He's been flying. And now this is after, so Tim has removed the Neuralink from Howard, and so this is Mewtwo proper. And yeah, and Tim is reuniting with Pikachu, yeah. And now everyone's being separated. You can see there, yeah. So this is at the end of the film. It was revealed that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because Harry's soul was inside of Pikachu. They've been separated, so that's Harry. And now they're, walking away. It's kind of hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Combee. And they're talking about how he needs to find a new job because he's going to live in Rhyme City now.
I could give detective work a try?
I think he likes that idea.
And that is Combee's scenes on Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Combee. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Combee. So we've got Combees by Cryptid Hermit. So a couple female Combee here. Very well done. I like the background. And the clear wings. That's such a great touch. Combee Cupcake by Hitachi Roxas. So I guess this cupcake that's themed after Combee here. It's a male Combee. And on top of this Teddy Ursa. I don't know if that's part of the dessert or not. I don't know. Very well done. Then we've got Combee by Nihorin. So the stylized female Combee here. Very well done. Combee, Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. So we got a couple images here. Got male Combee and female Combee. Both very good models. I like the clear wings. Then we've got Pokemon Legends Combee by Vic Works. So I guess this fun little thing. I don't know if this was before or after Legends Arceus came out, but this fun idea for a male Combee alternate form. A swarm Combee form, kind of like the wishy-washy school form, and it becomes looking like Mega Beedrill here, and this black one as well. I guess maybe that was the shiny version. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Combee line gained new types by Eric Gull 1996. So it adds the speed type and slime type. Interesting. Bug speed and bug slime. Interesting. This is 3Han by Elf Coach, so kind of stylized version of, I guess, female Combee and shiny female Combee here. Interesting. 21225 by Nihorin, so I guess it's this nice V-Mine, probably for Valentine's Day. This nice little image of female Combee here, kind of stylized. I like it. Then we've got Lost Lorn Forest by Burb Monster. So we've got 3 male Combee here flying by this Leavanny who's holding a Swadloon. Seems to be from 2024. Very well done. Then we've got Combee by Aqua Blue. So this cute art of Combee here. Looks like a couple of them are sleeping while one's awake. This grass here is, yeah, very well done. Then we've got Deathdex Beautifly by Clytemnon. So gosh, this Beautifly attacking this Combee. It says, in an effort to keep its favorite food all to itself, it will chase away Combee as they try to gather nectar. It has an aggressive nature. It stabs prey with its long, narrow mouth to drain the prey's fluids. And Beautifly saying, get the fuck out of my territory. It's a male Combee. Very well done. Then this is Combee Evolution Line by Abraham DHR. So these more realistic Combee and Vespiquen here. It's a female Combee. It's interesting how they did the 2 heads. And that's supposed to be more of a larva than a fully grown bee. And then you got Vespiquen here, you got the comb down there, yeah. Very well done. Then we've got Through the Years by Snow Supply. So this sort of aging up, I guess. We got it as a little kid being terrified of the bugs, Yanma, Spinda, and Heracross, and as a teenager, I guess, being part of Team Skull here, it kind of likes the bugs with Araquanid, Flamantis, and Charjabug. And I guess a little bit older, probably a young adult, maybe an older teenager. We have it sort of, I guess, being just, existing with the bugs. We got the Combee, female Combee here, Snom, sweating on top of this Sizzlipede. It's fun. And then we got it in Legends Arceus, Cleavor, and a Gligar. And we got it as like an adult, I guess. Maybe taking care of the Pokemon, looks like maybe a little bit more. With got Joltik, Genesect, and Blipbug. Very well done art here, I like it. Then we've got Combee by Give Me Yo Muffin XD. So this nice stylized Combee here, and little swirls. And it seems to be 2 in 10A instead of 1, that's interesting. Then we've got Deftex Teddy Ursa by Clytemnon. So we've got a couple female Combee here talking. This one says, "Should we tell him? He's not stealthy at all. No, we'll give him some later, and hopefully he leaves." So you got the Teddy Ursa there, not being very stealthy at all. And says, "This Pokemon discreetly follows Combee to find their hive." Very nice. Strawberries, Cake, and Bees by Nihorin. So we've got this Combee and Vespiquen, very stylized with this strawberry cake, I guess. Yes, very well done, very cute. Then we've got Combee by Diego AGM. So we've got this female Combee here, and there's some Combee flying in the background. Can't really see them very well. And we've got the 3 different faces on them. We got the excited one, the winking one, and the meh one, I guess. Yes, very well done. And I've got Cherry by Itachi Roxas. So this interesting art kind of looks like mascot art on like a TV, like the lines kind of suggest like a TV monitor or something. Very interesting. The Cherum here is surprised. There's like a pink female Combee for some reason coming out of the jar of jelly. I don't know, honey, maybe a pink honey, maybe, I don't know. This is very interesting. Then we've got Combee commissioned by Nelsini0S. This fun, sort of robotic Combee here, I guess. With the wings being like solar panels and 3 screens. These little cute digital screens here, yeah. It looks like maybe it's got a jet in the back. Yeah. Antenna, that's fun. Yeah. Seems to be a bug psychic. That's interesting. Very well done. Then I've got SL Almost There by S. Sevora. So apparently SL, according to the description, is Shadowlock. I don't really know what that means. This one's a black Combee for some reason. It feels like maybe it's even a female Combee. Maybe you can see the mark. And then Clefairy here, I guess, trying to get at it. I don't know if it's using maybe like psychic powers or something to stop it. I don't know what's happening here. Then we've got Combee by Anyandro Cutie Pie. This just seems to be the official image. I don't really know if there's any alteration to it. Then we've got Flower by Itachi Roxas, so another one of these interesting pieces of art that kind of look like a monitor and mascots and stuff. Female Combee here, and then we've got Plinks that look like flowers, and they're surprised. And a Porygon 2, confused by this. Then we've got Wet Paint by Snapinator. So it's this nice art here of a bunch of different Pokemon, mostly focusing on Grafaiai, one of the new ones from Gen 9. They painted all these trees here, and then we've got a couple of Combee here, at least one of which is female. We've got the Spidops, a couple of them, couple Pineco, and a Murkrow here. That's interesting. Seems to be from June 2024. Then we've got Bees by Broken Teapot. The male Combee says, "Wanna be friends?" And the Beedrill says, "Off and die." It's from 2010, seems like. Well, it may not look like it. This is actually the end of the list. I had to redo part of the fan art section since the audio got all messed up. When I redid it, it ended up going in a different order. So that's why it looks like there's a next image and why the last image had no next image. So we'll move on now.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Vespiquen. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Vespiquen, the only evolution of Combee being the evolution of female Combee who evolves at level 21. Vespiquen's previous BYC dates are April 17th, 1997, February 6th, 2000, November 27th, 2002, September 17th, 2005, July 8th, 2008, April 29th, 2011, February 17th, 2014, December 8th, 2016, September 29th, 2019, and July 20th, 2022. I must know Vespiquen as being the evolution of only female Combee. I think Vespiquen is excellently designed. The clear royal design works well for a Queen Bee-inspired Pokemon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Vespiquen, the Beehive Pokemon, whose number is 0416. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Flying, abilities Pressure, Unnerve is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% female, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group bug, hatch time 15 cycles, height is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 84.9 pounds or 38.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 188 in Gen 4 and 166 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2, 1 in defense and 1 in special defense. Shape is that, it has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Vespiquen is a dual type bug / flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from a female Combee starting at level 21. Male Combee are not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology, Vespiquen is a bee-like Pokemon with a typical insect-like 3-part body, i.e. divided into an abdomen, thorax, and head. It has a yellow and black striped abdomen, which flares out from a thin waist-like protrusion under its thorax in a manner that resembles an elegant ball gown. Underneath the expansive abdomen are 7 orange honeycomb-like cells that serve as a nest for baby Combee. The centermost cell, however, surrounds what appears to be a slender yellow, more insect-like abdomen, which is often obscured by the gown part of its abdomen. Vespiquen has black arms that each consist of 2 thin conical segments. Each arm ends in 2 small orange claws. It flies with a pair of relatively small wings, each of which consists of 2 stacked, translucent teardrop segments. Vespiquen's arms and wings attach to its round thorax, which is yellow on the front, black on the back, and orange on each side where its arms attach. A curved line on its back between its orange shoulders separates its thorax and waist. Vespiquen's head consists of its face and horns. Its orange face has intimidating red eyes, yellow mandibles that protrude from its face and connect to its horns, and a large red gem on its forehead. Vespiquen's horns are yellow near its face and black at the tips, and with the gem they resemble historical headpieces or crowns worn by European royal and noble women in the late Middle Ages, such as the Escoffion. Similar to queen bees in real life, Vespiquen is a female-only species. Vespiquen is the sole queen of a hive of Combee, which it commands by releasing pheromones. The more pheromones Vespiquen produces, the more Combee it will have in its hive. As queen, Vespiquen gives birth to and raises Combee grubs, feeding on flowers to make honey for its progeny. It also controls and protects its hive. It is far more powerful than its Combee, and it will only take direct action if its Combee are unable to protect the hive. Even so, the Combee will defend their Vespiquen even to the point of death. Vespiquen will destroy and feed on any outsiders it catches sneaking into its hive. However, if outsiders prove themselves to a Vespiquen by defending its hive, it may repay these acts of kindness with a reward. See Vespiquen's grubs here. Vespiquen is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Attack Order, Defend Order, and Heal Order. Evolution, Vespiquen evolve from female Combee, so Combee, female, Vespiquen. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. A Vespiquen acts as the queen of Nectar Meadow, though she feels the title is more akin to a manager instead. She calls for her Beedrill and Combee subordinates to desist against the player, the partner, and Budew. She then gives Budew some honey to give to her sickly mother, telling the baby Pokemon she doesn't need her payment. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. Its abdomen is a honeycomb for grubs. It raises its grubs on honey collected by Combee. Pearl, when endangered, grubs from its 6-cell honeycomb strike back. There is only one in a colony. Platinum, it releases various pheromones to make the grubs in its body do its bidding while fighting foes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, It raises grubs in the holes in its body. It secretes pheromones to control Combee. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum Sentry, Black 2 and White 2. It houses its colony in cells in its body and releases various pheromones to make those grubs do its bidding. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2 Sentry. Y is basically Diamond Sentry, but Combee is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2 and X Sentry. Alpha Sapphire is Y Sentry. In Gen 8, Sword. It skillfully commands its grubs in battles with its enemies. The grubs are willing to risk their lives to defend Vespiquen. Shield. Vespiquen that give off more pheromones have larger swarms of Combee attendants. Brilliant Diamond is Y and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus commands its subjects to build its hive. It will dispatch any interlopers who dare sneak into its nest and use them as nourishment for itself. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2, White 2, X, and Omega Ruby's entries. Violet is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Combee is now the correct casing. Vespiquen in the Paldea Pokédex, so you can see it's not really a full evolutionary line image, is it? Because these are all males. So it's family, more of a, evolutionary family image. But yeah, you can see the Vespiquen and probably the male, Combee servants. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Sword and Shield, it has the Poison Barb 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, it has the Dazzling Honey 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level, Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 80, defense 102, special attack 80, special defense 102, speed 40 for a total of 474. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Poison, Ghost, Steel, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Flying, Fire, Electric, and Ice, all for double and Rock for 4. Immune to Ground, Resistant to Fighting, and Grass for a 4th, and Bug for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and I go down to 21, so upon evolution, it gets Slash, 24 Roost, 28 Air Slash, 32 Power Gem, 36 Toxic, 40 Attack Order and Defend Order, and 44 Destiny Bond. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, there's nothing. By prior evolution, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmia in the browser entry. It launches gluey blobs and poisonous needles to attack. Guardian Signs. It shoots stingers that make Pokemon tired. All this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Vespiquen gives orders to Combee by releasing various pheromones. It looks almost like an orchestra conductor as it commands them. Evolution data, Combee, level 21 female, Vespiquen. Sprites here, so like Combee, it's orange instead of yellow. Does anything really change? Probably slight color differences. The eyes seem a little bit smaller, less detailed. The gem seems a lot darker. This is a lot less outside, or maybe that's just the angle. Platinums, we got this angle, mostly. Looks like it just animates between the two. Interesting. I don't know how much changes. The eyes might change a little bit. Yeah, I think the big thing is just the angle, right? Yeah. And then in Gen 5, we get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the modern colors, and the eyes seem a lot bigger. So does these things as well, like horns or whatever. It's a lot lighter gem, probably just generally lighter colors, and has the weird thing with the blue. You can see kind of how it's not always blue, and that's really interesting. It's pretty good adaptation, I'd say. In Gen 7, fixes the blue thing, and maybe changes the wing shape a little bit. Interesting. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield get the better models. Interestingly, it's red? Are they just now red wings and pink wings? Interesting. It seems like they're gray and blue in this game. That's interesting. Huh. Homes get these models. They're darker wings for some reason. Interesting. Animation, Vespiquen in Pokemon the series. Got all these Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 32 in Dawn's Pokedex. Vespiquen, the beehive Pokemon. Its body is a hive, and it raises its offspring with the honey gathered by Combee. Guess it's in a Poketune, in the manga, Vespiquen and Pokemon Adventures, and the TCG. Trivia, I read this first point and the sub-point in the Togetic video. Vespiquen can create max honey when Dynamaxed. However, unlike its pre-evolved form, Combee, it cannot produce honey, i.e. it cannot be caught with honey as a held item. Prior to Gen 8, Vespiquen had 3 signature moves: Attack Order, Defend Order, and Heal Order. Heal Order is not available to Vespiquen from Gen 8 onwards. Upon its introduction in Gen 4, Vespiquen is tied with Porygon for the highest number of signature moves of any Pokemon. In Gen 5 and 6, Vespiquen has the highest number of signature moves of any Pokemon. In Gen 7 and Alola, Vespiquen is tied with Alolan Marowak for the highest number of signature moves of any non-legendary Pokemon. It is also tied with Alolan Marowak and Necrozma for the second highest number of signature moves overall, behind only Zygarde and Necrozma in its Duskmane and Dawnwings forms. Origin, conceptually, Vespiquen seems to be a cross between a queen bee and a queen wasp, perhaps a honey wasp, while simultaneously drawing inspiration from beehives and umbrella paper wasp nests, as well as real-world queens. The red gem on its forehead may serve as jewelry, emphasizing its royal status. Name origin, Vespiquen may be a combination of Vespa, Latin for wasp, and queen. Beequen may be a combination of bee and queen. And other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Vespiquen's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are back on Pokeflix, as the DVD I'm working with is still broken, so we're watching this instead. Today we are watching episode 498, An Angry Combination. In this episode, all you really need to know is that we're in a cave filled with Combee. There's the Combee. There's the Vespiquen. And that is Vespiquen's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Vespiquen. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Vespiquen. This is PMDS, Town Residence by Monster Monsoon, so Lakeside Residence. We've got a Magikarp, a Vespiquen, and a Budew. Kind of very stylized here. That's one image of the Magikarp in a fishbowl. Interesting. Very well done. Then we've got PMDS Contest, Carp DOS by Snailian. So we've got all these Magikarp here. And a Gyarados. Vespiquen up here. And whatever this is that's fishing, I don't know if it's a person or a creature or Pokemon, I can't really tell what it is, but very interesting. Then we've got Vespiquen, Gigantamax form by Locomotive 111, so there isn't actually a Gigantamax Vespiquen. It Dynamaxes, not Gigantamaxes, but this is what they imagine it would have looked like if it did Gigantamax. Got a bunch of Combee coming out of the hives here. The horns on there. This is all pink now and glowy. It says Vespiquen, Gigantamax form, type bug flying, ability pressure. It's very well done. Then we've got PMDS Intermission, Get Him Ass, page 15 by Snailian. So this comic here, I don't know what this is about, but go ahead, scamper off. So I think it's a shiny Gardevoir, looks like. I've got what I wanted. As fun as it would be to smear you and your friends across the ground again, I can do without it. Hurry up, run away while I'm still letting you. And they've got a Mega Stone. It's like, thou art mad, completely off thine rockers, if thou believest for 1 second that I am scared of thee, donned in thy new skanky little gown. Interesting. Then we've got PMDS Intermission, Get Him Ass, page 22 by Snailian, so 7 pages later here. It's like the battle is happening. Mega Gardevoir here. And it's flat with the Vespiquen, and it's trying to get up. It kind of flips for some reason, and then I don't know really what's going on here. Interesting. I've got PMD Vespiquen Portraits by Heart the Glaceon, so I guess, the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon portraits that it has during its dialogue. Very interesting. This doesn't contain a Vespiquen, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Pachirisu. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Pachirisu, the first single-stage Pokemon in both genders introduced in Gen 4, as well as the Pikachu clone in this generation. Pachirisu's previous PYC dates are April 18th, 1997, February 7th, 2000, November 28th, 2002, September 18th, 2005, July 9th, 2008, April 30th, 2011, February 18th, 2014, December 9th, 2016, September 30th, 2019, and July 21st, 2022. For some reason, I always thought Pachirisu was part normal type. I most know Pachirisu from several places. 1. I know Pachirisu as one of the Pokemon Dawn has in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. 2. I know it as a giant balloon in the Main Street Coliseum in Pokemon Battle Revolution. 3. I know it from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. 4. I know it as one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix. I think Pachirisu is cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Pachirisu, the Ellis Squirrel Pokemon, whose number is 0417. This is what it looks like. Its type is electric, abilities, runaway or pickup. Volt Absorb is its ability. Gender ratios, 50-50. Catch rate is 200 or 36.6%. Breeding is egg groups Field and Fairy, hatch time 10 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 8.6 pounds or 3.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 120 in Gen 4 and 142 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1. In speed, shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex colors white and base friendship is 100. Pachirisu is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Starly and Munchlax, Pachirisu is one of the 3 partner Pokemon of Ulmia available at the beginning of Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Ulmia. Biology, Pachirisu is a small, white squirrel-like Pokemon with a faint bluish tint and a light blue stripe starting from its forehead and goes all the way down to the tip of the tail. A female Pachirisu's blue stripe is shorter than a male's. A large white tooth grows out of its mouth. It has deep gray eyes and a yellow circle on each cheek. Its tail is almost twice as big as its body, with 3 spikes at the top of the curl, which it can use to shoot charges. Though its arms and legs are very short, it can run incredibly fast, enabling it to tire pursuing Pokemon out quickly. It has a great amount of electricity flowing within its body. If it builds up enough charge, it may shock other Pokemon. It is related to the Pikachu line. When it sleeps, Pachirisu likes to curl its big fluffy tail round to the front of its body and uses it as a pillow. It also likes to chase and groom its tail. When a Pachirisu sheds its fur, it shapes them into fur balls, which have static charges just like its fur. It hides its favorite foods, which mainly consist of berries, in these static puffs and stores them in tree holes. It does this to protect the food. If a human or another Pokemon tries to take the food, they will get shocked from the static. It may rub cheek pouches with another Pachirisu to share stored electricity. It is generally found in treetops, in forests, as well as the outskirts of a forest and near power plants. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmia. Pachirisu can be chosen to be the player's starter partner Pokemon, or can be obtained by clearing a quest in Ranger School. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. Pachirisu is a regular visitor of Spinda's Cafe. Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. It makes fur balls that crackle with static electricity. It stores them with berries and tree holes. Pearl. It makes electricity with pouches in its cheeks and shoots charges from its tail. It lives atop trees. Platinum. A pair may be seen rubbing their cheek pouches together in an effort to share stored electricity. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It's one of the kinds of Pokemon with electric cheek pouches. It shoots charges from its tail. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Diamond's entry. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby is Diamond in X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum. entry, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Brilliant Diamond, it stores its own fur balls that crackle with static electricity together with its favorite berries and tree hollows. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, a species related to the Pikachu line. Though Pachirisu is a calm Pokemon, it still presents a danger should one touch its electrified tail or cheeks. Scarlet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver's entry. Violet is Platinum's entry, the Gen 5 entries, Y's entry, and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Pachirisu in the Paldea Pokédex, so you can see 3 of the electric rodent Pokemon. Pachirisu, Pikachu, and Dedenne. Pachirisu in the Kitakami Pokédex, there's 3 of them. One is chasing an apple in here, that's kinda cute. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, in Ranch it has the Chillin Berry, 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, has the Oran Berry, 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time, and grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and grit items by level, I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 45, defense 70, special attack 45, special defense 90, speed 95 for a total of 405. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. Notes that this Pokemon has Volt Absorb. The effectiveness of electric type moves is 0, so go from half to 0. Learn set by leveling up 1 Growl and Thundershock, 5 Quick Attack, 9 Charm, 13 Spark, 17 Endure, 19 Nuzzle, 21 Swift, 25 Electro Ball, 29 Sweet Kiss, 33 Thunder Wave, 37 Super Fang, 41 Discharge, 45 Last Resort, and 49 Thunder. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 9 Thunder Fang, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 35 Mudshot, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 60 U-Turn, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 72 Electro Ball, 75 Light Screen, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 122 Encore, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 136 Electric Terrain, 147 Wild Charge, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 173 Charge, 183 Super Fang, 191 Uproar, 205 Endeavor, 211 Electro Web, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding, this group gives it Baby Doll Eyes, this group gives it Bite, this group gives it Charge, this group gives it Covet, this group gives it Defense Curl, this group gives it Fake Tears, this group gives it Flail, this group gives it Flatter, this group gives it Follow Me, this group gives it Rollout, and this group gives it Tail Whip. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It discharges electricity from all over its body to attack. Guardian Signs. It restores the Styler energy a little. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark ban entry. Pachirisu plays in the Meadow Zone. His favorite attractions are Bulbasaur's Daring Dash and Venusaur's Vine Swing. You got all this. In Pokemon Go, Pachirisu has a 87.5% male encounter rate. Evolution data is just a Pachirisu. Sprites here, so you can see the 2 different genders. You got these pinks. That makes sense, that's blue and pink. It's orange for the patches, that's interesting. And platinums, it's more obvious the gender differences with the little line there down the head. Also, the line seems a lot less pointed. That's interesting. The face looks a little bit, I don't know, definitely different. A lot smaller eyes, I think. And these are a lot, I don't know, different distance apart. And different angled on the head. Yeah. Gen 6 to get these models. Not very obvious the difference anymore. And the fullback sprites. Okay, Gen 6. You get the models, pretty good adaptation. You know, got the modern kind of a blue, modern pink and orange and yellow, I guess. Yeah, pretty good adaptation. The tail seems quite a bit larger than the sprites make it seem. They make it seem quite large, but like this seems like way too big. Yeah.
Gen 7. Looks like the tails might be a little bit smaller, a little bit closer to its models. And you can see much more, obviously the gender difference, couldn't really see it much in here because of just the angle they took the picture, but this is a lot better of an angle. The eyes are probably also a little better. They typically tend to be in Gen 7. Then Gen 8, in this game, you get these models. You can really see the gender difference there. Yep. Homes, we got these models. Other sprites, Bucky in Pokemon Super Contests, and Stripe in Pokemon Super Contests. So you got these. These are probably NPCs in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Pachirisu in Pokemon the Series, Diamond and Pearl. Dawn's Pachirisu is the big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 19 in Ash's Pokedex. Pachirisu, the alley squirrel Pokemon. It gathers static electricity and hides fur balls along with its favorite fruit under the eaves of houses. This is in a Poketune, in the manga. Pachirisu in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Trivia in Pokemon Battle Revolution. Taylor wears the Pachirisu costume, so Taylor's Pachirisu costume. Pachirisu is the only Pokemon allowed in Amity Square that is not part of an evolutionary line. Pachirisu has the lowest base stat total of any Pokemon that was part of a winning team of Pokemon World Championships. Pachirisu is the only Pokemon that can learn Hyper Fang to not be a normal type. Pachirisu was featured in the second episode of Beyond the Pokedex series. Origin. Pachirisu may be based on a squirrel. The spikes on its tail, and possibly its ears, could be a reference to static electricity's impact on hair. The electric rodent design may come from tradition of creating a variant of the Pokemon franchise's main mascot Pikachu in every generation, and like Pikachu's, the yellow cheeks of Pachirisu store electricity, reflecting rodents storing food in their cheeks. Name origin, Pachirisu may be a combination of Pachi Pachi, onomatopoeia for electric crackling, and Risu, squirrel. Now languages. See also external links to the electric rodents. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Pachirisu's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 485, Twice Smitten, Once Shy. We are at the very beginning of the episode. Mr. Pachirisu. There's Piplup and Veneri, presumably of Dawn. One of the main characters. Yeah, there's Dawn, one of the main characters. Oh.
Pachirisu, stay here!
And so do you
That's
twice!
The main Team Rocket, you can see them out. That's Ash and Brock, couple of the main characters. Okay, that is Pachirisu's first scene in the anime, let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Pachirisu card.
It's the first Pachirisu card design and was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official image on a nice enough background. Pachirisu has 70 HP. He's 1'4" and 8.6 pounds. He has two moves, Minor Errand Running and Thunder Jolt, neither of which are moves in the Pokemon games. On this card, Minor Errand Running costs 1 of any energy. The player goes through their deck until they find a standard energy card. They show the card to their opponent, the player puts it in their hand and shuffles their deck. Thunder Jolt isn't a move in a Pokemon game, but it is a move in the Super Smash Bros. Series, being the neutral special move of Pikachu and Pichu. For those of you not familiar with Super Smash Bros., this is a move performed by pressing the B button alone. In the series, this is an electric-type move that deals damage, although damage is calculated far less simply in the Super Smash Bros. Games, as they use a percentage system, although it can go beyond 100%, instead of an HP system. Before I explain how it works on this card, I feel I should mention that the move originated in TCG and then became a move in Super Smash Bros., not the other way around. On this card, it costs 1 lightning energy and hits for 20 damage. The player flips a coin upon a failed coin flip. Pachirisu hits itself for 10 damage. He's weak to fighting for plus 20 damage, which seems to mimic Pachirisu's weakness to ground in the video games, as ground is often classified as fighting in the video games. He's resistant to metal for minus 20 damage, which mimics Pachirisu's weakness to steel, called metal in the TCG, in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Pachirisu to retreat. His description reads, "It makes fur balls that crackle with static electricity. It stores them with berries in tree holes." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, X, and Omega Ruby. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Pachirisu is level 23.
I have cards for Buizel, so we'll talk about them tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Pachirisu. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Pachirisu. This is Pachirisu by MFA Art 123. So this cute image of a Pachirisu here. Looks maybe a little stylized and probably AI. It's probably AI. I'm almost positive of that. Yeah. No, it doesn't say it's AI in the description, even though it's supposed to. Pretty sure this is AI. And we've got PR, Evander, reference by Dream Elfie, so... I don't know, it's this Evander, he's male. He's electric fairy for some reason. Infused, whatever that means. Moves, Growl and Thundershock, Pachirisu. And then just the image itself. It's interesting. This is Pachirisu by Bisky4. So this is partially AI, not entirely. Makes sense, but yeah, partially AI. Yeah, you can see all the different elements. Oh, the tail is way too small. Like, that's definitely an obvious element that it's AI, is that this tail is way, way too small. And I don't think this is quite right either. Eyes, yeah, I don't think they're blue, right? Aren't they, like, gray? That's very weird. Then we've got Pachirisu, Alolan, Vulpix, Adopt Soul by Aurora Walrein. So, this fusion between Pachirisu and Alolan Vulpix here, very cute. This is from 2024. Pachirisu by L Kitty Heartworks. So this fusion between Pachirisu and Palmy here, very fun little image. You can see little different elements of the two Pokemon. It's very nice. Then we've got Pachirisu Base, number 1, F2U by Constellasaur. 3DU is Pachirisu Base number 1. Interesting. Got it again. Got it again. And then just the eyes for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Then we've got Greta, the shiny Pachirisu by Tuxedo Neko. So this nice shiny Pachirisu here. Very well done. Then we've got Pachirisu making Sparks by Saj Rep. So obviously this person has never seen a squirrel before, because it's very much more cat-like, than a squirrel-like. Like, it's not just a cat with a big tail. The lightning, part of it's coming from the tail, has none of the distinguishing marks other than the cheeks. This is not a Pachirisu. I have to count it, though, because they claim it's a Pachirisu. Pachirisu and Momonga by Lincoln Arc. I don't really know what Momonga is, but that's what it is, I guess. This Pachirisu also very cute. Yes, very well done. Interesting that the tail pieces are less spiky than normal, but I suppose that's probably to add to the cuteness. Seems to also have been done with, like, paint. Yeah, that's interesting. Then we've got Pachirisu, new fan art by me, SCM64, by Sapphire Cat Mario 64. Pachirisu, SCM64. Yeah. Very nice piece of art here. Then we've got Pachirisu by Athena Shampoodle. So this nice, very cute Pachirisu here, holding a cookie, star-shaped cookie it looks like. Seems to be from 2025, it looks like. Pachirisu by Mia Hart Illy. This is either entirely or partially done using AI. Obviously, the tail is the big indicator. What is this, like, swirl tail? What is happening here? This, like, frozen dessert tail. Like, what is happening here? Like, 3 spikes are obviously supposed to be the blue, and it's all supposed to be 1 stripe. Like, they didn't even try with the tail, my goodness. The eyes are also, looks like brown, not gray. Just kind of disappears with its feet. What, like, it has feet. Like, what? Sort of bleeds in like it's a marshmallow or something, like what? And I've got Shugo, High Flying Squirrel by Duwat Reborn. This Pachirisu here, or the helmet, I guess, is probably just like a bunch of stunts and stuff. I'm guessing. Very well done. Then we've got 417 Pachirisu by Sir 911. So, got sort of their version of the official art here, I guess. It's, you know, dark blue, kind of the original, and pointed like the original one was. Very well done. Then we've got Pachirisu drawing by Pocket Monster 110, so this nice whiteboard drawing of Pachirisu here. Very well done. Then we've got PKM Electric Chews by Feeny. So once again, it's this image. We pretty much had them from all of them so far, I think. Or at least one of these guys, I think, before, and definitely one or both of these. I guess the version without the... yeah, I think, but yeah. We got, like, the first 5 generations of electric rodent Pokemon. Pikachu with goggles, Pichu, Raichu's scared. I got the Pachirisus that are, like, greeting them, I guess, in the tree. And an Emolga with a rope that's holding Floatzel and Mothim. They're saying, yeah, very well done. And I've got Pachirisu by Super Nerd Bro, so this art kind of looks like a banner or something. It's Pachirisu. Very good. And this doesn't contain a Pachirisu, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Buizel. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Today we'll be talking about Buizel. Its previous BYC dates are April 19th, 1997, February 8th, 2000, November 29th, 2002, September 19th, 2005, July 10th, 2008, May 1st, 2011, February 19th, 2014, December 10th, 2016, October 1st, 2019, and July 22nd, 2022. I must note Buizel is one of the Pokemon Dawn and Ash have in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. I also know it as my female Buizel, in Pokemon Pearl. I also know Buizel as one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Buizel, the Sea Weasel Pokemon, whose number is 0418. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water, ability is Swift Swim, Water Veil is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is a groups Water 1 and Field. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 65 or 29.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 75 in Gen 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Brown is interesting. I mean, maybe it's referring to the tan color, but I imagine it's because orange doesn't exist in the colors for some reason. That was maybe the best they could come up with. Buizel is a Water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Floatzel starting at level 26. Biology, Buizel is an orange Pokemon resembling a weasel and a sea otter. It has a yellow collar around its neck and 2 blue fins on its arms. Buizel has a cream-colored spot above each eye and 2 black parallel marks on its cheeks. The underside of its face and stomach are also cream-colored, as are the tips of its 2 tails. A male Buizel has 2 cream-colored spots on their back, while a female only has 1. Buizel's yellow collar is a flotation sac that can be inflated when it inhales. By doing so, Buizel can keep its face above water to watch for prey movement and survey its surroundings. Conversely, it deflates this sac in order to dive. Its tail can spin to act as a propeller, allowing it to swim and slice through obstacles, like seaweed. In the Pokemon, the series Diamond and Pearl episode, mounting a Coordinator Assault, it is also shown to be able to fly using its spinning tail. Buizel usually lives alongside bodies of water. So you can see Buizel flying using its tail and mounting a Coordinator Assault. Evolution, Buizel evolves into Floatzel. So Buizel, Floatzel. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Buizel is in charge of underwater explorations at the Expedition Society. He acts as a mentor to the player and partner. He is brave but reckless. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It has a flotation sac that is like an inflatable collar. It floats on water with its head out. Pearl, it swims by rotating its 2 tails like a screw. When it dies, its flotation sac collapses. Platinum, it spins its 2 tails like a screw to propel itself through water. The tails also slice clinging seaweed. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it inflates its flotation sac, keeping its face above water in order to watch for prey movement. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. It inflates the flotation sac around its neck and pokes its head out of the water to see what is going on. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry, Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry, Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, when air fills the flotation sac on its neck, the sac balloons like an inner tube. This Pokemon floats with its head out of the water. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart, Legends Arceus. It moves freely in the water by spinning its forked tail for propulsion. The resemblance to the screw of a steamboat is coincidental. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum, Black and White's entry. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Weasel in the Paldea Pokedex. So we got 5 of them here. It's
kind of fun. See some of them in the water. It's interesting texture. I wasn't expecting that. It's like darker than it used to be. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White. It has the Wakan Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus. For Normal, it has the Medicinal Leek 40% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And Grit items by level. Stats, base stats, HP 55, Attack 65, Defense 35. Special Attack 60, Special Defense 30, Speed 85 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats. Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Grass and Electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Steel, Fire, Water, and Ice all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle. 4. Growl. 7. Soak. 11. Quick Attack. 15. Water Gun. 18. Bite. 21. Swift. 24. Aqua Jet. 27. Double Hit. 31. Whirlpool. 35. Liquidation. 38. Aqua Tail. 41. Agility. 45. Hydro Pump. And 49. Wave Crash. By TM. TM 001. Takedown. 4. Agility. 5. Mud Slap. 7. Protect. 10. Ice Fang. 11. Water Pulse. 12. Low Kick. 18. Thief. 22. Chilling Water. 25. Facade. 32. Swift. 34. Icy Wind. 36. Rock Tomb. 39. Low Sweep. 43, Fling, 47, Endure, 50, Rain Dance, 55, Dig, 58, Brick Break, 64, Bulk Up, 69, Ice Punch, 70, Sleep Talk, 77, Waterfall, 85, Rest, 87, Taunt, 103, Substitute, 108, Crunch, 110, Liquidation, 123, Surf, 124, Ice Spinner, 130, Helping Hand, 132, Baton Pass, 135, Ice Beam, 142, Hydro Pump, 143, Blizzard, 171, Terra Blast, 172, Roar, 192, Focus Punch, 196, Flip Turn, and 208, Whirlpool. By breeding, this group gives it Aqua Ring, this group gives it Baton Pass, this group gives it Fury Cutter, this group gives it Fury Swipes, this group gives it Headbutt, this group gives it Helping Hand, this group gives it Mud Slap, and this group gives it Slash. Special moves, in these events it can get Icy Wind and Water Pulse, TCG only moves. It has Muddy Water on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Volmia in the browser entry. It spits auras of water to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Pokepark B, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Bat entry. Weasel often plays in the beach zone. Gyarados' Aqua Dash is his favorite attraction. Got all this. Evolution data, Buizel, level 26, Floatzel. Sprites, so you've got these, you know, well, it's standing up rather than swimming. So that makes a lot of difference. A little bit darker colors, as to be expected. You can see a little bit on the back sprite, the single dot versus the double dot for the gender difference. Shiny is golden white. Platinums is doing this now. You can see it twirling its tails. I guess it's kind of doing that in this one. Its head looks a lot smaller. Yeah, it's a lot more proportional to its body rather than like, yeah, that big head. In Gen 5, kind of keeps that sprite, I think. Maybe changes it a little bit. The full back sprites makes it a lot more obvious, the gender difference. Yeah. Gen 6, the lighter colors. And the models, pretty good adaptation. Eyes are a little weird, particularly on this one. Oh, that might just be the angle, because, like, this one seems a little bit more normal. I don't really know what's going on with the eyes, man. Jet 7, the eyes are a lot better. I don't know what was up with that, but yeah, these are much better eyes. Although these eyes, I don't know. Get the models in this game. And you got the models and homes. Gender difference, back sprites. Or back models. Now there's sprites, Wheezy in Pokemon Super Contests, and Zippy in Pokemon Super Contests. These are probably NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Buizel in Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Dawns/Ashes, Buizel is the big one. Call this. Buizel Egg left in Pokemon Journeys the series. Interesting. The Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 34 in Dawn's Pokedex. Buizel, the sea weasel Pokemon. It stores air in the sacs on its neck and uses them as flotation devices, and swims by swimming its two tails like a propeller. In Black and White, episode 99 in Ash's Pokedex. Buizel, the sea weasel Pokemon. Buizel's collar can be used as a flotation device when inflated. Its head stays above water when floating. In the manga, Buizel in Pokemon Adventures, got all this.
news. The TCG. Trivia. Buizel was one of 3 Pokemon revealed in March 2006 in promotions for Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea, along with Mantike and Chatot. Every Buizel that has appeared in the anime series has been male. Origin. Buizel seems to be based on a weasel as well as a river otter. Its design also appears to incorporate various flotation devices such as swim rings and inflatable armbands. Weasel's 2 tails can rotate like a screw, similarly how boats use propellers to move by pushing water. Name origin. Buizel and Buizel may be a combination of buoy and weasel. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Buizel's first scene in the anime, except we can't, as his first appearance is Pokemon 4D Pikachu's Ocean Adventure, which is a ride. So we'll have to watch Buizel's first scene in its second appearance in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have gotten lost and they've run into the Marina Group, a troupe of entertainers consisting of Marina, her grandfather, and parents. And they're in a trailer right now getting water since they were thirsty. Before I continue, I should mention that we're in the era of the Gen 3 that was done by the Pokemon Company instead of 4Kids, so Max and May are going to sound different if you're more familiar with that era of the anime or this series.
That's good.
There's Buizel, Ash, Pikachu, Brock,
Oh,
May,
yeah.
Elizabeth.
I've never petted a Buizel before.
That's Buizel's first scene in its second appearance in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Buizel cards, but they're basically the same, with the only difference being that one is the reverse holofoil version. So we'll talk about them as if they're one card.
It's the second Buizel card design. It was illustrated by Kenkichi Toyama, a graphic and character designer who worked on the franchise from 2004 to 2018. I love this design. It's simple yet works well. Buizel has 60 HP. This card doesn't have a height, weight, category, or description. Buizel has 1 move, quick attack, and 1 held item, Chesto Berry. If Buizel is put to sleep, the Chesto Berry can be used to reawaken it once each player has had their turn. This mirrors its effect in the video games, although it seems that this item is not gone upon using it like it is in the video games. In the video games, yes, I can't believe I haven't talked about quick attack yet either, quick attack is a normal type damaging move introduced in Gen 1 that has priority over most moves. Because of this, it's a pretty common move for Pokemon to either have in their original moveset or get early on. On this card, quick attack costs 2 of any energy and hits for 10 or 40 damage depending on a successful coin flip. It's weak to lightning for plus 10 damage, which mimics its weakness to electric, called lightning in the TCG, in the video games. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to metal, fire, or water. As it's resistant to steel, called metal in the TCG, fire, water, and ice, often classified as water in the TCG, in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Buizel to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Buizel is level 12. In the video games, it would be 14 levels from evolving into Floatzel.
Speaking of Floatzel, I have a card for Floatzel, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Buizel. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Buizel. Skyward Skies by Hachel, this fun stylized Buizel here. Really long tails for some reason. Shooting a blast of water, I guess. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Buizel Smug by Drago Untastify. That's nice. Buizel here is smug. Yeah, very smug. I like the background. It's very nice. Seems to be from 2025, January 2025, by the look of it. Then we've got Regenerate by Aura Zaliv. So this nice Buizel here in this garden, I guess relaxing with his blanket. Very nice. So we've got Battle on the Beach by an average Italian. The second image is the one with the Buizel, so go to that one. So this is a Buizel fighting a Swallow here. It's AI art. It's pretty good AI art, but yeah, it's still AI art. It's male Buizel, by the look of it. Then we've got Boy Buizel by Bokuray. So we got the stylized Buizel here. It's interesting. Got Sky and Alti's Date Night by Pixie Bixie. So it says, "You look beautiful tonight, honey." And that's this alternate color Buizel here. Very interesting. And we've got Swimming Buizel, Winnick Limb by Master Edits. So this doesn't seem to be entirely AI, but it was edited by AI, so it's a little bit of AI, a little bit of non-original art here. According to the description, it's by this person. The original one is anyway. And we've got Buizel by Sunflick. It's got this nice image of a Buizel here on this beach, drinking this drink. It's very nice. This is Buizel by Splatter Parrot. This nice painting of a Buizel here swimming. Yes. Very nice. Then we've got Crazy Buizel Lady by Vermeer. So, a bunch of different... Okay, so we got her, like, excited, and then using her tail to whip around, and in the water, and inflating the thing, I think, causing water to this, I think, Eevee and Riolo, posing in this sexually suggestive pose, jumping ahead, scaring the Eevee, or trying to anyway. Then as like a flotation device. That's interesting. And we've got Smeargle by Jordan Fritchett. So this fusion between a Smeargle and a Buizel here. Very interesting. Then we've got Buizel.com by Pixie Bixie. So this black and white Buizel here is like a computer screen, I guess. Interesting. And we've got, this is Tinderace Jenkins by Hachel. This interesting battle scene with a Floatzel protecting, I guess, the Buizel with water attacks against a bunch of Drifloon here. Very interesting. Then we've got Buizel by Ramiro Maldini. So this nice image of a Buizel here. Very simple. Or Surlus. I don't know if that's the same person or not. Then we've got Positivity by Yuka VI. So these different images of... looks like a few different Pokemon. We got the Buizel here, you're perfect just the way you are, don't ever change for the sake of somebody else. Smile more, it's good for you. This one's apparently a purple and white Eevee. Never give up on yourself. You don't have to figure it out all today. I think this one is a pink and white Eevee. And then, don't kill yourself, you're so funny, haha. Seriously, please don't, Illy. It's from this Flareon here, interesting. And then you got all the individual ones, I don't think I need to do that. And we've got Buizel Pokemon by Retratos Anime. So, this nice, simple Buizel here. Very well done. I've got Whatever Go My Buizel by Bob Gaming 433. Got this anthropomorphic Buizel here, I guess. It's like different shades of pink for some reason, and they kind of have the shirt as the orange part. That's interesting. Then we've got After the Battle, Patreon gift by Silvercore. So we got this dog Digimon, I guess, according to the description. Healing up this Buizel that I guess was in a battle. Interesting. Then we've got Buizel by Fuzzball 288. This nice simple Buizel art. Very well done. And we've got Look at Motaka S Paws by Nid15. So this teal, white, blue, and black Buizel here showing off their paws is very cute. Then we've got Buizel Backpack by Buizel Cream. So this sort of more anthropomorphic, I guess, Buizel here with a jacket and a backpack. It's very nice. Then we got Ate by Pixie Bixie, so they're white and gray and blue. Buizel here, yeah. Then we've got Ulti Reference Sheet 2025 by Pixie Bixie. So Ulti, she/they, Demigirl. There's the colors of the body, the eyes, the mouth. It's got two tails, because it's a Buizel. Clothes, necklace optional. Back, that's the color, I guess. Glasses aren't optional. Interesting. I didn't know, yeah, she wore glasses, but okay. Can't really see it very well, with the winking, I guess. Then we got I Done Goofed Up by Pixie Bixie. So we got Ulti on a chair. And then there's just the chair. There's the other one. So it's a cute little thing. And that seems to be the end of the page. Results, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Floatzel. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Floatzel, the only evolution of Buizel who evolves at level 26. Its previous BYC dates are April 20th, 1997, February 9th, 2000, November 30th, 2002, September 20th, 2005, July 11th, 2008, May 2nd, 2011, February 20th, 2014, December 11th, 2016, October 2nd, 2019, and July 23rd, 2022. For some reason, I always remember Floatzel as being part Dark type, or at the very least, having a secondary typing. I most know Floatzel from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Floatzel, the sea weasel Pokemon, whose number is 0419. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities, Swift Swim, Water Veils, its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meters. Weight is 73.9 pounds or 33.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 178 in Gen 4 and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 and speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. So just like yesterday, I think the brown is more focused on the orange not existing in the colors rather than the tan parts. Floatzel is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Buizel starting at level 26. Biology, Floatzel is an orange Pokemon resembling an anthropomorphic otter or weasel with longer arms than legs. It has 4 fingers on each hand and 3 toes on each foot. Its feet are small in comparison to the rest of the body. It has 2 pointed blue fins on its arms, 2 aligned, backward, swept pointed fins on its head, and 2 tails which can spin like a propeller in a similar way to its pre-evolutions. It has cream colorations on its forehead, eyelids, muzzle, belly, and the tips of its forelimbs and tails. It also has 1 cream, slightly protruding oval-shaped spot on its back if it is female, and 2 of these spots if it is male. There is an orange teardrop shape near the bottom of its belly, and a pattern of 2 black triangles on the edges of its muzzle. It has small, sharp canine teeth, the top 2 of which can be seen when its mouth is closed. Floatzel has a yellow flotation sac, which seems to behave similar to rubber. The flotation sac goes in a kind of ring behind its head, down in front of its arms, then back behind its rear above the tails. Floatzel's sac developed as a result of chasing prey in the water. To help it dive, Floatzel can deflate its flotation sac and then inflate it once again when it wishes to surface. Floatzel's sac allows it to not drown even in stormy seas. Along with hunting for food, Floatzel can use its swimming capabilities to assist in the rescues of drowning people by carrying them like a raft. It is often seen near fishing hamlets. Evolution, Floatzel evolves from Buizel, so Buizel, Floatzel. Game data, Pokedex entries, in Gen 4 in Diamond. It floats using its well-developed flotation sac. It assists in the rescues of drowning people. Burl. Its flotation sac developed as a result of pursuing aquatic prey. It can double as a rubber raft. Platinum is a common sight around fishing ports. It is known to rescue people and carry off prey. Soul Silver. With its flotation sac inflated, it can carry people on its back. It deflates the sac before it dives. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry, Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl. Its flotation sac developed as a result of pursuing aquatic prey. Floatzel carries people as if it were a rubber raft. Legends Arceus has a long, rather splendid flotation sac, which prevents Floatzel from drowning even in stormy seas. One might glimpse the species around fishing hamlets from time to time. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Violet. It is a common sight around fishing ports. It is known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught. Floatzel and the Paldea Pokedex. We got 4 of them. Some of them are in the water, others aren't. That's interesting. Guess they're at this port. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White has the Pecan Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for Normal has the Medicinal Leak 40% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. HP 85, Attack 105, Defense 55, Special Attack 85, Special Defense 50, Speed 115 for a total of 495. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with 29 double hit. So 29 double hit, 35 whirlpool, 41 Liquidation, 46 Aqua Tail, 51 Agility, 57 Hydro Pump, and 62 Wave Crash. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping. By Prior Evolution, Buizel gets it Tackle. It's a normal physical move. Its power is 40, accuracy 100%, and PP has 35. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It spits orbs and blobs of water to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bat entry. Floatzel plays in the Beach Zone. Gyarados' Aqua Dash is the attraction he specializes in, but he really likes Rayquaza's Balloon Panic too. Got all this. Evolution data, Buizel, level 26 Floatzel. Sprites here, so... a little different. Pretty much the same. I mean, not really much changes. Might be a little bit more simplified. Tails might be a little bit shorter. But generally, it's... I mean, these are... Oh, these are, like, even. Kind of like how these were. That's interesting. They weren't, like, split out like that. The eyes are way different. That's, yeah, well, it's not, like, cartoony eyes. Although the Vaxrite seems more like those kind of eyes. Same with these lines go like that. They're not parallel like they are here. Male versus the female, the 2 spots versus the 1 spot. The shiny, just like the other one, it's gold and white. Platinums here, wildly different, like, animation, you know, like, more friendly, I guess. Less of the, like, eyelash thing going on with that. These are a lot more split out, more, I guess. Yeah. Gen 5, get the full back sprite, so a lot easier to see the gender difference. And they actually, they lower it on the back. Oh, that's interesting. And they have like an outline now. That's interesting. A lot less even, I think, these things. Gen 6, get the models. These are a lot bigger, I think. Yeah, a lot taller, I guess. These are a lot more obviously split out. It's probably easier in the models. Pretty good adaptation. Got modern colors as well. Gen 7, you get these models, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Home's got these models, and the back models as well for the gender differences, yeah. In animation, Floatzel in Pokemon Horizons the series. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 83, in Ash's Pokedex. Floatzel, the sea weasel Pokemon, in the evolved form of Buizel. Its flotation sac developed as an aid in chasing aquatic prey. Floatzel can also carry people on its back. Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Floatzel in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer. You can see that there. Got one gotcha, I guess, in the manga. Floatzel in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia, I guess there's no trivia points. Origin, Floatzel may be based on an otter or weasel, combined with various flotation devices such as inflatable armbands, a life jacket, and a life raft. Floatzel's 2 tails can rotate like a screw, similar to how boats use propellers that push away water to move forward. Name origin, Floatzel, and Floatzel may be a combination of float and weasel, as well as flotsam, property or debris from a shipwreck that float in the sea. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Floatzel's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 537, Pokemon Ranger and the Kidnapped Riolu, Part 1. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Kellen, a Pokemon Ranger, as well as a Riolu that was kidnapped, and then kidnapped again, but then escaped. They are working together. The goons of Hunter J, a Pokemon hunter, have arrived, tried to capture Riolu. I would say that's probably the first scene of Floatzel in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Floatzel card.
It's the first Floatzel card design. It was illustrated by Masahiko Ishii. a CGI artist who worked on the franchise from 2006 to 2012. I like the design. It still looks really good, even though the bubbles don't look the best. It also looks like Floatzel is in a pool rather than open water. Floatzel has 90 HP, it's 3'7" and 73.9 pounds. Floatzel has 2 moves, Screw Tail and Water Gun. Screw Tail isn't a move in the video games. On this card it costs 1 water and 1 of any energy and hits for 30 damage. The player flips a coin. If heads, the move also causes the opponent's active Pokemon to lose an energy. Since I've already talked about Water Gun in the video games, I'll talk about how it works on this card. It costs 2 water energies and hits for at least 40 damage, with each water energy attached to Floatzel adding 20 more damage, meaning this move can do 1,100 maximum damage, but this is incredibly unlikely. Floatzel is weak to lightning for plus 20 damage, which mimics its weakness to electric, called lightning in the TCG, in the video games. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to metal, fire, or water, as it's resistant to steel, called metal in the TCG, fire, water, and ice, often classified as water in the TCG, in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Floatzel to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Floatzel's description reads, "It floats using its well-developed flotation sac. It assists in the rescues of drowning people." This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond, X Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. Floatzel is level 29.
I don't have a card for Cherubi, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Cherim. Now let's see why other people love Floatzel. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Battle on the Beach by an Average Italian. So, we're doing this first image here. So this is, it says Floatzel versus Staraptor. So yeah, it's a Floatzel versus a Staraptor. It's AI art. Again, very good AI art, but still AI art nonetheless. And that is all we're doing. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Cherubi. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Cherubi. Its previous PYC dates are April 21st, 1997, February 10th, 2000, December 1st, 2002, September 21st, 2005, July 12th, 2008, May 3rd, 2011, February 21st, 2014, December 12th, 2016, October 3rd, 2019, and July 24th, 2022. I love the idea of a cherry-based Pokemon. I most know Cherubi from my original playthrough of Pokemon Pearl, and the various signs in the Detective Pikachu movie. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Cherubi, the cherry Pokemon, whose number is 0420. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass, abilities Chlorophyll, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is egg groups Fairy and Grass, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 7.3 pounds or 3.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 68 in Gen 4 and 55 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 1, and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 70. Cherubi is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Cherim, starting at level 25. Biology, Cherubi is a small, cherry-like Pokemon with a round, deep pink body, with 2 stubby feet. The body becomes redder when bathed in sunlight, which signals that it has stockpiled a lot of nutrients. It has beady eyes and a purple-red stripe running down part of its face. Cherubi has a short stem with 2 big green leaves and a second, much smaller head growing out of it. The second head is vestigial in terms of function, but it contains nutrients that contribute to Cherubi's growth as its initial source of food. The second head is apparently edible and has a sweet taste, and several Pokemon, such as Starly, have been seen trying to pluck it off. When the second head begins to bloom and wilt, it means Cherubi is close to evolving. The second head detaches after Cherubi evolves, which becomes food for other creatures. Cherubi is attracted to honey. Evolution, Cherubi evolves into Cherim, so Cherubi, Cherim. Game data, Pokedex entries, in Gen 4 Diamond. The small ball holds the nutrients needed for evolution. Apparently it is very sweet and tasty. Pearl, sunlight colors it red. When the small ball is drained of nutrients, it shrivels to herald evolution. Platinum, the small ball is not only filled with nutrients, it is also tasty. Starly tried to peck it off. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. It evolves by sucking the energy out of the small ball where it had been storing nutrients. Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinums, but Starly's now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold, Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearls and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8 Sword, it nimbly dashes about to avoid getting backed by bird Pokemon that would love to make off with its small, nutrient-rich storage ball. Shield. The deeper a Cherubi's red, the more nutrients it has stockpiled in its body, and the sweeter and tastier its small ball. Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl. Sunlight colors it red. When the small ball is drained of nutrients and shriveled, evolution is near. Legends Arceus. Once the fruit growing alongside the main body is large and plump, Cherubi will use the nutrients within to evolve. The fruit then detaches, becoming nourishment for other creatures. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl is the Miracle Seed 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, has the Vivichoke 65% of the time, Lumberry 20% of the time, and Grit items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, Grit items by level, I still don't know how the math works, Stats, base stats, HP 45, Attack 35, Defense 45, Special Attack 62, Special Defense 53, Speed 35 for a total of 275. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting Rock, Ghost Steel, Psychic Dragon, Dark and Fairy, which you Flying, Poison, Bug, Fire, and Ice all for double, immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric all for half. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1 Morning Sun and Tackle, 5 Leafage, 10 Growth, 15 Helping Hand, 20 Magical Leaf, 26 Leech Seed, 30 Takedown, 35 Petal Blizzard, 40 Worry Seed, and 45 Solar Beam. In Legends Arceus, at 1 it learns Absorb and masters it at 9. At 5 it learns Tackle and masters it at 14. At 9 it learns Stun Spore and masters it at 18. At 15 it learns Draining Kiss and masters it at 25. At 21 it learns Energy Ball and masters it at 31. At 29 it learns Sleep Powder and masters it at 40. At 37 it learns Double Edge and masters it at 48. At 47 it learns Petal Dance and masters it at 59. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield. TM 10 Magical Leaf, 11 Solar Beam, 19 Safeguard, 21 Rest, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 28 Giga Drain, 31 Attract, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 46 Weather Ball, 50 Bullet Seed, 76 Round, 87 Draining Kiss, and 88 Grassy Terrain. For the TRs, TR 00 Sword Stance, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 59 Seed Bomb, 65 Energy Ball, 77 Grass Knot, 92 Dazzling Gleam, and 96 Pollen Puff. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, TM09 Bullet Seed, 11 Sunny Day, 17 Protect, 19 Giga Drain, 20 Safeguard, 21 Dazzling Gleam, 22 Solar Beam, 32 Double Team, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 53 Energy Ball, 58 Endure, 70 Flash, 75 Sword Dance, 82 Sleep Talk, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, and 90 Substitute. By breeding, Sword and Shield, this group gives it Aromatherapy, this group gives it Defense Curl, this group gives it Flower Shield, this group gives it Heal Pulse, this group gives it Healing Wish, this group gives it Nature Power, this group gives it Razor Leaf, this group gives it Rollout, this group gives it Sweet Scent, and this group gives it Tickle. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, this group gives it Aromatherapy, this group gives it Defense Curl, this group gives it Flower Shield, this group gives it Grassy Terrain, this group gives it Heal Pulse through Chain Breeding, this group gives it Healing Wish, this group gives it Nature Power, this group gives it Razor Leaf, this group gives it Rollout, this group gives it Seed Bomb, this group gives it Sweet Scent, this group gives it Tickle, and this group gives it Weather Ball. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and the Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, it gets Grassy Glide, it's a physical grass-type move, its power is 70, accuracy is 100%, and PB has 20. In Legends Arceus, it can get Dazzling, Gleam, Energy Ball, Magical Leaf, and Rest. By transfer from another generation, 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide, 4 through 7, Double Team. 6 through 7, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Frustration, Grass Whistle, Hidden Power, Lucky Chant, Natural Gift, and Return, none of that works anymore. 4 and 6, it gets Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. And 4 through 7, Swagger, Synthesis, and Toxic. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It shoots these to attack. Guardian Signs, it launches leaf blades around itself. All this. Evolution data, Cherubi, level 25, Cherum. Sprites, so a little darker, a lot darker actually. Interesting. Yeah, but more or less the same. It's got a lot of the basic stuff. The eyes, I think, are a slightly different color. Yeah, they're kind of gray rather than that kind of brown, I guess. And then for the shiny, you got this sort of light red, I guess. And the lighter leaf color, green as well, yeah. Platinum, so it's got, I think, the proper eye color now, rather than the gray, replaces that. Slightly different. Just like this, just small differences. The leaf looks a little different as well. So just slight improvements. Gen 5, you get the fullback sprites. Gen 6, you get the modern colors, I guess. Yeah, it's more orange now. The shiny, this is kind of green as well. Yeah. Models, pretty good adaptation. Probably an easier one for them to do. And then Gen 7, not really much changes. Gen 8, you get the better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Cherry in Pokemon Super Contests, Juicy in Pokemon Super Contests, and Pit in Pokemon Super Contests. So I imagine these are NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Cherubi in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all these. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one in the anime section, so we'll let Dawn's Pokedex read it.
Cherubi, the cherry Pokemon. All of the nutrients needed for evolution are contained in its small ball. Cherubi becomes better as it is exposed to sunlight, and is almost ready to evolve once the smaller ball buds.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 125, in Ash's Pokedex. Cherubi, the cherry Pokemon. Cherubi's attached small ball holds the nutrients needed for its evolution. In the manga, Cherubi in Pokemon Adventures, you got all this. The TCG. Trivia. I basically read this first point in the Burmy video. In Pokemon Horizons, the series, Brassius has made a mug modeled after Cherubi. Origin. Cherubi appears to be based on a cherry, which are known to grow multiple fruiting heads, hence its appearance. Name origin. Cherubi may be a combination of cherry, cherubic, innocent or childlike, and ruby, a shade of red. Cherunbo may be a combination of cherry and Sakurenbo, cherry. In other languages... External links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Cherubi's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're on Pokeflix as we are watching episode 497, The Grass Type is Always Greener. The episode is not working on the DVD, so we've come here to watch it instead. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Gardenia here, and Ash has challenged Gardenia to a battle. And Ash has sent out his Turtwig, and she is about to send out her Cherubi.
Go!
Cherubi. That is Cherubi's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Cherubi's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Cherubi, as it's only the frames with Cherubi to the best of my ability. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he has just found out that his father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died in a car crash, and he's sort of finishing up his father's life here. This is Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, welcoming people. So, Cherubi only appears as a sign. You can kind of see it a little bit. You'll see it a little bit better in a couple seconds here. For something called Snacky Time. I don't know.
Welcome to Rhyme City.
Got it right there. Kind of see the snacky time. This is later. Tim is going to his dad's apartment. Just kind of a shot of the city in the evening. Then we've got to much later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who was Harry's police detective partner. And Howard has kidnapped Mewtwo and has used a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo. And during the 10th anniversary Rhyme City parade, he released the Argas onto the citizens through the floats, and using Mewtwo's powers, because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, the Cherubi signs over here. Detective Pikachu has decided to fight Mewtwo.
Okay, Pikachu. Pikachu.
Yep, okay, that's, yeah. I'm seeing him, and yeah. So now we've cut to later in the film. The Neuralink has been disconnected from Howard, but at the time, Mewtwo/Howard was holding Detective Pikachu, so Detective Pikachu fell, and now Mewtwo proper is using his psychic powers to save Pikachu. There's the Cherubi sign.
Thanks.
Yeah, and so he's explaining that The reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because Harry's soul is inside of Detective Pikachu.
The father you have been looking for has been with you all along.
Showing the vision. Cut to the end of the film. Tim is about to leave on the train station, or is planning to anyway. See the Cherubi sign there again. So now Tim has decided to stay with his dad in Rhyme City. Mewtwo are separated, Harry and Detective Pikachu.
I think he likes that idea.
That is Cherubi's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Cherubi. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's seen fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Cherubi. This first one is Mochi, Pokemon Trainer OC by Calico Cattail. So we got a grass type specialist Mochi, Oven, a male Cherubi, Bop, a female Eevee, and Gelato, a female Alchemy. Very well done. Then we've got Cherubi by Rennie Boo. It's this cute little Cherubi here. It's very well done. Then we've got Cherubi, Ploppy the Gardevoir. It's this interesting kind of pixelated Cherubi art here. Very interesting. Then we've got SL Intimidation by Dreamer Elfie. So I got a few Pokemon here. This alternately colored Mindfu with a different tail, and looks like it's wearing a hoodie as well. This striped pink Wingull. Got the Cherubi down here. This Dratini looking up at the Wingull. Shiny Flomantis looking up at the Xurkitree here. And it's all confused. Interesting. Then we got Winter Cherubi by Angel Rose Star. So this cute little like winter cherry thing. Yeah. Very nice. Then we've got Cherubi by Marcus Berenson. So just this CGI model of a Cherubi here. With someone in the background looking at it, I guess. Yeah, very interesting. Cherubi, Pokemon Variations by Chico Robot. So you got the normal one, tropical one, the desert one, tundra one, forest one, and a water one, because it's supposed to be underwater. Interesting. Then we've got Shiny Cherubi by Angel Rose Star. So this shiny Cherubi here. Very well done. Then we've got Cherubi fan art by Love Caramel 2024. So this Cherubi fan art, you know, very stylized. It's Cherubi, yeah, interesting. Then we've got PKMCC Petunia Level 3 by Pastel Face. It's alternate design for Cherubi here. Yeah, interesting. It's got eyes on the little one for some reason, instead of them just being closed. Do they open? I don't know if they open. I don't think they do. Cherubi in PowerPoint by Eduard96. So I don't really know what PowerPoint means. I think it's just like display. I don't know. Interesting. And we got Cherubi by Draculora Love 29. So this nice hand-drawn Cherubi here. Very well done. And I've got Cherry by Elf Coach. So I got normal and shiny Cherubi here. Yeah, very well done. Then we got Pokemon Blorbos 8 by Area Misu. So Blorbos Part 8 by Area Misu. So we got Oddish, shiny Celebi here, Baniri, Chinchou, shiny Shinx, Sprigatito, Mareep, Cherubi, Starly, Tandemouse, Tatsugiri, shiny Minun, Floatzel, Dratini, and Parasect here. Yeah, it's got a little bow tie, that's cute. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Shiny Cherubi by Rennie Boo. So we've got shiny one, yeah, very nice. Then we've got Cherubi by Solicious. So a couple Cherubi here, I guess, hanging out. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Cherubi Art Pokemon by the Artsy Raccoon. So it's nice, very, kind of simplified version of Cherubi here. Very well done. This image doesn't contain Cherubi, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Cherum. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Cherum, the first evolution to have interchangeable forms, excluding Mega Evolution, Gigantamaxing, Dynamaxing, and Terrestrialization, being the only evolution of Cherubi who evolves at level 25. Its previous PYC dates are April 22nd, 1997, February 11th, 2000, hey, that's my birthday, December 2nd, 2002, September 22nd, 2005, July 13th, 2008, May 4th, 2011, February 22nd, 2014, December 13th, 2016, October 4th, 2019, and July 25th, 2022. Cherum was one of the Pokemon I was excited to talk about due to its two forms, particularly how they work in my Pokemon Ranch. When the player visits the ranch at night, Cherum is in its Overcast form. But if the player visits during the day, it would be in its Sunshine form. The player could even see this happen if the visit lasted long enough for the time to change. Speaking of its forms, I've always been confused why Cherum's official art chooses the Overcast form as the default, as the Sunshine form is the one with the full face in the art. Well, I understand that, in the main games, it mainly appears in the Overcast form, only changing in battles and contests. Realistically, one might imagine there would typically be in its Sunshine form, although I suppose that would depend on the area and season. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Cherum, the Blossom Pokemon, whose number is 0421. This is the Overcast form. This is what it looks like. This is the Sunshine form. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass, ability Flower Gift. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75, or 17.5%. Breedings, egg groups Fairy and Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 20.5 pounds or 9.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 133 in Gen 4 and 158 in 5 plus. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 and special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple. Other forms may have other colors. And base friendship is 70. Cherum is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Cherubi, starting at level 25. In sunny weather, Cherum changes appearance from its Overcast form into its Sunshine form. Biology, Cherum is a small Pokemon with two different forms, both of which are dependent on the weather. During normal weather conditions, Cherum is in its Overcast form. 2 purple petals enclose its deep pink body. A short purple stem and a green leafy sepal sprout from the top of the petals. Its eyes appear to be near its short legs in this form. Cherum waits quietly as a bud for a ray of sunlight. When it is hit with strong sunlight, it blooms and absorbs the rays with its entire body. It quickly changes from quiet to excitable and active. It will attempt to make up for everything it was forced to endure as a bud while the sunshine lasts. Once the light is gone, Cherum folds back into a bud. Bug Pokemon are often seen gathering around Cherum due to being drawn in by the scent released from its petals. Cherum is the only Pokemon that can have Flower Gift as an ability. Forms. Cherum has 2 forms, Overcast form and Sunshine form. When there is strong sunlight, Cherum changes into its Sunshine form. Pink petals, similar to cherry blossoms, surround its head and cover its chest. Several of these petals radiate outward from a yellow sphere on the back of its head. There is a small triangular patch of green on its neck. Additionally, 2 berry-like orbs, resembling cherry-shaped hair ornaments, adorn its head. It has stubby limbs, with the arms being pink and the legs being yellow. Overcast form, Sunshine form. Evolution, Cherum evolves from Cherubi, so Cherubi, Cherum. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It blooms during times of strong sunlight. It tries to make up for everything it endured as a bud. Pearl. It is docile as a bud, but turns cheerful when it blooms. It folds back into a bud if sunlight wanes. Platinum. If it senses strong sunlight, it opens its folded petals to absorb the sun's rays with its whole body. A Heart Gold and Soul Silver. During times of strong sunlight, its bud blooms, its petals open fully, and it becomes very active. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond. It blooms during times of strong sunlight. The Pokemon tries to make up for everything it endured as a bud. Shining Pearl. It is docile as a bud and turns cheerful when it blooms. It folds back into a bud if sunlight wanes. Overcast form. Sword. As a bud, it barely moves. It sits still, placidly waiting for sunlight to appear. Shield. Its folded petals are pretty tough. Bird Pokemon can peck at them all they want, and Cherum won't be bothered at all. Legends of Arceus. Motionless, save for the occasional quiver, a rich array of Pokemon can be found gathered around it, drawn by the scent exuded from Cherum's folded petals. Sunshine form. Sword. After absorbing plenty of sunlight, Cherum takes this form. It's full of energy while it's like this, and its liveliness will go on until sundown. Shield. The faint scent that emanates from its full blossom entices bug Pokemon to it. Legends Arceus. Cheerfully active on sunny days, immediately closes its petals and becomes immobile once the sun becomes hidden, however. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Black, White, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword and Shield has the Miracle Seed 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal has the Lum Berry 65% of the time. King's Leaf 30% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. And grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, all games but Legends Arceus. So it seems to have different stats depending on Sunshine form versus Overcast form in Legends Arceus, but it just keeps the same stats outside of that game. So I guess we'll just do this one. Then we'll compare them, I guess? HP 70, attack 60, defense 70, special attack 87, special defense 78, speed 85, for a total of 450. Sunshine form, Legends Arceus. In Pokemon, Legends Arceus only, Sunshine form has different stats from Overcast form. In all other games, Overcast and Sunshine form have the same base stats. So, okay, HP 70, that stays the same. Attack 90, that goes up. Defense 70, that stays the same. Special attack 87, that stays the same. Special defense 117, that goes up. Speed 85, that stays the same, for a total of 519. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting rock, ghost, steel, psychic dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fly, poison, bug, fire, and ice, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 25, so upon evolution, it gets Sunny Day. 28 Leech Seed, 34 Takedown, 41 Petal Blizzard, 48 Worry Seed, 55 Solar Beam, and 62 Petal Dance. In Legends Arceus, we'll start with 29 here. At 29, it learns Sleep Powder and masters it at 40. At 37, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 48. At 47, it learns Petal Dance and masters it at 59. By the TM/TR, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. By tutoring in Sword and Shield. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it gets Grassy Glide. It's a physical grass-type move. Power is 70, accuracy 100%, and PB has 20. In Legends Arceus, it can get Dazzling Gleam, Energy Ball, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Magical Leaf, Play Rough, and Rest. By prior evolutions, nothing. By transfer from another generation. From 4, it gets Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, it gets Confide. 4 through 7, it gets Double Team. 4 through 6, it gets Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, it gets Frustration, Grass Whistle, and Hidden Power. None of them work anymore. 7, it gets Laser Focus. 4 through 7, it gets Lucky Chant, Natural Gift, and Return. None of them work anymore. 4 and 6, it gets Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. And 4 through 7, it gets Swagger, Synthesis, and Toxic. Side game data. In the Overcast form, you got all this. In the Sunshine form, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmia, and the browser entry. It scatters leaves and seeds to attack. Guardian Signs. It launches leaf blades around itself. Got all this. In Pokemon Go, Sunshine form is only obtainable in a wild encounter in sunny/clear weather. Form data. Cherum changes forms depending on the weather in battle and contests. During harsh sunlight and without an active ability nullifying the weather, it changes into Sunshine form. Otherwise, it will be in its Overcast form. Due to its ability Flower Gift, its attack and special defense increase in its Sunshine form. Outside of battles and contests, it will always be in Overcast form. In Gen 4, Cherum changes forms independently of its ability starting in Gen 5. It is Cherum's ability that changes its form, except in Pokemon Legends Arceus, in which Cherum's form and stat change without Flower Gift due to the game's lack of abilities. In Legends Arceus, Cherum will change form in battle only if the overworld weather is sunny or harsh sunlight, and if the in-game time is either morning, daytime, or evening. Both conditions must be met. In Japanese, the names of Cherum's forms use form, the term otherwise primarily used in the names of forms localized as form with an E in English. Other weather, Overcast form, Cherum, Flower Gift, Harsh Sunlight, Sunshine form, Cherum. Evolution data, Cherubi, level 25 Cherum. Sprites here, so a little darker. Probably a little darker colors, yeah, I think so. You can see the Overcast and the Sunshine forms. It's blue for the shiny instead of the purple. There's a darker yellow. Then a little bit changes, probably, mostly probably in this one. Its mouth is a lot bigger, more wide open, I guess. Yeah. These seem to be a lot more vibrant for the shiny. That's interesting. This also, yeah, seems to, instead of being like solid colors, it's like a gradient. That's interesting. In Gen 5, we get the full back sprites. Yeah. Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. Gen 7, not much changes. Gen 8, Sword and Shield. You get the much better models, of course. Legends Arceus, get these models. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Overcast Form Cherum in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Weird. Oh, I was not expecting that. Got this. Sunshine Form Cherum in Pokemon the series. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 95, in Ash's Pokedex. Cherum, the Blossom Pokemon. Cherum stays quiet until its flowers bloom, when it becomes quite excitable. In the manga, Sunshine Form Cherum in Pokemon Adventures. Overcast Form Cherum in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG, Trivia, Cherum, and Cast Form are the only Pokemon whose alternate forms cannot be viewed in the Pokedex in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Only the Overcast form, and its gender differences, though it has none, are available, but it is not labeled as such. In version 1.0.1 of Legends Arceus, a glitch made Wild Cherum in Sunshine form uncatchable. This was later fixed in version 1.0.2. Origin Cherum's reaction to light is apparently based on photonastic flowers. Cherum in its Sunshine form seems to be based on cherry blossoms, flowers that are particularly symbolic of Japan. Its Overcast form resembles the bud of a fuchsia flower and other flowering plants such as the cherry blossoms and cherry fruits that tend to grow a form of clustered flowers that hangs on its tree and later blossoms into multiple fruits. Name origin, Cherum may be a combination of cherry and cherubim, or a blossom. Languages, Overcast and Sunshine forms, their languages, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Cherum's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Alice and her Chimchar, who has shown them the garden of the Space-Time Tower in Alamos Town. They have just met Baron Alberto and Tonio, a scientist who was just blasted by Alberto's Licky Tongue's Hyper Beam, as he thought that Antonio, who was behind a bush, was Darkrai. There's the Cherum.
You okay? This is
Tonio,
my friend
Alice.
Tonio. He's a scientist.
I would say that is Cherum's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Cherum cards, both of which feature Cherum in its Sunshine form. We'll start with the older one.
It's the first Cherum card design. It was illustrated by Utsuko Nishida. I like the perspective and background. Cherum has 80 HP. It's 1'8" and 20.5 pounds. It has 2 moves, Worry Seed and Magical Leaf. In the video games, Worry Seed is a grass-type move introduced in Gen 4. It changes the opponent's ability to Insomnia, meaning they can't be affected by sleep-based moves. On this card, it costs 1 grass energy and hits for 20 damage. Upon a successful coin flip, the opponent's Pokemon is now confused. In the video games, Magical Leaf is a grass-type move introduced in Gen 3. It almost always hits. On this card, this move costs 2 grass energies and does either 20 or 40 damage, depending on a successful coin flip. With that successful coin flip, 30 HP is added to Cherum, assuming it has lost any damage. It's weak to fire for plus 20 damage, which mimics its weakness to fire in the video games. It's resistant to water for minus 20 damage, which mimics its resistance to water in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Cherum to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Its description reads, "It blooms during times of strong sunlight. It tries to make up for everything it endured as a bud." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond. Cherum is level 26. The second Cherum card is the 4th card design. It was illustrated by Seiya Zurata, a designer and illustrator for the franchise, having begun in 2006 and continuing to this day as of March 2025. I like this illustration. It's a very pleasant image to look at. Cherum shares its HP, height, weight, weakness, and resistance with the other Cherum. This Cherum has 2 moves, Ram and Petal Dance. Ram isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs no energies and hits for 20 damage. In the video games, Petal Dance is a move introduced in Gen 1. It hits the opponent for multiple turns. On this card, it costs 1 grass energy. The player flips a coin 3 times. For every heads, the move hits for 30 damage, meaning it can hit for 0, 30, 60, or 90 damage. Cherum also becomes confused. It costs 1 of any energy for Cherum to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Supreme Victor's expansion symbol. Its description reads, if it senses strong sunlight, it opens its folded petals to absorb the sun's rays with its whole body. This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Cherum is level 29, 3 levels higher than the other Cherum.
I don't have a card for Shellos, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Chingling. Now let's see why other people love Cherum.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Cherum? For this question you can answer with the Overcast and Sunshine forms. Grungor Flungor has responded. They say, Cherum's design is super cute. I also think the Overcast gimmick is interesting. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Cherum. So this first one is Cherum, Sunshine form by Arcane. This fun fan-made card here. So it's basic Cherum, HP 80. Doesn't have any moves. I think it's just supposed to be like a border for the art. It's very cute. Weakness, fire, double, resistance, nothing, retreat, nothing. Illustrator Arcane. It's a J, I guess, mark. It's got this, I don't know, this symbol here, and then, right, that's their logo or something. And then, yeah, JB64, JB555. I guess that's their collection of art. Yes. Very well done. Then we've got Cherum Redesign Pokemon by LaserCraft32, so it's, you know, different version where it's more feminine, I guess. Where they're like more, you know, ponytail and pigtails, more like, you know, little girls or something. Yeah, very interesting. Got Cherum Overcast, Cherum Sunny Day. Then we've got Cherum by Thunder Gamer 025. It's this nice, cute little Cherum image here. Cherum, yeah. Very well done. Then we've got Teddy Ursa and Cherum Pokemon Fusion number 55 by Bob Cross Crab. So, this cute little image here. All their social media. It's a normal grass type. Got the Fusion original on like their art. Seems to be from March 26th of some year in the 2020s. Looks like maybe it could be a 4? I don't know why it's cut off. Yeah, that's interesting. Very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Cherum, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Shellos. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Shellos, which could be considered the first Pokemon to have regional forms, due to it having 2 forms that exist in 2 different parts of Sinnoh. Its previous BYC dates are April 23rd, 1997, February 12th, 2000, December 3rd, 2002, September 3rd, 2005, July 14th, 2008, May 5th, 2011, February 23rd, 2014, December 14th, 2016, October 5th, 2019, and July 26th, 2022. Shellos having 2 different forms, particularly among its own region, is interesting and certainly unique. Although Paldean Tauros does this to an extent, although it's 3 forms instead of 2, but not to the extent of Shellos, who never appear in the wild in the same area in the main games. I most know Shellos from my original playthrough of Pokemon Pearl, where I encountered a West Sea Shellos. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Shellos, the Sea Slug Pokemon. His number is 0422. This is Shellos. This is what each of its forms look like. Its type is water, ability, Sticky Hold or Storm Drain. Sand Force is its inability, gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding, it groups Water 1 and Amorphous, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight is 13.9 pounds or 6.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 73 in Gen 4 and 65 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex colors purple. Other forms may have other colors. Base friendship is 70. Purple is interesting. Neither of these are purple. That's very clearly pink. And that's very clearly blue. Shellos is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves to Gastrodon starting at level 30. Shellos has 2 different forms, West Sea Shellos, which is pink and white in appearance, and East Sea Shellos, which is blue and green. They are found on the respective sides of Sinnoh's mountain range. Biology, Shellos is a sea slug-like Pokemon whose appearance changes depending on which part of the sea it is found in. Both forms have amorphous slug-like bodies, black, oval-shaped eyes with Yellow outlines, minuscule, dot-shaped noses, and wide yellow lips, like real-world sea slugs. They have mantles covering the top halves of their bodies. These mantles are outlined in yellow, similar to their eyes. Unlike real sea slugs, however, they have bulbous heads and 4 small feet, rather than 1 large foot. The West Sea form's underside is white, and its mantle is pink, with several small spike-like protrusions on its back. On its head is a ring of pink fleshy knobs, resembling the gills of a nudibranch. West Sea Shelloss's appearance is theorized to have been influenced by warm ocean waters. The East Sea form, meanwhile, sports a green underside and a turquoise mantle. 2 yellow-lined, flat-like protrusions resembling cerata are present along its back. On its head are 2 white-tipped tentacles resembling rhinophores that extend away from its face. East Sea Shelloss's appearance is theorized to have been influenced by cold ocean waters. Shelloss lives along seashores. Its color becomes more vibrant the better quality of water it lives in. It is also believed that Shelloss's diet, which consists of plankton, also influences its form, though this has yet to be proven. The physical differences between both forms appear largely cosmetic. No significant changes in capabilities have been observed. While it can travel onto land, it can only stay on the shore for a limited time before its skin dries out. When Shelloss' squishy body is pressed or squeezed, or when Shelloss senses imminent danger, a mysterious purple fluid, theorized to be a kind of stress-induced greasy sweat, will ooze out of its body. This fluid is its defense mechanism against enemies. Although harmless, it is very sticky and hard to wash off. Shelloss has a friendly disposition and is said to have great regenerative capabilities. In the animated series, West Sea Shelloss can extend their necks to incredible lengths. It is unknown if the East Sea form can do this as well. The species once had a shell on its back long ago and is considered a close relative to Pokémon such as Shellder. The Nurse Joy featured in Gateway to Ruin revealed Mount Cornet's formation led to an allopatric speciation event in which the original population of Shelloss was separated into 2. As a result, Shelloss's color and other physical aspects began to vary due to environmental differences and population isolation over time. The 2 forms are still able to interbreed. The child normally takes the mother's form, but takes the father's if bred with a Ditto. Recently, East Sea Shelloss's population has been declining, while West Sea Shelloss has become more abundant than before. Forms. Shelloss has 2 separate forms, West Sea Shelloss and East Sea Shelloss. The 2 forms differ in appearance only. So West Sea, East Sea. Evolution. Shelloss evolves to Gastrodon. West Sea, Shelloss, West Sea. Gastrodon, West Sea. East Sea, Shelloss, East Sea. Gastrodon, East Sea. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4, Diamond. Its colors and shapes differ from region to region. In the Sinnoh region, 2 types are confirmed. Pearl. It lives along bodies of water. Its body shape has changed to suit its habitat. Platinum. Beware of pushing strongly on its squishy body, as it makes a mysterious purple fluid ooze out. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its shape and coloration vary depending on its habitat. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire, is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, for West Sea, Sun. For the most part, it makes its home along the seashore. Its color and form differ according to its habitat and the quality of its food. Moon. Purple mucus sticks to the hands of anyone who touches it. Take care, as the substance is troublesome to wash off. Ultra Sun. While they normally live in the sea, they can function on land too until their skin dries out. Ultra Moon. When it senses danger, a purple liquid oozes out of it. The liquid is thought to be something like greasy sweat. For the East Sea, Sun. Shelloss lives in the sea and feasts on plankton. The lovelier the ocean where Shelloss resides, the more vibrant its color becomes. Moon. The difference in color from one Shelloss to another seems to be a result of their diet. Note large changes can be seen in their capabilities. Ultra Sun. When it senses danger, it gushes a purple liquid. Some theories suggest this liquid is a greasy sweat induced by stress. Ultra Moon. Scientists interested in its great regenerative capabilities are currently analyzing materials from which its cells are made. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. For the West Sea and Sword, this Pokemon's habitat shapes its physique. According to some theories, life in warm ocean waters causes this variation to develop. Shield. Subjecting this Pokemon to a strong force causes it to secrete a strange purple fluid. Though harmless, the fluid is awfully sticky. In Legends Arceus, Found in abundance on seashores bordering warm waters. Shelloths are unexpectedly friendly and will crawl toward any person they see. Take care not to get coated in mucus. EC. Sword. There's speculation that its appearance is determined by what it eats, but the truth remains elusive. Shield. Its appearance changes depending on the environment. One theory suggests that living in cold seas causes Shelloths to take on this form. Larsen Zarcius. Found in abundance on seashores bordering cold waters. When pressed upon, the Pokemon will secrete from its body's surface a purple fluid that will stain one's clothes. In Gen 9, for West Sea and Scarlet, it used to have a shell on its back long ago. This species is closely related to Pokemon like Shelter. Violet, it oozes a purple fluid to deter enemies. Apparently there are more West Sea Shelloths now than there were in the past. EC Scarlet. A recently published research paper states that this form of Shelloths is gradually decreasing in number. Violet. This Pokemon can often be seen along seashores. It's capable of spending a limited amount of time on land. West Sea Shelloths in the Alola Pokedex. East Sea Shelloths in the Alola Pokedex. West Sea Shelloths in the Paldea Pokedex. I don't know why there's not an East Sea Shelloths image. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Ranch has the Rindo Berry 100% of the time. Black 2 and White 2 has the Old Gateau as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, it has the Waterium Z as an in-game trade. West Sea, 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, Normal. Nanab Berry, 30% of the time. Ball of Mud, 15% of the time. Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time. And grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 76. Attack and defense, 48. Special attack, 57. Special defense, 62. Speed, 34 for a total of 325. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. We do grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice all for half. Notes that this Pokemon has Storm Drain. The effectiveness of water-type moves is 0, so go from half to 0. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Water Gun and Mud Slap. 5. Harden. 10. Recover. 15. Water Pulse. 20. Ancient Power. 25. Body Slam. 31. Muddy Water. 35. Earth Power. 40 Rain Dance, and 45 Memento. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 52 Snowscape, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 116 Stealth Rock, 123 Surf, 120 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 202 Pain Split, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 219 Skitter Smack, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives it Acid Armor, this group gives it Clear Smog, this group gives it Counter, this group gives it Curse, this group gives it Mirror Coat, this group gives it Mist, this group gives it Sludge, this group gives it Spit Up, Stockpile, and Swallow, and this group gives it Yawn. Side game data for the West Sea, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volumia, in the browser entry. It spits oars of water to attack, Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon float. Got all this. EC, got all this. Form data. Shelloths has 2 different forms, West Sea Shelloths and East Sea Shelloths. In most cases, where it is encountered in the wild, determines its form. This is purely a cosmetic difference, and this Pokemon cannot change between forms. West Sea Shelloths is pink and white in color, whereas East Sea Shelloths is blue and green in color. There is also a slight difference in shape depending on the form. In Sinnoh and Hisui, West Sea Shelloths is encountered west of Mount Cornet, while East Sea Shelloths is encountered east of Mount Cornet. In Paldea, West Sea Shelloths is encountered in West Province, Area 2, while East Sea Shelloths is encountered in East Province Area 1 and South Province Area 5. Both forms can also be found in Terra raid battles regardless of location. In other regions, only one form appears in the wild per game, with the other only obtainable via trading or transfer. In Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Shellos appears as a hidden Pokemon, with West Sea appearing in Omega Ruby and EC appearing in Alpha Sapphire, and in Alola and Galar, only EC Shellos appears in the wild. Bred Shellos are always the same form as their mother, or the same form as the Shellos or Gastrodon parent if bred with Ditto. Evolution data, West Sea, Shellos, West Sea, level 30, Gastrodon, West Sea. EC, Shellos, EC, level 30, Gastrodon, EC. Sprites, so probably not much changes. Colors are, a lot, well, lighter, that's not what I was expecting, actually. Screen's about the same, but the blue is, a lot lighter. That's interesting. I don't know if there's more bumps or whatever. This is a slightly more kind of reddish pink, I guess. This is kind of closer to what the actual modern blue is. That's interesting. Oh, and it's a different... It's like a gold rather than a yellow line. That's interesting. Slightly different green as well there. And then you get the mouth opening. That's fun. Platinums. But I don't think really much changes. Yeah, nothing about... the spikes change a little bit, looks like. That's interesting. It's the main difference, I think. Other than their animation, of course. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites for both of them. Yeah. In Gen 6, you get the modern colors and the models. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. So it kind of, so it's this darker blue. Okay, so it still kind of keeps it being lighter than that kind of blue, I guess. In Gen 7, you got these, not really much changes. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. Other sprites, Sluggo in Pokemon Super Contests, Wiggly in Pokemon Super Contests, Zoomer in Pokemon Super Contests, so I believe these are probably NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. Animation, West Sea Shellos in Pokemon the series, East Sea Shellos in Pokemon the series, Zoe's Shellos is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 41 in Dawn's Pokedex. Shellos, the sea slug Pokemon. Shellos' shape and color varies depending on where it lives. 2 different varieties have been confirmed in the Sinnoh region. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 136, in the same Pokedex, Shellos, the sea slug Pokemon. A mysterious purple fluid oozes out of its soft body when Shellos is strongly squeezed. 2 kinds of Shellos, pink and blue, have been confirmed. In the manga, East Sea Shellos in Pokemon Adventures, West Sea Shellos in Pokemon Adventures. You know, this, the TCG. Trivia, according to an interview in Nintendo Power with Game Freak, Shellos and Gastrodon were originally intended for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Both Shellos and Gastrodon have early back sprites that can be found in the game data for Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. However, there are no front sprites for these forms. Shellos' early back sprites, that's interesting since has the head and coloration of West Sea Shellos, but the body of the East Sea Shellos. In Diamond and Pearl, no in-game trainer uses East Sea Shellos in battle, even on the east side of Mount Cornet. Shellos' English Pokedex entry for Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver has the fewest words of any Pokedex entry in the core series games, with 9. The Pokedex entry is carried over to Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. The same is true for Kyurem in White. Prior to Gen 6, Shellos' shape was that. Shellos and its evolution were accidentally released in Pokemon Go on April 29th, 2019, but were removed shortly after. On May 17th, 2019, they made their official debut along with various other Pokemon from Gen 4. Shellos is the only Pokemon with Sand Force that benefits from its Sandstorm immunity, since all other Pokemon with the ability are naturally immune to Sandstorm damage due to their typing. Origin, Shellos is based on a sea slug. It resembles various species of nudibranch, and its ability to secrete purple fluid may be based on sea hares, most of which secrete a purplish ink for self-defense. The Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Pokedex entries mentioning an increase in West Sea Shellos and a decrease in East Sea Shellos may be referencing changes in the populations of real sea slug species due to climate change, with species that better survive in warmer waters becoming more common. Name origin, Shellos may be a combination of shell and loss or lost, referring to its lack of a shell, or the German suffix los, less. Karanakushi may be a combination of kara, shell, nakushita, to have lost, and umi-ushi, sea slug, nudibranch. In other languages, and the West and East Sea, and other languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on.
Normally, this is the part where I'd say, now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Shellos, which we're gonna do, but I have to talk about this. Shellos has been on my mind since the beginning of the series, particularly since the beginning of this year, as I always knew that tackling this would be difficult. Since East Sea and West Sea Shellos don't share the same scenes, and they're non-interchangeable forms, I knew I was gonna have to confront how I was gonna handle watching its first scene. Now I could watch the first scene of both, but doing so doubles my chances of a copyright claim, and by extension a copyright strike, meaning I would have had to do extra work before I could have uploaded this video. Not doing the other regional forms' first scenes sets the precedent that I should only do the first form, but that brings up the problem of Japan versus US. You see, in Japan, they got East Sea Shellos first in Pokemon The Rise of Darkrai, but in America, we got West Sea Shellos first. In the episode, A Stand Up Sit Down, which premiered after the film was released in Japan, but before the premiere of the film in America. I think the best course of action is to follow what Bulbapedia considers the debut of this Pokemon, which is Pokemon The Rise of Darkrai. So that is what we will be watching.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamos Town here, where they have met Alice and her Chimchar. Right now, Brock's Croagunk is battling this Infernape here of this trainer. And we'll see the Shellos in a second here. There's the Shellos, Alice and her Chimchar. And that is Shellos's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Shellos. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Shellos. Since this first image doesn't contain a Shellos, we'll start with the second one. So we've got Shellos by Chicken Nug3T. So we got this West Sea Shellos here. This is pink Shellos. Very nice, kind of stylized. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Shellos West Sea by Draculora 29. So Shellos West Sea. So we got this nice, maybe slightly stylized Shellos here. It looks like it was hand drawn, and marker and colored pencil looks like. Very well done. Then we've got East Mana by Elf Coach. So we've got EC Shellos and shiny EC Shellos. Yeah, very well done. Seems to be white instead of the yellow parts. That's interesting. Shellos line gained the elastic type by Eric GL 1996. So West Sea Shellos, elastic type, and elastic ground type for West Sea Gastrodon, and EC Shellos, elastic type, and EC Gastrodon's elastic water type. Interesting. Then we've got Shellos by Robin Hillzone Act 25. So these nice Shellos here, West and East form Shellos. Very well done. Then we've got Shellos on Its Way by Cmara. It's nice hand-drawn West Sea Shellos here. Could be from November 2nd, 2024, February 11th, 2024, or February 24th, 2011. Then we've got Shellos East Sea by Mario Sonic 2987. It's nice stylized East Sea Shellos here. Very well done. I've got Shellos West Sea pixel art by Onstage Jungle 1. So this nice Shellos here. Yeah, 422. Yep. Very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Shellos, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Gastrodon. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Gastrodon, the only evolution of Shellos who evolves at level 30. Similar to Shellos, Gastrodon could be considered the first evolution with regional forms. Its previous PYC dates are April 24th, 1997, February 13th, 2000, December 4th, 2002, September 24th, 2005, July 15th, 2008, May 6th, 2011, February 24th, 2014, December 15th, 2016, October 6th, 2019, and July 27th, 2022. I most know Gastrodon from Pokémon Ultimate Handbook, which is where I learned about the unique forms of Shellos and Gastrodon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Gastrodon, the sea slug Pokemon, whose number is 0423. This is Gastrodon. This is what both of its forms look like. Its type is Water Ground, ability Sticky Hold, or Storm Drain. Sand Force is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breedings, egg groups Water 1 and Amorphous, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 65.9 pounds or 29.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 176 in Gen 4 and 166 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple. Other forms may have other colors. Base friendship is 70. Still not purple. Definitely still not purple in any of these. Gastrodon is a dual-type water/ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Shellos starting at level 30. Gastrodon has two different forms, West Sea Gastrodon, which is pink and brown in appearance, and East Sea Gastrodon, which is blue and green. They are found on the respective sides of Sinnoh's mountain range. Biology, Gastrodon is a sea slug-like Pokemon, much like its pre-evolved form. It has a slug-like body with a round head and a mantle covering the top half of its body. It has 6 stubby legs and 2 black eyes with white pupils, with a mark imitating a third eye appearing on its forehead. A yellow stripe runs along the edge of its mantle, through its 2 lower eyes, and around the back of its head. Like Shellos, Gastrodon has 2 forms based on the sea it lives in. In its West Sea form, it has a pair of large tentacles on its head that curve upward, and a smaller, straighter pair on its neck. Its underside is pink, while its mantle is brown, with 3 pink spots on each side of its back. There are also 2 lumps on its back, resembling the serrata on real-life sea slugs. In its EC form, it retains the head tentacles it had as a Shellos, which are now fully green and angled slightly further upward. Its underside is turquoise, while its mantle is forest green, with 2 turquoise spots on each side. It has a pair of yellow, fin-like serrata on its back, and a wavy yellow line bordering its side and rear. Gastrodon and its pre-evolution Shellos are examples of allopatric speciation, although the 2 forms can still breed with each other. It is also a relative of Shelder and Cloyster. When threatened, it oozes a purple liquid and flees. While not poisonous, the fluid is very bitter and sticky. Its mucus-coated body is soft and squishy, yet surprisingly resilient, and it leaves behind a trail of sticky slime when moving on land. It also has strong regenerative capabilities that allow it to recover from injuries or dismemberment within a few hours. In ancient times, it had a shell on its back, which gradually became a thin, yet hard vestigial plate. Gastrodon lives in shallow tidal pools, beaches, and rocky shorelines. Its diet consists mainly of plankton, but it is occasionally known to move on to land to look for other foods, such as beach sand. When it finds prey, it melts it with mucus before eating them. While Gastrodon cannot stay out of water for too long due to its body being highly vulnerable to dehydration, it becomes more active during cloudy or rainy weather. It has been found on far-off mountains during times of constant rain. The 2 forms of Gastrodon are known to engage in heated conflict with one another. West Sea Gastrodon was much more numerous in the past than it is in the present. Conversely, EC Gastrodon's population has visibly increased in population as of late. Forms: Gastrodon has 2 separate forms, West Sea Gastrodon and EC Gastrodon. The 2 forms are purely cosmetic and do not affect base stats or level up moves. So West Sea, EC. Evolution: Gastrodon evolves from Shellos, so West Sea, Shellos, West Sea, Gastrodon, West Sea. EC, Shellos, East Sea, Gastrodon, East Sea. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 and Diamond. It has a pliable body without any bones. If any part of its body is torn off, it grows right back. Pearl. It apparently had a huge shell for protection in ancient times. It lives in shallow tidal pools. Platinum. Long ago, its entire back was shielded with a sturdy shell. There are traces of it left in its cells. Our Gold and Soul Silver. When its natural enemy attacks, it oozes purple fluid and escapes. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 7, for West Sea and Sun, it has strong regenerative capabilities. Even if parts of it are bitten off by fish Pokemon, it will return to normal within a few hours. Moon. Plankton, invisible to the naked eye, is its main food source. It comes onto the land periodically, but the reason for this is not known. Ultra Sun. Long ago, it had a shell on its back. There's now a vestigial plate on its back that's hard but thin. Ultra Moon. Their shape and color change depending on their environment and diet. There are many of them at beaches where the waves are calm. EC, Sun. A team of researchers is scouring the oceans of the world in search of a Gastrodon in a color never seen before. Moon. Experiments are being conducted to discover what happens when a Gastrodon is raised in a location other than the sea where it was born. Ultra Sun. When it's attacked, it gushes a purple liquid that's not poisonous but makes Gastrodon's meat bitter and inedible. Ultra Moon. A relative of Shelder and Cloyster, this ocean dweller sometimes comes onto land in search of food. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. For West Sea, Sword. Its search for food sometimes leads it onto land, where it leaves behind a sticky trail of slime as it passes through. Shield. The softness of its body helps disperse the force of impacts, so although its body is uncommonly squishy, it's also surprisingly resilient. Legends Arceus. Eats beach sand for nourishment. Should one Gastrodon encounter another of a different color, a fierce battle will inevitably ensue. EC, Sword. It secretes a purple fluid to deter enemies. This fluid isn't poisonous. Instead, it's super sticky, and once it sticks, it's very hard to unstick. Shield. Its body is covered in sticky slime. It's very susceptible to dehydration, so it can't spend too much time on land. Legends Arceus. Found more often on the land than in the sea. More active when it's cloudy or rainy out than when the weather is fair. In Gen 9, for the West Sea, Scarlet. Its whole body is sticky with mucus. In the past, this form of Gastrodon was by far the more numerous one. Violet. It appears on beaches where the waters are shallow. Once it catches prey, it will slowly melt them with its mucus before slurping them up. EC. Scarlet. They normally inhabit rocky seashores, but in times of continuous rain, they can sometimes be found in the mountains, far from the sea. Violet. Fishers say that they didn't see many of these Pokemon in the past, but this form of Gastrodon is now increasing in number. West Sea Gastrodon in the Alola Pokedex, East Sea Gastrodon in the Alola Pokedex, and East Sea Gastrodon in the Paldea Pokedex. Got 5 of them. I don't know why there isn't the West Sea Gastrodon image. Game locations, side game locations, and events for West Sea Gastrodon and East Sea Gastrodon. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. It has the Nanap Berry 30% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level, I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 111, Attack 83, Defense 68, Special Attack 92, Special Defense 82, Speed 39 for a total of 475. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Ground, Bug, Ghost, Water, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Grass for 4, immune to Electric, resistant to Poison, Rock, Steel, and Fire, all for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Electric-type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. If this Pokemon has Storm Drain, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0. So the effectiveness would be 0 instead of 1. Learn Set by leveling up. We will go down to 33 here, so 33 Muddy Water, 39 Earth Power, 46 Rain Dance, and 53 Memento. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolved form, we will read them all, so TM 001 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 52 Snowscape, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 77 Waterfall, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 90 Spikes, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 116 Stealth Rock, 123 Surf, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 193 Weather Ball, 202 Pain Split, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 214 Sludge Wave, 219 Skitter Smack, and 224 Curse. By breeding, we're skipping nothing by prior evolution, side game data for the West Sea, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia, in the browser entry. It spits orbs of water and hunks of dirt to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. For the EC, got all this. Form data, Gastrodon has 2 different forms, West Sea Gastrodon and East Sea Gastrodon. In most cases, where it is encountered in the wild, determines its form. This is purely a cosmetic difference, and this Pokemon cannot change between forms. West Sea Gastrodon is pink and brown in color, whereas East Sea Gastrodon is blue and green. There is also a slight difference in shape depending on the form. In Sinnoh and Hisui, West Sea Gastrodon is encountered west of Mount Coronet, while East Sea Gastrodon is encountered east of Mount Coronet. In Paldea, West Sea Gastrodon is encountered in Casoroya Lake, while East Sea Gastrodon is encountered in North Province Area 1. Both forms can be found in Terra Raid battles regardless of location. In other regions, only one form appears in the wild per game, with the other only obtainable via trading or transfer. Gastrodon only appears in its West Sea form in Kalos' Friend Safari, and in Alolan Galar, only East Sea Gastrodon appear in the wild. Evolution data, West Sea, Shalas, West Sea, level 30, Gastrodon, West Sea. East Sea, Shalas, East Sea, level 30, Gastrodon, East Sea. Sprites here, so not much changes other than slight color differences. This is like the blue on that one. Oh, they flipped. How did I not notice that? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. But this, I mean, it's kind of flipped, I guess, but this is brown. Feels like maybe Shalas should have been a brown underside, huh? That's interesting. And then we got the pink, like the leather, like reddish pink, and this is kind of like a, I don't know, kind of greenish brown, I guess. With spots, oh, that's cool, okay. And then, yeah, we got these kind of coloration like the other one, just swapped, of course. Platinums, doesn't look like much changes other than maybe the animation. There are probably slight tweaks to the design, like the eyes, maybe. But yeah, not really much changes. Maybe like a little taller. Maybe, I don't know. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Yeah. In Gen 6, you get the models and the modern colors. The only slight difference, but yeah. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you got these models. Homes, you get these models. In animation, West Sea Gastrodon in Pokemon Journeys, the series. Zoe's Gastrodon is the big one. Got all this. East Sea Gastrodon in Pokemon the series. Diamond and Pearl. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 97. For Gastrodon West Sea in Dawn's Pokedex. Gastrodon, the sea slug Pokemon, and the evolved form of Shellos. Gastrodon inhabits the shallow tidal pools of the ocean, and its sturdy shell serves to protect its body. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 186, for Gastrodon East Sea, in the same Pokedex. Gastrodon, the sea slug Pokemon, and the evolved form of Shellos. A sturdy shell covered Gastrodon's back long ago. Its cells still contain evidence of it today. In Journeys, episode 117, for Gastrodon West Sea, in Go's Rotomphone. Gastrodon, the sea slug Pokemon, a water and ground type. Although Gastrodon has a flexible body, it is tough, allowing it to absorb sharp blows. In the manga, West Sea Gastrodon in the Pokemon Adventures, East Sea Gastrodon and Pokemon Adventures, you got all this. The TCG. Trivia. I read these first 2 points in the Shellos video. You can see an early back sprite of Gastrodon here. Very much different. In Diamond and Pearl, no in-game trainer uses East Sea Gastrodon in battle, even on the east side of Mount Coronet. Prior to Gen 6, Gastrodon's shape was that. I read this 5th point in the Shellos video. Gastrodon was featured alongside several bovine Pokemon, namely Tauros, Miltank, and Bouffalante, in multiple promotional artworks, created to celebrate New Year's 2021, also known as the Year of the Ox. The Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Pokedex entries mentioning a decrease in West Sea Gastrodon and an increase in East Sea Gastrodon may be an inverse on the changes in the populations of real-life sea slug species due to climate change, with species that better survive in warmer waters becoming more common. Origin, Gastrodon is based on a sea slug, perhaps one of the order Opistrobranchia. It may also be based on a sea hare, a type of sea slug that is also known to secrete purple fluid in self-defense. The tentacles on Gastrodon's head are shaped like cattle horns, which may be a visual pun on Umi Ushi, Japanese for sea slug, derived from Umi sea and Ushi cow cattle. Gastrodon has appeared in 2 different artworks celebrating the year 2021 of the ox in the Chinese zodiac, further supporting this connection. Name origin, Gastrodon may be a combination of gastropod or gastropteran, genus of sea slug, and Don, Spanish for lord, or Don, common suffix in dinosaur names derived from the ancient Greek word for tooth. Tritodon may be a combination of Tritonidae, family of shellless marine gastropod mollusks, or Triton snail, marine gastropod mollusk, named after Triton, Greek god of the sea, and Don, Spanish for lord, or Don, common suffix in dinosaur names derived from the ancient Greek word for tooth, may also be derived from Torito, Spanish for little bull. Now the languages, as well as for the West Sea and the East Sea. Related articles, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Gastrodon. More specifically, West Sea Gastrodon.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 563, Double Team Turnover. In this episode, all you really need to know for this scene is that this is Cynthia, the Sinnoh League champion, and she is about to send out her Gastrodon.
Think you are? You're not getting a thing! Gastrodon, come forth from the seas!
Gastrodon!
And that is Gastrodon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Gastrodon.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Gastrodon? For this question, you can answer with East or West Sea Gastrodon. Gungor Flungor has responded. They say, Gastrodon carried in my Legends Arceus run. Its typing makes it pretty tough so long as you aren't up against a grass type. Paired with its high HP stat and the fact that it learns Recover makes it one tough cookie. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Gastrodon. So this first one is Lugia by MCG Mark here, so obviously the main focus is on the Lugia here. It has eaten a Barraskewda here. And we got a Westie Gastrodon here with a couple Westie Shellos here, looking on. And a couple Psyduck with a Golduck. Very well done. Then we've got Tritopalms by Plumed Harfang. So we got this Ethi Gastrodon with 3 Applin here. It looks like 2 of them are regular Applin. This one must be what the shiny form looks like, based on the sparkles. And one seems to be, like, cracked a little bit, so, like, someone put an adhesive bandage on it. Very interesting. Then we've got Gastrodon Tutorial by Pink Jeremy, so this nice East Sea Gastrodon here. Very well done, seems to be from 2021. Then we've got Rain Dance by Epifex, this cool angle of East Sea Gastrodon doing Rain Dance here. A little more realistic, see a little of the details, that's fun. This is Gastrodon Gulf Form by the John Machines, this alternate version of Gastrodon here. Yeah, very interesting. And this doesn't contain a Gastrodon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Ambipom. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Ambipom, the only evolution of Apom who evolves when leveled up after it learns Double Hit. Ambipom's previous few IC dates are April 25th, 1997, February 14th, 2000, December 5th, 2002, September 25th, 2005, July 16th, 2008, May 7th, 2011, February 25th, 2014, December 16th, 2016, October 7th, 2019, and July 28th, 2022. I most know Ambipom as one of the Pokemon Dawn has in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. I always thought that the idea of adding a tail hand when it evolved was clever. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Before we begin, I would like to apologize for the audio in this section, because I tried to do some different ways of suppressing the noise, this little background fizzles you can hear, and they didn't really work the best. The audio's fine, it's just gonna sound a little weird, almost like the sound is from a video call rather than my normal audio quality here. Anyway, today we'll be talking about Ambipom, the long-tailed Pokemon, whose number is 0424. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Technician or Pickup. Skill Link is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3 foot 11 or 1.2 meters. Weight is 44.8 pounds or 20.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 186 in Gen 4 and 169 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 2. In speed, shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 100. Ambipom is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Apom when leveled up while knowing Double Hit. Biology, Ambipom is a purple simian Pokemon with 2 tails, each with a large, rounded hand with 3 red-tipped fingers. The tails also have cuffs of a rounded frill on the wrists. The bases of Ambipom's tails also have a similar frill. It has round ears with red insides. Ambipom has an arrangement of split hair sticking out from the top of its head. These strands of hair are longer on a female. It has a purple triangular nose and wide eyes. Ambipom can leap from tree to tree with brilliant speed. To eat, it deftly shucks nuts with its 2 tails. As it has 2 hands on its tails, it rarely uses its arms. Ambipom can use their tails to communicate with other Ambipom. Ambipom works in large colonies in heavily wooded areas and makes rings by linking tails with another Ambipom, apparently in friendship. Ambipom has been seen giving rings even to humans sometimes. It also shows affection by using both of its tails to wrap and squeeze people. It lives along with its young Apom. It lives high in treetops of tropical, temperate, and even boreal forests, using its tails for balance as it swings from branch to branch. In the Alola region, while searching for comfortable trees, Ambipom tends to get into territorial disputes with Passimian, in which they win half the time. Evolution, Ambipom evolves from Apom, so Apom, Ambipom. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. To eat, it definitely shocks nuts with its 2 tails. It really uses its arms now. Pearl. They work in large colonies and make rings by linking their tails, apparently in friendship. Platinum. Split into two, the tails are so adept at handling and doing things, Ambipom rarely uses its hands. Heart Gold, they live on large trees. They are said to communicate by connecting their tails to those of others. Soul Silver, it is very difficult to dodge the consecutive strikes of its two tails. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinum's entry, but Ambipom is now the correct casing in Gen 6. X is Pearl's entry, Y is Diamond's entry, Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, in their search for comfortable trees, they get into territorial disputes with groups of Passimian. They win about half the time. Ultra Moon, it uses its tails for everything. If it wraps both of its tails around you and gives you a squeeze, that's proof it really likes you. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus, to affirm their kinship, members of the species will form a ring by linking their newly doubled tails together. On rare occasions, humans have been accepted into such rings. In Gen 9, Scarlet's Heart Gold's entry, Violet, split into two, the tails are so adept at handling and doing things that Ambipom rarely uses its hands. Male Ambipom in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Female Ambipom in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, so you can see the gender difference of the tufts there. Ambipom in the Kitakami Pokedex, so it's a full evolutionary line image, which I love. And you can see there are a couple females and a male Ambipom here. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Black 2 and White 2. It has the Citrus Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, it has the Nanab Berry 30% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. HP 75. Attack 100. Defense 66. Special attack 60, special defense 66, speed 115, for a total of 482. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, because Apom learns Double Hit at level 32 in Gen 9. We will start at level 36. 36 Fling, 39 Nasty Plot, 43 Last Resort. By TM we're skipping. By Breeding we're skipping. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It hurls rocks and stones with its tails to attack. Guardian Signs. It throws stones to attack. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry. Ambipom came to the Pokepark to visit Apom. She enjoys Venusaur's Vine Swing and Tangrowth's Swing Along more than any other attraction. Got all this. Evolution data, Apom. Level up knowing Double Hit, Ambipom. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors, but more or less the same. Look at the gender differences, the short hair, the long hair. Then the shiny is pink. Platinum's not really. Oh, the tuft, I guess, is the big thing that changes here. And the hands, I think, change a little bit. They're a little less pointed like that and more rounded off. Gen 5, you get these. You get the fullback sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. Yeah. The modern colors as well. It's more of a, oh, it's like this kind of purple now, rather than a pink. Interesting. Then we got Gen 7, not really much changes. And Gen 8, and the models in this game. Then homes, you got these models. In animation, Ambipom in Pokemon Horizons, the series. Dawn's Ambipom is the big one. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 60, in Ash's Pokedex. Ambipom, the long-tailed Pokemon. It uses its two tails to shell nuts, and then it links them together in a ring as a sign of friendship. In the manga, Ambipom in Pokemon Adventures. You got all this in the TCG. Trivia, despite Ambipom learning Dual Chop via level up starting in Gen 7, it cannot learn Dual Chop via Move Tutor in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Origin, Ambipom appears to be based on a New World monkey and the exaggerated concept of their prehensile tail. Ambipom also shares its large smile with a cymbal-banging monkey toy. It may vaguely reference the Ahuizotl, a creature of Aztec mythology with monkey hands and a fifth human hand on its tail. Name origin, Ambipom may be a combination of ambi, prefix for both, or ambidextrous, apom, and palm. Both may be a combination of eteco, monkey, ete, strong point, and both. And other languages, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Ambipom's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 560, Journey into the Unknown. In this episode, all you really need to know is that Dawn, one of the main characters, and her Apom and Piplup have found themselves in the Eustalacian ruins, and they have met up with the main Team Rocket, here consisting of Jesse, James, they're talking Meowth, and Wobbuffet. And they have just been attacked by some unknown, and Apom has just battled a few of them and is now evolving. There's Ambipom.
Ambipom! Apom has evolved into Ambipom! Quick, Ambipom! Swift, let's go! Ambipom! Whoa! What can I do to get an
So, that is Ambipom's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Ambipom. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Ambipom. As you just heard and will hear throughout most of the rest of the section, I used the noise reducer. This is Ambipom 2D by 22T Jones. So this nice, interesting Ambipom here. These are orange for some reason instead of red. Yeah, overall, pretty good image. Then this is Mini Pokemon Adopt Set, closed by New Eon. So, we got these alternate forms of these different Pokemon here. Bellringer, Ambipom. It's got little bells instead of hands, I guess, and it's white, black, and yellow. Then we got Fisticuffs Froakie here, so this brown Froakie and orange and white for that part, yeah. And we've got Ice Witch Hatterene, so this, more ice type, I guess, version of Hatterene here. Very interesting. This is Ambipom Dynamax by 22T Jones. So this interesting image of their version of Dynamax Ambipom here. Very interesting. This is Pokemoms by Perp Ryalu. So, normally I would go into all this and all the different Pokemon and stuff, but it's a little difficult to figure out what they are because they're very stylized. Like, some of them are a little bit more obvious than others, what each of them are, what each of their pieces are, but there's a few that are a little bit more confusing, and the description doesn't really help me figure out which ones are which, and so the only one I'm going to really mention is this one down here, Ambipom Fusion with Roserade here. It's a very nice image. Fusion, February 2025. Number 14, Ambina by Peeps and Tubbs. So, Fusion February number 14, Ambina. So, a combination of Ambipom and Dreadnought. Here, very weird looking. Also looks more like Bastiodon a little bit. This is not an Ambipom, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Drifloon. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Drifloon, the first ghost flying type Pokemon. Drifloon's previous PYC dates are April 26th, 1997, February 15th, 2000, December 6th, 2002, September 26th, 2005, July 17th, 2008, May 8th, 2011, February 26th, 2014, December 17th, 2016, October 8th, 2019, and July 29th, 2022. I most know Drifloon from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I also know it from the video, Why Drifloon is the Best Pokemon, Storytime Animation, by fellow autistic creator, Psy of Psypops. I will link the video in the description. I think that Drifloon, being a ghost based on a balloon, is very creative, especially with its ghost flying type. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Drifloon, the balloon Pokemon whose number is 0425. This is what it looks like. Its type is ghost flying. Since this is our first ghost flying Pokemon, I'll point out the ghost inside and the flying outside. Abilities, Aftermath or Unburden. Flare Boost is an ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 125 or 25.7%. Breeding is a group amorphous. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 2.6 pounds or 1.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 127 in Gen 4 and 70 in 5+. Leveling rate is fluctuating. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is purple. And base friendship is 70. Drifloon is a dual-type ghost/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Drifblim starting at level 28. Biology. Drifloon is a Pokemon with a spherical purple body. It has 2 stringy arms that have yellow, heart-shaped hands on the ends of them. At the base of its body is a frayed protrusion that resembles the tied end of a balloon. In the middle of its face is a yellow, tape-like X mark, which contains its little mouth in the very center. Located on either side of the X are its small black eyes. A white mass of fluff that resembles a cloud sits on top of Drifloon's head. Drifloon's body is filled with air as well as the lost spirits of people and Pokemon. Its body expands as it collects more souls. If it explodes, the souls unleash with a screaming sound. It is rumored that Drifloon itself is reincarnated from deceased humans. So you can see Drifloon's mouth in the middle of the X. This Pokemon is known as a signpost for wandering spirits due to its aimless drifting. Desiring company, Drifloon often seeks out children and grabs their hands. However, due to how light it can be resisted easily and is often pulled around. This results in Drifloon running away from any children who are rough with it. Drifloon also dislikes heavy children. There are rumors that Drifloon steals children who hold onto it, guiding them to the afterlife. Despite this reputation, as seen in the Pokemon, the series Down and Pearl episode, Drifloon on the Wind, Drifloon can be friendly and helpful. In the movie, The Rise of Darkrai, Drifloon's body puffs up when it gets angry or aggressive. Drifloon sightings are typically more common at night. It prefers to reside in damp, humid locations and can expand or shrink to express its feelings. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it has been observed holding plush toys while it sleeps. It is believed that Drifloon has mistaken the toys for children. Aww. Drifloon and its evolved form, Drifblim, are the only known Pokemon that can have Flare Boost as an ability. Prior to Gen 5, this was also true for Unburden. Evolution, Drifloon evolves into Drifblim, so Drifloon, Drifblim. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. A Pokemon formed by the spirits of people in Pokemon. It loves damp, humid seasons. Pearl, it tugs on the hands of children to steal them away. However, it gets pulled around instead. Platinum, because of the way it floats aimlessly, an old folktale calls it a signpost for wandering spirits. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It is whispered that any child who mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds on to it could wind up missing. In Gen 5, Black and White Sentry is Platinum Sentry, Black 2 and White 2. These Pokemon are called the signpost for wandering spirits. Children holding them sometimes vanish. In Gen 6, X is Diamond Sentry. Y is Black 2 and White 2 Sentry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. Stories go that it grabs the hands of small children and drags them away to the afterlife. It dislikes heavy children. Moon. If for some reason its body bursts, its soul spills out with a screaming sound. Ultra Sun. Its round body is stuffed with souls and expands each time it leads someone away. Ultra Moon. Wandering souls gathered together to form this Pokemon. When trying to make friends with children, Drifloon grabs them by the hand. In Gen 8 Sword, perhaps seeking company, it approaches children. However, it often quickly runs away again when the children play too roughly with it. Shield, the gathering of many souls gave rise to this Pokemon. During humid seasons, they seem to appear in abundance. Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl, it tugs on the hands of children to spirit them away. However, it gets pulled around instead. Legends Arceus, said to lure away young children and carry them off to the afterlife. Some whisper that Drifloon are formed of reincarnated human souls, but these rumors are as yet unconfirmed. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Drifloon is Daldic casing. Violet is basically Platinum, Black and White's entry, but all of the uppercased words are now lowercased. Drifloon in the Alola Pokedex. Drifloon in the Paldea Pokedex. You can actually see its mouth on, like, this model. That's interesting. And you can see it with a child. That's concerning. There's 3 of them. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. It has the Bugwort 35% of the time. Vivid Choke 15% of the time, Grit items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 90, Attack 50, Defense 34, Special Attack 60, Special Defense 44, Speed 70 for a total of 348. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Flying, Steel, Fire, Water, Psychic, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Rock, Ghost, Electric, Ice, and Dark, all for double, immune to Normal, Fighting, and Ground, resistant to Poison, and Grass for half, and Bug for a fourth. Notes, if Foresight or Order Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is half. So, normal would go from 0 to 1, and fighting would go from 0 to half. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Minimize and Astonish. 4, Gust. 8, Focus Energy. 12, Payback. 16, Hex. 20, Shadow Ball. 24, Stockpile, Spit Up and Swallow. 29, Self-Destruct. 32, Destiny Bond. 36, Baton Pass. 40, Tailwind. And 44, Explosion. By TM, TM007, Protect. 14, Acrobatics. 16, Psybeam. 18, Thief. 25, Facade. 27, Aerial Ace. 29, Hex. 32, Swift. 34, Icy Wind. 40, Air Cutter. 41, Stored Power. 42, Nightshade. 47, Endure. 49, Sunny Day. 50, Rain Dance. 70, Sleep Talk. 82, Thunder Wave. 85, Rest. 92, Imprison. 97, Fly. 80, Skill Swap. 103, Substitute. 107, Will-O-Wisp. 109, Trick. 113, Tailwind. 114, Shadow Ball. 120, Psychic. 126, Thunderbolt. 128, Amnesia. 129, Calm Mind. 130, Helping Hand. 132, Baton Pass. 151, Phantom Force. 161, Trick Room. 166, Thunder. 171, Terra Blast. 174, Haze. 177, Spite. 180, Gyro Ball. 181, Knockoff. 193, Weather Ball. 202, Pain Split. 207, Temper Flare. And 224, Curse. By breeding, this group gives it Clear Smog. Galarian Wheezing gives it Defog. This group gives it Disable. This group gives it Haze. This group gives it Hypnosis. And this group gives it Memento. TCG only moves. Tackle on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Volmia and the Roser entry. It launches eerie auras to attack. Guardian Signs. To attack, it spits out an orb imbued with loathsome emotions that make Pokemon tired. All this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Pad entry. Drifloon live in the Haunted Zone and the Granite Zone. The Drifloon brothers enjoy being together. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. It's said that a Drifloon's puffy body is filled with countless souls. In the cave, we saw one trying to carry a smaller Pokemon away somewhere. In Pokemon Sleep, perhaps seeking company, it's often seen approaching children. In rare cases, Drifloon have been spotted holding plush toys while they sleep. Maybe they've mistaken the toys for children. Looping Sleep, Floating Sleep, Pacifying Sleep. We got a Clefairy doll here, that's cute. Evolution data, Drifloon, level 28 Drifblim. Sprites here, so a lot darker purple, as to be expected. You can see it inflating, that's fun. Got yellow and blue for the shiny, that's interesting. Platinums, they got a different animation. The eyes seem to be a bit bigger. And the X seems to be as well. The cloud is a lot less outlined like this is. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Very good adaptation. Pretty easy to do. In the modern colors as well. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. It's interesting with the Cloud Puff. In Homes, you got these models. Animation. Drifloon in Pokemon Horizons, the series. Fantina's Drifloon is the big one. You got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 28. In Dawn's Pokedex. Drifloon, the balloon Pokemon. Drifloon is filled with air and can either expand or shrink to express its feelings. It also likes damp weather. Journeys, episode 91. In Goes Rotom Phone. Drifloon, the balloon Pokemon. A ghost and flying type. Drifloon grabbed children's hands as if they were going to guide them to the ghost world. Although Drifloon talk on children's hands, they often end up getting pulled around instead. Got all this. Ghost Dive. Drifloon in Ghost Dive. Dreepy here. In the manga, Drifloon in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. In the Pokemon Stadium 2 stage, a Drifloon can be seen floating on the flying terrain. Trophy information: a balloon Pokemon that appears each Friday at the Valley Windworks in the Sinnoh region. It's round and cute, but it has a dreadful side too, as it attempts to drag children into the underworld by their hands. It likes stamp you in seasons. If it's on the verge of fainting in battle, it will counterattack by self-destructing. It evolves into Drifblim. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Drifloon returns in the Pokemon Stadium 2 stage. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, once again, Drifloon returns in the Pokemon Stadium 2 stage. Trivia: Drifloon was the first Gen 4 Pokemon to be revealed in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. In the Japanese version of Pearl's Pokedex entry, Drifloon specifically takes children to the world of the dead, instead of just trying to steal them away, as in the English version. However, in the release of Super Smash Bros. Brawl in the United States, the description along with Drifloon's trophy still states that it is taking children to the underworld. I read this third point in the Jigglypuff video. Drifloon in its evolved form are the only Pokemon not introduced in Gen 3 to be found in the Fluctuating Experience group. They're also the only Flying-type Pokemon and the only Ghost-type Pokemon in the Fluctuating Experience group. Origin: Drifloon appears to be based on a balloon. The yellow shape around its mouth resembles a puncture bandage, its mouth being the puncture. The white puff on its head resembles a cloud, and its heart-shaped feet resemble the weights on the strings of helium balloons. It also resembles the comb jelly, specifically the Tentaculata. It may also be based on space jellyfish, also known as atmospheric jellyfish, and atmospheric phenomenon caused by rocket launches that are often mistaken for cryptids or UFO sightings. As a concept of a ghost-type balloon, it may have been inspired by some Kaidan ghost stories where ghosts and spirits have been compared to balloons. Name origin: Drifloon may be a combination of drift and balloon. Fuwante may be a combination of fwa, soft, airy, and light, or an onomatopoeia for floating. Fusen, balloon, and Fuante, unstable. Other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Drifloon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 494, quite fittingly, Drifloon on the Wind. In this episode, we're at the beginning of the episode, all we really know is that there's this little girl who looks like Nurse Joy in the storm, I guess.
Pikachu, stop it! Come on!
Okay.
Let go!
Drifloon,
Or you'll be fine!
Ash,
Stay here with us!
Blast, characters.
Whoa, the wind!
Pikachu! It's my time to save her!
I don't know. That is Drifloon's first scene in the anime, I guess.
Now let's see why other people love Drifloon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Drifloon. This is I Hope You Find Your Way by Deleka 7755. This cute painting of a shiny Drifloon here with a party hat. That's very interesting. And we've got Old Drifloon Theo Ref by Buizel. So this reference for their Drifloon character, Fiorella, Theo for short, female, nature and trait, docile, strong-willed. Flare boost is its ability. Moves, Shadow Ball, Will-O-Wisp, Air Cutter, and Payback. It's got a scarf, and I think it's like a pin, maybe? And this might be what this is, I don't know. Bigger fluff than a normal Drifloon, extra curl. Got their name and all the different colors, I guess, that they used for this. This is Om Nom Nom Drifloon by Mayus Artcraft. So this nice image of a Drifloon eating a sandwich. Nom 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 thing. Yes, very well done. And we've got Old Team Freshmint by Buizel. They're sort of stylized Pokemon here. We've got a regular Drifloon and a shiny Drifloon here, and a Buizel and a Turtwig. Very interesting. I like the background. And we've got Drifloon by Nintendo Jr. This nice image of a Drifloon here. Yeah, very good background. And this doesn't contain a Drifloon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Drifblim. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Drifblim, the first ghost flying type evolution, being the evolution of Drifloon who evolves at level 28. Its previous BYC dates are April 27th, 1997, February 16th, 2000, December 7th, 2002, September 27th, 2005, July 18th, 2008, May 9th, 2011, February 27th, 2014, December 18th, 2016, October 9th, 2019, and July 30th, 2022. I most know Drifblim from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, where it transports the player Pikachu between the zones of the Pokepark. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Before we begin, I should probably acknowledge the new microphone setup. So yes, I have a new microphone and this nice arm here. That should help me reduce the noise. The anime still has the old microphones, but this will be the microphone we'll use going forward. Anyway, today we'll be talking about Drifblim, the blimp Pokemon, whose number is 0 for 126. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost Fly. Abilities: Aftermath or Unburden. Flare Boost is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is egg group Amorphous. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 33.1 pounds or 15 kilograms. Base experience yield is 204 in Gen 4 and 174 in 5+. Leveling rate is fluctuating. EV yield is 2 and HP. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Drifblim is a dual-type ghost/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Drifloon starting at level 28. Biology: Drifblim is a Pokemon that has a large spherical purple body with the lower quarter of its body being a lighter purple. The colors are separated by a repeated semicircular pattern all around its body. On the top of its head is a puffy white mass which closely resembles a cloud. In the center of its body is a large yellow X mark, and on either side, just above the X, are its small red eyes. On the lower portion of its body are 4 long, thin arms that extend diagonally in 4 different directions. Its arms are tipped with yellow and have 3 short points each. The bottom of its body narrows into a short red extrusion that fans slightly outward. Drifblim's body contains souls said to be burdened with regrets. These souls serve as fuel for Drifblim's gas. Drifblim is strong enough to lift people or Pokemon, but has no control over its flight. This causes it to drift with the wind and end up anywhere. It can, however, inflate and deflate itself with gas to control its altitude. It is rarely active during the day, but usually gathers in groups during the evenings. When noticed, the groups will suddenly vanish to unknown locations. Drifblim preys on Clamperl. There are rumors of Drifblim carrying people to the afterlife. As well, there have been songs or poems dedicated to Drifblim due to people admiring its transient, melancholy aspect. Drifblim and its pre-evolved form, Drifloon, are the only known Pokemon that can have Flare Boost as an ability. Prior to Gen 5, this was also true for Unburden. Evolution: Drifblim evolves from Drifloon, so Drifloon, Drifblim. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 Diamond,
it's drowsy in daytime, but flies off in the evening in big groups. No one knows where they go.
Pearl,
it carries people and Pokemon when it flies, but since it only drifts, it can end up anywhere.
Platinum,
at dusk, swarms of them are carried aloft on winds. When noticed, they suddenly vanish.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver,
it can generate and release gas within its body. That's how it can control the altitude of its drift.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2.
They carry people and Pokemon, but the wind can catch them, so there can't be a fixed destination.
In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry, Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun,
there was once an incident in which a man took a trip riding a Drifblim, only to go missing.
Moon,
even while under careful observation, large flocks of Drifblim flying at dusk will inexplicably disappear from view.
Ultra Sun,
there's a rumor that if you catch a Drifblim floating on the wind at dusk, you'll be carried away to the afterlife.
Ultra Moon,
the raw material for the gas inside its body is souls. When its body starts to deflate, it's thought to carry away people and Pokemon.
In Gen 8, Sword,
some say this Pokemon is a collection of souls burdened with regrets, silently drifting through the dusk.
Shield,
it grabs people and Pokemon and carries them off somewhere. Where do they go? Nobody knows.
Brilliant Diamond,
they're drowsy in daytime, but fly off in the evening in big groups. No one knows where they go.
Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus,
it drifts along at dusk, perfectly silent. Its transient, melancholy aspect touches some people deeply. Every so often, one will come upon a song or poem devoted to Drifblim.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Violet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Drifblim in the Alola Pokedex, and Drifblim in the Paldea Pokedex. So you can see 4 of them floating on the wind here, and Just like Drifloon, you can actually see the mouth on the model rather than this one. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Black 2 and White 2, it has the Air Balloon. In the Dark Grass only, 1% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, it has the Bugwort, 35% of the time. Vivichoke, 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 150, attack 80, defense 44, special attack 90, special defense 54, speed 80 for a total of 498. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, and fairy. Weak to rock, ghost, electric, ice, and dark. All for double, immune to normal, fighting, and ground. Resistant to poison and grass for a half and bug for a fourth. Notes, if Foresight or Older Sleuth is used by an opponent, the Pokemon has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is half. So normal moves would go from 0 to 1, and fighting moves would go from 0 to half. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 28, so upon evolution it gets Phantom Force, 31... Self-Destruct, 36 Destiny Bond, 42 Baton Pass, 48 Tailwind, and 54 Explosion. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prior Evolution. TCG only moves. Whirlwind on this card. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It launches eerie orbs to attack. Guardian Signs. To attack, it spits out orbs imbued with loathsome emotions that make Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Bat entry. Drifloon can carry you to many zones. Drifloon are taken care of in the Haunted Zone and the Granite Zone. Pokepark 2, Wonders of Beyond in the Pokepark Bat entry. Drifloon have a network all over Pokepark. They can take Pikachu and his pals anywhere. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Drifloon float around as they please during the day, but at night they drift off to who knows where. Apparently, some of the Clamperl they've carried away are still missing. Pokemon Sleep. Drifloon has a habit of carrying people and Pokemon. Apparently, some Drifloon can't sleep peacefully without holding onto something. Big Loop Sleep, Floating Sleep, and Pacifying Sleep. Has the Poké Doll. That's cute. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Halloween Mischief. This fun little thing that has a hat on the top of the cloud thing. It's fun. Evolution data. Drifloon, level 28. Drifblim. Sprites here, so darker colors overall. Actually, like not that grayish purple. Just sort of light purple. That's interesting. So it's yellow, blue, and green for the shiny here. Different model. The eyes I think are bigger. The X I think is bigger. This is a lot less outlined. It looks like the bottom is a lot smaller. That's interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models and the modern colors. Oh, it like makes it a cream color. Oh, for the shiny. That's interesting. In Gen 7, not really much changes. I think the eyes might change a little bit. In Gen 8, you get the much better models. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Looney in Pokemon Super Contests. So I imagine this is an NPC in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Drifblim in Pokemon Journeys the series. You can see a few of them with bunch of Drifloon here. Fantina's Drifblim is the big one. Got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 93 in Dawn's Pokedex. Drifblim, the blimp Pokemon, and the evolved form of Drifloon. Because it travels on wind currents, Drifblim's movements are unusual and unpredictable. In the manga, Drifblim and Pokemon Adventures, with Fantina here. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 370. Drifblim, the blimp Pokemon. It carries people and Pokemon when it flies, but since it only drifts, it can end up anywhere. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia. Drifblim has the highest HP base stat of all Flying-type Pokemon, and is tied with Giratina for the highest HP base stat of all Ghost-type Pokemon. I read the second point and the sub-point in the Drifloon video. Drifblim is tied with Bronzong as the most common Pokemon found, amongst Elite Four members being used by 4 of them. Origin, Drifblim appears to be based on a hot air balloon. The yellow shape around its mouth resembles a puncture bandage, its mouth being the puncture. The white puff on its head resembles a cloud, and its forearms pose as the rigging connected to the balloon's basket. It also resembles the box jellyfish, specifically the Carokia barnesi. May also be based on space jellyfish, also known as atmospheric jellyfish, an atmospheric phenomenon caused by rocket launches that are often mistaken for cryptids or UFO sightings. As a concept of a ghost-type balloon, it may have been inspired by some Caden ghost stories where ghosts and spirits have been compared to balloons. Name origin, Drifblim may be a combination of drift and blimp. Fuoride may be a combination of fuafua, soft, airy, and light, or an onomatopoeia for floating, fusin, balloon, and ride, as well as a pun on fuorido, following others blindly, and other languages, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Drifblim's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu here, have met Alice and her Chimchar, and she's taking them to Alamos Town in her hot air balloon here. There's the Drifblim and a bunch of Drifloon. Yeah, they're going to Alamos Town. And there's... That is Drifblim's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Drifblim. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Drifblim. This is Old Poof the Drifblim by Buizel. So this nice Drifblim image here. It's holding this staff here. Very interesting. Old Poof the Drifblim commission by Budew. So this nice image here kind of looks like one of the dialogue images in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. Seems to be from October 11th, 2015, November 10th, 2015, November 15th, 2010, or October 15th, 2011. We've got Fio Evo by Budew. So we kind of were introduced to this one yesterday. It's their Drifloon character that I guess evolves into a Drifblim. As a Drifloon, it had Shadow Ball, Constrict, Air Cutter, and Will-O-Wisp. But as a Drifblim, it has Acrobatics, Shadow Ball, Body Slam, and Will-O-Wisp. Very well done. Then we've got Old PMD Blim Fio by Budew. So this art of the Drifblim Fio here. Very well done. And we've got Old Chloe by Budew, so another Drifblim character here. So it has a Drifloon and a Drifblim, yeah. Then this doesn't contain a Drifblim, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Baneri. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Baneri. Its previous BYC dates are April 28th, 1997, February 17th, 2000, December 8th, 2002, September 28th, 2005, July 19th, 2008, May 10th, 2011, February 28th, 2014, December 19th, 2016, October 10th, 2019, and July 31st, 2022. I most know Baneri from a few places. 1. I know Baneri as one of the Pokemon Dawn has in the Gen 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. 2. I know Baneri as one of the Pokemon I encountered in my original playthrough of Pokemon Pearl. 3. I know it from Pokepark B, Pikachu's Adventure. 4. I know Baneri as the inspiration behind the Nutty Baneri Frappe, a dish from Pokemon Cafe Remix. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Baneri, the rabbit Pokemon, whose number is 0427. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Runaway or Klutz. Limber is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is egg groups field and human-like. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 12.1 pounds or 5.5 kilograms. Base experience to Shield is 84 in Gen 4 and 70 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EVL is 1 in speed, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 0. Baneri is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Lopunny when leveled up with high friendship. Biology, Baneri is a small, bipedal, rabbit-like Pokemon with brown ears that can curl up. It has 2 types of fur covering its body, a light tan fleece that covers much of its lower body, feet, and the tips of its ears, and a smooth chocolate-colored pelt on the upper half of its body. It has a small triangular pink nose, pink paw pads on the undersides of its feet, and small tan spots above its eyes. It has a small brown puff of a tail. Baneri almost always keeps one of its ears rolled up. Although Professor Laventon had hypothesized that this is done to protect its hearing, in actuality, Baneri rolls its ears so it can quickly unroll them and launch them as an attack. The attack is strong enough to hurt grown-ups and crush boulders and increase its power as Baneri trains to use it. Baneri can also use this technique to jump really high by slamming its ears towards the ground. Baneri's arms and legs are weaker by comparison. If Baneri senses danger, it perks up both ears. Conversely, if Baneri rolls both of its ears in, it is a sign that it is unhealthy. On cold nights, Baneri sleeps with its head tucked into its fur. It lives in forests, though it can also be found on icy mountains. Prior to Gen 5, Baneri and its evolved form, Lopunny, were the only known Pokemon that have Klutz as an ability. Evolution, Baneri evolves into Lopunny, so Baneri, Lopunny. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond.
It slams foes by sharply uncoiling its rolled ears. It stings enough to make a grown-up cry in pain.
Pearl.
When it senses danger, it perks up its ears. On cold nights, it sleeps with its head tucked into its fur.
Platinum.
Its ears are always rolled up. They can be forcefully extended to shatter even a large boulder.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
You can tell how it feels by the way it rolls its ears. When it's scared, both ears are rolled up.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2.
By extending its rolled up ears and striking the ground, it can bound so high it surprises itself.
In Gen 6, X is Platinum, Black and White's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, Black, White, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun.
Its arms and legs are weak, but when it rolls up its ears tight and then unleashes them with its full force, it can smash boulders to dust.
Ultra Moon.
The reason it keeps one ear rolled up is so that it can launch a swift counterattack if it's attacked by an enemy.
In Gen 8, Sword.
If both of Baneri's ears are rolled up, something is wrong with its body or mind. It's a sure sign the Pokemon is in need of care.
Shield.
Baneri can attack by rolling up their ears and then striking with a force created by unrolling them. This attack becomes stronger with training.
Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Legends Arceus.
My hypothesis as to why Baneri rolls up its ears is that its hearing is far too keen. I surmise that the Pokemon protects its hearing by limiting the sound that may enter its ears.
Baneri, the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum has the Chople Berry 5% of the time. In Ranch, it has the Chople Berry 100% of the time. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it has the Chople Berry 5% of the time. In Black 2 and White 2, it has the Pecha Berry 50% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for Normal, it has the Oran Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. Stats, base stats, HP 55, Attack 66, Defense and Special Attack 44, Special Defense 56, Speed 85 for a total of 350. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1 Splash and Pound for Defense Curl, 8 Baby Doll Eyes, 12 After You, 16 Quick Attack, 20 Double Kick, 24 Charm, 28 Baton Pass, 32 Headbutt, 36 agility, 40 entrainment, 44 flatter, 48 bounce, and 52 healing wish. In Legends Arceus, at level 1, it learns Quick Attack and masters it at 9. At 5, it learns Baby Doll Eyes and masters it at 14. At 10, it learns Swift and masters it at 19. At 16, it learns Draining Kiss and masters it at 26. At 23, it learns Double Hit and masters it at 33. At 31, it learns Play Rough and masters it at 42. And at 40, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 52. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield, TM 00 Mega Punch, 1 Mega Kick, 3 Fire Punch, 4 Ice Punch, 5 Thunder Punch, 11 Solar Beam, 14 Thunder Wave, 15 Dig, 21 Rest, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 29 Charm, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 41 Helping Hand, 47 Fake Tears, 52 Bounce, 57 Payback, 58 Assurance, 59 Fling, 63 Drain Punch, 75 Low Sweep, 76 Round, and 79 Retaliate. For the TRs, TR 05, Ice Beam, 7 Low Kick, 8 Thunderbolt, 12 Agility, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 29 Baton Pass, 30 Encore, 31 Iron Tail, 33 Shadow Ball, 35 Uproar, 42 Hyper Voice, 44 Cosmic Power, 77 Grass Knot, 85 Work Up, and 90 Play Rough. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, TM 01 Focus Punch, 3 Water Pulse, 10 Work Up, 11 Sunny Day, 13 Ice Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 22 Solar Beam, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 27 Low Sweep, 28 Dig, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 56 Fling, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 60 Drain Punch, 66 Payback, 73 Thunderwave, 82 Sleep Talk, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives it Circle Throw, this group gives it Copycat, this group gives it Double Hit, this group gives it Fake Out, this group gives it Flail, this group gives it Focus Punch, this group gives it Sweet Kiss, this group gives it Switcheroo, and this group gives it Teeter Dance. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Smeargle gives it Circle Throw, this group gives it Copycat, this group gives it Cosmic Power through Chain Breeding, this group gives it Double Hit, this group gives it Encore, this group gives it Fake Out, this group gives it Fake Tears, this group gives it Fire Punch, this group gives it Flail, this group gives it Ice Punch, this group gives it Low Kick, this group gives it Power Up Punch, this group gives it Sweet Kiss, this group gives it Switcheroo, this group gives it Teeter Dance, and this group gives it Thunder Punch. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it can get Triple Axle. It's a physical Ice-type move. Its power is 20, accuracy 90%, and PB has 10. In Legends Arceus, it can get Baby Doll Eyes, Charge Beam, Drain Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Beam, Ice Punch, Iron Tail, Play Rough, Rest, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Swift, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, and Water Pulse. By transfer from another generation, from Gen 4 it can get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Charge Beam, 6 and 7 Confide, 5 through 7 Covet, 5 and 6 Cut, 4 to 7 Dizzy Punch, Double Team, Endeavor, Foresight, Frustration, Heal Bell, Hidden Power, Jump Kick, Last Resort, and Magic Coat. Dizzy Punch, Foresight, Frustration, Hidden Power, and Jump Kick don't work anymore. From 6 and 7, it can get Mud Sport, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Mud Slap, and Natural Gift doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Power Up Punch. 4 through 7, Return, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 4 and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4, 6, and 7, Shockwave. 4 through 7, Sky Uppercut, Swagger, and Toxic. Sky Uppercut doesn't work anymore. And 4, 6, and 7, it can get Water Pulse. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It quickly hops around and thrashes around to attack. In Guardian Signs, it creates hearts around itself that make Pokemon tired. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Baneri was at the Pokepark entrance. Her favorite attraction is Bulbasaur's Daring Dash. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond in the Pokepark Pad entry. She wants to become friends with Leafeon, but feels self-conscious. Her goal is to be beautiful and cool like Lopunny. You got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Got the flower crown. Yeah, around its ear, I guess. Interesting. Evolution data. Baneri, level up with high friendship. Lopunny. Sprites here, so a little darker, a little different face, but more or less the same. Then you've got this lighter brown and this sort of gray for the insides instead of the pink part, and then the tan part is replaced by pink. Not really much changes for platinums. There are probably slight differences, like the puffs and stuff.
The ears seem to be, oh, I guess the ears seem to be a little different, a little smaller, the insides. In Gen 5, you get the fullback sprites. In Gen 6, you get the bottles and these colors. They seem to be actually, this seems to be a little darker. Interesting. Yeah. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you got the models in this game. Homes, you got these models. Other sprites, Floppy in Pokemon Super Contests. So I assume that this is an NPC in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Baneri in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Dawn's Baneri is the big one. You got all this. A Baneri egg right in Pokemon Journeys the series. Pokedex entries. I already recorded this first one in the anime section, so we'll let Dawn's Pokedex read it.
Baneri, the rabbit Pokemon. By quickly extending its rolled-up ears, it can launch a powerful attack against its enemies.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 9, in the same Pokedex. Baneri, the rabbit Pokemon. When sensing danger, it extends both ears as an alert. And when cold, it curls up and goes to sleep. In X and Y, episode 114, in Serena's Pokedex. Baneri, the rabbit Pokemon. Baneri perks up its ears at the first sign of danger. It tucks its head into its fur to sleep on cold nights. In the manga, Baneri in Pokemon Adventures, you got all this. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Baneri appears as a trophy. Trophy information. A rabbit Pokemon, it rolls up its long ears, then unrolls them with great force to slap enemies. This attack stings enough to make adults jump. It uses its ears not only to attack, but also to sense danger. They stand straight up when it senses a threat. Its fluffy fur lets it sleep in warmth and comfort on cold nights. When it levels up, it evolves into Lopunny. Trivia: Baneri is the only Pokemon to learn the move Frustration by leveling up. Its evolved form learns Return at the same level, and it is also the only one to learn it by leveling up. Prior to Gen 9, Baneri was the only Pokemon with 0 base friendship that was not legendary, a mythical Pokemon, an Ultra Beast, or a Paradox Pokemon. It is now a trait it shares with Lokix. Baneri and its evolved form share their category with Scorbunny and Raboot. They are all known as the rabbit Pokemon. In Pokemon Shuffle, Baneri's second main stage, stage 615, has the lowest overall drop rates for personalized skill boosters. Baneri, Type Null, and Snom are the only Pokemon that evolve via friendship, with a base friendship lower than 70. Origin, Baneri appears to be based on a rabbit. The cream-colored fluff on its lower body may be based on a skirt, and the rolled-up ear may be a kind of fashionable hat. Name origin, Baneri may be a combination of bunny and ear. Mimi roll may be a combination of Mimi, ear, and roll, referring to its rolled-up ears. In other languages, see also external links. Let's move on.
Since we watched Baneri's first scene in the anime in the Staravia video, let's watch Baneri's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 468, 2 Degrees of Separation. In this episode, Dawn, a new trainer, has decided that she wants to catch a Pokemon. There's Baneri. I would say that's Baneri's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the scenes in Detective Pikachu featuring Baneri. Well, sort of. I'll explain when we get into it.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Baneri, as it's only the frames with Baneri, to the best of my ability. Well, kind of. It's really just a sign that has, like, the puff of fur on Baneri's ears. That says, like, buns or bun buns, something like that. Kind of see it here. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he has just found out that his father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died in a car crash, and he's coming to sort of finish up Harry's life.
Sitting.
It's a little bit better here. Here. So yeah, we've got to later that night. Tim is going to his dad's apartment. We've cut to the next day. Okay, so now we've cut to much later in the film.
barely see it, but it's down here somewhere. What's happening right now is that, as the narrator just kind of explained, it's the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City Parade. It's being set up right now. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who is Harry's detective partner. He was confronted by Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, who told them that Harry wasn't actually dead and that they needed to find Mewtwo. They found Mewtwo. Mewtwo showed them a vision where it seemed like Pikachu had betrayed Harry, causing him and Tim to split off. Mewtwo was captured by who they believed to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son, and the owner of the news. Tim was also allied with Lucy Stevens, a reporter, and her Psyduck. They are coming back to Rhyme City.
Anniversary Rhyme City Post set to begin this afternoon. The whole city is converging on downtown to...
So now, okay, we gotta... Okay, in this scene, we've got to a little later. Howard was revealed to be the one who captured Mewtwo using his Ditto, who transformed into Roger. Howard put his mind inside of Mewtwo using something called the Neuralink. And he's using something called the Argas to make Pokemon go crazy, and Mewtwo's powers to merge humans and Pokemon. As he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, this is how he thinks it should be done. So you can kind of see the sign over there. Okay, now that... the Baneri sign down here. This is Ditto transformed as a Cubone that the real Roger threw out of his dad's office's window. Now it's falling to the ground here. So now we've cut to a little later in the film. The Neuralink has been removed from Howard, but at the time, Mewtwo/Howard was holding Pikachu, and in Mewtwo's delirium, he dropped Pikachu, but is now saving him with his psychic powers.
The father you have been looking for has been with you all along.
So that's him explaining that Harry's soul is inside of Pikachu. That's why he could talk, and he's going to show them a flashback of that. Yep, now we've cut to later in the film. Mewtwo has separated Harry and Pikachu. And Tim is planning on leaving to go back to his hometown. Now we've cut to later, Tim has decided he wants to stay with his dad. That's Harry. And they're just sort of walking into the sunset or whatever.
A new job. Oh, yeah? What are you thinking? Maybe I could give detective work a try?
I think he likes that idea.
And that is Baneri's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Baneri. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Baneri. So we've got Baneri Server by Minus Sketch. So this fun, stylized, shiny Baneri here. Yeah, very interesting. This is Fallow Concept Doodles by Foxglove Gardens. So it looks like it's their cute Baneri character here. It says, keeps ears up because they are long and get in the way. You got Close Combat Fighter, little bag that somehow fits a lot. Yes, very nice. Then we've got Bunny Couple by Kazune Komori, so this cute little couple of Baneri and a Score Bunny, yeah, very cute. And we've got Baneri Suit by Plump Uwado, so this Baneri in this suit, I guess, yeah, very nice. This is You're Fine by Pio Laundress. So this interesting sort of anthropomorphic Pikachu and Baneri here. It seems like it maybe has a injury on its chin or neck, maybe? Yeah, interesting. And we've got Baneri by Blue Komodori. This cute Baneri here with a little bow in its hair. Yeah, very nice. This is not technically a Baneri, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow we talk about Lopunny. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Lopunny, the first Pokemon introduced in Gen 4 to have a Mega Evolution. It's also the only evolution of Baniri who evolves when leveled up with High Friendship. Mega Lopunny is the first normal fighting Pokemon. Its previous VYC dates are April 29th, 1997, February 18th, 2000, December 9th, 2002, September 29th, 2005, July 20th, 2008, May 11th, 2011, March 1st, 2014, December 20th, 2016, October 11th, 2019, and August 1st, 2022. Feels weird to have to rehash the things I said in the Gardevoir video, minus the part about Gallade and its gender design, but here we are. For those of you who didn't watch that video, Lopunny is very clearly feminine and arguably a lot more risque than Gardevoir. Like Mega Gardevoir, things aren't helped a lot by Mega Lopunny. Although, at least the official art makes it look more like a strong female character than one that was made for a male fantasy, even though I don't really find its face the most appealing. There's a Pokemon that is cautious, has a base friendship that's pretty high, and you have to have a high friendship to evolve Baniri into Lopunny. Runs away from danger and doesn't like its hair-like ears being touched, and will fight back if they are touched roughly. This just screams, oh, just say it, Heart. Pokophilia! Thanks, Heart. It seems that Game Freak has tried to do some damage control on this Pokemon in more recent years, having newer Pokedex entries focused less on its appearance and more on its ability to fight, having its Mega Evolution be less sexual in design and posing, and having its default pose in Legends Arceus and the Alola Pokedex image be more open and like an actual Pokemon. It is no wonder that Dawn's Baniri never evolved into Lopunny, and Lopunny and Baniri weren't in Gen 9, at least as of the filming of this. We'll have to see if Game Freak features them in Legends ZA, and how they portray Lopunny in that game. Almost certainly, they'll continue to drill that it's just a normal anthropomorphic rabbit. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Lopunny, the rabbit Pokemon. His number is 0428. This is Lopunny, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Lopunny, this is what it looks like. Types: normal as Lopunny, normal fighting as Mega Lopunny. Abilities: Cute Charm or Klutz as Lopunny. Limbers, its hidden ability, Scrappy, as Mega Lopunny. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is egg groups field and human-like, hatch time 20 cycles. Height and weight. For this, what we do is, since this is our first Mega Evolution, this generation I'll explain, for those of you who are new here, I will read them across rather than up and down. So I'll say Lopunny is 3'11" or 1.2 meters and 73.4 pounds or 33.3 kilograms. And Mega Lopunny is 4'3" or 1.3 meters and 62.4 pounds or 28.3 kilograms. Megastone is Lopunite. That's an exclusive section for Pokemon that have Mega Evolutions. Base experience yield is 178 in Gen 4 and 168 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2, and speed, shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 140. Lopunny is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Baniri when leveled up with high friendship. Lopunny can Mega Evolve into Mega Lopunny using the Lopunite. Biology: Lopunny is a bipedal, rabbit-like Pokemon with a dark brown fur and a short, round tail. It has pink eyes with black markings on the inner edge, long tufts of cream-colored fur above its eyes, and a small pink nose. Similar tufts of fluffy cream-colored fur cover its wrists, lower legs, and the ends of its long ears, which bend shortly above its head. Lopunny is very proud of these ears and never fails to groom them. If the ears are roughly handled, Lopunny will kick in retaliation. Lopunny's fur is warm and light, and Lopunny sheds it twice a year. Its winter coat is soft and fluffy and filled with plenty of insulating air. This fur can be used to make warm mufflers and hats. Lopunny is a timid Pokemon that constantly monitors its surroundings and will cloak its body with its ears or spring away when it senses danger. Despite this, it is capable of unleashing super destructive kicks with its lithe legs. Lopunny's kicks are said to be similar to those of karate masters, which allows it to drive back foes with no issues. Prior to Gen 5, Lopunny in its pre-evolved form, Baniri, were the only known Pokemon that could have Klutz as an ability. Forms: Lopunny can Mega Evolve into Mega Lopunny. As Mega Lopunny, its personality drastically changes, becoming extremely aggressive with wild fighting instincts. In order to become more capable of fighting, it sheds the fur on its neck, upper torso, fingers, and legs, forming black patterns on the legs that resemble ripped pantyhose. Its tufts of fur above its ears combine to form a single butterfly-shaped crest. The cream fur on its wrists and ankles become more round instead of fluffy. Its ear fur now only covers 2 segments of each ear in fluffy bands. When Mega evolved, a full power whip swing from its ears can crumple steel plates. Mega Lopunny. Evolution, Lopunny evolved from Baneri, so Baneri, Lopunny. Game data, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Lopunny is the head of Team Charm. She knows Wigglytuff from long ago. Together, her team and the player's team explore Aegis Cave and defeat Regigigas. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, Team Charm debut in their own special episode. Lopunny being the playable character. She is shown to be the fun-loving member of the group, even ending almost all of her sentences with hearts. The team hears about the treasure-filled southern jungle. They are advised to stay away by Blossom, but the team continued on. They find a passed-out Wigglytuff who fainted due to hunger and give him a perfect apple, revitalizing him. They encounter Team AWD, who believe the team is pathetic. Before they enter, a Sentret pleads Charm to stop AWD, saying they were cruel to it. The team arrives at the dungeon's end, which holds an empty chest. AWD accuses Charm of taking the treasure, and they fight. Wigglytuff appears to stop the brawl and reveals that the chest is a Ditto. The Blossom and Sentret earlier were also him. He reveals he is there to guard a time gear, and the teams leave. They later bribe Wigglytuff with a perfect apple to join their team. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Lopunny reappears alongside the other members of Team Charm as recruitable Pokemon. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. An extremely cautious Pokemon. It cloaks its body with its fluffy ear fur when it senses danger. Pearl is very conscious of its looks and never fails to groom its ears. It runs with sprightly jumps. Platinum. The ears appear to be delicate if they are touched roughly. It kicks with its graceful legs. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It sheds its fur twice a year. Its winter fur is soft and fluffy. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. Extremely cautious, it quickly bounds off when it senses danger. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Platinum, Black and White's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, Black, White, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, for Lopunny in Ultra Sun, Lopunny regrows its coat twice a year. Mufflers and hats made from its fur are really warm. Ultra Moon, it's notably wary and has a dislike of fighting, but at the same time it can deliver powerful kicks with its lithe legs. For Mega Lopunny, Ultra Sun, it swings its ears like whips and strikes its enemies with them. It has an intensely combative disposition. Ultra Moon. Mega Evolution awakens its combative instincts. It has shed any fur that got in the way of its attacks. In Gen 8, Sword. Lopunny is constantly monitoring its surroundings. If danger approaches, this Pokemon responds with super destructive kicks. Shield. Once hot seasons are over, Lopunny's coat will be replaced with fur that holds a lot of insulating air in preparation for colder weather. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, its fur is warm and yet remarkably light. This Pokemon kicks as though it were a master of karate, driving back its opponents with ease. Lopunny in the Alola Pokedex, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and Mega Lopunny in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Black 2 and White 2 is the Pecha Berry 50% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal has the Oran Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. So if you're new this generation, what we do is we compare the original and the Mega Evolution together. So we'll compare Lopunny and Mega Lopunny. So HP 65, that stays the same. Attack 76, that goes up to 136. Defense 84, that goes up to 94. Special attack 54, that stays the same. Special defense 96, that stays the same. Speed 105, that goes up to 135. So this one has a total of 480, and this one has a total of 580. And for Mega Evolutions, it will always be 100 total more than the original. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness. If you're new this generation, like the base stats, if the Mega Evolution has a different typing than its original, we compare them. So Lopunny is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. The ones that say the same for Mega Lopunny are normal, poison, ground, steel, fire, water, grass, Electric, Ice, and Dragon. It moves Flying, Rock, Bug, Psychic, Dark, and Fairy. Lopunny is weak to Fighting for double, while Mega Lopunny is weak to Fighting, Flying, Psychic, and Fairy for double. They are both immune to Ghost. Lopunny isn't resistant to anything, but Mega Lopunny is resistant to Rock, Bug, and Dark for half. In the Lopunny box here, there's a note. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn it by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Since you can hypothetically have a level 2 Lopunny, we will start at level 12 here, so 12 after you, 16 Quick Attack, 20 Double Kick, 24 Charm, 28 Baton Pass, 32 Headbutt, 36 Agility, 40 Entrainment, 44 Flatter, 48 Bounce, 52 Healing Wish, and 56 High Jump Kick. In Legends Arceus, same thing, we'll start at level 5 here. At level 5, it learns Baby Doll Eyes and masters it at 14. At level 10, it learns Swift and masters it at 19. At 16, it learns Draining Kiss and masters it at 26. At 23, it learns Double Hit and masters it at 33. At 31, it learns Play Rough and masters it at 42. At 40, it learns Double Edge and Close Combat and masters both of them at 52. By TM/TR, we're skipping for both games. By breeding, we're skipping for both games. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl in the Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, it has Triple Axle, it's a physical Ice-type move. Its power is 20, accuracy is 90, and PB has 10. In Legends Arceus, it can get Baby Doll Eyes, Charge Beam, Drain Punch, Fire Punch, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Beam, Ice Punch, Iron Tail, Play Rough, Rest, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Swift, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, and Water Pulse. By prior evolution is nothing. By transfer from another generation, from 4 it gets Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Charge Beam. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 through 7, Covet. 5 and 6, Cut. 4 through 7, Dizzy Punch, Double Team, Endeavor. Foresight and Frustration. Dizzy Punch, Foresight, and Frustration don't work anymore. 4, Fury Cutter. 4 through 7, Heal Bell. Hidden Power and Jump Kick. Hidden Power and Jump Kick don't work anymore. 7, Laser Focus. 4 through 7, Last Resort. 6 and 7, Mud Sport, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Mud Slap and Natural Gift. Natural Gift doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Power Up Punch. 4 through 7, Return, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 6 and 7, Rototiller, that doesn't work anymore. 4 and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4, 6, and 7, Shockwave. 4 through 7, Sky Uppercut, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Strength. 4 through 7, Swagger and Toxic. And 4, 6, and 7, Water Pulse. Side game data for Lopunny here, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. Its jumps create shockwaves. It also thrashes around to attack. In Guardian Signs, it creates hearts around itself that make Pokemon tired. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry. Lopunny is Baniri's sister. She came to the Granite Zone to explore. Her favorite attraction is Absol's Hurdle Bounce. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. She came to the tech area to hide from something. She is worried about Baniri, whom she left in the Arbor area. You got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. You get the flower crown. That's cute. Mega Lopunny. You got all this. Form data. Mega Evolution. Lopunny. Lopunite. Mega Lopunny. So that's a thing. If you're new this generation, that's what happens with this Mega Evolution. You can see the Lopunite. Evolution data. Baniri. Level up with High Friendship. Lopunny. Sprites here. So a lot darker brown. The eyes seem to not really have the black markings yet. Or they're a lot smaller, maybe. But more or less the same, otherwise. You got the pink parts replace the tan parts, and it looks like the red parts are like a pink, like a dark pink, and there's also lighter brown. Its head is turned for platinums, that's really the big thing. It's probably slight differences as well. The ears don't seem to be quite as big anymore, I don't think. It's just more proportional. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Gen 6, you get this and the models, which really emphasize the black part. You get the Mega Lopunnies, so you have similar concept. It just places the tan with the pink and the brown is the light brown, yeah. In Gen 7, you got all this, not really much changes. In Gen 8, in this game, you got these models. Homes, you got these models. See, it's a lot darker. That's interesting. In animation, Lopunny in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all these. Mega Lopunny in Pokemon the series, XY, with a Mega Salamence. Pokemon Omega Ruby in Alpha Sapphire animated trailer. Mega Lopunny in the animated trailer. In the manga, Lopunny in Pokemon Adventures in color. That's interesting. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia. We basically read this first one, and it's sub-point in the Baneri video. Mega Lopunny has the highest base speed stat of all normal-type Pokemon. This third point we read in the Baneri video. Origin. This is a new thing. This section contains material that may not be suitable for young readers. Viewer discretion is advised. Lopunny appears to be based on a lop rabbit. It also resembles a fashion model wearing women's fur or faux fur cuffed gloves and boots. Well, Mega Lopunny may be inspired by the 1980s styled aerobics outfits due to the size and placing of its eyebrows, which resemble antlers. It is possible it is based on a jackalope. It may also be an inspired caricature of a Playboy bunny or other bunny girls as seen in popular culture. The bunny girl costumes of Playboy fame are still quite popular in Japanese adult media, which might explain Lopunny's coquettish cry and feminine figure. Name origin: Lopunny may be a combination of lop, a breed of rabbit with ears that flop over rather than stand erect, and bunny. Mimilop may be a combination of mimi, ear, and lop. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Lopunny's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 552, Arriving in Style. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, as well as Dawn's Pokemon, Piplup and Baneri, have come to Heart Home City, more specifically the Heart Home City gym, to find out that the gym leader is out of town. And a limo has arrived, and this fancy lady is stepping out of it. There's Lopunny. That's Lopunny's first thing in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Lopunny.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Lopunny? For this question, you can answer with normal or Mega Lopunny. Number 1, Drizile fan has responded. They say, I just think it's neat. Big old eyebrows. Feels very good to evolve since it starts with low friendship. Wide move pool like a normal type should have. I ran Last Resort and Splash with a Normalium Z in my Gen 7 playthrough, and that was fun. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain Lopunny. This is Lopunny by Malote. So, this anthropomorphic Lopunny here. Then we've got Lopunny Adult 26 by Adaptozone. So this very clearly AI art here. It's just another anthropomorphic Lopunny. Yeah. And we've got Lopunny 76 by Sonic Felpa, another AI-generated anthropomorphic Lopunny here. Well, this time it's a shiny Lopunny. And it's very weird. I don't know why the headphones are here when the ears are up here, and like the wire doesn't seem to go anywhere unless it's like behind her. Got this weird controller that has like 2 D-pads for some reason, or maybe those are supposed to be the buttons. I don't know. They look like 2 D-pads, that's for sure. Yeah, very weird. Then this doesn't contain a Lopunny, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Miss Magius. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Miss Magius, the first pure ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Starting this generation, it's also the evolution of Misdreavus, who evolves when exposed to the Duskstone. The previous BYC dates of Miss Magius are April 30th, 1997, February 19th, 2000, December 10th, 2002, September 30th, 2005, July 21st, 2008, May 12th, 2011, March 2nd, 2014, December 21st, 2016, October 12th, 2019, and August 2nd, 2022. I'm most known as Magius from Pokepark B, Pikachu's Adventure. I also know it as one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix, where it's wearing its Halloween outfit. I also know it from its unique cry, an evolution of its design from Misdreavus. I like that it goes from a ghost to a ghost witch. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Miss Magius, the magical Pokemon, whose number is 0429. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost, ability Levitate, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breedings a group Amorphous, hatch time 25 cycles, height is 2 foot 11 or 0.9 meters, weight is 9.7 pounds or 4.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 187 in Gen 4 and 173 in 5+. Loving Ray is fast, EV yield is 2, 1 in special attack and 1 in special defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex colors purple, and base friendship is 35. Miss Magius is a ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Misdreavus when exposed to a Duskstone. Biology, Miss Magius is a purple ghost-like Pokemon. It has a round head with elaborate tufts resembling a witch's hat atop it. The tips of the tufts are paler than most of the body. It has a thin red mouth that resembles the letter W. Below its head, Miss Magius has a short thorax-like lump from which its body connects. 3 elliptical red spheres surround the upper portion of Miss Magius's body. There are extensions on the sides of its lower body, with the foremost ones tattered compared to rear ones. This gives Miss Magius the appearance of wearing some kind of cloak. Miss Magius usually shows up without warning to cause havoc on unsuspecting humans or Pokemon. If it is powerful, Miss Magius can use advanced incantations for various purposes, such as causing misery or happiness. Due to this, people often seek to capture Miss Magius as if their life depends on it, solely to make someone fall in love with them. There is a custom on inviting Miss Magius to one's home, usually to ward off misfortune with its spells. However, this can also lead to disaster should Miss Magius ever be provoked. People that hear its cries will usually receive headaches and hallucinations. As shown in the Pokemon the Series Diamond and Pearl episode, Malice in Wonderland, Miss Magius can put its victims to sleep and cause them to enter a strange dream world without their noticing. If Miss Magius falls asleep or is knocked out, the victim will wake up. It can sometimes be found roaming around lakes and mountainsides at night. Evolution, Miss Magius evolves from Misdreavus, so Misdreavus, Miss Magius. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 4 Diamond.
Its cries sound like incantations. Those hearing it are tormented by headaches and hallucinations.
Pearl, it chants incantations. While they usually torment targets, some chants bring happiness. Platinum, its cry sounds like an incantation. It is said the cry may rarely be imbued with happiness-giving power. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, its cries sound like incantations to torment the foe. It appears where you least expect it. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun,
it appears as if from nowhere, muttering incantations, placing curses and giving people terrifying visions.
Moon, Miss Magius have been known to cast spells to make people fall in love.
So some people search for this Pokemon as if their life depended on it.
Ultra Sun, feared for its wrath and the curses it spreads, this Pokemon will also, on a whim, cast spells that help people. Ultra Moon,
its muttered curses can cause awful headaches or terrifying visions that torment others.
In Gen 8 Brilliant Diamond,
its cries sound like incantations. Those who hear it are tormented by headaches and hallucinations.
Shining Pearl,
it chants incantations. While these incantations can torment targets, some bring happiness.
Legends Arceus,
the incantations Miss Magius chants can ward against misfortune, so a custom exists of inviting it into one's home. Incur the Pokemon's displeasure, however, and disaster will surely ensue.
In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Y in Alpha Sapphire's entry. Miss Magius in the Alola Pokedex, and Miss Magius in the Paldea Pokedex. It's a night floating around. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus for normal has the Bugwort 35% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and grit items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP, attack, and defense 60, special attack, special defense, and speed 105. For a total of 495. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by flying, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to ghost and dark for double, immune to normal, fighting, and ground. Resistant to poison and bug for half, Notes: if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy or this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1. Normal and fighting we go from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, just the moves it has at 1. I guess it doesn't really learn any new moves. Okay. By TM we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. By prior evolution, Mischievous gives it Confusion, Mean Look, Payback, and Perish Song. Side game data, you got all that. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It attacks by launching eerie orbs and orbs imbued with wholesome emotions. Guardian Science. To attack, it spits out imbued orbs with loathsome emotions that make Pokemon tired. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bat entry. Miss Magius spends her time in the Haunted Zone, where she's a standout at Dusknoir's Speed Slam. She's also got a steady eye at Rotom's Spooky Shoot 'em Up. Got all that. Evolution data, Mischievous, Duskstone, Miss Magius. Sprites here, so... not really much changes. I don't think. Like, the eyes are a little bit less detailed. It's probably just generally a lot less detailed. These are a little different. The colors are a lot darker. Yeah, overall. Got this green and yellow, which is kind of similar to Mischievous's shiny. Platinum, the side changes. It flips the side. Probably a little bit more detailed as well. The eyes, particularly. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. A lot pointier than these were. That's interesting. And a lot, more of that, like, void. They're not, like... Yeah, this is interesting. This doesn't feel like this is supposed to be what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, it's probably just ease of the model, but yeah, it's definitely supposed to be more open. Yeah, then we got the minor colors as well. Gen 7. The body gets a lot smaller. Interesting. Still doesn't fix the thing, but, yeah. Interesting. The eyes are also probably a little bit different, but that might just be the angle that they took the picture. In Gen 8, in this game, we got these models. Homes, we got these models. Animation, Miss Magius, and Pokemon the series, black and white. Very dark for some reason. We got all these... Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 43 in Dawn's Pokedex. Miss Magius, the magical Pokemon. Miss Magius chants incantations, and while some cause misery, some give happiness as well. In Sun and Moon, episode 53 in the Rotom Pokedex. Miss Magius, the magical Pokemon. A ghost type. Miss Magius appear out of nowhere, chanting spells, casting curses, and showing terrifying visions. Got all this. In the manga, Miss Magius and Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Detective Pikachu and Miss Magius appeared in Pokemon Detective Pikachu. It did not. It is not in that movie at all. I mean, the only place it might appear is among the cards that Tim has, but I definitely didn't see one through my many watches. And I don't think it appears in the movie. Discover Pokemon Together. A Miss Magius was the focus of the 3rd episode, where it protected a Mousehold from a Skull villain using Hypnosis and Icy Wind. It was given a Pecha Berry as a gesture of thanks for saving them. Trivia: Miss Magius's base HP, attack, and defense stats are the same as Mischievous's, but its base special attack, special defense, and speed stats are higher. Miss Magius can be seen as a parallel to Honchkrow. Both are Gen 4 Pokemon that evolve when exposed to a Duskstone, and have pre-evolved forms that were introduced in Gen 2. Miss Magius is exclusive to Pearl, White, and Shining Pearl, while Honchkrow is exclusive to Diamond, Black, and Brilliant Diamond. Miss Magius was given its English name by Nob Agasawara. Miss Magius was featured in the 4th episode of Beyond the Pokedex series. Origin: Miss Magius seems to be based on the concept of mages and witches. Miss Magius's coloration might be a reference to the Nasu Baba, a witch-like yokai with a distinct purple skin. Its shape also resembles the Teru Teru Bozu. Its Pokedex descriptions of its cries, sounding like incantations and tormenting people, are reminiscent of curses. Another possible source of origin is the Banshee, a female spirit from Irish mythology, known in modern media for its unearthly wailing and screaming. Its names in different languages, referencing dreams, also points to mares as a possible inspiration. Name origin: Mismagius may be a combination of mischievous or mischievous and magus or magic. Mumargi may be a combination of muma, nightmare, demon in a dream, and magi, to bewitch, mage, or magic. In other languages, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of the anime featuring Miss Magius.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 509, Malice in Wonderland. In this episode, we're at the beginning of the episode, a Rayquaza has popped out of the ground of a stadium, and we've got Ash, Brock, Don, wearing a Piplup outfit for some reason, and Pikachu here. Yeah. There's Miss Magius inhabiting the Rayquaza for some reason. Okay, yeah. I would say that is Miss Magius's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Miss Magius.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Miss Magius? Number one Drizzile fan has responded. They say, it just looks cool. I wish I could elaborate, but it's really that simple. Ghost with ghost clothes. Thank you for responding. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Miss Magius by Bisky4. So this is AI art. I'm just gonna say that outright. It's kind of good, I guess, except for the whole, obviously, their legs. Miss Magius doesn't have legs. That's a bit weird. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Honchkrow. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Honchkrow, the first dark type and only dark flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Starting in this generation, it's also the only evolution of Murkrow who evolves when exposed to the Dusk Stone. Honchkrow's previous VYC dates are May 1st, 1997, February 20th, 2000, December 11th, 2002, October 1st, 2005, July 22nd, 2008, May 13th, 2011, March 3rd, 2014, December 22nd, 2016, October 13th, 2019, and August 3rd, 2022. I love that Honchkrow is based on a mob boss, and that it turned Murkrow from being based on witches to being based on mobsters. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Honchkrow, the big boss Pokemon whose number is 0430. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dark Flying, abilities Insomnia or Super Luck, Moxie's its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is 8 group flying, catch time 20 cycles, height is 2'11" or 1.9 meters, weight is 60.2 pounds or 27.3 kilograms, basic experience yield is 187 in Gen 4 and 177 in 5+, leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 35. Black is interesting. It was originally black. Like, the legs are black. It's certainly better than Murkrow's was. Honchkrow is a dual-type dark/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Murkrow when exposed to a Dusk Stone. Biology: Honchkrow is a dark blue avian Pokemon with plumage resembling a person dressed in formal attire. One that most resembles a mob boss. It has a large feather crest resembling a fedora hat that has spikes extending from the back. It has circular red eyes with white sclera and dark blue eyelids. Its yellow beak is slightly curved and its head is supported by a broad, short neck. Honchkrow has a white and prominent crest of feathers on its chest that bears resemblance to a beard or cravat. Its wings have red feathers on the inside. Honchkrow has black feet with 4 toes. The tail's base is a white cylindrical stalk, on which there is a growth of red feathers on the end. Honchkrow is known to be ruthless. With a mere cry, it can summon and organize a murder of more than 100 Murkrow to collect food for it. Honchkrow also summons Murkrow to fight on its behalf, letting them do most of the fighting before it deals the finishing blow. The flocks of summoned Murkrow often plunge the sky into pitch-black darkness, giving Honchkrow the moniker Summoner of Night. Honchkrow will never forgive any failure or betrayal of the Murkrow that follow it, and it will hunt and punish any member of its flock that does so. Honchkrow is more active at night and normally spends the daytime hours tending to its feathers in solitude. It is a scavenger that lives in swamps, forests, human towns, and cities, and plains. Evolution, Honchkrow evolves from Murkrow, so Murkrow, Honchkrow. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4, Diamond. Becoming active at night, it is known to swarm with numerous Murkrow in tow. Pearl. It makes its Murkrow cronies bring it food. It idles its time away, grooming itself in its nest. Platinum. If one utters a deep cry, many Murkrow gather quickly. For this, it is called Summoner of Night. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. It is merciless by nature. It is said that it never forgives the mistakes of its Murkrow followers. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinums, but Murkrow's now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is the Gen 5 entries. Y is basically Diamonds, but Murkrow's now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is the Gen 5 entries and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. A single cry from this nocturnal Pokemon, and more than 100 of its Murkrow cronies will assemble. Moon. If its Murkrow cronies fail to catch food for it, or if it feels they have betrayed it, it will hunt them down wherever they are and punish them. Ultra Sun. It will absolutely not forgive failure from or betrayal by its goons. It has no choice in this if it wants to maintain the order of the flock. Ultra Moon. Its goons take care of most of the fighting for it. The only time it dirties its own hands is in its delivering a final blow to finish off an opponent. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is Y and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Shining Pearl is basically Pearls, but Murkrow's now the correct casing. Legends Arceus. One cry from this Pokemon and a murder of Murkrow come flying. At such times, one would think the curtain of night had fallen, plunging the world into jet black darkness. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Murkrow's now the correct casing. Violet is basically Sun's entry, but 100 is replaced by 100. Honchkrow in the Alola Pokedex, and Honchkrow in the Paldea Pokedex. They got it with a bunch of Murkrow here. This is a full evolutionary line image. Game locations. Side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. It has the Plump Beans, 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 100, attack 125, defense 52, special attack 105, special defense 52, speed 71 for a total of 505. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, and dragon. Weak to rock, electric, ice, and fairy for double, immune to ground and psychic. Resistant to ghost, grass, and dark, all for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. While you can hypothetically have a level 1 Honchkrow, we will start at 25 since it's about moves that it gets by leveling up. So 25 Swagger, 35 Nasty Plot, 45 Foul Play, 55 Dark Pulse, and 65 Comeuppance. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. By prior evolution, Murkrow gives it Peck, Gust, Assurance, and Mean Look. Side game data, we got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It looses gusts of dark wind and twisters. It also attacks with dark pulses. Guardian Signs. It releases dark pulses around itself that make Pokemon tired. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Nothing scares Honchkrow except ghosts. He has the most fun at sky-based attractions like Felliver's Circle Circuit. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, he used to be a leader of the tech area, but he was impressed by Conkeldurr's spirit and handed over his position to him. This. Evolution data, Murkrow, Duskstone, Honchkrow. Sprites here, so still not black, for the main body anyway. Just a different kind of blue. Kind of a darker, but like still, I don't know, it's different. Pink for the shiny, just like Murkrow's was. Platinum looks like, oh, it's a different sprite because the wing's out. Might be a little bit bigger. Its feet seem to be more spread out. Yeah. Has a different animation as well. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you got the models. Pretty good adaptation. Got the modern colors as well. Yeah. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you got the models in this game, which do look a little more black, I guess. Still very much a very dark blue. In Homes, you got these models. In Animation, Honchkrow and Pokemon Journeys the Series. Paul's Honchkrow is the big one, I guess. You got all this. Pokedex entries. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 100, Nash's Pokedex. Honchkrow, the big boss Pokemon and the evolved form of Murkrow. Honchkrow recruits many Murkrow to travel with it, and it spends much of its time at home preening its feathers. In the manga, Honchkrow and Pokemon Adventures. You got all this. The TCG. Trivia. We basically read this point in the Miss Magius video, Origin. Honchkrow is based on a crow or raven. With its bulkier, more powerful appearance, Honchkrow looks much more like a raven than its pre-evolved form does, but its coloration resembles that of the hooded crow. While Murkrow appears to be based on witches of Western folklore, Honchkrow's appearance is reminiscent of a crime boss, giving new interpretation to Murkrow as a gang member under Honchkrow. Its crest even looks like a wide-brimmed fedora hat, an article of clothing often associated with mobsters. However, Honchkrow's tail does resemble a besom broom, which has long been connected with witchcraft, and its hat and beard like feathers also give the impression of a sorcerer or wizard, may also be inspired by witches' familiars, which often can be crows or ravens. Therefore, the group of Murkrow, which acts as goons to Honchkrow, could also be a reference to a coven or a magical organization, thus making Honchkrow a reference to coven leaders. A crescent moon design seems to be present around Honchkrow's eye, again hinting at the witch theme. The design of Honchkrow's hat could also take inspiration from the hardened crests likened to that of the Great Hornbill and the Cassowary. Name origin, Honchkrow may be a combination of Honcho, boss, and crow. Dong Karasu may be a combination of Don, Mafia boss, and Karasu, crow. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Honchkrow's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon, Pikachu, and Dawn's Piplup, have come to Alamos Town where they've met Alice and her Chimchar, Antonio, a scientist, and Baron Alberto and his Licky Licky. Team Rocket has been trailing Baron Alberto because they want to get close to Darkrai, a Pokemon which causes Pokemon and people to have nightmares, which it has recently done to several Pokemon in town, particularly Baron Alberto's Licky Licky. Because Palkia, the spatial Pokemon, has entered Alamos Town, there's been some weird waves that have caused the nightmares to become real, kind of, including Baron Alberto turning into Licky Licky. And the group has just found out that there is a bunch of fog preventing them from leaving the town from 3 trainers, one of which is a redhead who threw this Pokeball. There's Honchkrow.
Now Honchkrow defog!
Ash, friends. And that is Honchkrow's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Honchkrow's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Honchkrow. It's the length frames with Honchkrow to the best of my ability. In this film, Honchkrow only appears as a couple different signs for the Rhyme City Blues Club. I don't know why. I guess maybe they interpreted it as more as a blues player rather than a mob boss. Anyway, in this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City as he's just found out that his father, Harry Goodman, has died in a car accident, and he's finishing up his father's life. He's going to his dad's apartment now. Simon. So the other version, that's just the head. We're just a shot. And now we've cut to the next day, next morning. Now we've cut to later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who was Harry's detective partner. Detective Pikachu convinced him that Harry wasn't dead, so they went on a little adventure where they found out about the R-gas, a gas that makes Pokemon go crazy, and they have just watched the footage of the car accident and have realized that Harry is actually dead, but now they've been summoned to the office of Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, with the help of Miss Norman, his assistant. There's an Eevee there. Yeah.
Be all.
That's Pikachu.
Please, come in. Magnificent creatures, aren't they?
Evolving
into
the
a
best possible version of yourself.
Okay. This is a hologram. He's about to show them the car accident that Harry was in through a hologram. And now he's just shown them that Harry isn't actually dead, and that his soul was taken by Mewtwo, and he's about to sign him to find Mewtwo. Wait. And now we've cut to later. Howard has captured Mewtwo and put his mind inside of Mewtwo using the Neuralink here. He's also released a bunch of the Argas onto the citizens during a parade and made the Pokemon go crazy, and then he used Mewtwo's powers to merge humans and Pokemon because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon. That's how he thinks it should be done, and now Detective Pikachu is fighting him. And that, yeah, okay. This is Detective Pikachu on a Pidgeot. He fell onto the Pidgeot during the fight. This is Detective Pikachu using Volt Tackle on Howard / Mewtwo. Now we've cut to later in the film. Tim has disconnected the Neuralink from Howard, releasing Mewtwo, and now Mewtwo is explaining that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because Harry's soul's inside of him.
The father you have been looking for has been with you all along.
Now we've cut to the end of the movie. Mewtwo has separated Detective Pikachu and Harry. This is Harry. They were at the train station. Tim was gonna leave to go back to his hometown, but he's decided to stay with Harry here.
I think I'll have to find a new job.
Oh, yeah? What are you thinking?
Maybe I could give detective work a try?
I think he likes that idea.
And that is Honchcrow's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Honchcrow. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Don't forget to fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Honchcrow. This is Lumberjack Trainer and Team by Mark331. So they've got this lumberjack here. They got pointy ears for some reason. And the team consists of Arcanine, Honchcrow, Snorlax, Chocotic, Mew, and Teddy Ursa here. That's very well done. This is Poe as Honchcrow by KQ Nido Queen Anime Art. I guess it's Poe from Night Critters, I guess. I don't know if they're like a crow character or something, and it's like sort of, made the colors different to reflect that. Yeah, the Honchcrow into that, I guess. And I don't know, maybe it's a necklace they have or something. I don't really know what this is talking about. And we've got Honchcrow Gen 1 style watercolor ink by Gabby Swizzo. So what they imagine Honchcrow would have looked like if it were a Gen 1 sprite here. It's very well done. And this doesn't contain a Honchcrow, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Glameow. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Glameow. Its previous BYC dates are May 2nd, 1997, February 21st, 2000, December 12th, 2002, October 2nd, 2005, July 23rd, 2008, May 14th, 2011, March 4th, 2014, December 23rd, 2016, October 14th, 2019, and August 4th, 2022. I must know Glameow is one of the Pokemon of Johanna in the Gen 4 era of the anime. I also know it is one of the Pokemon I encountered in my original playthrough of Pokemon Pearl. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Glameow, the catty Pokemon, whose number is 0-431. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, ability is limber or own tempo, keen eyes, it's an ability. Gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is egg group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters, weight is 8.6 pounds or 3.9 kilograms, base experience yield is 71 in Gen 4 and 62 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV is 1 in speed, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Glameow is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves to Perugly starting at level 38. Biology, Glameow is a gray feline Pokemon with a slender physique. It has a crescent-shaped head with 2 white-tipped ears. It also has a white muzzle, a small black nose, pink eyelids, yellow eyes with blue irises, and 2 rows of thin whiskers. Its neck has a ruff-like fringe, and its legs have similar fringes. Its feet are tipped with white and have pink paw pads on the underside. It has a long, curled, spring-like tail and a white fluff at the tip of it. Glameow has sharp claws and a powerful helical tail, and its eyes are capable of using hypnotic powers. It tends to be spiteful, fickle, and even cowardly, having a tendency to hook its claws into the nose of its trainer if it's not fed. When it's happy and purring with affection, it demonstrates movements with its tail, like a dancing ribbon. As it has a domesticated quality, it tends to appear in urban areas. Glameow is rather popular amongst trainers due to its fickle nature. Glameow is also known to be a very cunning opponent to face in battle, which occurs only if it was provoked. Because of its craven nature, Glameow has a high chance of fleeing trainers when encountered in the wild. Evolution, Glameow, per ugly. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 and Diamond. It claws if displeased and purrs when affectionate. Its fickleness is very popular among some. Pearl. With its sharp glare, it puts foes in a mild hypnotic state. It is a very fickle Pokemon. Platinum. It hides its spiteful tendency of hooking its claws into the nose of its trainer but isn't fed. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. When it's happy, Glameow demonstrates beautiful movements of its tail, like a dancing ribbon. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. X is Diamond's entry. Y is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Glameow is not the correct casing. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus bewitches humans with its helical tail and piercing gaze. Its hidden claws are quite sharp as well, making this Pokemon an exceedingly tricky opponent if antagonized. Game locations, side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, Black 2, and White 2 has the Cherry Berry 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, it has the Castor Fern 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 49, Attack 55, Defense and Special Attack 42, Special Defense 37, Speed 85 for a total of 310. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak 2 fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1 Fake Out, 5 Scratch, 8 Growl, 13 Hypnosis, 17 Aerial Ace, 20 Fury Swipes, 25 Charm, 29 Taunt, 32 Retaliate, 37 Slash, 41 Sucker Punch, 44 Attract, 48 Hone Claws, and 50 Play Rough. In Legends Arceus, at level 1, it learns Tackle and masters it at 9. At level 5, it learns Hypnosis and masters it at 14. At 10, it learns Nasty Plot and masters it at 19. At 16, it learns Slash and masters it at 26. At 23, it learns Night Slash and masters it at 33. At 31, it masters Play Rough and masters it at 42. At 40, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 52. By TM03 Water Pulse, 10 Work Up, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 28 Dig, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 40 Aerial Ace, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 58 Endure, 65 Shadow Claw, 66 Payback, 70 Flash, 77 Psych Up, 82 Sleep Talk, 85 Dream Eater, 87 Swagger, 89 U-Turn, 90 Substitute, and 93 Cut. By breeding, this group gives it Assurance, this group gives it Bite, this group gives it Fake Deers, this group gives it Flail, this group gives it Last Resort, this group gives it Quick Attack, this group gives it Sand Attack, and this group gives it Tail Whip. By tutoring, there's nothing in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Iron Tail, Play Rough, Rest, Shadow Ball, Shadow Claw, Swift, Thunderbolt, and Water Pulse. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It attacks with cutting slashes. Guardian Signs. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. Got all this. Evolution data. Glameow, level 38 per ugly. Sprites here, so a lot darker gray. That's interesting. Yeah, that's the main difference. It's mostly just the same. Yeah, and the pink is also darker as well. Yeah, probably all the colors are darker. Then purple for the shiny. This is opposite side for platinum. The whiskers look to be a lot more even like that rather than a lot more like the back sprite rather than the front sprite on that one. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you've got this lighter gray color. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprite. Gen 6, you get the modern colors. Oh, I was not expecting this. I guess because I'm so used to it sitting. I'm not really sure I've
seen standing like this. Certainly not in CGI. His legs are very long. I wasn't expecting that. And Gen 7, not really much changes. Except the ears. I don't know. Is that a... I don't know if it changes the ears or if that's just like how they took the picture. Like if it goes up and down like it's like an animation like that. I don't know. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. Looks like a lighter purple? Is that... I guess that's been the thing since the models. Other sprites, Fluffy in Pokemon Super Contests, Glimmer in Pokemon Super Contests, and Precious in Pokemon Super Contests. So I'm assuming these are NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. Animation, Glameow in Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Johanna's Glameow is the big one. Zoe's Glameow is another big one. Got all the Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 11, in Ash's Pokedex.
Glameow, the catty Pokemon. When angry, it flashes its claws, but it also can purr quite affectionately.
Pokemon Generations, Glameow, Pokemon Generations. In the manga, Glameow and Pokemon Adventures with Johanna. This in the TCG. Trivia, Glameow is the only Pokemon that introduced or given a new form in Gen 7, whose model was altered between Generations 6 and 7. Specifically, its ears were repositioned. So that wasn't just like an animation thing. That was like an actual like mistake. Interesting. Glameow can be seen as a parallel to Stunky. Glameow is exclusive to Pokemon Pearl and White 2, while Stunky is exclusive to Pokemon Diamond and Black 2, and their evolved forms are used by Team Galactic Commanders Mars and Jupiter respectively. Also, they belong to the Field Egg group, have a 2-stage evolutionary line, and they both cannot be found in Pokemon Platinum. Origin, Glameow may be based on a domestic cat, possibly the Devon Rex, and a ribbon gymnast. Glameow's tail, which consists of a white fluff on a spring, may be based on a type of cat toy. Name origin, Glameow may be a combination of glamour and meow. Nyamar may be a combination of nya, the sound a cat makes, and glamour. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Glameow's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. In this episode, we're at the beginning of the episode, we're at this house. This is the Glameow. And that is Glameow's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Glameow. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Glameow. So this is CM Hikari Crossworlds by Sickzak. So this nice crossover between Pokemon and Digimon here. So they got Dawn and her Glameow, I guess dressed up like, I think there's like a Digimon based on a tiger, and so it's kind of got the little hands, and I guess the ring it probably has. And she's dressed up like this Digimon character who's dressed up like Dawn, and I guess there's this penguin Digimon that's supposed to be dressed up like Piplup. Yeah, very good art. Then we've got Glameow Adopts Closed by Alien Slushy. So these like 4 alternate coat stylized Glameow here. This is not yours, keeping, not yours. Then we've got Glameow's Stretch by F74, this cute, very stylized Glameow here. Nymar, Glameow, very good. Then we've got Glameow Adopts Closed by Alien Slushy, another 4 of these, not yours, not yours, not yours, not yours. Then we've got Chagriflor / Glamrim by Abc5, so this fusion between a Sunshine Cherum and a Glameow here. Very well done. Art Fight 2024, A Little Stroll by Buizel. So this cute Glameow and Riolu here. Kiwi down here, that's interesting. Very well done. And we've got Glameow and Ferugly by Sparkplug USA. So this fun, stylized Glameow and Ferugly here. I like this little springtail being exaggerated. It's very well done. Glameow Adoptables Closed by Dreamer Alfie. So 4 alternate coats here. It's by a different person. I guess probably just using the same base. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Glameow, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Purugly. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Purugly, the only evolution of Glameow who evolves at level 38. Its previous BYC dates are May 3rd, 1997, February 22nd, 2000, December 13th, 2002, October 3rd, 2005, July 24th, 2008, May 15th, 2011, March 5th, 2014, December 24th, 2016, October 15th, 2019, and August 5th, 2022. I must know Purugly as one of the Pokemon I encountered in my original playthrough of Pokemon Pearl. I also know Purugly from my Pokemon Ranch. Like its name suggests, I do find Purugly to be ugly, which is the point, as it's supposed to be the opposite of Glameow's beauty. I definitely don't think Purugly is the ugliest Pokemon, though. Its design reminds me of Lucifer from Disney's animated Cinderella trilogy, as well as various other pieces of media. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Purugly, the Tiger Cat Pokemon, whose number is 0432. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Thick Fat or Own Tempo. Defiant is its hidden ability, gender ratios 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is Egg Group Field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 96.6 pounds or 43.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 183 in Gen 4 and 158 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 2 in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Purugly is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Glameow starting at level 38. Biology. Purugly is a rotund, gray, and white feline Pokemon with a crescent-shaped head. Its ears are pointed and tipped purple. It has whiskers with a zigzag-like pattern at the end of them. The frilly portion of its spiraling tail is forked, but it usually keeps it clasped around its waist, which makes it appear less fat despite appearing very sluggish. Purugly will not be reluctant to attack if angered and can be quite fast. Purugly, without having its tail clasp its waist with Jessie and Meowth. Purugly attempts to make itself look larger and more intimidating by cinching its waist with its forked tail. It barges into the nests of other Pokemon and frightens them off, so Purugly can claim the nest as its own. It does this by glaring with its eyes ceaselessly. It can be found in both urban areas and heavily wooded forests. Despite its disrespectful and scary nature, Purugly is rather popular. The reason is due to its beautiful fur, more comfortable than even velveteen. Evolution: Purugly evolves from Glameow, so Glameow, Purugly. I don't know why this is all the way down here. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Purugly appears as one of the chief commanders of Muna's gang that was enlisted by Kyurem to help eliminate any humans that came to the Pokemon world to stop the bitter cold. At the Glacier Palace, she gets together a group of Excadrill as part of helping to ward off the player, partner, and their teammates. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries in Diamond. It is a brazen brute that barges its way into another Pokemon's nest and claims it as its own. Pearl. To make itself appear intimidatingly beefy, it tightly cinches its waist with its twin tails. Platinum. It binds its body with its tails to make itself look bigger. If it locks eyes, it will glare ceaselessly. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It would claim another Pokemon's nest as its own if it finds a nest sufficiently comfortable. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart, Shining Pearl. To make itself appear intimidatingly beefy, it tightly cinches its waist with its split tail. Legend Arceus. Though impudent and difficult to tame, Purugly enjoys great popularity due to its fur, the beauty of which surpasses even Velveteen. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Diamond and Pearl. It has the Cherry Berry 5% of the time in Legends Arceus. For normal, it has the Castor Fern 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. And Grit items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. HP 71. Attack 82. Defense and Special Attack 64. Special Defense 59. Speed 112 for a total of 452. Pokeathlon stats. Type Effectiveness. Damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Thick Fat, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is half, and the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is half. Both would be half instead of 1. Learn stat by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. We'll do this Evo here, and they'll go down to 38. So, upon evolution, it gets Swagger, 45 Body Slam, 52 Attract, and 60 Hone Claws. In Legends Arceus, we'll just do 40 here, I guess. At 40, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 52. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. By tutoring, there's nothing. And Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aerial Ace, Bulldoze, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail, Play Rough, Rest, Shadow Ball, Shadow Claw, Swift, Thunderbolt, and Water Pulse. Nothing by a prior evolution. Side game data, we got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It attacks with Shockwaves. In Guardian Signs, it lets loose Shockwaves to attack. Got all this. Evolution data, Glameow, level 38 Perugly. Sprite Seer, so like Glameow's, it's a darker gray, generally darker colors all around. I can see its tail a little bit better than the front. The opposite, that's fun. Like the purple is the main body and the gray is the tips, that's fun. Platinums, the body is going to the right, but its face is generally to the left. Although it goes back and forth, just that's the animation, different animation, looks like. The little V shape to its nose is a little bit different, I think. That's probably the big difference. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it turns this lighter gray color. Interestingly, it doesn't change this purple, even though this gray changes. Gen 5, get the fullback sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. It's seems a lot bigger, though, than these ones. Like, maybe that's the point. Just to be much more like it's trying to emphasize its toughness, but not really trying that well. This seems to keep the purple now, because it's modern colors as well, and it seems to keep this as just purple anyway, this sort of purplish, yeah. Okay, in Gen 7, not really much changes, although its ears might change a little bit to be more accurate. Then again, that could just be the angle that they took the picture, though. Its eyes might also change a little bit. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Perugly in Pokemon Journeys the series. Mars Perugly's the big one, I guess. The Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 178 in Dawn's Pokedex. Perugly, the Tiger Cat Pokemon, and the evolved form of Glameow. By rounding its tail around itself, it can appear to be bigger, and when locking eyes with another, it can stare forever. Pokemon Evolutions, Mars's Perugly, Perugly in Pokemon Evolutions, in the manga, Perugly in Pokemon Adventures, Perugly in Pocket Monsters DP, in the TCG, Trivia, Origin. Perugly may be based on an overweight tabby cat and a stereotypical ugly woman. It may also be based on the Nekomata, a type of cat-based yokai. The way it binds its stomach with its tail is similar to a corset. Its head, being shaped like a crescent moon, may allude to the nocturnal lifestyle of cats. Name origin, Perugly may be a combination of purr and ugly, as well as a play on pure ugly. Bunyato may be a combination of debu, fat, busaku, ugly, or basu, ugly person. Naya, onomatopoeia for meowing, and cat. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Perugly's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and shelving companions Brock and Dawn, as well as faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Alamos Town, where they have met Alice. They're not really relevant for this scene, though. There's the Perugly. And that is Perugly's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Perugly. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Perugly. This is Glameow and Perugly by Sparkplug USA. We did this one yesterday, but we could do it again. So we got the stylized Glameow and Perugly here. Very well done. Then we've got Cat Crush by Power Andy 15. So I guess the Perugly has a crush on Luxray here. And it's confused. It's very interesting. And then we've got Perugly by Mini Boy 5. So this Perugly here, their little drawing, very well done. Then we've got Down Boy by Power Andy 15. So Perugly commanding Luxray to, sit down and excitedly
does that. Yeah, interesting. Then this I have to pay for, so I'm not doing it, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Chingling. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Chingling, the first Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It's also tied with Budew, Burmy, and Landform Shaman as the shortest Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Chingling's previous PYC dates are May 4th, 1997, February 23rd, 2000, December 14th, 2002, October 4th, 2005, July 25th, 2008, May 16th, 2011, March 6th, 2014, December 25th, 2016, October 16th, 2019, and August 6th, 2022. I most know Chingling as one of the Pokemon I encountered in my original playthrough of Pokemon Pearl. As I mentioned in the Chimecho video, I'm surprised that Chingling and its evolution, Chimecho, were not introduced in the same generation, as I often associate the two. Although Chingling predates it by a few years, I often think of the Automaton, particularly the yellow one, when I see its face. Or really, it might be the other way around. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Chingling, the bell Pokemon, whose number is 0433. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic, ability, Levitate, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 120 or 24.9%, breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered, hatch time 25 cycles, height is 8 inches or 0.2 meters, weight is 1.3 pounds or 0.6 kilograms, basic experience yield is 74 in Gen 4 and 57 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 1, and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Chingling is a Psychic-type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves into Chimecho when leveled up with high friendship during the night. Biology: Chingling is a yellow, spherical Pokemon similar to a Jingle Bell. It has stubby arms and legs, as well as beady black eyes. There are circular openings on both sides of its mouth. Inside its mouth is a red orb, which creates a ringing sound as the Pokemon moves. Additionally, the orb can be vibrated to create high-frequency, long-lasting cries to deafen its opponents. The sounds produced can be too high for people to hear, yet powerful enough to give them headaches. Atop its body is ring-like growth with a striped rope through the middle. The rope is red and white with short tassels on the ends. Evolution: Chingling evolves into Chimecho, so Chingling, Chimecho. Game data, Pokédex entries. Gen 4 and Diamond. It emits cries by agitating an orb at the back of its throat. It moves with flouncing hops. Pearl: each time it hops, it makes a ringing sound. It deafens foes by emitting high-frequency cries. Platinum: there's an orb inside its mouth. When it hops, the orb bounces all over and makes a ringing sound. Her Gold and Soul Silver: it emits high-frequency cries that people can't hear. Once it starts, it can cry for an awfully long time. The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Mega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus: this Pokemon gave me an excruciating headache when it seemingly cried out without making a sound. Perhaps there are some sounds that the human ear is simply incapable of hearing. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, Y and Alpha Sapphire's entry. Violet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Chingling in the Kitakami Pokédex. Fun. It's like hanging on this porch here. Very shiny. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver is the Colbur Berry 5% of the time. And Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is the Cleanse Tag 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Sky Tumblestone 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Alpha, XP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grid Items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats: HP 45, Attack 30, Defense 50, Special Attack 65, Special Defense 50, Speed 45 for a total of 285. Pokeathlon stats: type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up: 1 Wrap, 4 Growl, 7 Astonish, 10 Confusion, 13 Yawn, 16 Last Resort, 19 Entrainment, and 32 Uproar. By TM, I read these in the Chimecho video, so we'll be skipping them. Same for by breeding. Animated series only move: Sing,
It's a normal type move episode. Yes, indeed, it's done. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It attacks with strange orbs and sounds. Guardian signs. It attacks by launching strange strings that make Pokemon stopped. Got all this. Evolution data, Chingling. Level up with high friendship at night. Chimecho. Breed holding pure incense from Gen 4 to 8. Sprites here. So, not really much changes. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Maybe slightly different colors. Orange replaces the red part, and the yellow is slightly lighter. This seems to be a reference to how Chimecho has orange stripe on, like, it replaces its red stripe, and it also has lighter yellow little bulb. Also, it looks like the gray stripe is a different color as well. That's interesting. Platinums, you actually can see the little orb there. Eyes seem to get a little bit smaller too, I think. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. You can't see the red thing. And the modern colors, I guess. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get these models in this game. In Home, you get these models. Other sprites. Chimer in Pokemon Super Contests. I assume this is an NPC Pokemon in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Chingling in Pokemon the series. Aw, it's a little hurt, I guess. And a group of them were coming to comfort it. That's nice. Got all the Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 70. In Dawn's Pokedex. Chingling, the bell Pokemon. It makes sounds by vibrating an orb in the back of its throat, and it moves by hopping. In the manga, Chingling in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Trivia, Chingling is the lightest baby Pokemon. As of the Crown Tundra, Chingling is the only baby Pokemon that is absent from Pokemon Sword and Shield. Origin, Chingling is based on a Suzu bell, which is used at Shinto shrines. Name origin, Chingling may be a combination of chime, jingling, and ling, common suffix to denote something that is small or immature. Lycian may be a combination of rin, bell, rin, onomatopoeia for bell chiming, and shan, onomatopoeia for bell ringing. Now the languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Chingling's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching The Rise of Darkrai. In this film, all you really need to know is that we're in Alamos Town. There's the Chingling and a Chimecho. And that is Chingling's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Chingling card.
It's the third and, as of the recording of this, the latest Chingling card design. It was illustrated by Kagamaru Hamino. I like that it looks like Chingling is riding the wind above the landscape. It's 8 inches and 1.3 pounds. It has one move, Chime, and one Pokepower, Baby Evolution. For those of you who knew this generation and aren't familiar, Baby Evolution allows a baby Pokemon to evolve into their evolution, as even after the baby Pokemon is introduced, its evolution is still considered a basic Pokemon for some reason. In this case, the player can find a Chimecho card in their hand and put it on Chingling to evolve it. This also removes all damage to Chingling/Chimecho. Chime is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs no energies. If the opponent has at least one supporter card in their discard pile, the player can find a supporter card from there and use its effects without taking the card. Chingling is weak to Psychic for plus 10 damage, which is odd since it's actually resistant to Psychic in the video games. However, it is likely mimicking its weakness to Ghost, which is often considered Psychic in the TCG. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to fighting, as it's resistant to that in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Chingling to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Supreme Victor's expansion symbol. Its description reads, "There is an orb inside its mouth. When it haps, the orb bounces all over and makes a ringing sound." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Scarlet. It's level 7.
I don't have a card for Stunky, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Bronzor. Now let's see why other people love Chingling. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Chingling. This first one doesn't contain a Chingling. I think it's supposed to be like a convergent Pokemon, so we'll start with the second one. This is Chingling fan art by Love Caramel 2024. This is Chingling, this nice Chingling image here. I think it's supposed to be female with long lashes. We've got Chingling by Danny My Brother, this nice simplified Chingling here. We've got Chingling from the hit series Pokemon by Meloloetto. So it's very close up of Chingling here. I guess they interpreted the ball as a uvula. Interesting. Got Chingling, Jingling by Simara. To be from December 24th, 2024. Very well done. And this nice marker drawn image here. And we got Chingling Tower by TK421 Loves You. So these four Chingling here all stacked up. This one's starting to fall. Yeah. Very well done. Then we've got Pokemon from Memory by Much Juice. So these Pokemon from Memory. Got the Chingling up here. They give it pupils for some reason, and it's interestingly proportioned. Jigglypuff, Clefairy, Primarina, Altaria, Frou-Frou Natural Form, Flygon, Leavanny, Elekid, Zoroark, and Scolipede here. Very simplified Scolipede. Very interesting. And we've got Chingling line gained the sound and wind types by Eric GL 1996. Chingling Sound Wind, Chimecho Sound Wind, it's the images. I've got Tri by Aqua Blue. So I've got the Chingling Tri from the new Zelda game, Echoes of Wisdom, and then according to the description, this is a character named Haley. I don't know if it's their own character or another franchise character, but yeah, very cute. Very well done. This is Sold Chingling Adapt by Gear Crow Art, so I guess this human version of Chingling here. You also got the sketch of Chingling down here. It's a very interesting interpretation. Sort of makes it a toy, I guess. Like a music-making toy. Interesting. I got Lissy by Elf Coach. So I've got the regular and shiny Chingling here. Very well done. Then we've got Cleffing Adopt by Wolverine Yulva. This nice combination of Cleffa and Chingling here, fusion. Yeah, very well done. I've got Chingling Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel, this nice model here, very well done. I've got Chingling by Wild Charmander 92, so this nice simple Chingling image. Looks like that might be a Chingling, but according to the description, that's just like a little part of the collar, design. So I'm not gonna count this, and we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Stunky. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow.